Next, Chen Yang. In Hangzhou City, at the affiliated High School of Normal University, the sports field was bustling with life. Over 10,000 energetic students lined up in a long queue. At the center of the field, on a podium, stood an elderly man with white hair, wearing sunglasses and a traditional Zhongshan suit. He called out the name of a young boy. Chen Yang? It's your turn, stop dawdling and get up there, urged a sweet-looking girl at the front of the line, nudging the boy beside her. Chen Yang froze for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly. I've been reborn. This is a world where everyone transitions into a profession. He took a deep breath, his emotions complicated. Indeed, he was not originally from this world but from another parallel timeline. The same blue star, the same great Xia nation. However, the rules of the two worlds were completely different. Here, reality and gaming were fully integrated, connecting the two realms. Creatures that once existed only in games were now present in the real world. The size of Blue Star had expanded several times. At the same time, a powerful existence had emerged: professionals. Archers, mages, knights, priests, warriors, thieves, assassins. These professions were identical to those in games, or even more diversified, each with unique traits. What about me? Chen Yang understood now. I'm currently a high school student, about to participate in my first transition, the awakening ceremony. He swallowed nervously. Do you have a compact mirror? He asked somewhat sheepishly, glancing at the girl beside him. This was his deskmate, Su Shi. What's wrong? Su Shi asked, puzzled, but handed him a small mirror with a cartoon design. Chen Yang took the mirror and glanced at his reflection. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was his own body. He confirmed that he had crossed over into this body rather than being a soul attached to someone else's. That reassured him. After all, if it were someone else's body and he had kids in the future, mismatched genetics would be quite awkward. This handsome face, Chen Yang touched his chin, squinting with a smile. Who else could compare to me? After briefly admiring his own looks, he nodded in satisfaction and walked briskly toward the podium. Student Chen Yang, please place both hands in the center of the magic array. It will take only 2 seconds to complete the transition, the principal said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Understood. Chen Yang nodded and placed his hands into the array. To be honest, his academic scores were exceptional. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had always ranked first in the entire grade during exams. His theoretical knowledge was flawless. Such a top-performing student, who also happened to be good-looking, was well-liked by everyone. The principal had high hopes for him. He was the prospective top scorer in the province's college entrance exam this year. No matter what profession he awakened, his position as the top scorer in liberal arts was secure. 2 seconds passed quickly. Chen Yang felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire body. The mysterious power of the god of stocks shimmered faintly with a golden glow above his head. The center of the magic array was filled with exquisite crystals. These crystals were indispensable items for the awakening ceremony. Crystals represented the strength of a profession. Each lit crystal symbolized a stronger profession. 1 crystal meant an F-rank profession. 2 crystals indicated an E rank. 3 crystals signified a D rank. If 7 crystals lit up, it would be the legendary S rank. With a deafening roar, Chen Shan's eyes widened in shock. He was stunned. In just an instant, 6 crystals lit up in front of Chen Yang. This was already an A-rank profession. Such strength, regardless of the profession, even if it was a purely supportive priest capable only of healing, would prompt top-tier guilds to recruit him unconditionally. Even the military would take notice and dispatch experts to recruit him. After all, in this era of universal career transitions, professionals were revered like gods. An A rank was already among the elite, 1 in tens of thousands. A loud clang resounded again. The 7th crystal lit up. However, after a brief moment of brilliance, all the crystals suddenly exploded. The light dimmed instantly. The old principal, Chen Shan, jumped in fright, his eyes carrying a trace of fear. The awakening crystals exploded? Chen Shan's lips twitched. Could it be that Chen Yang's profession was an A rank? Or was it something even stronger than S rank? Had it exceeded the maximum capacity of the ritual array? SS rank? Impossible. The strongest profession in the country was the so-called dragon god, the top dragon knight in the capital, who was only SS rank. How could Chen Yang, a high school student from Hangzhou, be SS rank? Chen Shan shook his head, immediately dismissing the idea. Secretary Zhou, please head to the warehouse and fetch the backup ritual array, Chen Shan said, glancing at the secretary in black stockings by his side. Understood, Principal Chen. The secretary nodded and hurriedly walked toward the warehouse in her high heels. Chen Shan then turned to Chen Yang. Don't worry. There seems to be an issue with the array, so we'll need to perform the awakening again. According to the principal, the career awakening wasn't completed and would need to be redone. But at that moment, Chen Yang realized that he seemed to have already completed his transition. Profession name * Creed Assassin. Grade * SSS. Level * 1. Health points * 5000. Mana points * 4000. Attack power * 620. Defense * 580. Magic resistance * 500. Specialty * SSS grade 10-fold attack speed, innate 10-fold attack speed. Skills * Faith Psi, SSS, Furious Assassination, SSS, Leap of Faith, SSS, God of Assassination, SSS, Final Strike, SSS, Angel's Light, SSS. Hiss. I've already completed my career transition, and it's the legendary SSS rank? Chen Yang's heart raced wildly. SSS rank. This was even beyond the legendary dragon. The knight was still stronger, a whole tier higher. What's more, Chen Yang actually came with an SSS level specialty 10-fold attack speed. While others could swing their sword once, he could swing it 10 times. It was utterly insane. Not only was his specialty SSS level, but even all his initial skills were SSS level. Chen Yang felt like he was about to lose his mind. This completely proved the old saying true: everyone has their chance to shine. A transmigrator always comes with a golden cheat. Chen Yang, you're here. Old Chen smiled at him warmly. The backup awakening array was ready. Principal Chen spoke up again. Chen Yang, could you trouble yourself to awaken one more time? It should work this time. Chen Yang's lips twitched slightly. Old principal, the problem isn't that the array is broken, but that my class is too powerful and directly blew up the array. This is SSS level. The maximum strength is only S level, with just 7 crystals. How could it awaken SSS level? This time, I need to control my strength, Chen Yang thought to himself. He was already prepared. As soon as the 7th crystal lit up, he immediately stopped. Otherwise, it would overload again, and the crystals would explode. The school was already poor. Hangzhou Normal High only had 3 awakening arrays. If all of them were broken, the other students would have no way to use them. As expected, Chen Yang adjusted the process. The crystals lit up one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire school held their breath, all eyes fixed on Chen Yang. Everyone's heart was pounding in their chest. Shock. Utter shock. If Chen Yang truly awakened an S-level class, the entire nation would pay attention to Hangzhou Normal High. Who knew how many resources would pour into the school? And as for Chen Yang, he probably wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam. With full marks in academics and an S-level class, he would definitely be specially admitted to the country's top universities. Finally. Boom! All 7 crystals glowed brightly. Chen Yang sharply withdrew his power. Phew! That was close. Almost caused another explosion. My God! Chen Shan exclaimed, his face full of shock, barely able to speak clearly. The entire school was as silent as stone, everyone completely dumbfounded. 7 crystals, my God, an S-level class. S-level assassin. A top-tier combat class. Chen Shan took a deep breath, panting heavily. Chen Yang's maneuver just now almost made him faint. This was too insane. What does an S-level mean during peacetime? It's like a high schooler inventing controllable nuclear fusion. It was so mind-blowing that it shattered worldviews and left minds completely scrambled. Holy crap! S-level assassin? So cool. This is the legendary Yang God. I told you, the school heartthrob would definitely shock everyone. Shock? More like scare the hell out of everyone. Yeah, the strongest class in the country. Even that Dragon Knight in the capital is only SS level, and our Yang God's first class transferred to S rank. Oh my God, I want to have Yangshan's babies. I can even feel my stomach moving. Shut up, you little drama queen. How could there be fetal movement? What does Yangshan have to do with you? None of your business. Everyone's body reacts differently. I can't even handle just one look. The entire school was in an uproar. With Chen Yang transferring to an S-rank assassin, the students and faculty went completely mad. They shouted at the top of their lungs. Of course, if they knew that Chen Yang wasn't just an ordinary S-rank but the nation's only SSS rank assassin, the room instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, and you could hear a pin drop. SSS rank. It was unbelievable. Who could believe it? Chen Yang, congratulations. Principal Chen smiled so widely that all his wrinkles smoothed out. his eyes squinting into slits as he said, "With your performance, I don't think you even need to take the college entrance exam this year. By next week, the top universities in the country will be fighting to enroll you. Get ready for a huge scholarship." Chen Yang smiled faintly. "All right. A huge scholarship? Just how much would that be?" Chen Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Could he possibly afford an ultra-cool mount? In this world, some creatures only existed in myth and legend. Dragons, elves, angels. If he could ride a dragon, now that would be truly flashy. How cool would that be? After completing the class transfer, Chen Yang stepped down from the podium. Sushi excitedly ran over, looking at Chen Yang in utter disbelief. "Damn, Chen Yang, you're too awesome." Chen Yang smiled awkwardly. "It's not bad. Keep it low-key. But I think Xiao Weiwei isn't bad either." Sushi glanced at a girl in the crowd. A classmate of Chen Yang's. Xiao Weiwei. The beautiful school belle of Hangzhou High School. Long legs. Smooth, youthful skin. Features so perfectly crafted they seemed designed, without a single flaw, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Most importantly, her figure was amazing. Ample chest, slender waist, and perfect curves. Xiao Weiwei was the dream girl of every male student in the school. Unfortunately, she was too aloof, always exuding a cold indifference towards everyone. But that wasn't the point. The point was, Xiao Weiwei had grievances with Chen Yang. Throughout Chen Yang's 3 years of high school, he had always been ranked first in the entire grade. His academic scores were perfect every time. As for Xiao Weiwei? Sorry, she was eternally second place. Because of this, the school belle had always held a grudge against Chen Yang. "Xiao Weiwei's profession strength test from last week's mock exam was about the same as yours," Sushi whispered, a bold idea forming in her mind. "Could it be that our experimental high school will produce 2 S-rank professions?" At this thought, Sushi couldn't help but shudder, frightened by her own imagination. "Not sure." Chen Yang coughed lightly twice. Indeed, he wasn't sure. Who could know? Next, Xiao Weiwei. Not long after, Principal Chen called out to the campus belle, "Xiao Weiwei." As soon as the cold and aloof beauty appeared, all the male students couldn't help but let out a collective wow. She was stunning. There was no denying it. Xiao Weiwei possessed a devilish figure and an angelic face. Wherever she went, she captured everyone's attention. She stepped onto the stage. Under Principal Chen's guidance, Xiao Weiwei performed the same operation as Chen Yang. Then, Principal Chen froze again. The entire school faculty and students fell silent. The scene became utterly quiet. Everyone was stunned. In the magic circle at the center of the stage, 7 crystal-clear crystals shimmered and emitted a dazzling sacred light. Sure enough, Sushi's crow's mouth prediction was spot on. Another S-rank. It's an S-rank profession, Holy Flame Mage? Principal Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, speaking in a tone of astonishment. His voice trembled slightly, and though quiet, the entire school heard him. There was no helping it, it was too silent. Even a pin drop would be crystal clear. Damn! That's just too much. Wow! S-rank? Another S-rank? Our affiliated high school is definitely going to blow up this year. Get ready, everyone. I bet the school gates will be packed with reporters tomorrow. Not just reporters. Even those big figures we usually only see on TV might come to Hangzhou specifically to visit our school. This is insane. One sun god wasn't enough? Now Goddess Weiwei is this strong too? She's so gorgeous. Not only a goddess, but her profession is top tier as well. As expected, good-looking people are never ordinary. I heard Xiao Weiwei is rumored to be Sun God's girlfriend. Looks like there's going to be some drama. Rumored girlfriend? Where'd you hear that? I heard Goddess Weiwei doesn't get along with Chen Yang at all. Enemies? Seriously? One says they're enemies, the other says rumored girlfriend. How can the stories be so different? The entire school erupted. Everyone's expressions were vividly animated. At first, all eyes were fixated on Xiao Weiwei. Then, they all shifted to Chen Yang. Wow. Rumored girlfriend? Enemy? Chen Yang gave an awkward smile, a bad feeling rising within him. Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Weiwei stepped down from the stage and walked straight toward Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, I want a one-on-one duel with you. If you lose, you have to call me Sister Weiwei every time you see me from now on." Xiao Weiwei stood in front of Chen Yang, her face expressionless. It was still that icy, frosty face. Beautiful, indeed. Her figure was stunning. She was far prettier than all those internet celebrities Chen Yang had seen in his past life. Truly a goddess-level beauty. Unfortunately, this girl's words were just too blunt. "No, Chen Yang. He chuckled softly and waved his hand to refuse. No? Xiao Weiwei was stunned, a bit confused. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to refuse so decisively. Frowning, she hurriedly said, Chen Yang, are you scared? Scared of losing to me, so you don't dare to go one-on-one? Chen Yang's expression turned cold. Is there something wrong with this girl's brain? Afraid of losing to you? Do you even know what an SSS-level Creed assassin is? Oh, maybe. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Weiwei, smiling warmly like a spring breeze. Without saying much, he turned to Su Shi. I'm leaving. Now, got some business. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked toward the school gate, decisive and without hesitation. This made Xiao Weiwei even angrier. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed red with frustration. Chen Yang, that bastard. She stomped her foot, biting her lip, clearly upset. This scene left the male classmates around her dumbfounded, each one showing an infatuated expression. So beautiful. Truly worthy of being Weiwei, the campus belle. Even her anger looked stunning, like an ice-cold goddess. Weiwei, don't be mad. That's just how Chen Yang is. Once I help you level up, we'll crush him together, said a boy dressed in a branded suit, who had appeared beside Xiao Weiwei. His hair was slicked back, shiny with oil. While his looks were decent, he wasn't extraordinarily handsome. However, this boy was far from an ordinary student. His background was shockingly powerful. He was Zhou Tianlong, the young master of one of Hang City's top guilds, White Dragon Guild. The sole heir of the guild, his father was the guild leader, an A-level holy knight with a staggering level of 320. A top-tier powerhouse and the third-ranked figure in all of Hang City. Zhou Tianlong, how many times have I told you? Don't call me Weiwei. We're not that close. Either call me by my full name or just say. Classmate, Xiao Weiwei said coldly, not even sparing Zhou Tianlong a glance. She turned and walked away, leaving him standing there in a daze. He stood silently for a moment, his brows suddenly furrowing. Who does she think she is? Just a campus belle. Does she really think she's a goddess? Zhou Tianlong spat on the ground angrily, then took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Master Long, do you want us to? A scrawny boy approached and asked with a cold glint in his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Tianlong immediately smacked the boy on the head and scolded him harshly. Xiao Weiwei's guild is on par with my White Dragon Guild, both are A-level. If it were any other girl, I could mess around as I pleased. But Xiao Weiwei? If you dare to play tricks, it would definitely cause a citywide uproar. If the two guilds clash, are you going to handle it? The corner of the lackey's mouth twitched. Me? Go? What for? To be cannon fodder? The Rose Guild, the organization backing Xiao Weiwei, was filled with top players ranging from level 100 to 200. The guild leader, Xiao Weiwei's father, was even a level 300 top-tier mage. With someone like him taking action, one fireball spell could reduce him and Zhou Tianlong to ashes. This can't be rushed. Zhou Tianlong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and a sly look appeared in his eyes. We need to use our brains. Doesn't Xiao Weiwei hate Chen Yang? Then let's go along with her feelings, give Chen Yang a hard time, and even mess up his college entrance exams, completely ruining him. This way, Xiao Weiwei will naturally feel satisfied, and her impression of me will improve a lot. If things go smoothly after that, this girl will be mine. By then, with the Rose Guild and the White Dragon Guild united through marriage, I, Zhou Tianlong, will pretty much be the king of Hang City. At this point, Zhou Tianlong was in high spirits, a look of excitement spreading across his face. The lackey beside him grinned maliciously as well. Let's level up first. After leaving school, Chen Yang directly took a cab to Hang City Normal University. He was there to grind monsters and level up. As a student of the affiliated high school, he could enter the university grounds with his student ID card. And within Hang City Normal University, there was an excellent spot for grinding and leveling. The Hang City Bay. That's right, the university was built right by the bay. The Hang City Bay had many low-level hybrid demons. For Chen Yang, going to the outskirts to grind monsters wasn't practical. This spot was his best option. Too bad I don't have much backing in this world, Chen Yang muttered to himself with a bitter smile. Indeed, in a world where everyone could change professions, Chen Yang was all alone. No parents. No siblings. The only person he could rely on was himself. If he had someone like Xiao Weiwei backing him, with an A-level guild supporting him, how great would that be? Grinding? Going to Hang Normal University? That wouldn't even be necessary. He could simply have experts from the guild carry him through high-level dungeons. After a single run, his level would shoot up like an arrow off the string, and before long, he'd reach level 30 and smoothly transition to his second job advancement. So many people. Chen Yang arrived at Hang City Bay within the university. The sun was setting, and the fiery clouds painted half the sky red. The bay was crowded with various adventurers, all attacking the hybrid demons along the shore. Their target was the silver-tailed scorpion. Level, LV.5. Grade, F. HP, 700. Attack, 30. Defense, 80. A small silver-tailed scorpion appeared beside Chen Yang. It activated the SSS level skill Eye of Faith. Chen Yang glanced at the little scorpion's stats. This, F grade, level 5, life. HP is only 700, even weaker than the newly leveled up Chen Yang. Little scorpion, sorry about this. Chen Yang smiled faintly and pulled out a dagger from his waist. A basic weapon, the assassin's dagger. It was part of the basic set issued by the school last week, which covered several primary professions. Chen Yang also carried a staff, but as an assassin, he couldn't use it and had to settle for the dagger. Ding! Successfully killed LV.5 silver-tailed scorpion, gained 5 experience points. A cold notification sounded in his mind. 5 experience points. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. This amount of experience was too little, not even enough to level up once. Let's take a look at the black forest behind the bay. He glanced at the nearby mountain. It was the back mountain of Hangzhou Normal University. And the monsters inside were far from as simple as silver-tailed scorpions. The most powerful one, according to legend, was already at level 100. A level 100 boss. Just thinking about it was nerve-wracking. With my current starting stats and SSS grade exclusive skills, even if I run into a level 10 hybrid demon, I can still survive. Chen Yang calculated silently and headed toward the back mountain. In the black forest behind the Normal University's back mountain. Ding! Successfully killed LV.7 tusked pig, gained 12 experience points. Ding! Successfully killed LV.8 golden-eyed bear, gained 20 experience points. Ding! Successfully killed. Chen Yang was killing like a madman. With only a basic assassin's dagger in hand and an attack power of just 5 points, he wielded it as though it were a divine weapon. Each swing of the dagger brought instant death to the hybrid demons he encountered. The experience points they dropped were too tempting. Leap of Faith. God of Assassins. Finishing Strike. Chen Yang bent slightly, gripping his dagger tightly, unleashing a combo of skills. The SSS grade skill Leap of Faith grants 3 seconds of short-term invincibility upon leaping. Not complete invincibility, but it can block most magical and physical attacks. God of Assassins increases physical critical rate, lifesteal, and damage. Finishing Strike, the assassin class's ultimate move, executed with lightning-fast speed. With a clang, a lion as if forged from gold exploded instantly before Chen Yang. Ding! Successfully killed LV.10 golden lion, gained 100 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 50 experience points. The cold notification sounded again. Over 100 experience points. Chen Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Hybrid demons above level 10 naturally dropped more experience points. Of course, Chen Yang was still at level 1, so defeating enemies at a higher level earned him extra rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 3. Ding! Congratulations! Chen Yang leveled up to level 5 in one go. Feeling. It felt amazing. All the hundreds of experience points he had accumulated before were completely used up. His attributes changed accordingly. Name, Creed Assassin. Level, 5. Grade, SSS. Health points, 20,000. Mana points, 15,000. Attack power, 700. Defense, 630. Magic resistance, 540. Specialty, SSS level 10-fold attack speed, comes with 10-fold attack speed. Skills, Eye of Faith, SSS, Serious Assassination, SSS, Leap of Faith, SSS, God of Assassination, SSS, Finishing Strike, SSS, Angel's Light, SSS. So powerful, fully deserving of the title of an SSS grade class. At just level 5, his health points had already reached 20,000. His attack power, maxed out by Chen Yang, had directly soared to 700 points. What does this mean? He could already go toe-to-toe with ordinary professionals at level 70 or 80. Class growth, gain 100 free attribute points with each level up, with automatic increases to health and mana points. Chen Yang glanced at his class growth attributes. This growth was outright outrageous. Gaining 100 free attribute points per level. If all of it was put into attack power, that would mean an additional 100 points of damage. By level 10, that would be 1000 attack power. Even with basic attacks, he could easily take down half-blood demons of the same level. If I remember correctly, Chen Yang squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, a normal A-grade professional only gets 10 free attribute points per level. Those in lower grade classes are lucky to get 1 or 2 points per level. In other words, when Chen Yang levels up once, it's equivalent to an A-grade professional leveling up 10 times. Compared to B, C, and D-grade professionals, it's like leveling up dozens of times. Wow, the gap was instantly widened. Did a weapon drop? Chen Yang came back to his senses and noticed a finely crafted long blade floating beside the golden lion he had just defeated. Name, Black Snow Long Blade. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, plus 30 attack power, plus 2% critical damage. 2% critical damage? Chen Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Although it was just a black iron grade weapon, it came with a critical damage bonus, increasing critical damage by 2%. For an ordinary professional, this might not seem like much. But for Chen Yang, as an SSS grade assassin, his skills already had high damage and critical hit potential. With an attack power of 700, the overall boost was significant. Not bad. Chen Yang gripped the Black Snow Long Blade with satisfaction. The basic weapon issued by the school was naturally relegated to his waist as a backup. If I could get a golden grade weapon, that would be perfect, Chen Yang thought boldly. In this world where everyone could change classes, weapon grades were straightforwardly categorized. Basic weapons, also known as whitebards, are often referred to as beginner equipment by many professionals. The levels above this include black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star glory, king, and even emperor level. Gold weapons are a significant dividing line. At least in Hangzhou, the strongest guilds only possess a few gold weapons. Platinum level weapons are simply unheard of in Hangzhou. It's speculated that such equipment can only be found in places like the Imperial City or in the hands of top-tier pros on the national server leaderboard. Getting a single silver weapon is already considered lucky, Chen Yang said with a smile and a shake of his head. This was just a bay area in Hangzhou. Finding something good here? Don't kid yourself. The hybrid demons in this area were all low level. If there were any valuable items, the guilds would have already scoured this territory thoroughly. How could someone just stumble upon something by sheer luck? Time flew by. Chen Yang didn't even realize how long he had been in the Black Forest. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.10. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.20. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.30. What an incredible feeling! He had successfully advanced to his second class transition. Wow! Creed Assassin is so strong. Already at level 30. Tomorrow morning, I can head to the Job Ascension Temple to transition into a second class professional. Chen Yang took a deep breath, too excited to speak. How could he describe it? Truly impressive. For an average high school student, advancing to the second class transition would take at least 1 or 2 months, and that's under optimal conditions. If you're an F-level or D-level professional, forget about it. Even if you reach level 30, your attack power might barely scratch double digits. But Chen Yang was different. His attack power had already skyrocketed to 3,000 points. Absolutely incredible. Ding! Eye of Faith, SSS, notification, 100 meters ahead, there is an LV.100 boss monster named Undead Tyrant, the final tyrant. Defeating it will reward you with a gold tier weapon. What? Upon hearing the notification, Chen Yang froze. Undead Tyrant? That's no hybrid demon, it's a boss. What puzzled Chen Yang was why a boss-level undead monster would appear near Hangzhou Normal University. An undead tyrant? You've got to be kidding. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was gold-tier weapon? Gasp. Chen Yang took deep breaths, trembling with excitement. No way, a gold weapon, his eyes sparkled, and his expression was filled with exhilaration. It wasn't just a piece of equipment, it was a symbol of strength and glory. Eye of Faith. Chen Yang activated his SSS tier skill again, scouting ahead. Sure enough, 100 meters away, a massive figure shrouded in black mist came into view. It was the Undead Tyrant. Name, Undead Boss Tyrant. Grade, C. Level, LV.30. Health, 2000. Attack power, 100. Defense, 100. Wow, this boss is gigantic. Chen Yang couldn't help but exclaim. The Undead Tyrant's massive body was as large as a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills down one's spine. Ding! A high-risk target has been detected ahead. It is recommended you retreat immediately. The system notification suddenly sounded. Chen Yang paused for a moment, but determination flashed in his eyes. The golden weapon. I must get it. Chen Yang took a deep breath and clenched his fists, ready to face the challenge. Clutching the black snow blade in his hand, Chen Yang cautiously approached the undead tyrant. As the distance closed, he could distinctly feel the icy aura emanating from the boss, as though it could freeze one's very soul. But Chen Yang did not waver. He knew that only by giving his all could he claim the precious golden weapon. Furious assassination. He activated his skill in an instant, his figure darting toward the undead tyrant like a phantom. But the tyrant was already prepared. Letting out an enraged roar, its massive hand struck down fiercely. Leap of faith. Chen Yang reacted calmly, executing a graceful jump to evade the attack. At the same time, the black snow blade in his hand flashed with a blinding cold light, slashing down hard at the tyrant. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed through the night sky. The black snow blade struck the tyrant's arm, producing a deafening noise. Although the blade failed to penetrate its defense, the forceful attack pushed the tyrant back a few steps, earning Chen Yang precious time. Assassin's deity. Chen Yang swiftly activated another skill, causing his attack power to surge and his speed to reach its peak. In this moment, he truly embodied the assassin's deity, with every strike carrying the promise of death. Finishing strike. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chen Yang unleashed his ultimate move, piercing through the tyrant's defenses like a bolt of lightning. The blade plunged deep into its chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the LV.100 undead boss, tyrant, earning 10,000 experience points. With the system notification, the massive body of the undead tyrant collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into black mist. Chen Yang stood there, breathing heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. But he knew it was all worth it. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to LV.40. Chen Yang's level soared once again, and his attributes saw a comprehensive boost. His health had now reached an astonishing 50,000, and his attack power had climbed to an impressive 5,000. With this level of strength, he could easily handle monsters in high-level dungeons. Walking to the spot where the undead tyrant had fallen, he saw a golden glow shimmering. It was the legendary golden weapon. Golden weapon. He picked up the weapon, and a surge of immense power instantly flooded into his body, as if he had resonated with the weapon. Name, Golden Blade. Grade, Golden Level. Attributes, plus 500 attack power, plus 10% critical rate, plus 20% critical damage. Seeing the weapon's attributes, Chen Yang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This golden blade not only had high attack power but also greatly enhanced critical rate and critical damage. It was practically tailor-made for him. With this golden blade, my combat power will definitely reach a whole new level. Chen Yang was filled with joy, knowing he was one step closer to becoming a true powerhouse. He put away the black snow long blade and equipped the golden blade. Just as he was about to leave the black forest, he suddenly thought of Xiao Weiwei. Although her provocation had annoyed him before, Chen Yang no longer cared. He understood that everyone had their own pride, and what he needed to do was to keep getting stronger and let his strength do the talking. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Job Advancement Temple to upgrade to a secondary profession. By then, neither Xiao Weiwei nor Zhou Tianlong will be obstacles anymore. The next morning, Chen Yang arrived at school early, ready to head to the Job Advancement Temple to upgrade to a secondary profession. Here, he would complete his transformation from a first-tier to a second-tier professional, becoming even stronger. With the golden blade in hand, he walked into the temple, filled with anticipation. Welcome to the Job Advancement Temple, warrior. Please tell me your profession and intended advancement path, the temple attendant asked respectfully. Without hesitation, Chen Yang replied, I am a Creed assassin, and I want to advance to Shadow Hunter. The attendant nodded, and a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Chen Yang. Within the baptism of light, Chen Yang felt miraculous changes in his body. His speed increased, his attacks grew stronger, and he could even sense subtle changes in his surroundings. As the light gradually dissipated, Chen Yang opened his eyes and realized he had completed the secondary advancement. His attribute panel now showed significant changes. Name, Shadow Hunter. Grade, SSS. Level 40. HP, 70,000. MP, 30,000. Attack power, 7,500. Defense, 1,500. Magic resistance, 1,200. Specialty, SSS-Class 10-fold attack speed, innate 10-fold attack speed. Skills, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS. Finally completed the secondary advancement, Chen Yang said as he stretched, the surging power within him bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Congratulations, Shadow Hunter, the temple attendant said respectfully. Leaving the job advancement temple, Chen Yang was preparing to return when he happened to run into Zhou Tianlong on the way. Zhou Tianlong's lips curled into a cold smile. Interesting. Chen Yang, you seem quite pleased with yourself, Zhou Tianlong smirked. Chen Yang stopped in his tracks, his gaze calm as he stared at Zhou Tianlong without immediately responding. Pleased? Perhaps. After all, not everyone can experience a dramatic rise in strength overnight, Chen Yang said lightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Don't think having some strength allows you to act arrogant. Don't forget, there are many circles of influence in Hang City that you can't even touch. Zhou Tianlong attempted to suppress Chen Yang through power and status. But Chen Yang merely chuckled softly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Power and status mean nothing to me. I seek strength. With enough strength, all circles will naturally open up to me. Chen Yang, don't get too full of yourself. Don't think an S-Class talent allows you to do whatever you want. Zhou Tianlong sneered. In this world, you need a backing, a force to support you. You're just an orphan, be careful, or one day you might not come back alive. To Zhou Tianlong, power and status were the ultimate assets. What did an S-Class talent mean? Geniuses were everywhere. But without continuous growth and strength, a genius was nothing more than a shell of potential. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Tianlong, immersed in his narrow worldview, and couldn't help but laugh. A frog in a well. If one day you climb to the edge of the well and look at the world outside, you'll realize how small your world truly is. With that, Chen Yang paid Zhou Tianlong no further attention and turned away. After all, waking someone pretending to sleep was impossible. You, ignoring me, damn it. Zhou Tianlong's curses faded into the distance as Chen Yang walked away, not giving them a second thought. Strolling along the campus path, Chen Yang began to daydream about what his university life might be like. In his previous life, Chen Yang was the first in his village to get into college. However, his family was extremely poor. Although he was admitted, his family couldn't afford the high tuition fees. In the end, a few elders in the village organized a celebratory banquet for him. Every villager contributed what they could, eventually pooling enough money for Chen Yang's tuition. During his college years, Chen Yang's life revolved around working part-time and studying. He hoped to change his destiny through his efforts and not disappoint the villagers' expectations. But reality was harsh. After stepping into society, Chen Yang, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Yang turned around to see Sushi hurrying over, seemingly with something urgent to say. What's wrong? Chen Yang asked, a bit puzzled. In his memories, his relationship with Sushi was ordinary at best, they were classmates who rarely interacted. He recalled that on the day of awakening, Sushi had gained an A-class profession, Shield Warrior. Though not as impressive as Xiao Weiwei's S-Class, Shield Warriors were highly valuable for drawing enemy fire and providing protection. She had a strong personality. I think Sushi's profession is quite suit me. When fighting a boss, having a Shield Warrior holding the front line lets me attack without worry. Chen Yang's eyes lit up, feeling like he'd discovered a new world. Chen Yang, Xiao Weiwei has issued a challenge to you. The bet is a beast pet egg, Sushi said, panting as she relayed the information she'd just gathered. She had run all the way here and was exhausted. Sushi did this to help Chen Yang. She knew his family wasn't well off, and buying a beast pet egg would be difficult. But if he could beat Xiao Weiwei, he could get one for free. Beast pets were incredibly rare and usually disobedient mixed-blood demon species. Even with extreme effort, they wouldn't submit. Only by carefully nurturing a bond with them right after they hatched could one earn their trust. And Chen Yang, as an S-level professional with unlimited potential, would have a much smoother path if he got a powerful beast pet. Oh, really? Chen Yang gave a helpless smile, feeling a bit speechless. Xiao Weiwei was being ridiculous. Wasn't she just someone who always came in second place? What was so remarkable about her that she had to make everything into a competition? Still pretending to be some aloof goddess, she's just a troublemaker, Chen Yang muttered, looking resigned. What? Sushi was a bit puzzled, thinking she'd heard Chen Yang say aloof troublemaker. Aloof troublemaker? What was that supposed to mean? Was it a new brand of laundry detergent? Nothing. Sushi, do you want to level up with me? Chen Yang, you're willing to take me along? Thank you. Sushi smiled gently. In truth, she only wanted to help Chen Yang win that beast pet egg and had no other intentions. Let's go. There was only a month left until the college entrance exams. Chen Yang didn't want to waste time on meaningless things. As for that beast pet egg, he didn't really believe Xiao Weiwei would actually hand it over. Even if he won, she might just give him some other beast pet egg to brush him off. After all, people often turned on each other when benefits were involved. But Chen Yang, about Xiao Weiwei. Sushi was a bit puzzled. Why didn't Chen Yang want the free beast pet egg? She had full faith in him. With his skills, he wouldn't lose to Xiao Weiwei. Let her do whatever she wants. Keep up. Watching Chen Yang's figure disappear into the distance, Sushi decided not to overthink it and quickly followed. Newcomers leveling up usually went to low-level dungeons. However, those dungeons offered too little experience to satisfy Chen Yang. Near the Hang City Bay area, there were high-level mixed-blood demon species. However, he had just fought a boss there recently, which had caused quite a commotion. Someone might be watching the area. Fighting bosses could drop great loot, and Chen Yang had even scored some golden equipment. It was easy to dodge an open attack but hard to defend against hidden threats. He needed to wait for things to quiet down. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiwei waited until nightfall, but Chen Yang still didn't show up. No need to guess, Chen Yang had definitely stood her up. Damn Chen Yang. If you won't come to me, I'll go find you. Xiao Weiwei stomped her foot in frustration. That Chen Yang, does he really think he can be so arrogant just because he's an S-Class professional? Our Weiwei is also S-Class. What's so special about him? Exactly. Disrespecting my goddess Weiwei is the same as disrespecting me. Ha, and who are you? Why should anyone respect you? The surrounding students, eager for drama, chimed in. Hearing their chatter, Xiao Weiwei felt a bit uncomfortable. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Zhou Tianlong approaching from afar, holding a bouquet of flowers. Weiwei, stop waiting for that loser, Zhou Tianlong said confidently. I've reserved a private room at Xiangye restaurant and specially prepared your favorite candied sweet potatoes. Zhou Tianlong lightly flipped his side-swept bangs with confidence. Perhaps at this moment, Xiao Weiwei was feeling a bit down because Chen Yang had stood her up. As long as he performed well, winning her heart was only a matter of time. When that moment came, the Rose Guild from Xiao Weiwei's family and the White Dragon Guild from his family could join forces, and no one in Hang City would dare disrespect them. Wow! Xiangye restaurant? I heard it's the most luxurious place in Hang City. Yeah, I went there once with my uncle, and just one meal cost over 100 grand. Young Master Zhou is so handsome. If only he would invite me. Ha! Keep dreaming. With your barrel waist and elephant legs? Hearing the surrounding students' remarks, Zhou Tianlong couldn't help but smirk. These classmates were really helping him out. Surely Xiao Weiwei wouldn't turn him down now. I'm not going. Xiao Weiwei frowned, puzzled by Zhou Tianlong's oddly smug demeanor. Something felt off. And Zhou Tianlong, stop making up stuff about candied sweet potatoes. I've never even heard of that. With those words, she left the campus without looking back, intending to go home and ask her father to find out where Chen Yang had gone. Chen Yang and Sushi had left the town and arrived at a remote valley. The terrain here was steep and rarely visited. The monsters ranged from level 50 to 60. Ordinary adventuring teams wouldn't dare enter lightly. Only seasoned experts would take such risks. At first, Sushi had opposed Chen Yang's decision to venture here, but seeing his determination, she had no choice but to follow. After all, having a companion was better than going alone. If we encounter danger, I'll let Chen Yang leave first while I hold off the enemies, Sushi resolved silently, knowing Chen Yang was more important than herself. Not good, Chen Yang. Come quickly, I accidentally attracted a few hybrid demons. Sushi ran over with her long legs, chased by several massive monsters. But Chen Yang's attention was drawn to another. An unusual fluctuation caught their attention. This little girl usually seems ordinary, but who knew she was hiding such deep strength? Sushi noticed Chen Yang spacing out and grew anxious. The monster behind them was already closing in. Sigh, I wonder if the shield issued by the school can hold up. Just as the hybrid demon species was about to reach Sushi, Chen Yang suddenly darted forward and instantly killed the monsters. Afterward, he began checking Sushi's attribute panel. Name, Shield Warrior. Grade, A. Level, 25. HP, 40,000. MP, 15,000. Attack, 300. Defense, 4,000. Magic Resistance, 2,900. Specialty, A-Grade Hate Constitution, comes with tenfold hate attraction. Skills, Shield Impact, A. Stalwart Barrier, A. Fight to the death, A. Can't do it? Skinny Dog, A+. Seeing the last skill in Sushi's skill list, the corner of Chen Yang's mouth twitched slightly. This skill is quite interesting. Thinking of Ms. Chen back on Blue Star, he felt a tinge of regret for not meeting her in person.
In his previous life, whenever Chen Yang was exhausted to the point of breaking down, watching Ms. Chen's videos and her disdainful expressions always gave him a strange surge of strength.
Hey, what are you thinking about?
Sushi tilted her head and waved her hand in front of Chen Yang's face.
Nothing, I just think you're a bit timid for a female tank.
With your skills and HP, these hybrid demon species could only scratch you at best, Chen Yang thought to himself but remained calm on the surface.
Humph, do you think everyone is as strong as you? Sushi panted heavily, patting her still trembling chest and complaining, why didn't you act sooner? You scared me to death. Her actions left Chen Yang momentarily dazed. He thought to himself, who would have guessed she was hiding so much energy? But her guard is way too relaxed. He quickly pulled his thoughts together and opened his own attribute panel to divert his attention. Name, Shadow Hunter. Grade, SSS. Level, 45. HP, 75,000. MP, 33,000. Attack, 8,000. Defense, 1,600. Magic resistance, 1,300. Specialty, SSS grade to 10-fold attack speed, automatically gains 10 times attack speed. Skills, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Realm, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS. In just half an hour, Chen Yang had leveled up 5 levels. Although the experience points were shared with Su Shi, it didn't matter much. The experience gained from killing hybrid demon species was distributed based on contribution, and the portion Sushi took didn't significantly affect Chen Yang. It seemed insignificant, but with Sushi helping to lure the monsters, it saved a lot of time searching for them. When Sushi activated her skill, the hybrid demons all chased after her. Chen Yang muttered to himself, the experience distribution is quite fair, otherwise, those rich guys could just hire someone to help them level up, easily surpassing level 100 without any effort. In that case, why would poor people even bother with college? They might as well just be slaves.
At that moment, a group of people approached from the distance, led by a handsome young man in a white robe, the eldest son of the White Dragon Guild, Zhou Tianlong.
Well, it's you again, Chen Yang.
Zhou Tianlong sneered coldly at them.
How dare you come to the White Dragon Guild's territory? Get lost and stay out of our way.
Chen Yang snorted, ready to retort, but Sushi gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stay calm. After all, Zhou Tianlong had the numbers, and Chen Yang alone was no match for them. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Tianlong's eyes as he shouted angrily, Chen Yang, you've got guts. It seems you don't know who you've crossed. Today, I'll show you the strength of the White Dragon Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, his men immediately charged forward.
But Chen Yang's SSS-Class profession was beyond their comprehension.
With a single move, he easily sent one of them flying. Even when surrounded by so many opponents, Chen Yang handled the situation with ease. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Zhou Tianlong grew anxious. The people he'd brought were all newly recruited rookies with
insufficient strength.
He had only planned to level up in his own territory, never expecting to be unable to defeat Chen Yang alone. These useless fools are such a drag, he thought nervously.
If this continues, I'll definitely lose. I can't afford to lose. Just as he panicked, his gaze unintentionally fell on Sushi. Sushi initially wanted to step forward to help block the attacks, but when she saw Chen Yang gesturing for her to stay back, she understood that he didn't want her involved in the fight. This left her feeling a bit worried. Sushi was injured and couldn't step forward to help. But her attention was entirely on Chen Yang. After all, she was the one who brought him here. She didn't even notice that Zhou Tianlong had quietly crept up behind her. Thud, Sushi slipped, reflexively using her hand to support herself. A sharp pain surged through her. Looking down, she saw a long sword piercing through her chest, blood flowing out continuously. She gritted her teeth, trembling as she tried to cover the wound with her hand, but to no avail. Su Shi. Not far away, Chen Yang, who was locked in fierce combat with the enemy, saw her injury. He immediately forced back the members of the White Dragon Guild he was fighting. With a heavy punch, he struck Zhou Tianlong in the chest. Zhou Tianlong was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Yang quickly checked Sushi's injury and found her clothes already soaked in blood. Rage ignited instantly. He took off his jacket, tore it into strips, and tightly wrapped them around Sushi's wound. The situation had escalated too suddenly. Normally, Chen Yang trained alone and hadn't prepared any medical supplies. Now, he could only perform the simplest treatment. He also had no idea what kind of weapon Zhou Tianlong had used to injure Sushi so severely. Sushi, hang in there. I'll deal with these bastards first. then take you to the hospital. Chen Yang gently propped Sushi against a tree, comforting her. By this time, Sushi had already passed. He was completely struck. That golden grade weapon was usually only owned by experts in the White Dragon Guild who had at least reached the 3rd or 4th rank. How could it end up in Chen Yang's hands? Young Master Zhou, what did you just say? A member of the White Dragon Guild mustered up the courage to ask. Chen Yang has a golden grade weapon. Forget it, telling you is pointless, you wouldn't understand. Zhou Tianlong's face darkened. Logically speaking, Chen Yang came from an ordinary family. How could he possibly own a golden weapon? For their family, golden weapons weren't particularly rare, but even so, his father had only given him a silver weapon so far. Let's go back to the city. Zhou Tianlong quickly stood up and headed toward Hang City. Chen Yang, you damned guy. To think you have a golden grade weapon. I must spread this news across the entire city and let everyone know. After returning to Hang City, Zhou Tianlong immediately began spreading the news like wildfire. The entire school was instantly abuzz. Chen Yang actually has a mysterious weapon that glows with golden light. He's practically invincible. Chen Yang is amazing. So enviable. I wonder if he needs an accessory. The students on campus were all talking about it. Some speculated that Chen Yang might be the mysterious figure who had defeated the undead tyrant earlier. Others suspected that the news about Chen Yang owning a golden weapon was a false rumor deliberately spread by the White Dragon Guild to attract attention. Regardless, the entire school became lively because of this news. Young Master Zhou, why do you insist on making Chen Yang's possession of a golden grade weapon public? The sexy secretary beside Zhou Tianlong asked in confusion. Humph. Let those people go all out against Chen Yang for that golden weapon. Come on, baby, it's a long night, we need to pass the time properly. Zhou Tianlong sneered and said simply. Then, he picked up the secretary beside him and began doing something that would require 500 words to describe. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was rushing to the hospital with the injured Su Shi. Not long after, Chen Yang heard the news but wasn't too surprised. When he took out the golden blade, he had already anticipated that Zhou Tianlong wouldn't miss any opportunity. Although he didn't want to reveal his strength and weapon too early, now that Zhou Tianlong had leaked the news, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Chen Yang thought to himself, after all, he was already a star at school. As a top-tier assassin, it was only natural for him to own a golden weapon. Hang City First Hospital. Chen Yang leaned against the door of Sushi's hospital room, dozing off. When he first brought Sushi to the hospital, he was worried she wouldn't make it. Unexpectedly, they happened to catch the famous Dr. Lu on duty. Dr. Lu was the most renowned doctor at Hang City First Hospital. Not only was she highly skilled, but she was also a stunning beauty, only 28 years old. It was said that from the time she graduated until now, she had never been in a relationship. Rumors about her were growing, with some even saying she liked women and was a lesbian. Dr. Lu felt helpless about these rumors and had specifically come forward to clarify. It wasn't that she didn't want a date, she just hadn't met the right person yet. Thank you, Dr. Lu. If it weren't for your timely arrival, Sushi might not have made it through this. Seeing Sushi's condition stabilize and her complexion gradually improve, Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that Sushi seemed to be the only child in her family. If something happened to her because of him, how could he explain it to her family? It's nothing. Fortunately, you brought her in time, so her condition stabilized. Also, because of her profession, if it were someone else, they might not have made it to the hospital. After settling Dr. Lu didn't stay long. There were still other patients in the hospital waiting for treatment. Classmate, the injured person is stable now and needs plenty of rest. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. If you need anything, you can call the nurse. Chen Yang nodded and said, Thank you, Dr. Lu. Watching Dr. Lu leave, Chen Yang sat by Sushi's bedside, thinking to himself, this girl is too clumsy, she doesn't even know how to dodge when she's being attacked. Suddenly, he saw Sushi's fingers move slightly. At first, he thought he was seeing things. He reached out and gently touched Sushi's fingers. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Sushi's weak yet slightly shy voice came through. Chen Yang quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit awkward. He was just trying to confirm if she had woken up. He coughed a few times. I didn't do anything, just wanted to see if you were awake. Sushi rolled her eyes at him, clearly thinking he was lying. Sushi, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Do you need me to call the doctor again?
Sushi shook her head, not bothering about what had just happened. I feel much better, thanks to you for bringing me to the hospital in time. Thank you, Chen Yang. If it weren't for you this time. As they were chatting, Chen Yang's phone rang. Your grandson is calling you. Your grandson is calling you. Ha ha ha. Chen Yang, your ringtone is hilarious. Sushi laughed so hard, clutching her stomach, tears streaming down her face, almost pulling at her wound. For a moment, Chen Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced helplessly at Sushi. Ever since he transmigrated, his phone had been nothing but a decoration. No one ever called him, and who knew the previous owner had set such a ringtone. Chen Yang took out his phone and saw it was Principal Chen calling. He felt a bit curious, wondering what the matter could be. Hello, Principal Chen. May I ask what's the matter? Hey, Chen Yang, come to the principal's office now. There's great news. Great news? Alright, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Chen Yang frowned, pondering what great news could be waiting for him. He looked at Sushi and reminded her, Sushi, focus on recovering. I've already paid for your hospital fees. But what are you planning to tell your parents? Hearing this, Sushi frowned. Her family had strongly opposed her going out to level up after awakening as a shield warrior. They thought it was inappropriate for a girl to go to dangerous places every day, let alone becoming a shield warrior who had to take damage. After suffering such serious injuries this time, her family would surely be even more worried. It's fine, I'll handle it myself. Principal Chen has something for you, so go ahead. Sushi rubbed her head, speaking helplessly. She couldn't think of a good way to deal with her family for now. Alright, contact me if anything comes up. Don't be shy, we're partners who faced life and death together. With that, Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling Sushi to lie down and rest, then left the hospital room. Not long after, Chen Yang arrived at the school and stood at the door of the principal's office. Chen Yang, finally caught you. How dare you stand me up? A cold voice came from behind Chen Yang. Xiao Weiwei's long, shiny black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her gaze was sharp, as clear as a mountain spring, exuding a unique, aloof aura. No wonder she was the school beauty. This kind of temperament was unmatched by ordinary girls. Chen Yang racked his brain for a way to deal with Xiao Weiwei. Don't even think about fooling me. If you don't agree, I'll have my dad personally come and force you to fight me. Hearing this, Chen Yang was a bit stunned. This was too much, wasn't it? Xiao Weiwei's dad was a level 300 professional expert. This was outright bullying. After I finish talking with the principal, we'll go to the playground and have a match. Chen Yang thought to himself, since he couldn't avoid it, he'd face it head-on. It's just a fight, might as well teach her a lesson. He knocked on the principal's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Principal Chen heard the knocking and quickly asked his secretary to open the door. Ha, it must be Chen Yang. Open the door quickly. The door opened, and Chen Yang, adhering to the principle of ladies first, let Xiao Weiwei go in first. Humph. Xiao Weiwei shot Chen Yang a glance and snorted coldly, expressing her dissatisfaction. She stepped into the principal's office. Seeing her aloof figure, Principal Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting Chen Yang to bring Xiao Weiwei along. Come in and sit down. Both of you. Sit here. Principal Chen gestured for them to sit. These are representatives from prestigious universities. Principal Chen explained. Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei understood that every year before the college entrance examination, top universities would recruit at least A-level professionals in advance. Not to mention that Chen Yang was SSS level and Xiao Weiwei was S level. S-level professionals were extremely rare. Although there were a few more S-levels this year, no school would think they had too many S-level professionals. Ha, you must be the S-level sacred flame mage, Xiao Weiwei. And you, the S-level assassin? I'm a representative from Tiandu Martial University. How about coming back with me to Tiandu Martial University? A rough voice came from not far away. Chen Yang looked over and saw a burly man sitting on the sofa. His limbs were strong, his shoulders broad, and his chest muscles solid like iron pillars. Lu Chang, keep your voice down. Weiwei, don't be afraid, that's just how he is. A seductive woman stood up and held Xiao Weiwei's hand. I'm a representative from Modu Martial University, my name is Wan Yaorao. After speaking, she even threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Yang, making him shiver involuntarily. Oh dear, what a troublesome little enchantress. Seeing the recruitment efforts begin, representatives from other universities couldn't sit still. They all offered generous conditions, with each school providing substantial scholarships and special treatment.
Our Shuemu Marshall University
has produced many high-level mages of the 7th and 8th rank. We have a comprehensive growth plan for mages.
In addition to the scholarship, we're willing to offer 1,000 credits. Xiao Weiwei, come with me.
Shuemu Marshall University was particularly specialized in mage professions and was the top choice for most mages. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of
Chen Yang, observing his reaction. Not bad, kid, you've got guts.
Seeing that Chen Yang wasn't intimidated and instead calmly looked at him, the man continued.
Kid, are you interested in coming with me? My name is Jiang Wu, and I'm a representative from Jingdu Marshall University.
Our Jingdu Marshall University was ranked number 1 last year.
At Jingdu Marshall University. Same as them, 1,000 credits, plus a 1 million yuan scholarship and a villa. Chen Yang noticed that all the representatives mentioned the same amount of 1,000 credits. Although the conditions they offered varied, the number of credits was consistent. It seemed that these credits were very important in university life. Ahem, teachers, may I ask, what exactly are credits? Hearing Chen Yang's question,
Jiang Wu nodded, feeling that Chen Yang was observant and not blinded by money, a young man with potential.
Credits are the key resource for your university life. With credits, you can exchange for anything you need. High-level beast pets, advanced weapons, even items that can enhance your attributes. Jiang Wu explained the uses of credits.
Seeing the interest flash in Chen Yang's eyes, he began
calculating whether to offer more credits. Modu Marshall University had already recruited 3 S-level professionals.
One of them was a magic swordsman, with strong attack power but low defense.
Last year,
Modu Marshall University lost to Jingdu Marshall University, and this year they were determined to win.
They plan to rely on several S-level professionals to defeat Jingdu Marshall University and redeem last year's loss. Chen Yang's profession happened to counter these S-level professionals.
Thinking of this, Jiang Wu felt a headache, as Jingdu Marshall University hadn't found many S-level professionals yet.
Chen Yang must join Jingdu Marshall University. Jiang Wu secretly made up his mind.
At this moment, Chen Yang, realizing how important credits were, thought he might as well try to get more.
After all, as an SSS-level professional, asking for more wouldn't hurt. Teachers, if I achieve the top score in the college entrance examination, can the credits be increased? Chen Yang looked at the representatives
of the prestigious universities and expressed his idea. Unexpectedly, they all advised him not to get his hopes up.
Young man, you're still too young. There are plenty of experts nationwide. Even if you're an S-level professional, you shouldn't be so confident. The national top scorer in the college entrance examination, even the current big figure, the Phoenix Empress, didn't achieve that back then. It's too difficult, don't use this as a wager. Listening to everyone's distrust, Chen Yang felt a bit puzzled and unconvinced. He was an SSS-level professional, how could he not be capable? Chen Yang, this year there are over a dozen S-level professionals nationwide. This has never happened before. In previous years, there were at most 2, Jiang Wu explained, and Chen Yang understood the subtext. The competition was extremely fierce. But he wasn't afraid. His goal was to become a top expert.
Chen Yang told the representatives that he would secure the top spot in this year's college entrance
exam, then turned and left the principal's office. The representatives from various martial arts universities were unimpressed. They thought, how could an S-level assassin possibly win in an exam filled with so many experts? But Jiang Wu had full confidence in Chen Yang. Hey, this kid, still so stubborn at a time like this.
Xiao Ding, go call him back. The principal hurriedly instructed his secretary
to find Chen Yang. No problem, principal, I'll go find Chen Yang.
There's something I need to discuss with him, Jiang Wu said, disappearing into the crowd as soon as he finished speaking.
Seeing that Chen
Yang wasn't in a rush to choose a school but instead planned to achieve a good score first for better benefits, Xiao Weiwei naturally didn't want to fall behind and decided to follow Chen Yang's approach. She would wait until after the college entrance exam to make her decision.
This time, I definitely won't lose to you. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had just left the principal's office when Jiang Wu caught up with him. Seeing Jiang Wu suddenly appear, Chen Yang was a bit puzzled, not understanding what this representative from Kyoto Martial Arts University wanted. Kid, you've got guts. How about this? I'll double your credits. Come with me to Kyoto Martial Arts University, how about it?
Jiang Wu patted Chen Yang's shoulder, clearly admiring the ambitious young man in front of him.
Before coming here, Jiang Wu had reviewed Chen Yang's file.
His parents had passed away early, and he had been alone ever since. But through his own efforts, he had ranked first in the school for 3 consecutive years. Only Chen Yang himself knew how much hardship he had endured.
Teacher Jiang, thank you for recognizing me. But I want to try. Is being the top scorer in the college entrance exam really that hard? Chen Yang insisted on his decision.
In his previous life, he had been trapped by self-doubt. In this life, he wanted to live differently.
You say I can't do it? Then I definitely will. If you want to try, I support you. But it seems like you have some trouble, don't you? Jiang Wu wasn't surprised by Chen Yang's choice.
Yeah, I offended someone, and he's deliberately spreading rumors. Chen Yang instinctively
became cautious. Could Jiang Wu be trying to steal his secret weapon?
Seeing Chen Yang's wary expression, Jiang Wu said helplessly, "Hey, don't forget, I'm a representative of Kyoto Martial Arts University."
What kind of person would steal from a kid? You think your secret weapon is valuable? Wait until you get into Kyoto Martial Arts University, and you'll see what real power looks like. This is just the beginning. Jiang Wu's words made Chen Yang's heart race with excitement. Just the beginning? He was filled with anticipation for university life.
Don't worry, I'll help you deal with your trouble.
You've already been pre-selected as one of our students.
If you become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, the school will offer you more scholarships and privileges.
Jiang Wu said seriously. Chen Yang nodded gratefully. There was only 1 month left until the college entrance exam.
He was determined to prove himself with his results and silence those who mocked him.
All right, Chen Yang, prepare well for the exam.
I look forward to you becoming the top scorer.
Jiang Wu waved and turned to leave after speaking. Watching Jiang Wu walk away, Chen Yang headed to the agreed meeting place. But first, I need to deal with Xiao Weiwei. She's been pestering me non-stop, so annoying.
Chen Yang arrived at the meeting place and saw a tall figure standing in the distance.
Xiao Weiwei? How did you get here before me? He remembered that when he left the principal's office, Xiao Weiwei was still being surrounded by recruiters. How was she here first? None of your business. Chen Yang, it's a good thing you broke your promise, or you'd be in big trouble. Xiao Weiwei was clearly still holding a grudge over the previous incident. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. Xiao Weiwei is so unreasonable, sigh. He activated the shadow domain.
This skill not only weakened the enemy's attributes and enhanced his own but also allowed him to see the attribute panels of everyone within the domain. Xiao Weiwei's attributes displayed: Holy Fire Mage level, 30 health, 10,000 mana, 30,000 spell power, 40,000 defense, 230 magic resistance, 300 specialty, mana flow, mana and recovery speed doubled, skills: Scorching Flame, Earth-Shattering Blast, Grievous Earthshade, Crimson Flame Bone Burn. Chen Yang noticed that spell power replaced attack power, and was shocked when he saw the specialty. This was clearly a long-range
firepower mage. But this fragile little thing, can she withstand a single strike from me?
Chen Yang wondered if he should go easy on her during this sparring match.
After a brief conversation, the battle began. Xiao Weiwei, knowing she was a mage and couldn't let the assassin get close, took the initiative and hurled a blazing fireball straight at Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang seemed startled by the fireball, standing frozen in place, unmoving.
Just as the fireball was about to hit him, the golden blade in Chen Yang's hand suddenly gleamed with a cold light. With a slash, the fireball was split in two by the blade, and the fragments flew to either side.
Boom! 2 large craters immediately appeared on the ground.
Xiao Weiwei showed no mercy, going all out from the start. A trace of surprise flashed across her face as she thought, a single fireball clearly can't take down Chen Yang. But she hadn't expected him to handle it so effortlessly.
Seizing the moment when Xiao Weiwei was momentarily stunned,
Chen Yan launched a shadow assault.
His figure vanished instantly and reappeared behind Xiao Weiwei. The golden blade traced a dark purple arc, aiming directly at her back. Xiao Weiwei reacted quickly, waving her staff. A transparent shield blocked the attack. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Chen Yang immediately retreated, waiting for another opportunity. To outsiders, the battle between the two seemed evenly matched, with neither side giving an inch. But in reality, Chen Yang had been holding back the entire time. He didn't defeat Xiao Weiwei easily but instead prolonged the fight. His goal was to show her his strength and make her realize she was no match for him. This way, Xiao Weiwei wouldn't bother him in the future or cause him trouble. Eventually, Chen Yang grew bored and knocked Xiao Weiwei down with a single strike. Although she lost, Xiao Weiwei was unwilling to admit defeat but still honored the bet.
She took out a beast pet egg from her bracelet and handed it to Chen Yang. "Here, this is the wager," Xiao Weiwei said coldly. Chen Yang was a bit puzzled. Don't say more. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me." Xiao Weiwei shot him a cold glance, turned around, and left before he could respond. If others knew such a precious beast pet egg was given away so easily, they would definitely shout, "If you don't want it, I do." Looking at the beast pet egg in his hand, Chen Yang thought, this girl is quite straightforward. To him, the egg was better than nothing. Thinking about Xiao Weiwei's bracelet, Chen Yang felt he needed to get some spatial equipment too. Previously, when he cleared dungeons, he couldn't bring back the materials he found. Especially the boss-level materials dropped by the undead tyrant, who knows which lucky person picked them up. So, he went to an equipment shop. "Boss, do you have any cost-effective spatial equipment?" The shopkeeper was stunned. "Sorry, no." In all his years of business, it was the first time he'd heard such a request. Chen Yang visited several equipment shops and found out that spatial equipment was outrageously expensive. The larger the space, the higher the price. Even the most basic spatial backpack, with only 3 cubic meters of capacity, cost 500,000. For someone like Chen Yang, who had always been alone, this was unaffordable. Truly, even heroes struggle without money. Feeling a bit dejected, Chen Yang realized his financial resources were far from sufficient. "If I had known, I would have borrowed some prize money from teacher Jiang Wu in advance." At that moment, the equipment shop owner pulled out a second-hand spatial bracelet and placed it in front of Chen Yang. Are you the newly awakened S-rank Chen Yang?" The shopkeeper looked at his somewhat familiar face and couldn't help but ask, "Chen Yang, you've really brought glory to us ordinary folks. You're the first ordinary person in Hang City to awaken as S-rank." The shopkeeper was beyond excited. All along, those who awakened to S-rank were always wealthy heirs with backgrounds and influence. Before their awakening, their families would prepare potions to enhance their aptitude. And these potions never made their way into the hands of ordinary people. "Ha? Boss, you know me?" Chen Yang was a bit stunned. He had just come to buy something, yet he was recognized? Could it be a fan? "Know you?" "Of course, I do. My kid goes to the same school as you. I was even there last time when you all awakened." The boss smiled and then stuffed a spatial bracelet into Chen Yang's hand. "Take it to fight monsters and level up. Don't waste time." Chen Yang was speechless. What did this boss mean? How much is this bracelet?" "It's a gift, free." The boss waved his hand. Chen Yang wanted to say something, but the boss directly kicked him out of the equipment shop. What kind of situation is this? After leaving the shop, Chen Yang was about to try out the bracelet when he suddenly saw Silly Bowie walking toward him. "Chen Yang, I didn't expect to run into you here." Zhou Tianlong had a smile on his face, but his eyes couldn't hide their sinister intent. "Zhou Tianlong, you'd better stay away from me. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you." Chen Yang suppressed his killing intent. Thinking of Sushi's pale face, Chen Yang wanted to end Zhou Tianlong right then and there. Zhou Tianlong's expression darkened. Chen Yang hated him to the core. It was because Chen Yang had ruined his plans. That was why Xiao Weiwei had been ignoring him ever since. "Chen Yang, that undead tyrant from a while back, you were the one who killed it, right? And you even got a golden weapon. Pretty impressive. You better take good care of it. It wouldn't be good if someone snatched it." Zhou Tianlong squinted, a sly smile on his face. Chen Yang had planned to deal with him outside the city. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianlong's next words completely ignited his fury. "That girl Sushi, she's not dead, is she?" Zhou Tianlong taunted arrogantly. With only a month left until the college entrance exams, he bet that Chen Yang wouldn't dare make a move in the city. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly felt something flying toward his face. Bang! Zhou Tianlong was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a wall. "Why do you insist on bringing trouble upon yourself?" "I didn't want to make a move." Chen Yang's killing intent surged. "You've got guts. Just wait. Don't go out alone in the wild." Zhou Tianlong, covered in dust, left in a sorry state. Chen Yang knew in his heart that teaching him a lesson once was enough. If it escalated to murder, things wouldn't be so simple. "Don't worry about me. You should watch your mouth and be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself." The onlookers around them whispered among themselves, making Zhou Tianlong lose face. He turned and left as if fleeing for his life. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Yang knew that this matter would only end when one of them was dead. He had a vague feeling that Zhou Tianlong had already sent assassins to wait for him outside the city. With less than a month until the college entrance exams, he couldn't afford to waste time. To grow stronger, Chen Yang decided to train in the wild. Ding! Congratulations on killing LV.73 Desert Lizard, gaining 8,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing LV.78 Bloodthirsty Scorpion, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Not long after, Chen Yang appeared in a desolate wilderness. The hybrid demons here were generally between level 70 and 80. Although Chen Yang couldn't kill these demons in one hit, he could handle them with relative ease. His attributes had also changed: name, Shadow Hunter grade, SSS level, 60 HP, 88,000 mana, 47,000 attack, 9,500 defense, 2,000 magic resistance, 1,700 specialty, SSS tenfold attack. Speed comes with tenfold attack speed. Skills: Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS. Everyone, come out. Following me all this way, aren't you tired? Chen Yang noticed something unusual about the atmosphere around him. He had been walking for a long time, yet there was no trace of any hybrid demons. He decided to test the waters to see if he could lure out the ambushers. Not bad, not bad. Kid, how did you know we were following you? A few figures slowly emerged on an open space not far away. Judging by their formation and the weapons in their hands, this was a well-trained team. At the forefront stood two burly men, one holding a massive shield taller than a person, and the other clad in heavy armor, gripping a long blade. Behind them was a figure in a black cloak, wielding a weapon identical to Chen Yang's. At the rear of the group were a man and a woman, both holding staffs. From the details, the man appeared to be a mage, while the woman seemed to be a support priest. Heh, Zhou Tianlong, you really think highly of me. Chen Yang sneered inwardly. This lineup, damage dealer, healer, scout, tank, enough to tackle a high-level dungeon. Young Master Zhou really takes you seriously, sending us to deal with a high schooler like you. Listen, kid, you'd better cooperate, and I'll make it quick for you. The armored man stared at Chen Yang with disdain. Chen Yang immediately activated his shadow domain, hoping to gain some advantage. After scanning their attribute panels through the domain, he discovered their lowest level was 103, with the leading burly man reaching an impressive level 127. The situation was dire. If it were a one-on-one fight, he had a good chance of winning, even instantly killing two of the squishier ones. But it was clear the opponents wouldn't give him that opportunity. Chen Yang quickly launched Shadow Assault and Shadow Execution, instantly flashing behind the female priest, aiming to take her out while she was off guard. Ha, kid, did you really underestimate me? Just as Chen Yang was about to succeed, a dagger blocked his sneak attack. Realizing his plan had failed, Chen Yang swiftly retreated and ran into the distance. Remember, not far ahead is a forest full of thorns. Come on, if you have the guts, chase me. Chen Yang's eyes were cold and sharp. If someone tries to kill me, I will strike back. Meanwhile, the leading burly man watched Chen Yang's retreating figure and angrily smashed a nearby boulder with his fist. What a cunning little brat. Don't let me catch you, or you'll regret being alive in this world. Everyone, chase him. After a chase, they finally spotted Chen Yang not far from the forest. Chen Yang stood there, sneering. Finally caught up? You're really slow. Chen Yang sneered at them with C, but Chen Yang seemed to be the master of this forest, always able to easily evade their tracking. Yenner, I think the captain makes sense. He Chang put down the heavy giant shield, leaned against a tree, and rubbed his sore shoulder. This forest is so vast, if we don't split up to search, when will we ever find him? Tang Yenner rolled her eyes at him but understood he Chang's reasoning. After all, anyone carrying such a heavy shield would be exhausted. But the shield couldn't be casually put down, as the tank, He Chang had to block damage at the first moment. I say, He Chang, do you think your life is more important or resting is more important? Tang Yenner said helplessly. As a girl, hanging out with a group of men every day, she was truly annoyed. If it weren't for the other teams being full, she would never have teamed up with them. Who's there? Zhou Yu suddenly heard movement in the forest not far away. Chen Yang is really bold, daring to come back. Zhou Yu sneered, trying to take us down one by one? Then I'll play along. With that, he got up and chased after the sound, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ugh, Zhou Yu is really something, going after him alone. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed?
Tang Yenner felt even more dissatisfied. Don't worry, Yenner. A kid daring to come back and ambush us? Don't be ridiculous.
He Chang patted his heavy shield. This shield is so heavy, you have to understand me. They never expected that Zhou Yu was already being stepped on by Chen Yang at that moment.
Chen Yang, don't be so arrogant. Zhou Yu said angrily. My teammates are still searching for you in the forest. You won't survive for long.
Chen Yang looked at him, feeling speechless at his intelligence.
How did he manage to reach level 70? After figuring
out the division of tasks among Chao Bin's team, Chen Yang began to plan how to deal with them.
Chao Bin, the highest level, was someone he intended to handle last. Chao Bin was indeed a bit tricky for Chen Yang, not unbeatable, but fighting him would take too long.
The others were relatively easier to deal with.
First, eliminate Chao Bin's helpers, then slowly deal with Chao Bin. After deciding on the plan, Chen Yang started searching for the other three.
The sound Zhou Yu heard earlier was deliberately made by Chen Yang to lure him over alone. Unexpectedly, things progressed so smoothly.
Zhou Yu walked step
by step into the trap, and Chen Yang struck instantly.
Shadow Assault. Shadow Domain.
Zhou Yu Chang would never know that the one who killed him was actually Chen Yang, whom he had thought he could
kill effortlessly. Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to clean up the scene.
After collecting the storage spaces of He Chang and his men, he turned and left.
Logically, within an hour, their corpses would be devoured clean by the hybrid demonic beasts in the wild.
This is why the land in the wild is always stained with a crimson hue of blood.
Next, dealing with these two will be even harder. I need to figure out a way to make them act separately.
As Chen Yang searched for the traces of Chao Bin and his companion, he was also thinking of ways to deal with them.
Got it. Aren't these ready-made helpers?
Name: Spiked Rampaging Boar Grade, E-Level, 80 HP, 30,000 Attack, 890 Defense, 1,000. Looking at the group of Spiked Rampaging Boars not far away, Chen Yang could already imagine the mage being chased.
In a sorry state. Chao Captain, did you hear something? Li Yufei asked Chao Bin, somewhat puzzled, as he vaguely heard some noise.
Yeah, I think I heard it too, Chao Bin nodded, the frequency of the
ground vibrations making him a bit wary. Something was off. It felt like something was approaching them. Chao Captain, run.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Yufei had already disappeared from where he stood. As he ran, he silently cursed his parents for not giving him 2 extra legs. Watching Li Yufei run off into the distance, Chao Bin didn't hesitate and charged forward.
If Li Yufei was acting
this way, he must have discovered something. Having been teammates for so long, Chao Bin knew that Li Yufei had a reconnaissance skill.
Take a break, take a break. After running for so long, I still haven't seen anything? Chao Bin gradually grew exhausted and stopped in his tracks.
Although his armor provided strong protection, running for so long while wearing it was too much for him.
Chao Captain. There's no time, run.
Li Yufei still wanted to pull Chao Bin along to keep running. Through his skill, he sensed that a group of frenzied hybrid beasts was inexplicably chasing after the two of them.
It's too late now. Let me give you a gift, don't mention it.
Chen Yang suddenly appeared not far from Chao Bin and Li Yufei. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared again in an instant.
Chen Yang.
Chao Bin's eyes widened as he tried to chase after him. Unintentionally, he caught sight of a cloud of dust rising behind him. Focusing his gaze, he saw a massive group of spiked rampaging boars with
bloodshot eyes charging toward them at full speed.
If it were just a few, Chao Bin wouldn't have cared and could have easily killed them. But this group had at least 100 or 2, and even if there were another Chao Bin, they wouldn't be able to hold them off.
Run! Without saying much, Chao Bin left Li Yufei behind and turned to flee. Chao Bin, you bastard! Li Yufei cursed angrily.
Just moments ago, he had been so exhausted he could barely breathe, but now he was running faster than a dog. Seeing the rampaging boars getting closer and closer, Li Yufei gave up struggling.
If I had known this would happen,
I would have prepared a few escape skills. In his final moments, he reflected on his life. If he could do it all over again, he would never choose to be a mage. After running a certain distance, Chao Bin realized the boars were no longer chasing him. Gasping for breath, he found a shady spot under a tree to rest.
Chen Yang's figure silently appeared, suddenly standing in front of Chao Bin.
His movements were agile, his gaze sharp, and he held a sharp dagger, like a ghost in the jungle. Chao Bin's heart tightened, but as a captain who had experienced countless battles, he quickly calmed down. He drew his long sword from his waist and easily blocked Chen Yang's sneak attack. Then, he thrust his sword forward, aiming to defeat Chen Yang in one strike. But Chen Yang's movements were elusive, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making it impossible for Chao Bin to pinpoint his position.
Kid, stop struggling and surrender obediently. If you cooperate, I promise to spare your life. Chao Bin gripped his long sword tightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment Chen Yang let his guard down. Oh, are you sure about that? Why don't you go join your teammates? I've already taken care of all of them. Hearing this, Chao Bin couldn't help but laugh.
He had long seen through such old tricks.
Judging by your expression, you don't seem to believe me? Chen Yang took out He
Chang's giant shield from his spatial bracelet and threw it not far in front of Chao Bin.
Seeing the giant shield, Chao Bin's pupils contracted sharply, utterly incredulous. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Yang suddenly made his move.
The dagger, like lightning, stabbed straight at Chao Bin's throat.
The strike came too fast for Chao Bin to react. However, it seemed as though a mysterious force was
protecting Chao Bin's life. The dagger only grazed his neck, leaving a bloody wound.
Shadow Fury. Shadow Execution. Chen Yang failed to deliver a fatal blow but chose not to retreat. Instead, he decided to fight Chao Bin head-on with all his might. Relying on his powerful attribute bonuses, Chen Yang successfully subdued Chao Bin.
He dragged Chao Bin to a secluded spot and began interrogating him, trying to extract
useful information. What level is your White Dragon Guild's president now? What powerful skills does he have? Who else in your guild is high level? If you cooperate, maybe I'll spare your life. Chen Yang pressed Chao Bin for answers.
But judging by Chao Bin's expression, it was clear he wouldn't talk easily without some pain.
Ah! Chen Yang mercilessly stabbed the dagger into Chao Bin's palm. Still, not planning to talk?
Everyone knows fingers are connected to the heart.
Why don't we test that today? I'll cut off your fingers one by one. How does that sound? Hearing Chen Yang's words, cold sweat
poured down Chao Bin's face.
He knew it wasn't worth risking his life for the Zhou family. He was a level 100 professional with a promising future ahead. He couldn't just die here. I'll talk. The
White Dragon Guild's president is reportedly at LV.380 now, with skills like Holy Sword, Holy Judgment, and Holy Light Punishment. I don't know much else, I'm just a squad leader and haven't had much
contact with the president. Chao Bin's words left Chen Yang somewhat shocked.
That level was indeed high, but catching up wasn't impossible. The White Dragon Guild's reckoning would come, slowly but surely.
And what about the members' levels? Chen Yang continued to ask. There are 2 vice presidents, leading Team 1 and Team 2. The 2 vice presidents are between LV.290 and LV.300, while Team 2 members are between LV.150 and LV.180. Team 1 is about 30 levels higher than Team 2. Chen Yang nodded.
With his current strength, he could only contend with Team 2 members.
It seemed he needed to level up quickly. Anything else to say? Chen Yang asked coldly.
Chao Bin stared wide-eyed at the young man before him. He knew his fate was sealed, but he was still unwilling to die like this.
Chao Bin began, but Chen Yang impatiently interrupted him.
Nothing worth saying.
With that, Chen Yang plunged his sword into Chao Bin's chest.
Under the night sky, the forest was filled with the scent of
blood and death.
Chen Yang stood there, silently contemplating the meaning and consequences of it all. After this brutal fight, Chen Yang understood that this world was far more than just leveling up. It was a war between people. Only the strong could survive. The weak could only become stepping stones for the strong. After sorting through Chao Bin and his team's items and spatial equipment, Chen Yang
sighed deeply. The old saying is true. Killing and looting can get you a golden belt.
The cash they carried alone amounted to nearly 100,000. Not to mention the armor and weapons they wore.
These pieces of equipment were all bronze grade, easily worth millions if sold. However, these items are tricky to handle.
Although Hang City didn't explicitly prohibit fights in the wild, if he openly
displayed these items, he'd definitely attract attention.
Returning home from the wilderness, Chen Yang was shocked speechless by the scene before him.
His home looked as though it had been deliberately ransacked.
Furniture was overturned, miscellaneous items scattered everywhere. It was clear someone had been there, leaving behind a mess.
Chen Yang's heart tightened as he immediately thought of Zhou
Tianlong's previous threats and retaliation.
They actually dared to act in the city?
His mind was filled with doubt. The regulations in Hang City are very strict. Fighting and brawling, robbery, and murder
are prohibited. Violators will be pursued and severely punished by the Hang City Inspection Bureau.
Chen Yang suspected that Zhou Tianlong might already know that he had killed Chao Bin and the others, and,
in desperation, dared to make a move against him in the city.
He cautiously scanned his surroundings.
The shadow domain immediately unfolded.
In a trance, Chen Yang's gaze fell on a broken beast pet egg.
In the corner. Egg shell.
This is the beast pet egg given by Xiao Weiwei.
How did it break? Chen Yang's expression instantly turned grim.
The spatial bracelet cannot store living creatures, and since it was inconvenient to carry around, he had left the beast pet egg at home. But now, it had turned into a pile of broken eggshells.
Could it be that Zhou Tianlong, unwilling to accept defeat, deliberately smashed the eggshell in retaliation?
Thinking of this, Chen Yang became even more vigilant, carefully inspecting the entire room to ensure nothing was overlooked.
Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound.
Following the sound, he discovered it was coming from inside the cabinet. Chen Yang gently opened the cabinet door and saw a small snake curled up inside. The snake was entirely snow white,
with a few patterns on its tail, looking very cute. It seemed to sense Chen Yang's presence, slightly raised its head, and its eyes sparkled with a lively light. Upon closer observation, Chen Yang confirmed
that it had hatched from the beast pet egg. The patterns on the snake's body were identical to those on the eggshell.
Chen Yang couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect the little one to hatch so quickly.
He had thought it would take 10 days to half a month, but it had hatched while he was away.
But why is it a snake?
I thought it would be a mount-type pet, which would be faster for
traveling. As if sensing Chen Yang's slight disappointment, the little snake lowered its head, looking somewhat dejected. Seeing its low spirits, Chen Yang quickly comforted it. It's okay, snakes are cute too, aren't they?
The little snake's mood gradually improved. Chen Yang began tidying up the messy room. After cleaning up, he sat beside the little snake, preparing to sign a contract with it.
A wave of silver light rippled out. A complex magic array appeared on the little snake's forehead. It seemed frightened and retreated slightly.
Seeing this, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. This little one was really
shy.
He reached out and gently flicked the top of the little snake's head.
Hiss! After being flicked, the little snake didn't show the ferocity of a mixed-blood demon species but instead looked at Chen Yang with a grievance and let out a soft hiss.
Hurry up and sign the contract, or else, Chen Yang pretended to threaten, waving his hand in front of the little snake's eyes.
The little snake nodded. It extended its tail and gently touched the contract magic array. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a beast pet, white-scaled python. The system notification sounded.
Chen Yang checked the white-scaled python's attribute panel. Beast pet, white-scaled python gender, female level, LV.1 level cap, LV.200 type, stealth type beast pet bloodline, silver grade mixed blood demon. Species base attributes, Constitution 100, Spirit 20 skills, Phantom, B, Reflection, B, Venom, C, not bad, quite promising. A silver grade beast pet, worth cultivating. Chen Yang looked at the
white-scaled python's attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. For others, having a beast pet was already considered good, but Chen Yang was very particular. But what exactly is a stealth-type beast
pet?
He was puzzled. The knowledge he learned in high school didn't cover beast pets. After all, most high school students had no access to beast pets, only a few students from wealthy families had one. The college entrance exam also explicitly prohibited bringing beast pets to ensure a fair environment for everyone.
Professional knowledge about beast pets was generally taught in university, and those interested could even take elective courses. By the way, I can't keep calling you white-scaled python. How about giving you a name? Chen Yang said.
The white-scaled python tilted its head, blinking its big
eyes at him. White snake, how about Xiao Qian? Ding! Contracted beast pet renamed successfully, Xiao Qian, white-scaled python. Xiao Qian let out a cheerful hissing sound, seemingly very fond of the name.
While tidying up his room, Chen Yang accidentally found a thick photo album under the bed. The cover was covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time.
Opening the album, he noticed
that the girl in the photos looked somewhat familiar. At first, he thought it was a forgotten memory, but the more he looked, the more certain he became.
Isn't this Sushi? In the photo, the little girl was holding the arm of a young Chen Yang. Below the photo, it read, I like you the most, brother Chen Yang. When I grow up, I want to be your bride.
These words sent a jolt through Chen Yang's
heart. Could I have known Sushi in a past life? But why do I have no memory of it at all? He rubbed his head, unable to recall any memories of Sushi.
Besides the group photos, the album also detailed Sushi's preferences.
Forget it, no point overthinking. I might as well go check on Sushi.
With that thought, Chen Yang decided to visit her at the hospital. Xiao Qian noticed he was about to leave and quickly wrapped around his arm. Xiao Qian, having just been born, was only about 10 centimeters long, small and adorable. On the way to the hospital, Chen Yang reflected on his recent experiences outside the city. He had gained a lot from leveling up this time. Although he encountered danger, when is life ever smooth sailing? To reach the top, one must work harder than others. Those bastards, they thought. Chen Yang was done for? Dream on if they want me gone. He didn't notice that not far behind him, a black car was quietly following. Zhou Tianlong's face was dark, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Chen Yang. Zhou Tianlong had originally planned to relax at a newly opened club but unexpectedly ran into Chen Yang on the way.
Let's go home. Seeing Chen Yang alive and well, Zhou Tianlong lost
all interest and decided to go home to wait for Chao Bin and his group to give him an explanation. What he didn't know was that Chao Bin and the others had already been killed by a hybrid demon, leaving no trace of their bodies. By this time, Chen Yang was already standing at the door of Sushi's hospital room.
He knocked lightly. Coming, a crisp and pleasant voice called from inside. The door opened. When Sushi saw Chen Yang, a happy smile appeared on her face. Why are you here? Is everything okay with the principal?
Sushi asked softly, her lips slightly red.
Just a few representatives from prestigious schools came by, nothing major. Did you come to see me? Were there many people? Chen Yang walked into the room and handed the fruit basket he was holding to Sushi. Looking at the fruits in the basket,
Sushi's eyes showed a hint of emotion. It has my favorite cherries.
How did he know? She thought to herself. I'll go wash some fruit. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Chen Yang picked up a few fruits and headed to the bathroom. What's wrong with me?
He washed his face with cold water. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Yang felt puzzled. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still a novice when it came to emotions. He hadn't even held a girl's hand before. This rare opportunity, and he got caught off guard. Ah, Chen Yang, help! Sushi's distressed cry startled him, and he rushed
out of the bathroom.
He saw Sushi flailing her arms awkwardly, while Xiao Qian clung tightly to her.
Sushi, don't be scared. This little snake is my pet. Chen Yang stepped forward and gently removed the snake from Sushi. I knew something was missing. So it was you, sneaking off to scare her, huh?
He placed Xiao Qian on the hospital bed.
Waving his finger in front of Xiao Qian, he pretended to flick its head.
Hiss, hiss. You said you sensed Sushi's aura, which made you feel especially at ease. After forming a contract with Xiao Qian, Chen Yang could communicate directly with it.
Don't
worry, Xiao Qian just really likes you, Chen Yang reassured Sushi. Calming down, Sushi began to observe Xiao Qian.
Chen Yang, you just said this is your pet? What's going on? That day, when Chen Yang had a match with Xiao Weiwei, the school was on break.
It made sense that the news hadn't spread.
I ran into Xiao Weiwei at school and had a match with her.
She lost and gave me a pet egg, Chen Yang explained the situation at the time. Sushi sat on the bed, puffing her cheeks, ignoring him.
Chen Yang was puzzled. Did I make her angry? He couldn't understand why Sushi was acting this way. At this moment, Xiao Qian slowly crawled along the edge of the bed to Sushi.
Sushi was startled and shrank back, but quickly realized that Xiao Qian meant no harm.
Tilting its head, it looked at her adorably.
Su. She slowly reached out and patted Xiao Qian's head. Xiao Qian obediently flicked its tongue, blinking its big eyes, curiously watching her.
Hiss, hiss, this is the mistress, so gentle. Xiao Qian, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yang quickly interrupted. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Sushi was no longer afraid of Xiao Qian and was instead playing happily with it. Ahem, nothing. How are you feeling? Any better? Chen Yang changed the subject, not wanting Sushi to dig deeper. Much better.
The doctor said I can be discharged early, Sushi said softly.
That's great. When are you planning to go home?
Chen Yang handed her some freshly washed fruit.
Thank you. My parents will come to pick me up later. My parents talk a lot, and dealing with them has been quite exhausting.
Sushi smiled faintly, softly, recounting her bittersweet experiences. Hearing that Sushi's parents were coming, Chen Yang suddenly became nervous.
Since your parents are coming, I won't disturb you. With that, Chen Yang picked up Xiao Qian and hurriedly left the ward. Sushi, with a hint of disappointment, watched Chen Yang's departing figure. Outside the hospital, Chen Yang took out his phone to check the date. Less than 20 Days until the college entrance exam. I need to hurry up and level up.
Feeling the urgency of time, a sense of pressure rose in Chen Yang's heart. After a moment of thought, he decided to continue
leveling up.
The time he lost being hunted by Chao Bin and his group had set him back significantly.
Chen Yang began searching for nearby leveling spots on his phone. He casually clicked on a trending news article.
Tower of Thorns, White Dragon Guild successfully conquers the 53rd floor. Congratulations to the White Dragon Guild.
The White Dragon Guild is amazing, forever a legend. Unbelievable, our
team only made it to the 18th floor, and the White Dragon Guild has already cleared the 53rd floor.
Reading the comments below, Chen Yang's expression darkened. The White Dragon Guild was indeed popular.
But these netizens had no idea that the guild had risen through boss stealing and robbery. The Tower of Thorns should be a good place to level up.
Determined, Chen Yang hailed a taxi. Driver, to the Tower of Thorns.
Once in the car, Chen Yang leaned back in the seat, preparing to close his eyes and rest for a while, adjusting his state for the upcoming tower challenge.
Young man, we're here, the driver reminded him. The road ahead is inaccessible by car, you'll have to walk the rest of the way.
After paying the fare, Chen Yang got out of the car. In the distance, a towering structure pierced the blue sky, reminiscent of the majestic peaks in traditional Chinese paintings or a forest of stone rising abruptly from the ground.
As he approached the tower, the surrounding area was bustling with activity. Tower of Thorns, 11th floor. Professional team leading the way, guaranteed success. Prices negotiable. Level 40 Berserker, any teams need a member?
Various equipment for sale, cheap and first come, first served.
He's a scammer, don't trust him. Soft and cute girl looking for a team, any big brothers to carry me?
Chen Yang marveled at the lively atmosphere as he slowly entered the Tower of
Thorns. Hello, do you need assistance?
At this moment, Chen Yang was contemplating how to infiltrate the castle to scout the situation. Two guards on duty seemed to sense something unusual, their gazes sweeping toward the shadow where Chen Yang was hiding.
Chen Yang quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact.
Even with his strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel his heart race.
Their alertness was too high.
Chen Yang was an assassin class, skilled in stealth and reducing his presence.
Moreover, he was an SSS-Class professional. Although he hadn't yet learned invisibility skills, the chances of being discovered should have been very low. Could it be that these two guards possessed detection skills?
Chen Yang remained motionless against the locust tree, carefully controlling his breathing. Fortunately, the guards only glanced around the area near the tree where he was hiding. They seemed not to have noticed him and soon shifted their focus, vigilantly scanning the surroundings.
Indeed, these guards' vigilance is extremely high. This stealth is really too difficult. A peculiar glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. If it were so easy to evade these castle guards, then this hidden dungeon would be too simple. How could there be no information about it online? He pondered silently.
He had already devised some strategies for this dungeon, but whether they would work or not, he had to test
them to find out.
After changing his position, Chen Yang deliberately stood still for a few minutes, carefully observing the two castle guards.
If I'm not mistaken, these two guards must have an alert range for their surroundings. If I get too close, they will definitely notice.
The two guards' gazes constantly scanned the surroundings, paying attention to every movement outside the castle.
At the slightest anomaly, they would attack intruders like awakened lions.
However, ordinary people wouldn't notice their vigilance at all and might even think they were just regular neutral NPCs. Let's test how
far these two guards can sense. Determined, Chen Yang slowly approached the two guards. 30 meters. 25 meters. 10 meters.
Just as he was less than 10 meters away, the two guards suddenly turned their heads, locking their gazes on Chen Yang while raising their massive swords. Seeing their actions, Chen Yang knew he had been discovered. Instead of retreating, he advanced, instantly charging
toward one of the guards. Shadow assault. Shadow domain. Shadow execution.
At the moment the guard swung his sword down, Chen Yang's golden blade slashed across his neck first, piercing deeply into
his left chest. 9,320. 37,821. Instant kill.
A series of astonishing numbers floated above the guard.
The damage boost from leveling up was simply insane.
Even the undead tyrant, which Chen Yang had struggled
to defeat before, would probably have no choice but to flee now. With just one skill, Chen Yang instantly killed the guard, depleting his health completely. Come on. Shadow assault. Shadow fury. This
series of actions also alarmed the other guard. Seeing his teammate instantly killed, he knew he was no match. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, a chill suddenly swept across his neck. He reached up to touch it and found a gash, with blood flowing uncontrollably. He wanted to call for help but couldn't make a sound. The detection range is about 10 meters. After easily dealing with the two guards, Chen Yang recalled their reactions. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully killed an LV.80 castle guard and gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully killed an LV.83 castle guard and gained 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Xiao Qian, white-scaled python, has leveled up to LV.10 and learned a new skill. Pets share experience with their owners, and the distribution is determined by the owner. Chen Yang felt that Xiao Qian's level was too low, so he decided to split the experience evenly with it. Oh, gained a new skill? Hearing the system notification, Chen Yang immediately checked Xiao Qian's attribute panel. Pet, Xiao Qian, white-scaled python, gender, female, level, LV.10, level cap, LV.200, type, stealth-type pet. Bloodline, silver-grade hybrid demon species, base attributes, constitution, 300, spirit, 50, skills, phantom, B, reflection, B, venom, C, vision sharing, B. Chen Yang had already reviewed the other skills before. The vision sharing skill should allow me to see the world through Xiao Qian's eyes, Chen Yang muttered to himself. This is perfect, like someone giving me a pillow just when I wanted to nap. This skill came at just the right time. Xiao Qian, go check out what's inside. Xiao Qian slowly crawled out of Chen Yang's arms, looking drowsy. Stop lazing around, go now. Chen Yang lightly flicked Xiao Qian's head, urging it. Hiss hiss, alright, stop hitting me. Bad master. Chen Yang gently pushed the castle door open a crack, letting Xiao Qian slip inside. Visual sharing activated. Through Xiao Qian's perspective, Chen Yang felt a strange sensation. The city walls towered into the clouds, resembling a giant dragon coiled on the earth. Their height was astonishing, as if one were standing amidst the clouds. If someone with a fear of massive structures saw this, they would surely faint from fright. Watch out! Chen Yang saw a few castle guards approaching Xiao Qian from a distance. But he forgot that visual sharing was a one-way transmission. He could see through Xiao Qian's perspective but couldn't convey instructions to it. Noticing the guards, Xiao Qian hurriedly darted into a woodshed. When entering the city, Chen Yang had specifically instructed it to avoid the guards. Just because it had stealth skills didn't mean it could run around recklessly. Stealthy actions required caution. Suddenly, Chen Yang heard a conversation through Xiao Qian's perspective. As Xiao Qian moved closer, the voices became clearer. I heard the Viscount is returning soon. Really? If the Viscount comes back, the second madam is done for. Exactly. The second madam ruthlessly killed the eldest son to fight for the castle's inheritance. Once the Viscount finds out, he definitely won't let her off. Humph. Their family fighting amongst themselves, this will be a good show for us to watch. Not far ahead of Xiao Qian, a middle-aged man with a wrinkled face was holding a woman in a lewd manner. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be a butler and a maid. Oh, the plot thickens? The second madam killed the eldest son. This is explosive. Looks like I should wait for their internal strife to end before stepping in to clean up the mess. Listening to the conversation from Xiao Qian's perspective, Chen Yang already had a plan in mind. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a group of over a dozen horsemen appeared on the road near the castle. Shadow raid. Chen Yang quickly used his skills to hide in a locust tree grove. The guard's detection range was at least 10 meters, and he couldn't risk being discovered. After concealing himself, he looked toward the horsemen. The distance was too great to check their attributes, so he could only guess their level based on their equipment. Stop! The leader raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. Go, have someone open the castle gate. Yes, my lord. The horsemen responded in unison. One of the riders dismounted and knocked on the castle gate. Asterisk thud. Thud thud, asterisk the gate echoed heavily. Seeing no one coming to open the gate, the knight shouted loudly, the Viscount has returned. Open the gate. After waiting for a moment, there was still no response. Suddenly, the sound of metal scraping came from within the gate. Humph. Do they really think I'm already dead? Break down the gate. I want to see what tricks that vile woman has up her sleeve. Hearing the command, the Viscount's face darkened. Immediately, a dark purple glow emanated from one of the riders, who struck the gate with a powerful punch.
The gate screeched loudly and collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying everywhere. Amid the dust, dozens of crossbow bolts suddenly shot out. The leading rider was riddled with arrows, looking like a human pincushion. "Viscount, watch out!" The remaining riders desperately shielded the Viscount from the bolts. As the dust settled, a soldier clad in black armor slowly emerged. "Viscount, are you all right? If I were dead, you'd be collecting my corpse. Ha ha ha." A seductive voice came from behind the soldier. A woman in a deep V-neck white gown, with a stunning figure, walked out slowly. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of all the men. "So it really is you, you vile woman." The Viscount glared at her furiously. This was the second madam. Several riders had sacrificed themselves to shield him from the arrows, but there was no trace of weakness in his eyes. The Viscount had earned his title through his own formidable strength, not by relying on servants. In an instant, he charged toward the second madam. As long as he killed her, the remaining soldiers would surely surrender. "Stop him. Quickly. Whoever stops him can share my bed tonight." The second madam's provocative words made the surrounding soldiers' eyes turn red as they fixated on her alluring figure. "You vile woman." Being publicly humiliated, the Viscount's rage consumed his reason. With a single strike, he cut down several soldiers near him, the blade pointing directly at the second lady's heart. The second lady spat blood, struggling desperately, but it was in vain. A few soldiers, bewitched by her beauty, tried to rush to her rescue. Viscount Chris effortlessly killed several of them with a single swing of his sword. "I know you've been deceived," he said. "From now on, as long as you serve me loyally, I'll pretend this never happened." His voice was calm yet commanding. Hearing this, the remaining soldiers knelt and begged for mercy. "Master Viscount, we were forced. Please spare us. Please spare us." As he listened to their pleas, Viscount Chris sneered inwardly. Once this was over, none of these traitors would escape. He grabbed the barely alive second lady and slowly walked toward the castle, planning to torment her thoroughly. Death would not come easily for her. "Who's there?" After only a few steps, Viscount Chris sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned around, staring at the shadows of a locust tree. "Discovered already," Chen Yang frowned. He had planned to strike while Viscount Chris was basking in victory and letting his guard down, but unexpectedly, kill him. Yet, who would have thought that Viscount Chris would be so cautious? Now, if Chen Yang turned and left the castle immediately, he could easily evade the search. Then, he could find another chance to sneak in and assassinate him. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to Chen Yang. Viscount Chris was powerful, and the castle was guarded by a group of soldiers. Once surrounded by the guards, escaping would be nearly impossible. But Chen Yang's mission was crystal clear: kill the Viscount. "If I can't avoid it, then I'll fight. Come on, all of you." The red moonlight shone on Chen Yang's back, casting a tall and upright silhouette. He stretched out his arms, holding a golden blade, exuding an imposing aura. "Foolish. Kill him for me." Viscount Chris gave Chen Yang a cold glance before turning and walking deeper into the castle. The guards, upon hearing the order, raised their swords and charged at Chen Yang with ferocity. Facing wave after wave of guards, Chen Yang smiled faintly, his eyes turning even more dangerous. "You'll regret your choices." The guards, desperate to prove themselves after narrowly escaping death earlier, ignored his warning. Their steps didn't falter as they rushed toward Chen Yang in unison. In the darkness, he moved swiftly like a phantom. Chen Yang's movement was agile, and the golden blade in his hand showed no mercy. Weaving through the guards, each swing of his blade claimed a life. It was as if he had entered an invincible state. In less than a minute, numerous guards lay lifeless on the ground, completely incapacitated. "Ding! Congratulations on killing a level 70 castle guard, gaining 4,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on killing a level 74 castle guard, gaining 5,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! Congratulations, your pet white-scaled python, Xiao Qian, has leveled up to level 20. This is the kind of exhilarating battle I want." Chen Yang held the golden blade and chuckled as he listened to the constant system notifications. Step by step, he walked deeper into the castle. His laughter echoed across the castle and gradually spread into the distance. Tonight, this castle welcomed an extraordinary challenger. The crimson full moon hung high in the sky, foretelling that after tonight, this castle would become a desolate wasteland. 1, 2, 3, more and more guards appeared before Chen Yang. But this was just Chen Yang's solo performance. No matter how many guards came or what methods they used, he easily evaded them and even took their lives in the process. The guards' resistance was utterly futile. They couldn't even touch the hem of Chen Yang's clothes.
One batch after another fell under his blade. From the moment he entered the castle, the system notifications hadn't stopped.
Ding! Congratulations, level up to level 65. Ding! Congratulations, level up to level 67. Ding! Congratulations!
Until corpses piled up on the ground and no more guards appeared in the castle. The surroundings gradually returned to silence.
Is that all?
Chen Yang glanced around and found that he had only killed a little over 30 guards.
Not enough. I'm not done playing yet.
After Yang finished checking the attribute panel, he noticed that his stats had changed. Name, Shadow Hunter grade, SSS level, 71 HP, 97,000 MP, 53,000 attack, 10600 defense, 2800 magic resistance, 2300 specialty. SSS 10-fold attack speed, comes with 10-fold attack speed, skills, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS, Hisses Master. You finally finished, Xiao Qian ran out. From a nearby corner, jumping to Chen Yang's feet and rubbing its forehead against his pant leg. Earlier, the situation had been urgent, and Chen Yang hadn't had time to pay attention to the little creature. Seeing it lively and energetic, Chen Yang guessed it had hidden itself before the fight with the guards began. Picking up Xiao Qian, Chen Yang slowly walked deeper into the castle. Better be careful that Viscount hasn't shown up yet, he thought to himself, remaining vigilant. During the battle, he had been on guard against Viscount Chris launching a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, after dealing with all the guards, the Viscount still hadn't appeared. Could he be afraid? Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the silent castle. Heh, this place is really quiet. Is anyone there? Apart from Chen Yang's voice, the corridor was silent, an eerie atmosphere creeping in. Most people would have run away by now. At that moment, a figure appeared not far ahead. Shadow Assault. Chen Yang activated his skill, instantly dodging to the side. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. Kneeling before him was an old butler with a face full of wrinkles and tears streaming down. Chen Yang stepped back in disgust. The man looked somewhat familiar. And Chen Yang suddenly remembered. Aren't you the one I saw sneaking around the woodshed with the maid earlier? The butler froze, shocked that Chen Yang even knew his secret. This killing god was truly terrifying. Fear crept into his heart. Cut the nonsense. Where's the Viscount? Chen Yang interrupted coldly. He never cared about outsiders' affairs, let alone an NPC in a dungeon. The Viscount just went to the study. Hearing Chen Yang's menacing tone, the butler betrayed Viscount Chris without hesitation. Take me there. And, are there really only this many guards in the castle? Any hidden ones? Such a large castle with only about 30 guards didn't sit right with Chen Yang. Yes, sir. There are about 20 more guards near the Viscount's study. Hearing this, Chen Yang sensed a hidden conspiracy. Shadow Assault. He instantly appeared behind the butler, pressing the golden blade against his neck. Speak, what's your real plan? The butler hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly and immediately knelt, begging for mercy. Sir, I swear I'm not lying. Chen Yang knew the butler wouldn't tell the truth without some pressure. The golden blade in his hand slowly pressed against the butler's neck. The butler's shoulders suddenly slipped. I'll talk. The butler's left arm fell to the ground, blood instantly staining his pristine uniform red. If you knew this would happen, why bother resisting? If you had been honest, I might have considered sparing your life. Seeing the butler trembling in fear, Chen Yang felt a twinge of emotion. Hearing that he might still live, the butler immediately spilled everything he knew. There are actually 50 guards in the castle. Some are stationed in front of the Viscount's study. The others are waiting for me to lure you over, then they'll ambush you from behind and trap you completely. But this arrangement would only alert a small portion of the guards. The majority still hidden within. The castle posed the biggest problem. After hearing the butler's words, Chen Yang began to strategize on how to break through. Forget it, I'll just charge in and kill my way through. Chen Yang decided to take the most direct and brutal approach, fighting his way in. Glancing at the numbers on his attribute panel, he felt confident in his ability to eliminate these guards. Thus, Chen Yang had the butler lead the way. As for why he used the butler as bait or whether there was some conspiracy behind it, Chen Yang didn't care at all. With his current strength, dealing with 50 guards was a piece of cake. As he got closer to the study, faint footsteps alerted the elite guards stationed in front of it. Like an enraged swarm of bees, they swarmed
toward Chen Yang, weapons raised. At the same time, a squad of guards appeared not far behind him, completely surrounding him. If it were any other professional, facing such an encirclement would mean certain death with no chance of escape. But Chen Yang was fearless. The more enemies, the better. The more, the better. Surrounded by enemy forces, I remain as steady as a mountain. Shadow Fury. Shadow Assault. Shadow Domain. The moonlight was hazy, the stars sparse. The air was thick with the scent of blood and slaughter, the scene chaotic and frenzied. The castle. Guards, wielding various weapons, stared wide-eyed, their sweat soaking through their armor. Every drop of sweat embodied their courage and determination. They charged at Chen Yang like wild beasts. Dark red light flickered, like lightning tearing through the night sky. At this moment, Chen Yang seemed to be dancing on the edge of a blade, a single misstep spelling death. The golden blade in his hand seemed alive, weaving through the throats of each guard. In the face of Chen Yang's overwhelming strength, the guards fell one by one, forever resting in the castle they had sworn to protect. Eventually, the entire corridor was left with only Chen Yang standing. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level 78 castle guard, gaining 6,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level 85 castle guard, gaining 8,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 74. Ding! Congratulations. Listening to the string of pleasant system notifications, Chen Yang sneered, who else? Hey, Viscount, are you in there? Chen Yang knocked on the study door. Unfortunately, the study was silent, with no response. Creak creak, Chen Yang slowly pushed open the tightly shut door. Inside, it was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Could the butler have lied to me? Chen Yang thought to himself. Unfortunately, the butler had long since died under the guard's blades. Finding someone else to question would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, he saw a silver light flying toward his neck. Who? Chen Yang shouted in surprise, trying to react, but he failed to dodge and was struck on the shoulder. Then, a powerful kick sent him flying, slamming heavily into the wall. Cough, cough, impressive. Chen Yang knew in his heart that this opponent was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered since his awakening. Kid, you're a bit too arrogant. Viscount Chris slowly emerged from the dark study, the silver light of his long sword gleaming. Oh, not bad, a silver-grade weapon, Chen Yang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly appeared behind Viscount Chris. What? Viscount Chris quickly turned, using his longsword to block Chen Yang's sneak attack. Under the dim red moonlight, the two clashed like two storms, fiercely battling. Their figures intertwined in the darkness, like two wild beasts fighting for territory in the wilderness. Blades and swords flashed, each collision producing deafening metallic clangs. Chen Yang's gaze was as sharp as a wolf's, as if he could see through his opponent's thoughts. Every attack he launched was filled with determination and fervor, as though he intended to completely crush his adversary. The two twisted and rolled, dust flying, their sweat soaking their clothes. Viscount Chris was panting heavily, his breaths accompanied by violent coughing, clearly suffering internal injuries. But in this critical life and death struggle, Chen Yang dared not relax for even a moment, his nerves taut to the extreme. After one clash of weapons, Chen Yang noticed a crack forming on the edge of Chris's longsword. This silver longsword, which had accompanied him for years and could withstand the golden blade, finally snapped with a crack after this collision. What? Viscount Chris's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that his longsword had actually broken. Chen Yang seized the moment of his opponent's distraction, and the golden blade slashed across his throat. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden dungeon. You are about to exit the dungeon. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a flash of light appeared before Chen Yang's eyes, growing increasingly dazzling and piercing through the night sky. Phew, I'm out? Chen Yang rubbed his eyes. The scene before him reverted to the room he had been in when he entered the dungeon, room 201 of the Thorn Tower. The crystal emitting a strange glow was still placed in front of him. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon. Rewards are being distributed. You have obtained equipment. Shadow of Secrecy. You have obtained skill, Shadow Escape, A. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling the rewards were not as generous as he had imagined. Just as he was about to open the attribute panel to check the equipment and skill, another system notification echoed in his mind. Detected. That you are an SSS-Class profession, Shadow Hunter. The skill Shadow Escape, A, has been upgraded to Eternal Shadow, SSS. Eternal Shadow, SSS. As long as you are in darkness, you can become invisible and stealthy. Execute enemies with less than 5% health, instantly killing them. Not bad. Now that's a powerful skill. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Invisibility combined with executing low health enemies, this is the ultimate boss killing skill, isn't it? With this skill, he no longer had to worry about others stealing his boss kills. The experience gained from defeating a boss was distributed based on individual contribution, but the dropped equipment went directly to the killer, regardless of contribution points. And there's still a piece of equipment? Let's see what it does. An entire dungeon full of monsters, and even a boss like the Viscount at the end, yet it only gives one piece of equipment? So stingy. Chen Yang muttered a few complaints and began checking the equipment's attributes. Name, Shadow. Of secrecy level, Black Iron, upgradable, attributes, plus 10 attack power, plus 20 health, plus 1% critical rate special effect, when worn, slightly alters your appearance. Seeing the mask's attributes, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. What the heck is this? I worked so hard to clear a hidden dungeon, and this is the trash equipment I get? Only slightly alters appearance? What's the point? Can it turn single eyelids into double eyelids? He glanced disdainfully at the mask, ready to toss it into his spatial bracelet for storage. Wait, what does upgradable mean? Just as he was about to close the attribute panel, Chen Yang suddenly noticed the words upgradable next to the level. He was a bit puzzled and tried to recall what he had learned in high school. Searching through his memory, he couldn't find any mention of such a setting. With questions in mind, he carefully studied the mask's attributes. Level, Black Iron, upgradable, upgradable? From the literal meaning, it seems the equipment's level can be increased. He tried clicking on the upgradable text. Ding! Insufficient current experience to upgrade, 0/100 000. 100,000. Experience. That's a lot. Looks like, besides Xiao Chen, there's now another thing that needs to share my experience. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. However, knowing that the equipment could be upgraded made him feel a bit more balanced. Take care. The receptionist slightly leaned forward, and, upon seeing Chen Yang come out, she even unbuttoned the topmost button of her shirt on purpose. But Chen Yang didn't pay any attention, handing her the room card before turning and leaving the Thorn Tower. What a guy with no sense of romance. The receptionist muttered as she watched his back. Chen Yang had just returned home when Sushi called. Chen Yang, what are you up to? Hearing Sushi's slightly coquettish tone, Chen Yang couldn't help but shiver. Just got back from a dungeon. What's up? Can I call you just to chat? Ding dong. As the two were chatting idly, a notification sound came from his phone. Chen Yang glanced at it. It was a text message from the school. It informed all senior high school students that they must return to school on time tomorrow. The homeroom teacher will explain the precautions for the college entrance exam. Sushi, did you see the group message? Chen Yang asked. I saw it. I called you because I was afraid you'd forget. Also, you blockhead, hanging up now, bye. Before finishing her sentence, Sushi hung up the phone. Chen Yang was puzzled. They were chatting just fine, so why did Sushi suddenly start scolding? He didn't think much of it and started browsing other chat groups on his phone. With nothing else to do, he checked out what everyone was talking about. Tomorrow was the return to school, and they would face the college entrance exam. The group was unusually lively, with many classmates discussing which university they wanted to attend and the gap between dreams and reality. After all, this was a group combining 3 classes, and it was a critical moment, so the lively atmosphere was normal. Chen Yang didn't say much, just silently scrolling through the chat history. He noticed that the classmates in the group were enthusiastically discussing the topic of the college entrance exam. They were talking about their levels and skill panels. Some even mentioned that this year's exam seemed to have some new changes. Everyone felt uncertain about whether their abilities would be enough to get into college. Since awakening, every senior student had been desperately fighting monsters to level up. They were doing everything they could to raise their levels higher and get into a better university. Now, most students had returned to Hang City. However, some were still fighting overnight in secret realms and dungeons outside the city, trying to change their fate and get into Wu University. Among them was the 5-person team led by Xiao Weiwei.
Someone in the group mentioned seeing Xiao Weiwei and her team at a leveling spot.
Apart from Xiao Weiwei being an S-level profession, the other team members were all A-level professions.
Their strength was impressive, with levels around 45.
As for Xiao Weiwei, that classmate speculated she might already be at level 50 and was pushing for level 60.
When the news spread, many in the group were envious and praised
their prowess. The conversation shifted to other A-level professionals from the affiliated school. Someone mentioned that they seemed to always be leveling up with Zhou Tianlong.
Due to Zhou Tianlong's suppression, their levels barely reached 40, which was far behind Xiao Weiwei's team.
Even
if they fought monsters overnight in the next few days, it would be impossible to reach level 45.
They could only hope to get into second or even
third tier Wu University.
Hey, has anyone seen Chen Yang?
No, maybe he's leveling up in the wild too. I heard Chen Yang actually has a gold tier
weapon. That's amazing.
Seeing these messages, Chen Yang felt speechless.
The one spreading this news was none other than Zhou Tianlong. He had long added Zhou Tianlong to his must-kill list.
I've heard that Chen Yang has already been specially recruited to Kyoto Wu University.
Exactly, how could an orphan like Chen Yang keep a gold-tier weapon?
That's just luck. I don't believe Chen Yang can always rely on luck.
Some praised Chen
Yang, while others deliberately smeared him.
Chen Yang just smiled and didn't take it to heart. In their eyes, Chen Yang was just an S-level professional. Nothing they couldn't surpass. But what they didn't know was that Chen Yang was an unprecedented SSS-level professional. All of you, shut up. Chen Yang didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so harshly?
Seeing someone defending him, Chen Yang was curious about who it was.
He clicked on the person's profile to check their basic information. Oh, it's Su Shi.
But after knowing her for so long, I've never added her as a
friend?
Chen Yang was a bit puzzled, feeling like something had happened between him and Su Shi. But he had no impression of the past Su Shi, which annoyed him slightly because he didn't want to get too involved with girls.
If I can't remember, then forget it. Let it be. I wonder how those other S-level professionals mentioned by the admissions officers are doing now.
Chen Yang smiled faintly, starting to look forward to the college
entrance exam. Hopefully, it won't be too boring. After putting down his phone, Chen Yang opened his attribute panel. Name, Shadow Hunter grade. SSS level, 79 HP, 104,000 MP, 61,000 attack power, 10,300 defense, 3,200 magic resistance, 2,400 specialty, SSS 10-fold attack speed. This spec, skills, Shadow Stealth, SSS, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS. Compared to his attributes when he first awakened, Chen Yang's current attribute panel is far more luxurious. With the golden blade in hand, Chen Yang was full of confidence, believing he could definitely become the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Exam. The next morning, Chen Yang walked into the classroom and found Su Shi already sitting at her seat early. Wow, why are you here so early? Humph. Is it only you who can wake up early? Su Shi, like a proud swan, raised her chin high.
Chen Yang noticed that ever since they went through that incident, Su Shi had become increasingly close to him. After sitting down, Chen Yang found 2 buns and a cup of soy milk on the desk.
What a pleasant surprise! Truly a blessing from the heavens, Chen Yang exclaimed as he began devouring his breakfast. Humph, who else but me would bring you breakfast? Su Shi pretended to be angry, reaching out to pinch Chen Yang's waist lightly. Ouch! Chen Yang couldn't help but gasp, your strength is greater than those hybrid demons, you truly deserve to be a shield warrior. He gave Su Shi a thumbs up. Annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. I thought our great Chen had disappeared into the wild forever. Zhou Tianlong saw Chen Yang, his face full of mocking smiles. Previously, the failure of Chao Bin and his group had caused Zhou Tianlong to throw a huge tantrum at home. It wasn't until his father, Zhou Ziren, stepped in that Zhou Tianlong reluctantly calmed down. Zhou Ziren had long set his sights on the golden blade in Chen Yang's possession. If it weren't for Jiang Wu from Kyoto Martial University intervening, Zhou Ziren would have already sent people to seize it. Chen Yang glanced coldly at Zhou Tianlong, not intending to pay him any attention.
In his eyes, Zhou Tianlong was already a useless person, just waiting for the Grim Reaper to come and take him away. Weiwei, I'm already at level 49 now, just 40% experience away from level 50. After the college entrance exam, which school are you planning to go to?
I can go with you.
Seeing that Chen Yang ignored him, Zhou Tianlong didn't mind. After all, his father had already devised a plan to deal with
Chen Yang.
However, with the college entrance exam approaching, a sudden disappearance of a candidate would attract attention from the city.
So Zurin
planned to act after the exams were over.
Wow, young Master Zhou is amazing. Almost level 50, that's a level only S-Class can reach. Maybe. This time, young Master Zhou will even take first place in the college entrance exam. With such an impressive boyfriend, surely school beauty. Xiao won't refuse him. The surrounding classmates looked at Zhou Tianlong with envy, letting out a series of exclamations. This greatly satisfied Zhou Tianlong's vanity, even making him feel a bit smug. He suddenly thought that Xiao Weiwei wasn't worthy of him. He should pursue the most beautiful woman in the world. Get lost.
A cold voice interrupted Zhou Tianlong's fantasy.
Xiao Weiwei turned and walked straight out of the classroom. She was extremely annoyed by Zhou Tianlong's persistent pestering, but Zhou Tianlong's family influence was on par with hers, so she couldn't use
strong measures to drive him away, which left her feeling troubled.
Weiwei, you're an S-Class profession, Sacred Flame Mage, right? Are you already at level 50 now? Zhou Tianlong, like a clingy dog, hurriedly followed her. Alright, everyone quiet down. Someone from the inspection bureau is here and has something to say to everyone. Chen Yang, come over here.
At this moment, Teacher Li walked into the classroom, followed by a man with
an extraordinary presence.
Hearing someone call him, Chen Yang felt a bit puzzled.
Teacher Li, what's the matter?
Li Xinhuang didn't say much,
just waved for Chen Yang to come over.
Although Chen Yang didn't understand the reason, he still stood up and walked toward Li Xinhuang.
Chen Yang, this is a senior inspector from the inspection bureau.
He has some questions for you, Li Xinhuang introduced the man beside him.
Wow, a senior inspector. If I could become someone like them in the future, that would be amazing.
Stop dreaming, only 1 in 10,000 makes it.
Do you think you have a chance?
People without dreams are no different from salted fish.
I believe I can do it.
You, seriously.
The surrounding classmates became excited. Normally, they wouldn't even get to see an inspector. Hearing it was someone from the inspection bureau, Chen Yang started to feel suspicious. Could it be that the incident in the wild was discovered?
Just as Chen Yang was wondering how he might have been found out, the inspector extended his right hand.
Hello, my name is Wang Tianyu. You're the S-Class professional who awakened this year, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I'm Chen Yang. May I ask what this is about? After shaking hands with Wang Tianyu began to speak. The inspection
bureau was the law enforcement agency of the Great Xia Nation, wielding significant power.
For S-Class professionals, the bureau was generally lenient.
As long as it wasn't treason or large-scale massacres, they usually handled matters lightly. A murder case occurred outside the city, a whole
team was killed. We suspect it might be related to you. Please come with me, there are some things we need to ask you. After speaking, Wang Tianyu turned and walked toward the door.
Chen Yang's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade, saying nothing.
He knew that talking too much could
expose him, so he decided to listen to what else Wang Tianyu had to say.
He followed Wang Tianyu out of the classroom. That team belonged to the White Dragon Guild.
I heard you had a conflict with the people from the White Dragon Guild.
Your deskmate seems to be the one injured by them.
Now the association, the inspection hall, and the city bureau have all sent people over. Hearing this, Chen Yang understood that this inspector had
already done thorough preparation before coming. Deaths outside the city are actually quite common. Why are so many departments involved this time, and why is the investigation so fast? Chen Yang vaguely sensed a conspiracy, certain that someone was deliberately targeting him. It was likely someone within the White Dragon Guild stirring up trouble. But who has such great influence to mobilize so many departments for an investigation? He speculated silently.
Don't worry, Chen Yang, we're just here to understand the situation, Wang Tianyu reassured him.
Teacher Jiang Wu specifically told me not to put too much pressure on you.
To be honest, it's the first time I've seen Teacher Jiang Wu care so much about someone.
Wang Tianyu recalled the admissions teacher from Kyoto Martial University, that cheerful man, and couldn't help but feel emotional. After listening,
Chen Yang briefly explained the conflict with the White Dragon Guild but didn't mention anything about Qiao Bin and the others.
He didn't trust Wang
Tianyu much, suspecting he might be trying to extract information.
It's good to be cautious.
It seems you have great potential for the future. Wang Tianyu said, patting his shoulder and smiling as if he had seen through his thoughts.
After speaking, he waved goodbye and walked out of the classroom.
Chen Yang returned to the classroom, and Li Xinhong spoke up. There are some changes to this year's college entrance exam.
The liberal
arts section remains the same, but the martial arts exam now includes a hunting segment in addition to the combat portion.
The classmates immediately began discussing. What? Another segment? It's already exhausting enough. So annoying, can't we skip it? Don't think like that. Another exam means another opportunity. That's true, I think it's a good thing.
Chen Yang listened, lost in thought. In previous year's exams, the liberal
arts section was no problem.
For the combat portion, as long as he defeated a few S-level professionals, he could secure the top spot.
But now, with the addition of hunting, there were more uncertainties.
Li Xinhong didn't stop the students from discussing. Today was their last day, so he let
them express themselves freely.
As the chatter gradually subsided, Li Xinhong looked at each of them seriously.
This hunting segment will take place in a special secret realm. The secret realm is filled with various dangers, even life-threatening ones. Of course, the hunting segment is not mandatory.
You can choose not to participate, but
other students' scores will be slightly lower.
Upon hearing Li Xinhong's words, the students immediately erupted in protest, expressing their dissatisfaction.
Sounds nice, but isn't this just coercion?
Exactly. If we don't go, our scores
drop. This is just disguised pressure. I'm doomed.
I'm still young, I don't want to die. Seeing the students' dejected expressions, Li Xinhong felt a bit helpless.
If they feared everything, how could they resist external crises in the future? There's no point in saying more. I wish you all a safe return and a bright future. With that, Li Xinhong turned and left the classroom.
As he stepped outside, he felt the wind sting his eyes,
making them dry and uncomfortable.
After Li Xinhong left, Chen Yang felt puzzled. Why did he only briefly mention the exam content without explaining
the rules or precautions? Could it be that even the school didn't know the specific rules for this hunting segment? Chen Yang, aren't you worried?
Sushi asked, noticing Chen Yang's calm expression.
Not really. I think the changes are quite interesting. Let's go home first and then make plans.
Chen Yang slowly stood up and walked out of the classroom.
Hey, wait for me.
Sushi hurriedly followed him. The day before the college entrance exam, principals from various schools in Hang City gathered at a hotel to discuss this year's exam. Tomorrow is the exam. This past month
has flown by. I wonder how the kids have been practicing. I feel like their parents aren't as worried as I am as a principal. Sigh, our school doesn't have any outstanding students this year.
But old Chen, your school has those two kids, especially Chen Yang. He's been making quite a name for himself lately. As soon as Chen Yang was mentioned, the other principals all turned their gaze toward Principal Chen.
Listening to the others' praises, Principal Chen beamed with joy. Ha, this kid Chen Yang, I had my eye on him from the moment he enrolled. Top of the school in exams. Every year, I knew his future would be extraordinary. The recent rumors had reached the ears of all the principals. Golden grade weapons weren't particularly rare in Hang City. But for a high school student to possess a golden weapon? That was extremely rare. After all, even Xiao Weiwei, the princess of the Rose Guild, didn't have a golden weapon. Those awakened individuals at levels 200 or even 300 had already set their sights on Chen Yang. If he were caught, forget about the college entrance exams, surviving would already be considered lucky. Has everyone heard about the comprehensive reform of this year's college entrance exams? The situation is spiraling out of control. There's no other way. But doing this will cost many students their lives. Sigh. Principal Chen listened to the discussions around him, deeply worried about Chen Yang. I hope you can make it through and become a dragon soaring in the sky. The national college entrance exams officially began. The next day, all the awakened students from Hang City participating in the national exams gathered in front of the Hang City government building. This year's exam venue wasn't in Hang City but in the provincial capital, Mo City. On the day of the exam, city governments across the country would activate remote teleportation arrays to send their students to Mo City for the unified exam. Once all the students had arrived, Principal Chen, accompanied by several teachers, entered the teleportation array and distributed wristbands to the students one by one. These wristbands will record your basic information and serve as your admission ticket. Losing it will disqualify you from the exam. Principal Chen scanned the students with a serious expression before signaling to the government staff. A man in a robe slowly approached the teleportation array. Standing at the center of the array, he raised his staff high, and a strange light gradually flowed from him into the array. The teleportation array instantly erupted in dazzling white light, transporting all of Hang City students to the exam venue in Mo City. The exam venue was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Tens of thousands of students from over a dozen cities in the high province gathered here, yet the space didn't feel crowded. If anything, it seemed a bit empty. Above the center of the venue floated a sky island. Beneath the island was a massive silver vortex, which appeared to be the entrance to a large secret realm dungeon. After waiting for about 20 minutes, students from other cities were also teleported to the venue. At this moment, Chen Yang and Sushi stood in a corner of the venue. This was the Shadow Realm. Feeling bored, Chen Yang began checking the attribute panels of his peers nearby. Most of the students here were between levels 30 and 40. Chen Yang muttered to himself, if it's this simple, this exam is going to be way too boring. Suddenly, the previously noisy venue fell silent. A stern voice came from the Sky Island, quiet. Attention, everyone. Due to special circumstances, this year's college entrance exam will begin with the hunting phase. A middle-aged man in formal attire slowly appeared on the Sky Island. What? They're starting with the tough stuff? No way. I'm not ready for this. I don't want to participate. Wait, there are foreign candidates in the Daxia Nation's college entrance exam? Upon hearing that hunting was the first exam, the students began to complain. The middle-aged man frowned and sternly warned. Silence. Anyone who continues to make noise will be disqualified from the exam. He then announced the exam rules. The hunting phase will take place within the secret realm and last for 1 week, testing your survival and evasion skills. There are 2 stages. The first stage is survival. Basic survival supplies will be periodically distributed within the secret realm. Food, water, and medical supplies will be available, but you'll have to fight for them. Of course, during this stage, you can choose to withdraw at any time. Simply press your wristband, and someone will escort you out. Hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could withdraw, there was no life-threatening danger, and they felt more confident about competing for resources. However, the second stage is escape. The secret realm will be sealed, no more supplies will be provided, and withdrawal will no longer be an option. Only by reaching the endpoint can you leave the secret realm. No matter what happens along the way, no one will help you, even if your life is in danger. The examiner finished speaking, deliberately pausing to observe the candidates' reactions. In the examination hall, many people showed fearful expressions. Of course, there were also those whose eyes lit up with excitement. Chen Yang glanced around and noticed one person with an arrogant yet sinister smile. His demeanor and equipment were quite unique. Chen Yang thought to himself, this guy won't be easy to deal with. Quietly, he approached and pulled the man into his Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm, name, Wild Gladiator. Quality, S-grade, level, 65, HP, 80,000, MP, 40,000, attack power, 5,000, defense, 3,000, magic resistance, 3,100, specialty, S-grade. Trueman 5 seconds. Upon activation, all attributes double for 5 seconds, but revert to 1/10 of normal afterward. Skills, Savage Charge. S-grade, Jump/Heavy Strike, S-grade, Fearless Belief, S-grade. Wow, this guy. His other attributes were fairly normal, but this specialty was a bit concerning. Does the attribute doubling apply to all attributes or just one? If it's all attributes, then this could be trouble. Chen Yang stared at the arrogant man's attribute panel, secretly sighing. For others, once this guy activates his specialty, the only option is to run, and even attempting to move might result in instant defeat. But unfortunately for him, his endurance is limited. Especially for Chen Yang, who could easily use a skill to last through the 5 seconds, after which dealing with him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense someone watching him. He turned sharply, locking eyes with Chen Yang. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled into a sinister, eerie smile. Slowly, he raised his hand, first giving a thumbs up, then flipping his palm so the thumb pointed downward. You're done for. The distance was a bit far, so Chen Yang couldn't hear clearly, but he roughly guessed from the lip movements. He smiled faintly, not taking it to heart.
Additionally, personal equipment is allowed during the exam, with no level restrictions. But the use of any items or potions is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught will be considered cheating, immediately disqualified from the exam, permanently banned from taking the college entrance exam, and held legally accountable. The examiner paused for a few minutes before continuing. The college entrance exam determines one's future, so although these candidates were dissatisfied, they dared not voice their complaints and could only endure. If anyone dared to speak up, they'd likely be escorted out immediately. The rule explanation is over. Please prepare yourselves. The exam begins. Best wishes for a bright future. As soon as the words fell, a silver vortex lit up above the examination hall, its dazzling light instantly enveloping the entire venue. All candidates wearing wristbands were simultaneously transported into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a building on the floating island, a group of dignified middle-aged and elderly individuals stood. They were professors from several key universities in Hang City and examiners for the college entrance exam in High Province. This year's college entrance exam has changed so much. I wonder if these kids can adapt. No choice. The higher-ups are pushing hard. If we don't act first, other countries will catch up. If others are fast, we must be faster. If they seize the initiative, we'll never catch up. But we can't let a group of kids take such big risks. You know the situation in that secret realm. There's no other way. At this moment, an examiner pulled up the secret realm screen. Report, everything is normal. All candidates are in position. Good. Push detailed rules and secret realm precautions to all candidates' wristbands. As the dazzling light faded, Chen Yang found himself in a dense forest. The sky was gray and hazy, making it difficult to determine the exact time. Ding! Upon hearing this notification sound, Chen Yang initially thought it was a system message. He waited for a while but saw no system prompts. Strange, doesn't the system usually issue tasks upon entering the secret realm? What exactly is this notification sound? Chen Yang carefully checked and discovered that the sound was coming from his wristband. He had initially thought the wristband was just an exam admission ticket displaying basic information. Unexpectedly, it could also receive messages. He opened the wristband screen, and a red exclamation mark appeared on an email in the top right corner. Clicking it open, he found the detailed rules for the exam. Chen Yang, always cautious in his actions, carefully read through the email's content. He knew that if the examiners had overlooked any important details, it would only benefit him to know in advance. After all, some careless candidates might glance at the email and close it, thinking they only needed a general understanding of the rules and that there was no need to read them thoroughly. So that's how it is. In the survival stage, only candidates from the same province are in the secret realm. After eliminating some people, candidates from across the country will gather in the same secret realm during the escape stage. Interesting, things are getting more exciting. After reading the email, Chen Yang felt quite thrilled. At first, he thought he wouldn't encounter the legendary S-Class professionals mentioned by the recruitment representatives. Just as he was pondering his next move, a faint tremor came from the ground. Chen Yang immediately became alert, sensing that something was wrong. The tremors grew stronger, and the ground seemed unable to bear it, emitting strange creaking sounds. Then, he saw a few hybrid demonic creatures rushing out of the forest not far away. Just a few demonic creatures, how are they causing such a commotion? Chen Yang stared at the hybrid demonic creatures in confusion. Judging by their size, they were at least level 50 or above. Although he could easily handle them, he decided to be cautious. Since he had just entered the secret realm, as he prepared to climb a tree to hide, the ground suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, countless massive monsters came charging from the distance. Chen Yang steadied himself and looked up. Savage Bear LV.50, Frenzied Bull LV.53, Bloodthirsty Tiger LV.60. In front of him were enormous hybrid demonic creatures. They surged forward like a black tide, overwhelming everything as they charged at Chen Yang. The momentum was so intense that the earth and sky seemed to tremble, leaving no grass in their wake. Looking out, the number of enemies was uncountable. My God! This is intense right from the start. Am I just unlucky, or is every candidate facing this? Chen Yang gasped, his scalp tingling. With such a scene, even a level 100 professional would struggle to escape if they were slightly slow. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Shadow assault! Shadow assault! Shadow assault!
Meanwhile, other candidates in the secret realm were encountering similar situations. Help! A beast tide is coming. Save me! Who would have thought this is part of the exam? It's brutal, practically a death sentence. Ah, this is insane. Terrified screams and hysterical laughter echoed everywhere. The candidates turned and fled for their lives, wishing they had more legs to run faster. They ran in utter disarray, knowing that even a slight delay would result in being caught by the hybrid demonic creatures. However, their lives were not in immediate danger. Whenever a hybrid demonic creature was about to attack them, the wristband on their hand would emit a dazzling light, enveloping them. In the next moment, they would disappear from the secret realm and reappear at the teleportation array where they had entered. Staring at the familiar surroundings, everyone was stunned. Professor Tian, the beast tide has started, a proctor shouted, urgently, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. It's started? It's here, it's here. Stop playing around, the exam is in full swing. Several professors from Wuhan University, who had been playing chess, put down their pieces upon hearing about the beast tide and walked over to the screen. This scene. I wonder if the kids will be left with psychological trauma after this. It's fine. Experiences like this are good for their growth. Exactly. This is just the beginning. Survival is a life or death struggle. Poor kids. The professors watched the screen, observing the candidates desperately fleeing from the rampaging beast horde, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. During the escape stage, those who dared to face the beast tide head-on could earn extra points. Each examinee's wristband is equipped with emergency protection measures to ensure no one loses their life. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully defeated LV.57 Brutal Bear, gaining 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully defeated LV.60 Bloodthirsty Tiger, gaining 4,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! After running a certain distance, Chen Yang noticed that the hybrid beasts were relentlessly chasing him. Shaking them off was far more difficult than he had imagined. Feeling irritated by the pursuit, Chen Yang decisively turned around, attempting to kill a few hybrid beasts to see if he could slow their chase. Ding! The wristband emitted a notification sound. Chen Yang was curious. After all this time, the wristband still had new messages. He casually killed a hybrid beast and quickly left. Opening the wristband, he saw the screen display, successfully killed a rampaging giant bear, gained 1 point. Successfully killed a bloodthirsty tiger, gained 1 point. Successfully killed. What are these points for? The exam rules didn't mention them at all. Regarding the points, the examiners deliberately kept it a secret. Not a single word about it was written in the exam guidelines within the wristband. This was done to assess the student's ability to react in real time. Faced with a beast tide, how would they act? How would they escape? Each person's performance was fully recorded by the wristband. Only after killing hybrid beasts would the purpose of the points be revealed. These points could be directly added to the final college entrance exam score. In other words, as long as you earned a large number of points in this hunt, you could skip the subsequent exams entirely. You could directly choose the university you wanted to attend and prepare for enrollment. Understanding the significance of the points, Chen Yang glanced at the hybrid beasts relentlessly chasing him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looking at you now, you're actually kind of interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang charged straight into the beast tide. Shadow Assault. Shadow Realm. Shadow Execution. He weaved through the beast tide, effortlessly killing a hybrid beast with each strike. The system. Notification sounds kept ringing in his ears, crisp and pleasant. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully defeated LV.50 Frenzied Giant Deer, gaining 3,600 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully defeated LV.63 Spiked Violent Boar, gaining 4,300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Although Chen Yang's experience points were shared with Xiao Qian in Shadow of Secrecy, the sheer number of kills was overwhelming. In a short time, Chen Yang's level soared to LV.82. At this moment, Chen Yang was surrounded by a dense crowd of hybrid beasts, with no place to stand. It was like a lone boat floating in a stormy sea. Fighting desperately, every step was fraught with danger, as if walking on the edge of death. Each step forward required dealing with attacks from over a dozen hybrid beasts. But Chen Yang's determination was as solid as a rock. He activated Eternal Shadow, hiding in the shadows to evade attacks. While dodging, he tried to kill as many hybrid beasts as possible. However, frequent walks along the river inevitably lead to wet shoes.
Chen Yang's golden blade pierced the chest of a brutal bear but got firmly stuck.
He decisively abandoned the golden blade, planning to retreat into the shadows and find another opportunity to escape.
Just as he hesitated, a swift gale ape
silently appeared behind him.
It raised its arms high and slammed them fiercely toward Chen Yang's back.
Chen Yang instantly vanished from his original position, landing heavily on a hybrid beast.
The hybrid beast he used as a cushion died on the spot.
Not bad. I was so busy killing other hybrid beasts earlier that I didn't even notice you.
Chen Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze coldly fixed on the swift gale ape. Name, Swift Gale Ape, Level, LV.85, HP, 55,000, MP, 3,400, Attack, 1,000, Defense, 800, Magic Resistance, 100. Chen Yang enveloped the swift gale ape in the shadow realm, glancing at its attribute panel.
Impressive. With these stats, if there's time to nurture it, it could grow into a boss. Without a problem. Killing you. I wonder if you'll drop some good equipment.
The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slightly lifted, his gaze sharp. As an eagle's, his movements swift as lightning.
To onlookers, this young man seemed both arrogant and confident. In an instant, Chen Yang flashed to
the side of the gale raging ape, pretending to fight it head-on. As the gale raging ape raised its arms to defend, Chen Yang flipped his body and instantly appeared beside the golden blade.
Shadow Fury. Shadow Assault. The golden blade traced a dark purple arc in the air. Sensing danger, the gale raging ape attempted to flee.
Chen Yang immediately blocked its path.
Trying to run now? Too late, isn't it?
As soon as he finished speaking, the golden blade slashed across the gale raging ape's throat at a bizarre angle.
Damage, 30,980. Oh, not dead yet? Chen Yang noticed the gale raging ape clutching its throat as it quickly fled into the distance.
Just as he was about to pursue, a group of hybrid demons surrounded him.
Get out of my way. Chen Yang struck down the enraged feral wolf, blocking his path with a single blow. Shadow Assault. He weaved through the beast horde, chasing after the gale raging ape.
Meanwhile, outside, the professors and examiners stared wide-eyed. They were fixated on the top right corner of the screen displaying the leaderboard, unable to believe their eyes. In the secret realm, killing a single hybrid demon only earned 1 point.
Successfully escaping a beast horde granted 10 points.
The shorter the escape time, the higher the points.
Typically, students of lower levels could earn 20 to 50 points.
If a candidate scored over 100 points, they qualified for admission to prestigious schools.
With a decent performance during the escape, being sought after by top schools wasn't out of the question. But now, the leaderboard's first place showed an impossible score. Chen Yang's current score, 570. And it was still skyrocketing. 583. 597. 604. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if his score exceeded 1,000 by the end of the beast horde. Impossible. This is impossible. Even a level 100 professional couldn't effortlessly kill hybrid demons averaging level 60 like this. Professor Tian, standing before the screen, was in disbelief. He even suspected a malfunction in the candidate's wristband, causing the points to jump so rapidly. Quick! Pull up this candidate's profile. Professor Tian urged the staff beside him. The staff quickly entered commands, and Chen Yang's detailed information appeared on the screen.
S-Class professional, impressive, with limitless potential.
His profession is assassin? How is that possible?
An assassin in a beast horde.
Does that mean all he can do is run for his life? Exactly. Even if Chen Yang is an S-Class professional, he's an assassin. With such a frail build, how could he withstand the attacks of hybrid demons?
The group of professors,
after reviewing Chen Yang's information, were all incredulous.
In their view, assassins were suited for assassination or one-on-one duels, not for facing hundreds or thousands of hybrid demons alone. As for why they didn't retrieve footage of Chen Yang's location, it was because installing
cameras in the secret realm required significant time and resources.
This exam had been restructured at the last minute, with monitoring only set up
at a few fixed points in the secret realm.
Thus, the examiners couldn't observe Chen Yang's situation in real time and could only learn of his actions when he entered a monitored area. At this moment, Chen Yang, after considerable effort, finally caught up to a gale raging ape and successfully killed it using his skills. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated LV.85 Gale Raging Ape, earning 7,000 experience points.
To everyone's surprise, the Gale Raging Ape even dropped equipment.
The situation was urgent, with a group of hybrid demons still eyeing him menacingly.
Chen Yang quickly picked up the equipment and used his skills to escape.
After evading the beast horde, Chen Yang discovered a towering, cloud-piercing solitary bridge. The bridge spanned the void, seemingly a boundary between life and death, sending chills down one's spine.
Confronted with the scene before him,
Chen Yang chose to proceed cautiously.
He memorized the bridge's location and turned to leave. In the dense forest of the secret realm, I saw this supply first. Whoever sees it first doesn't matter. Strength is the only rule. Chen Yang lay on a tree, watching two candidates below argue fiercely over a supply pack. Can you two be a little more polite? Don't disturb my nap. I was here before you arrived. Shouldn't this supply be mine?
Chen Yang yawned and spoke lazily. Who's there? The two examinees were startled by the sudden voice.
Look up, I'm right above you. Chen Yang flipped and jumped down from the tree.
After leaving the solitary bridge, Chen Yang, exhausted, casually found a tree to rest under.
Chen, the Great? It's you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have fought for it. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. One of the examinees recognized Chen Yang, smiled, and turned to leave. Am I that scary? Why do people run away as soon as they see me?
Chen Yang muttered to himself.
In confusion. You're the S-rank professional from the affiliated school? My name is Wang Hongdou. Dare to have a match with me? Wang Hongdou, disdainful of the person who had just left in fear, challenged Chen Yang. With his A-rank professional strength, he believed he could compete with Chen Yang. But Chen Yang completely ignored him, opening the supply bag to check its contents. Not bad, there's food, water, and some medical supplies. These are enough for me alone. There's even a backpack, quite thoughtful. Watching Chen Yang calmly organize the supplies, completely disregarding
him, Wang Hongdou, enraged, drew the long sword from his waist and slashed fiercely at Chen Yang.
Chen Yang lightly sidestepped, dodging the attack.
Turning around, he kicked Wang Hongdou to the ground. Without even glancing at him, Chen Yang turned and walked away.
Ah, Chen Yang, you wait. No one dares to insult me like this. Wang Hongdou, watching Chen Yang's retreating figure, felt humiliated and belittled, shouting in anger. In Wang Hongdou's view, he had awakened as an A-rank professional. Normally, his classmates couldn't withstand even 2 moves from him. He originally thought that even if he couldn't defeat an S-rank professional, it wouldn't mean being easily overpowered. But unexpectedly, he was humiliated by Chen Yang like this. This equipment is pretty good.
Chen Yang leaned against the tree, staring at a pair of boots in his hands. Earlier, he was too tired. After finding a place to rest, he fell asleep and forgot about the equipment he had just obtained.
Now that he had some free time, Chen Yang began inspecting the attributes of the boots.
Name, boots of swiftness quality, bronze attributes, plus 5% movement speed, plus 20 defense.
Special effect, in non-combat state, an additional 5% movement speed increase. The equipment's attributes weren't top-notch, merely providing a basic 5% movement speed boost.
However, its special effect allowed for an extra 5% speed increase when not in combat.
Although it couldn't stack during battles, it was quite useful for traveling in dungeons. Not bad.
Although they're made of leather, they don't feel stuffy at all when worn. Chen Yang took off his old shoes and put on the boots of swiftness. Just as he finished changing, a notification sound came from his wristband.
Chen Yang raised his right hand, curious about the new message. Ding! The survival phase of the assessment has ended early. Remaining examinees, please proceed to the next phase, escape. The escape phase already? Chen Yang looked at the content on his wristband. In the upper left corner,
there was a small compass indicating the distance to the next phase's location.
What's this? Staring at the compass's direction, Chen Yang recalled something. Wasn't that the solitary bridge? This exam is really interesting.
Chen Yang smiled faintly and began walking slowly toward the
escape phase's location.
Between heaven and earth, the solitary bridge stood alone. The bridge was narrow and steep, with a bottomless void beneath
it, making one's heart tremble.
Seeing the bridge again, Chen Yang still found it eerie, unsure of what the examiners were planning.
Chen Yang, you finally came.
A woman's voice sounded, like a gentle rain brushing across harp strings, soft and captivating.
Sushi, how are you? Are you hurt?
Shen Yang turned to see a beautiful figure. Hearing his concern, Sushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart blossomed with joy. Then why didn't you come to find me? Sushi said with a hint of coquettishness. Hearing her words, Shen Yang smiled faintly but didn't know how to respond. After waiting for a while without a reply, Sushi couldn't help but roll her eyes. In his heart, he felt that this was fine. A dull mind wouldn't be stolen by others. Shen Yang, still alive. But you'd better be careful, someone has their eyes on you. Zhou Tianlong emerged from the corner with a sinister expression. Seeing him dare to come out at such a time to court death, Chen Yang swiftly dodged and kicked him directly. Zhou Tianlong flew out in a bizarre posture, crashing into several trees in succession before landing heavily on the ground, his life or death uncertain for the moment. As long as it wasn't fatal, fighting was allowed in the examination hall. Although he couldn't kill him, that kick was enough to make him suffer. Shen Yang didn't hold back with that kick, using all his strength and even applying skill enhancement. Zhou Tianlong didn't even have time to get angry before fainting directly. Perhaps this was the only way to preserve a shred of dignity. Who? Shen Yang suddenly turned around, sensing a murderous intent. Not far away, a man leaned against a tree. So it's you, want to play? Seeing the man's sinister smile, Shen Yang felt this person was definitely problematic. It was just a glance at him when entering the secret realm. Was it necessary to keep pestering him? Forget it. Shen Yang is so famous, I can't afford to provoke him. The man awkwardly smiled and waved his hand. My name is Zhao Jifeng, from Fushur City. After crossing this bridge, we'll have to compete with top professionals from other provinces. We're from the same province, we should cooperate. Against outsiders, right? His words sounded reasonable, but Shen Yang still felt Zhao Jifeng was suspicious. That murderous intent he had just now was unmistakable. Is that so? Then please step aside. Shen Yang said coldly, without any courtesy. Zhao Jifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. Upon hearing this, fine, I won't disturb you. He suppressed his killing intent and turned to leave. The previous suspicion turned into certainty. This person definitely had ulterior motives. When Zhao Jifeng approached, Shen Yang had been maintaining his shadow domain. As long as someone harbored malice toward him, he could sense it immediately. Sure enough, Zhao Jifeng's murderous intent was intense. If you want to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Yang didn't care about Zhao Jifeng's intentions. In his view, this person could at most exchange a few moves with him. Shen Yang, be careful. I think that person isn't simple. Sushi stood nearby, reminding him with concern. Zhao Jifeng's murderous intent made her feel scared, but for Chen Yang's sake, she mustered the courage to speak up. With her skills, encountering Zhao Jifeng would likely only result in her being beaten. Ding! Attention all examinees. Those who cross the suspension bridge will receive bonus points for the college entrance exam, with specific scores determined by performance. After crossing the bridge, you will enter the escape phase and automatically sign a life and death agreement. To withdraw, please click the exit button on your wristband. Exit/continue. Chen Yang looked at the button on the wristband and chose to continue without hesitation. Chen Yang, what did you choose? Sushi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. People who take things seriously are indeed handsome. Hearing her words, Chen Yang wondered whether to persuade her to give up. After all, the subsequent prompts clearly stated that the upcoming phase would be dangerous, and lives might be at risk. He didn't know how Sushi had survived the beast tide, but this solitary bridge would definitely be difficult for her without displacement skills. Sushi, why don't you click exit? It's really dangerous. Ahead. He tried to persuade her. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Sushi snapped out of her thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. This bridge seems off, you should exit. Even if you cross the bridge, the dangers of the escape phase are unknown. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep reminding us of the life-threatening risks ahead. Chen Yang didn't mind that she hadn't heard him clearly earlier. He continued to persuade Sushi not to proceed. But this time, the hunt was of great importance, and Sushi chose to stay, which didn't surprise Chen Yang. Everyone had their own thoughts. Once chosen, there was no turning back. Alright, I'll listen to you, I'll exit. Sushi nodded adorably, smiling sweetly at Chen Yang. This girl is quite obedient, Chen Yang thought to himself. Chen Yang, you must be careful later. You're an assassin, skilled in survival, but don't Underestimate the danger, Sushi reminded him worriedly to stay safe.
Don't worry about me. See you outside, Shenyang nodded and replied. Ding!
All candidates, please immediately step onto the solitary bridge. Anyone who fails to step onto the bridge within 1 minute will be considered to have forfeited their exam qualification. A prompt message came from the wristband, urgent and clear. The candidates around reacted differently upon seeing the message. Some chose to withdraw, giving up on this trial. Others resolutely stepped onto the solitary bridge.
Among them,
some had reasons they couldn't abandon, while others carried dreams in their hearts. No matter how great the threat of death, they were fearless and
moved forward courageously.
Perhaps some would remain here forever, but as long as they successfully crossed this bridge and climbed this peak, it
would be a victory. Their future lives would be even more glorious. Alright, it's time for me to go, Shenyang said, watching the candidates
stepping onto the solitary bridge, his eyes shining with determination.
Shenyang, you go first.
I'll follow in a bit, Sushi nodded, her voice tinged with heaviness.
Hey, big shot, if you don't move now, you'll be disqualified, Zhao Jifeng said coldly from behind Shenyang. Shenyang glanced at him indifferently without responding.
He waved to Sushi, turned, and walked toward the solitary bridge.
He stepped onto the bridge alone,
his gaze firm, as if ready to face any challenge. His steps were steady, each one strong and resolute, as though nothing could stop his progress.
After walking for a while, the candidates around him gradually relaxed. This bridge isn't as dangerous as I imagined. Yeah, I was pretty nervous at first, but it's surprisingly stable.
Maybe this is just a test of courage, stepping onto it might be all it takes to pass.
Those who didn't step on it will definitely regret it when they find out the truth.
Listening to their discussions, Shenyang felt something was off.
If it were this simple, why had there been constant warnings about life-threatening danger?
Thinking of this, he moved to the back of the group, cautiously
observing his surroundings.
As time passed, the number of candidates around him gradually decreased.
In the end, Shenyang was the only one left on the solitary bridge. Everyone else had disappeared.
Shenyang immediately heightened his vigilance, carefully observing the environment.
Walking
on the solitary bridge that stretched into the sky, the surroundings were deathly silent.
Each step felt like treading toward an endless abyss. Gradually, he noticed the bridge narrowing. Not far ahead, only a few broken wooden planks remained.
Shenyang adjusted his breathing and stood
steadily on the planks. He knew that any panic at this moment could cause him to lose balance and fall into the abyss.
Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew. The solitary bridge swayed violently, as if trying to throw him off. Shenyang gripped the ropes tightly, struggling to maintain his balance. Immediately after, a large crack suddenly appeared in the bridge beneath him. His footing gave way, and he nearly fell.
At the moment he was about
to plunge into the abyss, Shenyang clung desperately to the edge of the crack, barely saving himself. With a powerful flip, he climbed back onto the bridge. He steadied himself, fearing another mistake. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he didn't give up and continued forward.
Not far ahead, Shenyang noticed a dense fog suddenly enveloping the entire solitary bridge.
He immediately became highly alert, cautiously feeling his way forward. Suddenly, he felt the wooden planks beneath his feet moving.
Looking down, a chill ran down his spine. The planks were crawling with hybrid demonic creatures resembling locusts.
They bared their fangs and claws, ready to pounce and devour him at any moment.
Shenyang's heart tightened.
These locusts weren't terrifying on their own, but they were gnawing at the wooden planks beneath his feet, sending a cold shiver through him.
Shadow assault. Shadow execution.
Shenyang swiftly leaped onto another plank. The golden blade in his hand slashed out a dark purple arc of light. With one strike, he severed the plank swarming with locusts, sending it crashing into the abyss.
Ding! Congratulations, you have killed LV.40. Phantom Locust, gaining 2,900 experience points. Ding!
Congratulations, you have killed LV.50 Phantom Locust, gaining 3,100 experience points.
Ding! Congratulations, ding! Congratulations, Shadow of Secrecy has grown into a bronze-level equipment. Hearing the system prompt, Shenyang
shook his head helplessly. The upgrade speed was too slow. During the previous Beast Tide, he had killed so many hybrid demons, yet the experience points were just enough to push Shadow of Secrecy to the upgrade threshold.
Buzz buzz. Shenyang suddenly heard a commotion. Following the sound,
he saw that the locusts he had knocked down were slowly flying back up, and their numbers had multiplied several times over.
Did I just poke a hornet's nest?
Chen Yang cursed under his breath and immediately sprinted toward the other end of the bridge.
Normally, seeing so many shadow locusts
would excite him, but now, with a bottomless abyss beneath his feet, one misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Chen Yang had no intention of risking his
life to verify whether the examiner's warning of life-threatening danger was exaggerated. Shadow assault! Shadow assault! Shadow assault!
Chen Yang continuously dodged between the scattered iron chains. While glancing back, he swung the golden blade, slashing out streaks of dark purple light, striking down the pursuing shadow locusts. However, against the massive swarm, killing a few made no difference.
Chen Yang frowned and quickened his pace. He planned to create some distance and then activate the special ability of his speed boots to shake off these annoying locusts. In this eternal darkness, time seemed to lose its meaning.
Chen Yang only felt his legs growing sore. Looking back, he finally saw that the swarm
of locusts chasing him had disappeared.
Ahead, a flash of light appeared in the distance. As he approached, the light grew increasingly dazzling.
Eventually, the entire sky was illuminated.
That blinding light resembled a gateway to another world.
Chen Yang's heart tightened, unsure why such a phenomenon was occurring.
He focused all his attention and cautiously approached the light. Suddenly, he felt a strange presence.
It seemed as
though something in this space was secretly watching him.
Chen Yang looked around warily, only to find that the area was now shrouded in thick fog. Visibility was extremely low, and he couldn't see anything clearly. At that moment, an eerie laugh echoed.
The sound seemed to come from all directions.
At once,
I knew it wouldn't be this easy to get through here. Chen Yang's heart sank. There was definitely some kind of sinister creature lurking
on the lonely bridge. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to face whatever came his way.
Looking back, he realized that the path he had come from
had vanished without a trace. Only a few thin ropes stretched precariously across the abyss.
The laughter grew more frequent and piercing, sending
chills down his spine.
Chen Yang's scalp tingled, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress his fear and stay calm.
He knew that even a moment of distraction could cost him his life.
Suddenly, the sinister laughter stopped abruptly. Chen Yang cautiously took a step forward, and a blurry figure appeared before him, making his heart race and filling him with an inexplicable chill.
Despite having his shadow domain activated, how had this figure bypassed his defenses? And when had it appeared? Something's wrong, Professor.
Professor, look over there.
A proctor pointed to the upper right corner of the screen, shouting urgently. What is it?
Professor Tian, who had been focused on observing other candidates, immediately turned to look where the proctor was pointing.
Damn it, she's out.
Professor Tian felt a chill run from the top of his head down to his
entire body. What happened, old Tian?
Other professors, hearing the commotion, rushed over as well, pulling out a special tool to monitor the situation.
Inside the lonely bridge in real time.
This tool was extremely valuable and rarely used, reserved only for special environments like the lonely bridge.
With so many candidates on the lonely bridge, the professors and proctors had divided their attention to observe and record every move. Old Tian, what's going on? How did Jaya Yizi get out?
I told you before that the lonely bridge secret realm was risky, but you insisted on using
it. Oldly, don't say that. This is just an exceptional case.
The matter behind this concerns the fate of the nation. This step cannot be taken lightly.
Does that mean it shouldn't be taken seriously? Are we playing with the lives of the candidates? Seeing Chen Yang's situation, some professors
felt it was a joke to risk a student's life.
Others believed it was just an accident and shouldn't be overly criticized. Stop arguing,
Professor,
Tian said sternly.
He was highly respected among the professors, and everyone immediately quieted down.
All right, the decision to pass through the solitary bridge secret realm was made from above.
The appearance of Jaya Yizi was an unexpected situation. Other candidates won't face the same
danger. It's just a pity for this candidate.
He was so close to passing, but now he might be stuck here forever.
By the way, Xiao Ding, pull up this candidate's information for me. Professor Tian looked at Chen Yang's perilous situation with regret.
He patted the shoulder of an examiner beside him, signaling him to bring up Chen Yang's profile.
What? An S-Class professional?
Professor Tian's eyes narrowed sharply as he looked at the information displayed in the upper left corner of the screen.
An assassin profession, no less. Perhaps this Chen Yang can escape from Jaya Yizi. A professor, hearing this, looked up at the screen. So what if he's an S-Class assassin? Jaya-Yeezy's strength has already reached level 200. Even with the restrictions of the secret realm, Jaya-Yeezy's strength is at least level 100.
Not to mention, she belongs to the Eerie type, which
ordinary people cannot resist. Professor Tian shook his head, having no confidence in Chen Yang's ability to escape. He could only sigh. The other professors also sighed, knowing that Chen Yang was likely doomed. They then returned to their posts to continue observing the other candidates. Xiao. Ding, don't switch the screen yet. I want to watch a bit longer. Seeing the examiner preparing to change the view, Professor Tian quickly stopped him.
He was well aware of Jaya-Yeezy's power, but he still held on to a sliver of hope.
What if? By the way, send someone in. The rescue operation was underway.
Meanwhile, a figure slowly approached Chen Yang. Chen Yang held his breath and observed carefully.
He noticed that the sound seemed to float above the solitary bridge, never touching the bridge's surface.
I've heard before that strange enemies appear in advanced dungeons. I didn't expect to encounter one so soon. Facing the figure before him, Chen Yang began to form a judgment in his mind.
He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to attack at any moment.
However, as the figure became clearer, Chen Yang was surprised to see a woman in white. She had delicate features and gentle eyes, like a fairy descending from the heavens.
Who are you? Chen Yang asked warily.
The woman smiled softly and replied, I am the guardian of the solitary bridge, here to guide you through this mist. Chen Yang scoffed at her words.
What a joke! A guardian?
This was the Shadow
Realm.
Name, Jaya-Yeezy level, 100, sealed, maximum level 200, HP, 21000 MP, 400 spell power, 50000 defense, 100 magic resistance.
600 under some unknown suppression. Jaya-Yeezy's strength has been significantly reduced. Chen Yang secretly checked Jaya-Yeezy's status panel.
Fortunately, although her level is as high as 100, her attributes aren't overly exaggerated.
After assessing Jaya-Yeezy's strength, Chen Yang had a plan in mind. Alright, can we leave now? He didn't expose Jaya-Yeezy but decided to play along with her act. Hearing this, Jaya-Yeezy slowly turned and walked toward the light.
At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly launched Shadow Slash.
He raised the golden blade in his hand and stabbed fiercely at the woman's back.
But he immediately felt something was wrong. There was no damage notification.
Shadow Assault. Chen Yang quickly withdrew the golden blade and charged toward the light. Obediently go to your death.
A cold voice echoed in his ear. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness closed in from
all directions. It's over. Is there no hope?
Outside the secret realm, Professor Tian sighed. For the candidates, Kagano's strength was overwhelming.
Even S-Class professionals found it difficult to defeat her.
At this moment, Chen Yang felt as if his body was frozen, completely unable to move.
Ha ha ha. Kagano's chilling laughter came from behind.
Cold sweat streamed down Chen Yang's face as he desperately tried to move, but he couldn't
budge an inch.
Kagano reached out, her fingertips lightly touching his earlobe.
Stay with me, my dear. But Chen Yang ignored her. He fixed his gaze on the light not far ahead, calculating how long it would take to reach it. How dare you ignore me? Kagano shouted angrily. She raised her right hand and fiercely clawed at his back. At the critical moment, Chen Yang turned instantly, using the golden blade to block the attack while swiftly cutting the rope on the solitary bridge. The rope snapped immediately.
Grabbing the broken rope, Chen Yang swung with all his might toward the
light. Shadow Assault. Shadow Assault. Shadow Assault. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang's steps flew as if racing against death. Seeing the light just ahead, he dashed into it without hesitation. Ah! You can't escape. Kagano let out a chilling scream the moment Chen Yang entered the light. But
she couldn't stop him from escaping.
Chen Yang kept running.
Phew, I didn't expect this solitary bridge to be so interesting.
It's still more reassuring to have solid ground underfoot. He panted, looking around.
The dangers of the secret realm felt like a dream, and now it was finally over. After a long and arduous escape, he had finally set foot on vibrant land.
Confirming the surroundings were safe, Chen Yang lay down, recalling the moment on the solitary bridge.
At that time, he had used the broken rope to push his speed to the limit.
But was it really over? Ha, good. Kid, impressive. Surviving a desperate situation, not bad. This kid has limitless potential. By the way, we can call back the rescue team now. Professor Tian laughed heartily as he watched Chun Yang successfully escape from Kagano on the screen. What's going on? What happened? Yeah. Old Tian, have you gone mad? The other professors teased upon hearing Professor Tian's voice. What do you know? I'm just happy. I've decided, the spot I have will go to this kid, Professor Tian said excitedly. Chen Yang's calm and composed performance had thrilled him. Looking at Chen Yang, Professor Tian seemed to see his younger self. Old Tian, have you thought this through? That spot is very important, you know what it means. Our province only has 3 spots. A professor walked up to Professor Tian, advising him to stay calm. Haha, what do you know? Xiao Ding, pull up the footage of Chun Yang just now. Professor Tian smiled, keeping them in suspense. So secretive, everyone, let's talk some sense into him. I think Old Tian has lost his mind. Alright, Old Tian, you know he wouldn't decide so easily. This candidate must have something extraordinary. But we can't be so impulsive, we don't even know much about this candidate. Amid the chatter, Professor Tian smiled faintly, not responding, his eyes fixed on the screen. Alright, quiet down, the show is about to begin. Professor Tian stopped the noise around him as the figure slowly appeared on the screen. Impossible. To make the correct choice in such a short time, is he even human? Yeah, this candidate is way too bold. Ha ha ha, not bad, Old Tian has a sharp eye. I support your decision. After seeing Chen Yang's series of responses, the professors all agreed with Professor Tian's choice. This candidate was both bold and meticulous, with exceptional strength. He was an S-Class professional, that spot was undoubtedly his. Professor Tian's eyes were full of admiration. What a vibrant young man. In the secret realm. During the escape phase, after resting for a moment, Chen Yang slowly stood up. Before him was a vast sea of green, covering the earth like a giant emerald carpet. Towering trees reached into the clouds, their lush branches and leaves forming green barriers. The winding forest paths twisted and turned, like green ribbons weaving through the dense woods. The forest birds sang joyfully, butterflies danced, the stream babbled, and everything was harmonious and peaceful. The air was filled with a refreshing scent, lifting one's spirits. Is this really the escape phase? It doesn't feel like what I imagined. When Shen Yang had just escaped, he hadn't observed carefully. Now it seemed he might have gone in the wrong direction. Ding! Oh, it's here? I thought there wouldn't be any sound this time. Hearing the system notification from his wristband, Shen Yang muttered to himself. You have now entered the escape phase. Candidates, please proceed to the central area. Upon arrival, the escape phase will officially begin. I see. No wonder it's so quiet around here, it hasn't started yet. Chen Yang stared at the information on his wristband, feeling a bit of anticipation, curious about what challenges the escape phase would bring. He took out the prepared food and water from his backpack, tidied himself up briefly, and then set off toward the endpoint of the escape phase. Along the way, he hunted hybrid demonic creatures in the forest, quickly accumulating experience. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully defeated a level 57 forest giant python, earning 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully defeated a level 59 fragrant spider wasp, earning 5,600 experience points. Ding ding! Your level has increased to 84. Hearing the level up notification, Chen Yang quickly checked his attribute panel. Name, Shadow Hunter, level, 84, HP, 123,000, MP, 67,000, attack power, 10,500, defense, 3,500, magic resistance, 2,600, specialty, SSS level, 10-fold attack speed, innate, skill list, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Assault, Shadow Fury, Shadow Leap, Shadow Execution, Shadow Domain, Shadow Revival all SSS level. Seeing these stats, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. He knew that after so much training, he had indeed grown significantly stronger. At this moment, he was lying on the trunk of a large tree in the forest, resting. This forest appeared calm and beautiful on the surface, but in reality, it was full of hidden dangers. The deeper one ventured, the more hybrid demonic creatures there were, most of them highly venomous. A single bite could mean the end of the road, leaving one to await death. If lucky, an instructor might arrive in time to save you. Chen Yang knew this because he had encountered another candidate on the way. At first, he was puzzled as to why the person was sitting motionless on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized the candidate's face was pale blue, clearly poisoned and unconscious. Chen Yang helped the candidate press the give-up button on their wristband and then left. That was all he could do, the rest depended on the candidate's luck. The wristband indicated that after entering the escape phase, the give-up button was activated. As long as a candidate pressed it, an examiner would come to retrieve them. However, due to special circumstances, only certain areas were monitored. In case of danger, the examiners might not notice in time. Therefore, candidates had to decide for themselves whether to withdraw. The night was deep, and the moonlight was hazy. Stars dotted the sky. Suddenly, Chen Yang sensed movement in the shadows of the large tree beside him. He bent down, picked up a stone at his feet, and threw it. Clang! A metallic collision sound rang out. Hiss, Zhao Jifeng, this guy is tough. He noticed us so quickly. I think. A burly man rubbed his chest and stepped out of the shadows. Clearly, the stone had hit him. Strangely, though it struck flesh, it made a metallic sound. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're thinking of giving up, Sun Dabiao. Zhao Jifeng laughed arrogantly, patting Sun Dabiao on the shoulder. More money. Sun Dabiao's expression was serious as he stared at Zhao Jifeng. Just as the two were chatting, Chen Yang suddenly activated Shadow Assault and Shadow Execution, his brows furrowed, ready to catch them off guard. Gripping the golden blade tightly, Chen Yang slashed through the night sky, aiming directly at Zhao Jifeng. Early on, when checking the bracelet's information, he noticed a glaring flaw: the monitoring only covered specific areas. In other words, committing murder or robbery in blind spots would go unchecked. Chen Yang knew he wasn't the only one who had discovered this loophole. So, the moment Zhao Jifeng and that man appeared, he knew they had ulterior motives. He decisively struck first. Don't rush to attack. A long blade blocked Chen Yang's assault. Seeing his attack thwarted, Chen Yang quickly sidestepped and created distance, denying his opponent any chance to counterattack. Zhao Jifeng smirked disdainfully at Chen Yang. Don't be hasty. Let's take our time. Someone paid for your life, and I was worried you'd run, so I invited an S-rank expert from another province to help kill you. How about that? Pretty respectful, huh? Chen Yang glanced at the burly man not far away, his mind filled with doubt. Isn't he 18? Sun Dabiao is almost 30, how is he still taking the college entrance exam? He quickly activated his shadow domain, enveloping the two of them to reduce their stats while checking Sun Dabiao's status panel. Name, Blade-Wielding Iron Guard. Rank, S rank. Level, 68. HP, 90,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack, 4,700. Defense, 5,000. Magic resistance, 500. Specialty, S-rank iron armor body. When activated, the body becomes metallic, significantly boosting defense. Skills, Blade Smash, S, Sheath Strike, S, Wrath of the Long Blade, S. Chen Yang frowned. Sun Dabiao's class was highly effective against ordinary assassins. Assassins' biggest weakness was tanks and warriors with high defense. But Chen Yang thought to himself confidently, I'm an SSS rank assassin. What others find difficult is nothing to me. Who in this world can truly understand me? Chen Yang murmured softly. Let me test your strength first. Sun Dabiao shouted, charging at Chen Yang in an instant. However, he didn't go all out. In his eyes, Chen Yang was just an S-rank assassin who had gotten lucky, with a skill set that probably only allowed him to run fast. But the moment they clashed, Sun Dabiao sensed something was off. This assassin's strength was nothing like an ordinary assassin's. When their fists collided, Sun Dabiao's arm went numb. After just a few exchanges, sweat was already dripping from his forehead. If this had been before the college entrance exams, Chen Yang might have struggled against Sun Dabiao. But after surviving beast tides and undergoing a series of upgrades, Chen Yang was no longer the boy he used to be. Sun Dabiao dropped his arrogance, putting all his effort into every move. Zhao Jifeng watched the fierce exchange between the two, thinking he wouldn't need to step in. He figured this would be easy money. Suddenly, bang! Crack! Sun Dabiao was kicked square in the chest by Chen Yang, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The situation turned in an instant. Zhao Jifeng stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how an assassin could kick a warrior flying. Sun Dabiao, enraged, his eyes bloodshot, shouted at Zhao Jifeng, stop watching and help me. There's something wrong with this guy. Zhao Jifeng's face darkened as he prepared to join the fight. Rising without hesitation, he stepped forward to join the battle. At this moment, Chen Yang's gaze was deep, with a hint of disdain. Zhao Jifeng and Sun Dabiao, two S-rank professionals teaming up.
In this secret realm, they were nearly invincible. But unfortunately, they had picked the wrong opponent. They had provoked Chen Yang. Chen Yang gently flicked his golden blade, the gleam of the weapon resembling a streak of lightning in the dark. His figure, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally solitary, like a lone star blazing in the darkness.
Every strike radiated a dark purple glow, aiming directly at Zhao Jifeng and Sun Dabiao's vital points. With Zhao Jifeng's assistance, Sun Dabiao's burden was indeed lessened. But even so, the two of them had to admit, even together, they had gained little advantage.
Chen Yang's movements were as agile as a phantom, weaving between his opponents. His actions were light and swift, and every strike was a precise step toward victory. Zhao Jifeng
and Sun Dabiao faced Chen Yang's fierce attacks, feeling immense pressure.
They could only stand back to back, cautiously responding. The weapons in their hands gleamed coldly, exuding a strong killing intent.
If they hesitated even slightly, they might not leave this place alive. Fight to the death.
Clad in iron armor, the two unleashed their ultimate
moves, hoping to defeat Chen Yang in one strike. Each clash of weapons reverberated through the air, trembling the atmosphere. Each flash of the blades triggered strange glimmers in the sky. However, no matter how Zhao Jifeng and Sun Dabiao struggled, fought desperately, or even went berserk, they could not escape the fate of being defeated by Chen Yang. Impossible, impossible. Sun Dabiao's face turned red with anger, unable to accept that even teaming up with Zhao Jifeng, they couldn't kill Chen Yang. He was an S-class professional. How could he lose? What shocked him even more was Chen Yang's relaxed demeanor, as if he wasn't even exerting effort to deal with them. Shadow assault. Shadow execution.
Seizing the moment when Sun Dabiao had exhausted his strength and hadn't yet regained it, Chen Yang swiftly moved, appearing behind Sun Dabiao. The golden blade in his
hand lightly slid across Sun Dabiao's throat.
Blood instantly dyed Sun Dabiao's clothes red, flowing uncontrollably. Even the nearby tree trunks were stained crimson.
The scene was eerie and terrifying.
Sun Dabiao opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but no sound came out. His trachea had been severed, and death was imminent. His eyes widened in disbelief. An S-class professional, with a future full of promise, had died in this forest.
Filled with unwillingness, Sun Dabiao fell forever. Chen Yang, spare me. Witnessing Sun Dabiao's tragic death, Zhao Jifeng abandoned all pride and immediately knelt down. In the face of life and death, what was dignity worth?
At this moment, only one thought filled his
mind: survive. He had to survive. He couldn't die here. He wanted to climb to the top step by step and become number one. For his dream, Zhao Jifeng knelt before Chen Yang. The 5-second real man effect had ended, and Zhao Jifeng was powerless to turn the tide. He could only beg Chen Yang to spare his life. When you came to kill me, did you not consider that you might be killed yourself? Chen Yang's icy voice pierced Zhao Jifeng's ears like a devil's whisper. His pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but shiver. He kowtowed repeatedly. Brother Chen, no, Master Chen. Grandmaster Chen. Please spare me. I'm willing to give you everything I have. Looking at the once proud Zhao Jifeng now, groveling before him, Chen Yang felt a surge of emotion. If I had lost today, what would it have been like? Speak. Speak, who sent you to kill me? Chen Yang's gaze was cold, devoid of any sympathy. This was the path Zhao Jifeng had chosen for himself. Killers would eventually be killed. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhao Jifeng quickly spoke, revealing everything he knew. It was the vice president of the White Dragon Guild who sent me to kill you. He said that if I succeeded in killing you, he would give me shares in the White Dragon Guild. I was foolish at the time. Please spare me. I'm willing to be your informant and spy on the White Dragon Guild's actions for you. After speaking, Zhao Jifeng kowtowed repeatedly without hesitation. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel tempted. In the future, he was bound to become mortal enemies with the White Dragon Guild. They had already sent people to kill him multiple times. If he didn't retaliate, wouldn't that make him look weak? Having an insider who could inform him of the White Dragon Guild's plans in advance would make things much easier. What a pity. Chen Yang sighed, his mind already made up. Zhao Jifeng was momentarily stunned. What did this pity mean? Could it be that he was going to be spared? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was clever. Chen Yang and the White Dragon Guild had deep animosity, and now they had sent him to kill Chen Yang. Chen Yang surely wouldn't let this go and would seek revenge against the White Dragon Guild in the future. With him as an informant, Chen Yang could gain the upper hand.
Thinking this, Zhao Jifeng no longer worried about his life.
Instead, he secretly planned when he could take revenge on Chen Yang. This Chen Yang really is just a high school student, so naive. Chen Yang, just you wait. Once I get out, I'll team up with the White Dragon Guild and make you suffer. I'll make it so you can't live, but can't die either. Thinking of Chen Yang's downfall, Zhao Jifeng was filled with anger. But on the surface, he kept kowtowing desperately, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. His acting was the epitome of a despicable scoundrel. Suddenly, a dark purple light flashed. Zhao Jifeng felt a chill on his neck, his vision went black. And he lost consciousness. Just like Sun Dabiao, he would forever remain in this secret realm, with no one ever knowing what happened to him. You make a good point, but why? Should I listen to you? People like you are the most dangerous. Who knows when you'll stab me in the back again? How could I dare keep you around? When Chen Yang saw a flash of killing intent in Zhao Jifeng's eyes, he knew this person couldn't be spared. After dealing with Zhao Jifeng, Chen Yang leaned against a tree, his face full of exhaustion. After resting for about half an hour, he continued forward and arrived at a small stream. Suddenly, the sound of a heated argument came from afar. This thing today can only belong to us. You're dreaming. Do you really think there's no one left in Jinling province? Even if you have people, if you want to hog this thing, let's see if the people behind me agree. Chen Yang quickly hid behind a tree trunk and observed his surroundings. Not far away, in the dense forest, over 30 examinees were gathered around a fruit tree. Blazing sun fruit. I didn't expect such a treasure to be in the secret realm, Chen Yang said excitedly. He had learned in high school that the blazing sun fruit could enhance one's strength. One fruit could increase attack power by 10 to 20 points, with the exact value depending on individual luck. The blazing sun fruit is truly a treasure. Although the boost from a single fruit isn't much, if you have enough of them, the effect would be astonishing. Looking at the densely packed blazing sun fruits on the tree, Chen Yang's heart itched with desire. Just as he was pondering how to get the blazing sun fruits, the 30-plus examinees, all wanting to grab more fruits, split into two factions. Unable to reach an agreement, they started fighting. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with shouts and the clash of weapons echoing loudly. From time to time, a few hybrid demon species emerged from the forest, further complicating the already chaotic situation. Since you're all so generous, I won't hold back. Chen Yang looked at the chaos before him, shook his head with a smile, and in a flash, leapt onto the blazing sun fruit tree. Shadow assault. His figure darted swiftly among the branches, moving so fast it was dizzying to watch. Stop fighting. Someone's stealing the blazing sun fruits, an observant examinee shouted. What? He dares to steal? While we're here fighting tooth and nail, he has the audacity to take advantage of the situation. The leader of Jinling province turned red with anger upon hearing this. He immediately glared at his opponent. Zhao Yincheng. Stop for now. Let's catch this thief first, then talk about dividing the fruits. Zhao Yincheng nodded, thinking to himself that while he was fighting hard, someone dared to steal the fruits. This was outright bullying. You've stopped fighting? I've already picked them all. Chen Yang, munching on a blazing sun fruit, looked at the crowd's hostile gazes and couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you're courting death. Zhao Yincheng roared and charged at him. The leader of Jinling province merely watched coldly. Xiao Luo, aren't you going to help? A subordinate walked over and asked in confusion. Are you out of your mind? Luo Yucheng kicked him to the ground and ignored him. Zhao Yincheng swung his giant sword at Chen Yang. Chen Yang lightly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. Then, with a heavy punch, he struck Zhao Yincheng's abdomen. Bang! Zhao Yincheng crashed into a tree and couldn't move. What? Luo Yucheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone as strong as Zhao Yincheng, comparable to himself, was taken down with a single punch? He suspected Zhao Yincheng was pretending to be unconscious, trying to make him and the thief fight each other to exhaustion so he could reap the benefits. With this thought, Luo Yucheng slowly approached Zhao Yincheng. Hey, stop pretending. Your acting is terrible. He nudged Zhao Yincheng with his foot. Luo Yucheng squatted down to check and found that Zhao Yincheng had really fainted. Damn, he really passed out. He was shocked, turned his head to look at Chen Yang, and began planning to escape in his mind. Not bad, you're smart. Chen Yang noticed Luo Yucheng's intention to run but couldn't be bothered to deal with him. While listening to the system's notification sounds, he leisurely munched on the blazing sun fruit, feeling great. Ding! Attack power increased by 10 points. Ding. Attack power increased by 13 points. Ding. Attack power increased by 18 points. Ding. Chen Yang opened the attribute panel.
Name, Shadowhunter, level, 84, HP, 123,000, MP, 67,000, attack power, 10,670, defense, 3,500, magic resistance, 2,600. Specialty, 10-fold attack speed, comes with 10-fold attack speed, skills, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Assault, Shadow Fury, Shadow Leap, Shadow Execution, Shadow Domain, Shadow Revival.
All SSS level, not bad, attack power increased by over 100 points. Chun Yan looked at his attributes with anticipation, watching the steadily rising attack power.
On the panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he started to feel a bit overwhelmed, his gaze falling on the few remaining blazing sun fruits in his hand.
These blazing sun fruits were discovered by them, maybe he should leave a few for them? Hey, what did you do to our boss?
A candidate supported Zhao Yinchang and shouted angrily at Chun Yang.
Chun Yang remained expressionless, completely ignoring him.
The candidate, enraged, pointed at Chun Yang and shouted, "Brothers, this guy not only stole our blazing sun fruits but
also ambushed our boss Zhao. If we don't teach him a lesson today, others will think we're easy to bully." Candidates from Jiangling province rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Facing the numerous candidates from Jiangling province, Chen Yang remained calm and composed. He weaved through the crowd, taking down one person with each move. In less
than 15 minutes, all the candidates from Jiangling province were on the ground, groaning in pain.
This guy is a monster, taking down so many people so easily. Could he be an S-level professional? He's too strong. Boss Luo, what should we do? Should we retreat for now? Seeing their companions defeated, the candidates from Jiangling province were starting to feel weak in the knees. But after waiting for a while, their boss Luo Yuqing remained silent. They began looking around. In fact, Luo Yuqing, having witnessed Chen Yang's ferocity, had already turned and fled into the forest without looking back. Damn it! Boss Luo is gone. He ran away? What a coward! Exactly, how can someone like that be a boss? We can't hold on anymore, I'm leaving first. What about us? The candidates from Jiangling province, seeing Luo Yuqing disappear, started cursing. Run! One candidate accidentally made eye contact with Chun Yang, felt a chill down his spine, and immediately turned to flee. The others, seeing this, also scattered and ran for their lives. They wished they had more legs, fearing that if they ran too slowly, the monster would catch up to them. Running pretty fast. In that case, I won't share with you. Outside the secret realm, on the floating island. Professor Tian, something's wrong. The life signs of an S-level professional have disappeared.
A staff member shouted anxiously.
Just
now, he noticed a signal light in the corner of the screen suddenly go out, indicating the death of a student. Professor Tian, who had been resting, immediately stood up and
walked quickly to the screen. Quick, check which S-level professional it is.
The candidates' wristbands monitored their life signs in real time.
For S-level professionals, the examiners paid extra attention. After all, every S-level professional was extremely valuable. Professor Tian, news just came from the neighboring Fan Province exam site. One of their S-level professionals' life signs has disappeared.
A staff member rushed over to report.
What? 2 S-level professionals lost their life signs in a row. What on earth is happening in the secret realm?
I told you before, someone would exploit the loopholes.
The flaws are too obvious. But what can we do?
You know how difficult it is to install surveillance in the secret realm. The surrounding noise made Professor Tian frown deeply.
Quiet. Is it done yet? Why is the information taking so long to load? Professor Tian urged the staff beside him. It's ready. The candidate who lost vital signs is named Zhao Jifeng. Hearing that it wasn't Chun Yang, Professor Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Although losing an S-level professional was regrettable, as long as it wasn't Chen Yang, the situation was still manageable.
Professor Tian, there's a call from above. An assistant ran over and handed the phone to Professor Tian. Yes, hello, what's the matter? Stop immediately? Understood. Professor Tian put down the phone, remained
silent for a few seconds, and then instructed the staff beside him to send a notification to all the candidates on site.
At the same time, after organizing the materials for the candidates from Jiangling province, Chen Yang headed toward the final destination. Ding!
The wristband emitted a notification sound.
Chen Yang raised his hand to check the new message. The exam has been terminated. All candidates, please stay where you are. The examiners will escort you out of the secret realm. This year's college entrance exam results will be graded based on your performance within the secret realm. Terminated? What's going on? Why did the exam suddenly stop? Chen Yang was filled with confusion. What he didn't know was that the early termination of the exam had a lot to do with him. The other candidates in the secret realm, upon hearing the exam was over, all breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. The past few days had been so intense that they were on the verge of breaking down, and most of them were already exhausted. They hadn't quit earlier only because they didn't want to fall too far behind. Now, it was over, and no one had to continue anymore. A week later, there was a knock at the door of Chen Yang's house. Is Chen Yang here? I'm a representative from Wujiang Martial Arts University. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Ever since leaving the secret realm, he had been bombarded with calls from various university recruitment officers, all vying to contact him. They offered all kinds of enticing conditions to persuade him to join their schools. Some representatives even traveled to Hang City to meet Chen Yang in person, discussing terms and showcasing their university's advantages. The offers were so tempting that Chen Yang could hardly believe them. For a moment, he was almost ready to agree. But at the same time, Zhang Wu, the recruitment officer from Kyoto Martial Arts University, also contacted him. The conditions he offered were not only as good as the others but even more generous. Zhang Wu mentioned that although the official exam results hadn't been released yet, it was almost certain that Chen Yang would be the national top scorer. The top universities in the country were practically fighting tooth and nail to recruit this year's top scorer. The leadership at Kyoto Martial Arts University was worried that Chen Yang might be lured away by other schools and, to prevent this, decided to offer a special item. Zhang Wu explained that this item was of extraordinary value and was usually kept hidden by the university, only brought out in exceptional circumstances. Just as Chen Yang finished a call with one university's recruitment officer, his phone rang again. Who is it this time? This is endless, Chen Yang sighed. These recruitment officers had been giving him a headache for days. Hello, Teacher Zhang Wu, what's the matter? Seeing the caller ID was Zhang Wu, Chen Yang felt relieved. Kid, what else could it be? Didn't we already finalize the recruitment agreement? You're at home, right? I'll deliver it to you personally. Zhang Wu's hearty laughter came through the phone. Zhang Wu had helped Chen Yang solve many problems before, and Chen Yang had always remembered this, vowing to repay him once he succeeded. Teacher Zhang Wu, you're too kind. You didn't have to come all this way, Chen Yang said gratefully. Don't mention it, it's no trouble. After a few more words, Zhang Wu hung up. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Chen Yang, open up. It was Zhang Wu's rough voice. Chen Yang quickly went to open the door. Teacher Zhang Wu, long time no see. Zhang Wu patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said cheerfully, not bad, kid. Although the official exam results aren't out yet, the internal news says you're the national top scorer. If they find out, they might even regret it so much their guts turn green. Hearing Zhang Wu mention Chen Yang immediately understood who he was referring to. Zhang Wu then handed Chen Yang a recruitment agreement. Sign it quickly. The treatment you're getting now is the best in Kyoto Martial Arts University's history. Even I feel envious just looking at it. Zhang Wu urged. Mr. Zhang, I still want to wait for the college entrance exam results before signing this agreement, Chen Yang said slowly. Zhang Wu listened and expressed understanding. Young people always want to prove others wrong. Mr. Zhang, thank you for helping me before, I will never go back on my word. Even if other martial arts universities offer better conditions, I won't go, Chen Yang solemnly promised to dispel Zhang Wu's last concerns. Zhang Wu nodded. It's okay, I understand your thoughts. Keep the agreement with you for now. I still have to find other candidates, or they'll be poached if I'm late. I'm so busy, I'm actually helping you form a team. After saying this, Zhang Wu waved to Chen Yang and turned to leave. Form a team? Is it for future dungeon runs? Chen Yang didn't pay much attention to Zhang Wu's words. With his strength, he could easily lead the entire freshman class to sweep everything. White Dragon Guild, Lounge. Second uncle, you must help me. Chen Yang became the national top scorer. Once he becomes powerful, he definitely won't let me off. Zhou Tianlong knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly to the man sitting in the chair. This man was the vice president of the White Dragon Guild, Zhou Wuyo. The Zhou family, by Zhou Tianlong's generation, due to various reasons, had only him as the sole child. Spoiled since childhood, he became lawless, offending many people as he grew up, but his second uncle Zhou Wuyo always helped him settle the issues. Tianlong, this matter is a bit tricky. I need to discuss it with your father first. Zhou Wuyo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He hadn't expected that a small figure he could easily suppress in the past would become so troublesome. No, second uncle, you know my dad. Every time I cause trouble, he beats me half to death. I mentioned this to him, and he scolded me. If he finds out I offended the national top scorer, he'll definitely kill me. Second uncle, my dear second uncle, please help me. Zhou Tianlong cried miserably, feeling terrified. With his second uncle, he could resolve the issue with a few good words and kowtows. But if his father found out, it wouldn't just be a beating. All right, get up. I'll figure something out. I didn't expect even top-level experts couldn't handle him. Looks like we'll have to go all out. After this matter is resolved, you must behave and stop causing trouble, understand? Zhou Wuyo looked at his distressed nephew and shook his head helplessly. After all, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. 3 days later, Hangzhou High School, principal's office. Principal Chen, great news, great news. The director of education rushed into the office, his face full of excitement. Didn't I tell you to stay calm and composed in all matters? Principal Chen picked up his teacup and blew on it. Sit down first, catch your breath before speaking. He gestured for the director to sit. Phew, Principal Chen Yang has become the national top scorer, the director said excitedly. What? Principal Chen, startled, accidentally knocked over his teacup. The scalding tea spilled onto his leg. Wow, the national top scorer. Haha, looks like luck has finally come my way. Principal Chen shouted excitedly. He hugged the director and spun around several times, as thrilled as a child. Weren't you just telling me to stay composed? The director muttered helplessly. Isn't this double standards? The director cursed inwardly. Quick, check the college entrance exam results online. Principal Chen hurriedly sat back at his desk and opened his computer. Ha ha ha, it's done, I'll go down in history. Principal Chen laughed loudly as he looked at the screen. The director curiously leaned over to glance at the computer. Top scorer, Hangzhou High School, Chen Yang. Level, 84, grade, S, performance, in the survival segment, faced a beast tied alone, killed 789 hybrid demon species. Perfectly passed the lone bridge. Single-handedly defeated all provincial candidates. Second place, Kyoto. Number 1 high school, Wuyanzi. Level, 71, grade, S, performance, in the survival segment, killed 321 hybrid demon species. Defeated 2 competitors of the same level. Third place, Magic City Number 2 high school, Chuzi. Level, 69 grade, S performance, killed 278 hybrid demons in the survival round. Fourth place, Mist City Number 4 high school, Wangjiao. Fifth place, Kyoto Affiliated High School, Tang Haiquan. Sixth place, Hangzhou Affiliated High School, Xiao Weiwei. Netizens were stunned by the national top scorer's results. What? Killed 789 hybrid demons? This Chen Yang is too strong. Exactly. The gap is just too huge. The second place only killed a little over 300. Second place is pretty good too, he's the second in the nation. I say he's trash, so he's trash. No one remembers second place. Wuyanzi, if you dare to track me down online, I won't hold back. Meanwhile, in a certain hotel, a boy with a dark expression stared at the computer screen, fuming as he read the netizens' comments. He grabbed a vase nearby and smashed it to the ground. Find out who this Chen Yang is immediately. And find the guy who said I'm second in the nation. I'll make him regret it for life. The servant at the door heard the young master's words, nodded quickly, and turned to carry out the orders. Why? Why is everyone against me? Ah! The boy's crazed appearance would surely make others think he was insane if they saw him. At this moment, Principal Chen's face was glowing with pride, his spirits high, and he looked 20 years younger. Hey, old Wan, did you hear? Our school's Chen Yang is the national top scorer. Ha ha, don't hang up yet, I'm not done. Our Xiao Weiwei got 6th place nationally too, it's amazing. Principal Chen was on the phone, excitedly chatting with high school principals across Hangzhou, his face full of pride. The phone rang. Hello, Chen Yang, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam.
A gentle voice came from the other end of the line. It was Sushi.
Cough, cough. Chen Yang choked on water. Sushi, can you talk normally? Chen Yang teased. I'm just happy, okay? If you don't want to hear it, I don't want to say it either. Sushi pretended to be angry. I won't talk to you anymore.
Noticing Sushi was a bit upset, Chen Yang smiled faintly. I was planning to give someone a few blazing sun fruits, but since she doesn't want to talk to me, I'll give them to someone else. Chen Yang had studied Shield Warrior information and discovered that this class learns a skill called Shield Strike, Grade A, at level 100. The specific effect is to strike the enemy with a shield. The higher the attack power, the longer the opponent is stunned, and the damage increases proportionally.
Ah, blazing sun fruits? Really? Are you really willing to give them to me? Sushi asked excitedly. But as an assassin, don't you need to focus more on increasing your attack power? She was a bit puzzled. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly without saying much. If Sushi knew his attack power had already exceeded 10,000, she would probably be shocked. Do you want them or not? If not, I'll give them to someone else. Maybe I'll give them to Xiao Weiwei. She gave me a pet egg before, so giving her blazing sun fruits in return would be fair. Hearing this, Sushi suddenly felt a pang in her chest. No way, you already said you'd give them to me, you can't go back on your word. Also, which martial arts university are you planning to apply to? Let's apply together, and I'll protect you, Sushi said with a bit of pride. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. This little girl, so she was really persistent. I'm planning to go to Kyoto Martial Arts University. I'll give you the blazing sun fruits in a few days. Hearing this, Sushi nodded adorably. Alright then, that's settled. Bye. The call ended. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Sushi was really clingy. Just as he was about to get up to pour some water, his phone rang again. Who is it this time? Opening his phone, he saw a message in the class group chat from the homeroom teacher, tagging him. The group reminded everyone to fill out their college applications online within 5 days, along with some congratulatory messages. The Ministry of Education was efficient. Unlike in Chen Yang's previous life, there was no need to go through a bunch of procedures. After the college entrance exam results were announced, student information would be automatically entered into the system. Ranks, grades, and professions are clear at a glance. Simply choose your desired martial arts university, click to apply, and within 3 days of approval, you'll receive an admission letter. After the summer break, you can report to the school. A month of hard work has finally paid off. Some choose to relax and rest well, while others head to the wilderness to level up and prepare for the freshman martial arts competition. Chen Yang, feeling a bit bored recently, decided to go to the Tower of Thorns to level up. The last time he entered the Tower of Thorns, he accidentally stumbled into a hidden dungeon and didn't truly experience the thrill of climbing the tower. As soon as he stepped out and entered the plaza of the Tower of Thorns, Chen Yang regretted it. Look, it's the national top scorer, Chen Yang. Ah, Chen Yang, I'm your fan. No, I love you. Brother Chen Yang, does your family need someone to warm your bed? Stop it. Someone like you, how could Brother Chen Yang ever notice you? The crowd suddenly went wild and swarmed around him. Chen Yang felt it was even scarier than facing a beast tide. Moreover, it seemed like someone had just secretly touched his chest muscles. Chen Yang quickly dodged and disappeared from the spot. Phew, I didn't expect to be this popular. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sighed. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker and had never experienced such a scene. Xiao Qian slowly crawled out of Chen Yang's arms. Earlier, she had been quietly leaning on his shoulder. The sudden frenzy of fans startled her, and she quickly burrowed back into his embrace. Forget it, these days aren't suitable for leveling up. Let's go home instead. Chen Yang patted Xiao Qian's head and began walking home slowly. After just a few steps, a sports car slowly stopped in front of him. Seeing the car, he immediately realized the visitor had ill intentions. Heh, as expected, here comes a big fool. The car window rolled down, revealing Zhou Tianlong's face. Chen Yang cursed directly. Chen Yang, are you looking to die? How dare you insult me? Zhou Tianlong roared, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Yang, wishing he could have his second uncle deal with him right then and there. After checking his scores, Zhou Tianlong found that his chances of getting into a top-tier martial arts university were almost 100%, which put him in a great mood. He planned to visit a massage parlor and relax with his favorite technician, number 29. Unexpectedly, halfway there, he ran into Chen Yang.
The thought of Chen Yang being the national top scorer made Zhou Tianlong's anger explode.
What? Haven't had enough of a beating yet?
Chen Yang looked at him coldly, his gaze as if he were staring at a walking corpse.
You won't be arrogant for long. Just wait and see.
Zhou Tianlong's eyes were filled with madness.
Sending people to kill me again? Can't you come up with something new? And you, young Master Zhou, when you go out, be careful.
Who knows, one day my golden blade might just pierce your skull. With that, Chen Yang walked away without looking back, unwilling to waste time talking to someone who was as good as
dead. I'm so angry. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Zhou Tianlong went berserk, furiously pulling at his hair. Behind him, faint dog barks could be heard.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for his luck,
this kind of person would have died 800 times already. Ring, 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 ring. Hello, Teacher Jiangwu, what's the matter? Chen Yang answered the phone.
A rough voice came from the other end. Professor Tian will be coming to your house
shortly. Don't go out. Professor Tian? Don't ask. You'll know when he arrives. Not long after returning home, Chen Yang received Jiangwu's call.
It seemed a professor was coming to see him.
After chatting briefly with Jiangwu,
Chen Yang hung up, prepared some tea in advance, and waited for Professor Tian. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. That was quick, Chen Yang muttered to himself as he hurried to open the door.
Standing outside was
an elderly man, his posture as upright as an ancient pine. The wrinkles on his face bore the marks of time, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, more spirited than those of young people.
You must be Professor Tian? Please come in. Teacher Jiangwu just mentioned you.
Seeing the dignified old man, Chen Yang quickly invited him inside.
All right. Young friend Chen, you might be a bit puzzled about me. Let me introduce myself first. I am a professor at Kyoto Martial University, and I came to see you to discuss something, Professor Tian said with a kind smile. Chen Yang was curious but didn't interrupt, listening quietly. This is a recommendation letter for Tian Yuan Otherworld.
Professor.
Tian took a letter out of his bag and handed it to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang accepted it with a puzzled expression and flipped through it. The content of the letter was simple, but the seal in the upper right corner caught his attention.
What is this?
The seal shimmered with a metallic luster, bearing the words Tian Yuan Otherworld.
At its center was a dragon-shaped emblem symbolizing authority. Seeing Chen Yang's surprised expression, Professor Tian knew the matter was essentially settled.
If others knew such a precious opportunity was given away so easily, they'd surely be envious to the point of madness. Chen Yang, with this recommendation letter, you can participate in a 1-month
assessment at Tian Yuan Otherworld.
If you pass the assessment, you can enter the military department, the inspection bureau, or municipal offices.
Of course, you can also choose to join after graduating from university. Most importantly,
during the assessment, your level will increase rapidly, and you'll gain high-quality equipment and items. Professor Tian patiently explained the situation regarding Tian Yuan Otherworld.
Listening to this, Chen Yang's thoughts began to stir. Right now, there was also the White Dragon Guild keeping an eye on him. He didn't know when they might make a move against him. Having just secured the national top scorer title, the White Dragon Guild certainly wouldn't sit idly by. It was possible that one day, they'd send experts at level 100 or even level 200 to kill him. After some calculation, Chen Yang decided to strike first. Professor Tian, if I want to go to Tian Yuan Otherworld, what conditions do I need to fulfill?
Chen Yang didn't believe in free lunches and felt Professor Tian must have some kind of deal in mind. Hearing this, Professor Tian smiled faintly and slowly said, I came here specifically to give you this recommendation letter. I hope you can help Kyoto Martial University win the championship in the upcoming Freshman League. Chen Yang nodded, already somewhat familiar with the Freshman League. This league was a competition jointly organized by several renowned martial universities, held 3 months after the freshman's enrollment each year. At that time, major martial universities would send teams to compete for the championship.
The winning school would be granted the
title of the #1 martial university for a year, along with substantial resource support.
The next competition would rotate hosting duties. Professor Tian, as a member of Kyoto Martial University, it's only natural for me to bring glory to the school, Chen Yang replied. Professor Tian nodded in satisfaction.
I won't say much more, I trust in your abilities. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now.
I wish you success in the Tian Yuan Otherworld assessment. With that, Professor Tian stood up and headed for the door. Chen Yang quickly got up to see him off downstairs.
He intended to walk him a bit further, but Professor Tian urged, "Kid, hurry back and prepare for the assessment.
Don't waste time escorting this old man."
Recalling Professor Tian's words, Chen Yang smiled helplessly, then returned to his room to pack his luggage.
Outside Hang City, Chen Yang stood beside a pitch-black tunnel entrance. Clang clang, the sound of a train whistle echoed from the tunnel. A green train slowly emerged from the darkness, glinting faintly with silver light.
It turned out to be a piece of silver-grade equipment.
I didn't expect Tian Yuan,
Otherworld, to be so particular. Even the transportation is silver-grade, Chen Yang thought to himself.
Chen Yang, right? Get on the train. I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy, hee hee.
The train stopped, and a curvaceous woman
stepped out of the driver's cabin. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly, her gaze landing on Chen Yang's face with a peculiar glint.
Ahem, Chen Yang pretended to cough to hide his embarrassment.
Hee hee, little brother, are you still a newbie?
My name is Qin Jiayao, don't forget it, she teased Chen Yang for a moment before suddenly remembering something.
Can I take a look at your recommendation letter? Chen Yang nodded, taking the letter out of his backpack and handing it over. All right, let's go.
We still need to pick up the next person, Qin Jiayao said after reading the letter, signaling Chen Yang to board the train. Inside the carriage, several gazes turned toward Chen Yang. He ignored it and casually found an empty seat to sit down. As soon as he sat, he felt a slight fluctuation in his mana. Oh, this train has such a buff effect, Chen Yang thought to himself.
Brother, where are you from? A voice came from the seat behind him.
Chen Yang turned around and saw a young man with a sturdy build and a simple, honest smile on his face.
Brother, you noticed it too, right? This train can slightly enhance mana. Although the increase isn't much, it's better than nothing, right?
The young man, acting very familiar, directly sat down in the seat next to Chen Yang.
Hello, I'm Chen Yang from Hang City,
Chen Yang responded with a faint smile. Ha, I was talking so much earlier that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Hacheng, from Chang County, Fu City. Since fate has brought us together, we're friends from now on. If you ever need anything, just let me know, Zhang Hacheng said with a cupped hand.
Salute and a smile. Friends? In the abyssal realm, where would you find friends?
As soon as Zhang Hacheng finished speaking, mocking laughter came from the back of the carriage.
The competition in the abyssal realm is the fiercest.
Even blood brothers can turn against each other.
Who would still talk about friendship? Exactly.
You seem like a good person, but you'd better be careful out there and not get tricked.
Friend, let me give you 6 words of advice. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat scraps. Oh, you're so arrogant.
So, are you a wolf or a dog? The carriage became as noisy as a marketplace, the atmosphere tense and explosive. Zhang Hacheng looked at the situation with a helpless expression, his eyes showing a hint of apology, but he said nothing more. Qin Jiayao merely glanced indifferently at the noisy carriage, already accustomed to it. These people all seemed like powder kegs ready to explode at any moment. But in reality, they were just masking their inner fear.
Hey, handsome, want to come over here? Qin Jiayao beckoned to Chen Yang with a seductive smile.
Chen Yang smiled faintly and shook his head.
Damn it. Why him? Exactly. I'm way better looking than him. Why not me?
Bro, look at your pockmarked face.
Even I feel disgusted.
What did you say?
I'll kill you. The commotion in the carriage grew louder and even escalated into physical altercations. Enough.
Anyone causing trouble again will be immediately thrown out of the carriage and disqualified from entering the abyssal realm. Qin Jiayao shouted sternly, instantly silencing the carriage.
The strong have everything, right?
Interesting, Chen Yang thought, gaining a rough understanding of the brutal competition in the abyssal realm. I know everyone is afraid of the abyssal realm, so let me add some fuel to the fire. Everyone, this is Chen Yang, this year's national top scorer. Qin Jiayao said with a seductive smile, deliberately stirring up trouble. In an instant, everyone in the carriage turned to look at Chen Yang. Those who had mocked him earlier turned pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads.
National top scorer Chen Yang. Why is he here too? Someone muttered bitterly, unwillingly. I remember.
Another person frowned and whispered, he faced a beast tied alone and killed hundreds of hybrid demons,
leaving the national second far behind. It's over. This freak is here too.
I hope he doesn't hold a grudge for my earlier attitude.
National top scorer. Chen Yang. The name struck fear into everyone in the carriage. But Chen
Yang simply smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Although he didn't understand why Qin Jiao was doing this, he knew one thing for sure: even if they all joined forces, he had nothing to fear. Just then, the previously bright lights in the carriage emitted a sharp electric noise and then went out completely. The carriage was instantly plunged into darkness. Zhang Heqiang inadvertently glanced out the window. Ha! He rubbed his eyes, thinking he saw something, but then doubted himself. Scratching his head in confusion, he looked puzzled. Everyone, be careful. We're surrounded, Qin Jiao said, glancing at the flickering red dots on the compass beside her. Everyone, get out of the carriage. Quickly. Don't let them get close. If the carriage is destroyed, we won't be able to escape. Hearing Qin Jiao's words, everyone immediately looked out the window. Shadow Domain, Shadow Demon Wolf Level, LV.65 HP, 35000 MP. 100 Attack, 700 Defense, 400 Magic Resistance, 200. Through his perception, Chen Yang saw that the train was already surrounded by countless shadow demon wolves. Ha, this scene is even scarier than the college entrance exam, Chen Yang said with a faint smile, not taking the situation outside to heart. Outside the train window, countless shadow demon wolves were slowly approaching the train. Whoa! So many of them! Zhang Heqiang's legs went weak as he looked outside. Chen Yang asked curiously, "Brother, have you never taken the college entrance exam?" Zhang Heqiang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and said, "Chen Yang, you don't understand. For those of us heading to the Abyssal Realm, we don't even have time to take the college entrance exam. If we had time, we'd rather grind more experience in dungeons." Listening to Zhang Heqiang's explanation, Chen Yang began to understand their situation. Damn! It's the Shadow Demon Wolves. Everyone, get ready. The train can't withstand their attacks. We must stop them from getting closer, or the consequences will be severe. After Qin Jiao finished speaking, she decisively opened the train car door. Why aren't you going down too? Yeah, why should we risk our lives? We demand fairness, it must be fair. Hearing that it was the Shadow Demon Wolves, the people in the train car demanded that Qin Jiao go down and fight as well. A bunch of fools. If I go down, who will drive the train? Anyone who dares to object, I'll report you when we reach the Abyssal Realm and have your qualifications revoked. Qin Jiao frowned and scolded them harshly. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room somewhere, Captain Yen, these rookies are so weak. I think we should just send them back the way they came, a young man said disdainfully, pointing at the chaotic train car on the screen. Don't say that. After all, they're still kids. Although they're talented, they haven't seen much of the world, an older man defended the students. Lao Lu, you're too soft-hearted. Enough, Yen Shuwei interrupted the argument, clearly dissatisfied with the rookie's performance. It was obvious that the Abyssal Realm had arranged all this to test their reactions in the face of danger. At this moment, inside the train surrounded by shadow demon wolves, I'm not going down. That would be a death sentence. I'm an A-rank professional with a bright future ahead. I can't die here. A man crouched in the corner, struggling desperately to avoid facing the shadow demon wolves. Seeing his behavior, others began to follow suit and hide. I'm also an A-rank professional. My family is waiting for me to inherit the family business. So what if you're rich? My family owns 2 mines, and I don't want to die here. My 80-year-old mother and 10 children are waiting for me to support them. I can't die. You're only 18. How could you have 10 children? Watching the others' behavior, Zhang Heqiang frowned deeply. Where was the confidence they had when mocking him earlier? Were these people really qualified to go to the Abyssal Realm? Brother, I'll go first. If you're scared, just hide behind me, Zhang Heqiang said slowly. Ha? Where did he go? Looking at the empty seat, Zhang Heqiang was dumbfounded. The person who had just been talking to him had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could it be that he was also afraid of the shadow demon wolves? Wolves, better find a place to hide, Zhang Heqiang muttered, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The national top scorer actually did something so reckless. At the same time, the shadow demon wolves outside the train suddenly became restless. Zhang Heqiang quickly looked over and saw someone stepping off the train, walking alone toward the pack of shadow demon wolves, ready to fight. Ha ha ha, that's my brother for you. Seeing that the figure was Chen Yang, Zhang Heqiang laughed heartily and immediately left the train car to help. If Chen Yang knew that someone he had just met was willing to risk their life to help him, he would surely be moved and say, "Brother, don't steal my kills." In fact, Chen Yang had already noticed earlier that no one in the train car was making a move, so he had started taking action himself. He unleashed his skills, charging into the pack of shadow demon wolves and fighting with exhilaration. For him, fewer teammates were better. Such opportunities to level up were truly rare.
Ding! Congratulations, successfully killed LV.63 Forest Giant Python, gained 6,000 experience points. Ding!
Congratulations, successfully killed LV.67 Fragrant Spider Wasp, gained
6,300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations!
Accompanied by a series of pleasant system notification sounds, Chen Yang skillfully weaved through the shadow demon wolf pack.
The golden blade in his hand swung lightly, and each stroke claimed the life of a shadow demon wolf. Not bad, this kid has some skills. The young man stared at Chen Yang's figure on the screen, praising him. This time I won't object. You're right, this young man is indeed impressive. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, pondering, but why does he look a bit familiar to me? Hey, Lu Qingfeng, are you getting senile? The young man teased, this year's national top scorer, Chen Yang. His news was all over the internet hot searches recently.
Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, already used to his colleague's sharp tongue, though the man was actually quite kind.
Captain Yan, I want to recruit Chen Yang under my command. Lu Qingfeng's expression turned serious.
Yan Shuwei nodded, but, old Lu, you need to be extra careful.
Chen Yang must not encounter any mishaps. We'll need top-tier assassins like Chen Yang for that upcoming match, Yan Shuwei reminded. Meanwhile, Brother Chen Yang, I'm here to help you.
Zheng Heqiang swung his giant sword and charged into the shadow demon wolf pack. Chen Yang glanced at Zheng Heqiang, who had rushed out alone, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This Zheng Heqiang isn't bad, at least he's not like those cowards. Rip, just after killing a few shadow demon wolves, Zheng Heqiang was suddenly struck by a silver-white beam of light and fell to the ground.
Shadow ambush. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Heh, your claws are pretty tough.
Chen Yang stared at the silver-white furred shadow demon wolf not far away, his gaze turning sharp.
This shadow demon wolf was far larger than its counterparts. Its silver-white fur gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Its eyes radiated cruelty and cunning, as if declaring its strength and invincibility.
At this moment, Zheng Heqiang's chest was torn open with a bloody wound, blood flowing from the gash and staining his clothes red. You head back to the carriage, I'll hold it off.
Chen Yang blocked the shadow demon wolf's attack and said to Zheng Heqiang, It's over. It's over. Quick. Send reinforcements. How could there be a boss level shadow demon wolf?
Yan Shuwei stared at the screen, visibly flustered. If something happened to Chen Yang here, not only would he lose his job, but he might also be sent to the tribunal.
Losing his job was a minor issue. The worst fear was being implicated, which would affect his family as well. Shadow domain. Name, Shadow Demon Wolf King. Boss, level, LV.90 HP, 121,000 MP, 5,400 attack, 7,300 defense, 6,000 magic resistance, 4,500 not bad, big. Kitty. Didn't expect that after all this time, I'd finally encounter another boss.
Chen Yang stared at the attribute interface of the Shadow Demon Wolf King, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, eager to take it down.
The last boss had dropped the incredibly useful golden blade. What treasures would this one bring? Chen Yang secretly anticipated. The Shadow Demon Wolf King before him seemed even stronger than its ordinary counterparts. Looks like I can snag a good piece of equipment before entering the abyssal realm. He smiled faintly. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Wolf King let out a thunderous roar, as if it understood Chen Yang's disdain. It lunged at Chen Yang with blinding speed. Chen Yang nimbly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. The golden blade in his hand thrust forward, aiming to make a strong opening move. But the Shadow Demon Wolf King's tough hide only allowed the golden blade to leave a shallow wound. It roared furiously and lunged again, its speed astonishing. In an instant, its sharp teeth sank into Chen Yang's shoulder. Chen Yang felt a sharp pain, surprised by its speed. He kicked the Shadow Demon Wolf King away and quickly jumped onto a tree. The Shadow Demon Wolf King reacted immediately and lunged at Chen Yang again. This time, Chen Yang was prepared and threw the golden blade in his hand. The blade accurately pierced its right eye, instantly turning the Shadow Demon Wolf King into a one-eyed Wolf King. Numbers flashed repeatedly, 30,678, 379, 456. The Shadow Demon Wolf King roared in pain and retreated. Blood flowed continuously from its right eye, dripping onto the ground. Its remaining left eye glowed with a strange red light. The pain triggered its rage, and dark purple light flickered across its body.
The Shadow Demon Wolf King charged again. Chen Yang intended to retrieve the golden blade, but, as soon as he appeared, he was swatted away by a claw. Not bad, you've got some skill. Looks like I need to get serious. Chen Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He activated the Shadow Domain and stealthily approached. Unable to find him, the Shadow Demon Wolf King summoned its minions for protection. The situation was urgent, and Chen Yang had no choice but to reveal himself and reach for the golden blade. The Shadow Demon Wolf King seemed to have anticipated this and struck at Chen Yang. At the critical moment, Chen Yang dodged the attack at an uncanny angle and pulled out the golden blade with a reverse grip. The number 10,390 flashed, and the Shadow Demon Wolf King howled in pain. Without giving it a chance to breathe, Chen Yang charged again. Shadow Assault, Shadow Execution. His movements were swift, like lightning weaving through the Wolf King's attacks. The Shadow Demon Wolf King fought back desperately, each strike full of force, trying to knock Chen Yang down. The battle grew fiercer, the air thick with dust and the smell of blood. Chen Yang felt himself growing stronger, sensing victory was near. His heartbeat was as rapid as a drumbeat, sweat streaming down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the golden blade, and stepped closer to the Wolf King. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Wolf King had reached its limit, yet it still mustered all its strength for one final attack on Chen Yang. Shadow Assault. At the critical moment, relying on his uncanny angle, Chen Yang successfully dodged the attack. He fiercely stabbed the golden blade into the Wolf King's throat. The Shadow Demon Wolf King staggered back a few steps, violently coughing up blood. After struggling for a few seconds, it collapsed heavily to the ground, closing its eyes forever. The remaining shadow wolves scattered in all directions upon seeing their leader killed. Phew, that was really tough. Looking at the fallen Wolf King, Chen Yang sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Yen team, we've arrived. Where's the rookie? Lu Qingfeng said into the walkie-talkie. Old Lu, you guys can head back. The candidate has already taken care of it. Yan Shui's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, finding it hard to believe. Yen team, you're not joking, are you? Don't say I'm kidding. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. After saying that, he led the team back. Meanwhile, ding! Congratulations, you successfully killed the LV.90 Shadow Demon Wolf King and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up to LV.89. Listening to the system notification, Chen Yang let out a long breath. That wasn't easy. I'm almost at level 90. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Shadow Hunter level, LV.89 HP, 124,000 MP, 67,500 attack power, 11,070 defense, 3,800 magic resistance, 2,700 specialty, SSS level, 10-fold attack speed, comes with 10-fold attack speed, skills, Shadow Stealth, SSS, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Shadow Leap, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS, Shadow Revival, SSS. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Could it be? To confirm, Chen Yang quickly got up and walked toward the Shadow Demon Wolf King's corpse. Ding! Congratulations, you obtained equipment, Shadow Cloak. Full body equipment, this time I got lucky. Chen Yang looked at the dropped equipment and nodded in satisfaction. He carefully examined the equipment's attributes. Name, Shadow Cloak level, gold attributes, plus 10% defense, plus 15% magic resistance, plus 15% movement speed special attribute, reduces detection skill judgment value. By 2 with this special attribute, I won't have to worry about detection skills anymore. Not even having entered the abyssal realm yet, he had already gained such a reward. Chen Yang was filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. Chen Yang, are you okay? At this moment, Qin Jiao saw the Shadow Demon Wolf Pack disperse and hurriedly stepped out of the carriage, calling out. Chen Yang waved to indicate he was fine and walked back into the carriage. How are you? Are you hurt? Qin Jiao gently touched Chen Yang with concern. Zhang Huqiang sighed quietly from the side. I'm the one who's injured. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? I want to be touched too. Chen Yang quickly dodged, avoiding Qin Jiao. In his eyes, Qin Jiao was scarier than the Shadow Demon Wolf King. Seeing him evade, Qin Jiao pouted in dissatisfaction and said, Such a man, who doesn't understand a woman's heart. If it were another man, he'd be begging me by now. Woo, woo. The green train slowly passed through the wilderness, with the corpse of the Shadow Demon Wolf King tied outside. The carriage. Almost no one dared to approach, especially the mixed-blood demons. Chen Yang sat by the window, resting his head on his hand, looking at the scenery outside with some boredom.
In the distance, the mountains
were shrouded in morning mist, faintly visible, like a dream, beautiful like a flowing painting. The train passed through dense forests, the trees lush and green, resembling a sea of greenery, making one feel refreshed. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. The equipment and items in this world have made many industrial facilities unnecessary, and the natural environment is rarely damaged.
Unlike my previous world, where even a small thing would lead to reckless pollution, causing great harm to the natural environment. Chen Yang, what are you looking at?
Zhang Heqian, sitting next to him, asked.
Zhang Heqian was now mostly fine.
He had been seriously injured
earlier and thought he was going to die today, even preparing to write a will.
Just as he was in despair, Qin Jiao's hands emitted a warm white light, placed on his wound.
She had almost exhausted all her magic power to stabilize his injuries.
Now, as long as they reached the abyssal realm and received systematic treatment, he would be fine. The train slowly decelerated and stopped in front of a dark purple light curtain.
The abyssal realm is here, everyone can get off the train now.
Qin Jiao opened the carriage door and called out.
People disembarked one after another.
Chen Yang looked up at the dark purple light curtain in front of him.
This portal looked different from the ones he had seen before. It was deep purple like thick ink, with several clear words in the center, abyssal realm.
Those words emitted a chilling aura, spreading coldness all around.
Chen Yang, no
wonder it feels so cold, it's this light curtain causing it. Zhang Heqian hugged his arms, shivering slightly. Looking at this burly man in such a state, outsiders might think he was physically weak.
Let's go. A seductive voice came from behind them.
Qin Jiao walked over with a charming smile, lightly patting Chen Yang's shoulder, then turned to look back at the group.
This is your last chance to hesitate. Once you enter the abyssal realm, someone might die. You were so afraid of death earlier, are you not afraid now?
Hearing her words, everyone lowered their heads, looking a bit embarrassed. Qin Jiao glanced around, a hint of mockery appearing
on her face.
Without paying attention to the group, she waved at Chen Yang and walked into the light curtain.
Chen Yang didn't hesitate, patting Zhang Heqian's shoulder, and stepped into the light curtain as well. These guys are too soft.
Zhang Heqian looked at the group with lowered heads, cursing inwardly, and followed Chen Yang inside. The remaining people looked at each other, their faces grim, unsure whether to follow.
Damn it!
I'm just trying to survive, but it feels like I've committed a crime. A man cursed angrily, stood up, and walked into the light curtain. Seeing this, the others also followed suit.
Right. I am an A-rank professional.
Staying alive is the only way to accomplish more important things, not to die nameless and without purpose.
That's right, we just made a mistake, not chose the wrong person. So what if he's the national top scorer? That's only because I didn't take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, how could it have been his turn?
Shouting slogans, everyone stepped into the light screen.
In the blink of an eye, they appeared in an open space, and
the bone-chilling cold gradually dissipated. A withered tree stood alone not far in front of them. On the tree, a few words were carved, nameless grave. Behind the withered tree, rows of tombstones were arranged. But these tombstones had nothing engraved on them, no names, no symbols, not even a single word. Qin Jiao slowly walked toward the tombstones, reaching out to wipe the dust off one of them.
You might be wondering what this all means. I'll tell you now. Each of these tombstones represents a hero. These heroes sacrificed their lives for the peace of the nation. But in the end, they couldn't even leave their names behind. Qin Jiao's face was solemn, her usual charm replaced by a rare seriousness. Then, without paying attention to the others' reactions, she turned and walked deeper into the cemetery. Looking at the tombstones, Chen Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although the tombstones were blank and empty, he seemed to see scenes of those heroes fighting to the death. He took a deep breath and slowly followed Qin Jiao. At this moment, even though he was in a cemetery, Chen Yang felt no fear. Instead, there was a strange feeling, as if countless souls were protecting him. Qin Jiao cast him an approving glance but said nothing more. Tianyuan Abyss had always operated low-key, never flaunting, only silently doing what needed to be done. As they continued walking forward, faint silhouettes could be seen near the exit in the distance. As they got closer, Chen Yang saw people in special uniforms standing upright. Captain Yan, I've brought them, Qin Jiao said to Yan Shuwei. Yan Shuwei nodded, slowly stepping forward and sweeping his cold gaze over the group. Here, you have no names, only one identity rookies.
Today, I'll leave you with one sentence: if you want something you've never had, you must do something you've never done. Hearing this, the group snorted, thinking that a mere squad leader was spouting nonsense.
But Yan Shui's next words made their faces change.
This 1-month assessment will use a scoring system, with a total of 100 points.
Whoever loses all their points first will be eliminated.
Except for Chen Yang and Zhang Huqiang.
Everyone else starts with a 50-point deduction. Immediately, the group erupted. The assessment hadn't even started, and half their points were already deducted. How were they supposed to continue? Unfair. Yeah, unfair.
Who do you think you are to deduct our points?
Exactly. If Tianyuan Abyss is like this, we might as well not participate in the assessment. Hearing the complaints, Yan Shui sneered coldly.
Ignoring them, he turned to the person beside him and said, deduct another 10 points from them.
If they keep complaining, keep deducting points until they're all gone.
Hearing that their points were being deducted again, the group fell silent.
Their eyes red as they glared at Yan Shui.
Yan Shui merely gave them a faint smile in response and turned to leave, as if an elephant couldn't care less about the noise of ants underfoot.
Let's go. I'll take you to the rest area, Xin Jiao said to Chen Yang after Yan Shui left. Chen Yang nodded and followed her. After walking for a few minutes, Xin Jiao pointed ahead and said, just a bit further, and you'll reach the place where you'll train regularly.
Chen Yang looked ahead and saw the training ground situated in a vast wilderness, surrounded by dense forests and a quiet grassland. The training ground was spacious and expansive, like a green ocean,
with waves rippling as the wind blew.
At the center was a massive circular field. The edges of the field were surrounded by iron chains to prevent people or objects from falling out.
In the center of the field stood a
tall wooden post, covered with various weapons and equipment, clearly tools for training. A crowd had gathered inside. They were dressed in black uniforms, wearing helmets, and wielding various weapons, engaged in fierce
combat. Chen Yang, don't you think that tower looks a bit familiar? Xin Jiao's charming voice rang out again.
Chen Yang looked up and saw a towering spire piercing the clouds not far from the training ground, its top
out of sight. This tower, why does it look like Hang City's Thorn Tower? Suyu raised an eyebrow.
That's right, this tower is called the Trial Grounds, Xin Jiao explained.
And the tower in Hang City was built using
special materials produced from the trial grounds.
There are about 10 similar towers across the country.
As she spoke, Xin Jiao smiled and reached out to touch Chen Yang's chest muscles.
Chen Yang's face darkened, thinking to himself how mischievous she was even in broad daylight.
Seeing that she seemed to want to continue, Chen Yang quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them.
Stop messing around. Up ahead is the
rest area, but where you stay depends on what you can claim for yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first.
Xin Jiao winked and turned to leave. Depends on what you can claim? Interesting. Chen Yang smiled faintly and stepped into the rest area.
Looking at the neatly arranged villas along the roadside, Chen Yang nodded to himself, surprised at the quality of the accommodations.
He had initially thought there would only be simple tents. Hey, a newcomer. This guy looks weak, must be easy to bully.
I heard a lot of people signed up this time, so why is it just him?
One by one, people emerged from the villas, their gazes like hunters locking onto Chen Yang.
Chen Yang ignored them and casually chose a villa, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon entering, he felt a heavy force pressing down on him.
Looking around, he noticed a glowing formation in the center of the living room. Ding! Entered the primary gravity zone.
The system notification sounded, and Chen Yang realized that even resting in this abyssal domain was considered training. Since this is the primary gravity zone, the gravity should increase further inside. Dissatisfied with the gravity level, he turned and headed back outside.
Just because you arrived half a month earlier, you think you can act so arrogant. Hey, a troublemaker.
Remember, when you see us, you call us seniors, or don't blame us for being rude. Stepping out of the villa, Chen Yang saw someone from his transport being surrounded and attacked by a group of people who had entered the abyssal domain earlier. The one struggling to resist was the guy who had shouted "Wolves eat meat, dogs eat scraps" in the carriage.
Chen Yang glanced at the scene indifferently and prepared to leave. Hey, kid. I'm talking to you, are you deaf?
A fat man ran up and blocked his path.
Chen Yang gave him a cold look and said, move.
In front of everyone, Chen Yang showed no sign of backing down.
The fat man turned red with anger and pulled out a large hammer from his spatial bracelet, swinging it down fiercely. Chen Yang lightly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack.
Then, with a single punch, he struck the fat man's ribs, sending him flying over 10 meters. Without sparing the fat man a glance, Chen Yang turned to leave. Suddenly, a dagger flashed before his eyes. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out as Chen Yang gripped a golden blade, firmly blocking the attack. Not bad, kid, you've got some skills. No wonder you're so cocky. A man with an eye patch over his left eye approached. But you might not know, in this abyssal domain, killing isn't against the law. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man lunged forward with his blade again. Chen Yang charged forward. Irritated, Chen Yang thought, why won't these people just leave him alone? Suddenly, a shadow attacked. A swift kill. Chen Yang nimbly dodged the one-eyed man's sneak attack, his golden blade slicing across the man's throat. You! The one-eyed man's eyes widened in shock, clutching his neck desperately. To slow the bleeding. The malice on his face gradually turned to fear and a desperate longing for life. Thud! The one-eyed man collapsed, paying the price for his recklessness with his life. Chen Yang cast a cold glance at the corpse before turning and heading toward the villas further back. Abyssal Domain. Rest Area. Villa number 1. Knock, 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 stop it, go answer the door. Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me at this time? The man with a fierce expression on his face slowly pushed the door open. His mind was consumed by one thought, kill the person who had disturbed him. In the next second, he felt as if he had been violently flung. Thud! Tang Chaoyang hit the ground heavily, his head buzzing. It seemed someone had grabbed him just now and thrown him directly out. Who the hell are you? Are you tired of living? How dare you mess with me? Tang Chaoyang stood up, glaring angrily at Chen Yang. Just as he spoke, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Get lost. I'm in a bad mood. Don't blame me if I deal with you too. Recognizing it was an acquaintance, Tang Chaoyang shook them off and prepared to fight Chen Yang. Tang, look over there. Hearing the reminder from the person next to him, Tang Chaoyang impatiently glanced in the indicated direction. Ha! His eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing across his face. He rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Tang Chaoyang looked at the body lying not far away and asked the person next to him. The person shook their head, their face full of helplessness. So ruthless. Isn't there a rule that you can't kill in the rest area? Tang Chaoyang suddenly slapped the person next to him. How about that? Does it hurt? Am I dreaming? The person rubbed their reddened face, aggrievedly saying, Tang, you're not mistaken. This is real. Tang Chaoyang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Someone explain to me what happened. How did one-eyed dragon die? After a moment of silence, a chubby man slowly stepped forward. Tang, it started with that guy. After listening to the account, Tang Chaoyang gave a helpless smile. This guy is pretty ruthless. Then, his expression turned cold as he stared at the villa. This Chen Yang dared to kill someone so casually. When the patrol team found out, he'd be in serious trouble. Thinking about the consequences of violating the rules and being taken by the patrol team for interrogation, Tang Chaoyang felt a chill in his heart. Everyone who entered this place was a genius from their respective cities, all unruly and unrestrained. To manage these people, the Abyssal Domain had specially established an enforcement team. Almost every batch of newcomers would be taken by the enforcement team for minor infractions. On the surface, it was said to help them correct and improve. In reality, it was to suppress them and establish authority through various means. Hey, who are you? Be careful. My boss Tang will deal with you when he gets back. Seeing his female companion being driven out, Tang Chaoyang felt a bit humiliated. He quickly stood up and helped her up. Tang, how can you just watch her being bullied? The woman leaned pitifully against Tang Chaoyang's chest, her face full of grievance. Don't worry, babe. This bastard dared to kill someone in the rest area. Just wait and watch the show. Stop fussing. Tang Chaoyang's face was filled with malice as his eyes locked on villa number 1. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Chen Yang sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, patiently waiting. When the time required to occupy the villa was reached, Chen Yang slowly placed his hand on the central array of light. Click, click. The array began to reboot slowly. Chen Yang officially became the new owner of the villa. Ding! Entered Advanced Gravity Zone. Activate now? After activating the gravity feature, Chen Yang could clearly feel an extremely strong pressure exerting itself on his body. Not bad. He carefully adjusted to the sensation for a moment and then stood up, preparing to do some simple exercises to help his body adapt to the pressure. Just then, a commotion of hurried footsteps came from outside the villa. A group of uniformed, masked individuals appeared at the entrance. The patrol team is here. This kid is done for.
Tang Chaoyang's face showed a cruel expression, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Routine check.
Hearing the urgent knocking, Chen Yang, who had been preparing to exercise, immediately understood the nature of the visitors. He pulled the golden blade out of his space bracelet and walked toward the door.
Creak. Chen Yang slowly opened the door. Outside the door was a dark crowd of people. Chen Yang frowned slightly. Who are you looking for? The leading man stepped forward and said, You're new, aren't you? Haven't seen you before. Chen Yang nodded, remaining silent. The leading man cursed inwardly, This newcomer is so arrogant. If I don't teach him a harsh lesson, everyone will think I'm easy to bully.
With that, he raised his enforcement
baton and swung it fiercely at Chen Yang.
Chen Yang lightly shifted his body, dodging the attack. The golden blade in his hand swiftly flew toward the man's throat.
Thud.
The leading man fell to the ground, blood slowly flowing out. Impressive, the man muttered, staring at the blade embedded in his arm, a chill running through his heart. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have lost his
life just now.
At the critical moment, he had raised his left arm to block the golden blade.
After all, the blade was originally aimed at his neck. Stop. Do you know who I am?
The leading man shouted,
hastily as he saw Chen Yang preparing to strike again.
No matter who you are, you better behave in front of me, Chen Yang sneered coldly, completely indifferent to the man's background.
I admit
defeat, let me go, the man said, his face changing drastically in the face of a life-threatening situation. After struggling for a while, he finally gave in.
Chen Yang stepped forward and pulled the golden blade out of his arm. What about you all? Want to give it a try too?
Chen Yang smirked slightly, scanning the surrounding people. The other members of the enforcement team immediately felt goosebumps and chills down their spines.
We're just passing by, Yeah, you go ahead, I have something to do, I'll leave now.
Right, my sow is about to give birth, I need to go check on her.
Is she giving birth today?
Let's go, I'll go with you. The enforcement team members quickly scattered. Their captain had been subdued with a single strike, going up against him themselves would be suicide.
Smart. People don't suffer immediate losses, they go back and figure out a strategy.
The leading man cursed inwardly, a bunch of disloyal cowards.
Anything else? No, nothing. I'll leave now. Next time, knock.
More politely, Chen Yang said indifferently, glancing at the leading man.
The man could only nod and turn to run.
As he ran, he cursed in his heart, this newcomer, why does he feel scarier than those
high-level professionals? How am I supposed to manage things after this?
After running a certain distance, the man glanced back at Chen Yang.
He estimated he was far enough away that the newcomer couldn't catch up to him.
Then, he stopped and shouted at Chen Yang, You brat, how dare you disrespect me?
Just wait, I'll call someone to deal with you. After yelling his threat, he turned and ran again, using all his strength.
Tang Chaoyang and the people around him stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed.
Who is this guy? How is he so powerful?
This is ridiculous, even the enforcement
team was driven away. This is bad, the situation is changing. We better go home and pack our things.
I say, if you ask me to go up and call him Dad, he probably wouldn't agree.
Listening to the surrounding chatter, Tang Chaoyang's face grew darker and darker. Smack! He suddenly slapped the person next to him and urgently asked, How does it feel? Does it hurt? This isn't an illusion, right?
The slapped person rubbed his face, aggrieved, and said, Tang bro, it's not an illusion, it's real.
But Tang bro, can you hit the other side next time?
My face is asymmetrical now, one side big and the other small.
No.
One paid attention to the corpse that had long since gone cold.
In this abyssal realm, lives were lost every moment.
Death had become the norm here.
Who is this guy? Tang Chaoyang was filled with questions.
He had never heard of such a powerful figure. The enforcement team members were generally around level 100, and for them, dealing with newcomers was as easy as a father disciplining his son.
But now, the situation had completely changed. Tang Chaoyang inadvertently glanced at the newcomer in the same carriage as him. Hey, you, come here. He casually called a newcomer over to his side. The newcomer looked terrified, unsure of what was happening. Tell me, what's that guy's name? What's his background?
Tang Chaoyang pointed at the villa where Chen Yang lived. The newcomer obediently replied, His name is
Chen Yang. He doesn't seem to have any background, just an ordinary civilian. An ordinary person? That can't be right. How could an ordinary person be this powerful? Wait, what did you just say his name was?
Tang Chaoyang grabbed the newcomer's collar, his face darkening. The newcomer, terrified, felt his legs go weak, all the confidence he had when he got in the car now gone.
His name is Chen Yang.
Tang Chaoyang's eyes widened, his whole body trembling as if struck by lightning, his blood seemingly frozen in his veins.
What? Chen Yang. The National College Entrance Exam top scorer, Chen Yang.
As soon as the words were spoken, Tang Chaoyang slapped the man across the face.
You said he was just an ordinary civilian.
The people around them breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't been the ones to get involved earlier. Otherwise, it might have been them lying on the ground now. Everyone's gaze slowly shifted to the one-eyed dragon's corpse. They had heard rumors about Chen Yang.
Some said he
had single-handedly fended off a beast tide, while others claimed he had flawlessly passed the challenge of the Lone Bridge. At first, they thought it was just because they hadn't taken the college entrance exam themselves that this nobody managed to become the national top scorer. But seeing him today, they finally understood just how extraordinary this year's top scorer was.
Chen Yang? Are you saying that person is this year's national top scorer, Chen Yang?
A cold, clear voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a woman in a fiery red dress walking toward them. Her face was stern, her figure tall and slender,
exuding an unapproachable aura.
Vivi, why are you here? Tang Chaoyang abandoned his female companion, his face full of eagerness as he looked at Xiao Weiwei.
After the college entrance exam, Xiao Weiwei
had used her family's connections to come to this mysterious realm of Tianyuan. Her goal was to improve herself.
She had finally managed to defeat Chen Yang in the freshman league after much effort.
Unexpectedly, after leaving the secret realm, she overheard a group of people discussing Chen Yang.
None of your business. Where is this Chen Yang you were just talking about? Xiao Weiwei looked at Tang Chaoyang in front of her, filled with disdain.
When she first arrived in Tianyuan, she had been secretly pleased to finally shake off the annoying Zhou Tianlong, only to encounter someone like Tang Chaoyang.
Here, Chen Yang lives in Villa Number 1.
Vivi, that guy is ruthless. He kills without hesitation. I advise you not to provoke him.
You're so delicate.
If he hurts you, I'd feel bad for you.
Tang Chaoyang's
eyes roamed over Xiao Weiwei's body, and he couldn't help but drool at the corners of his mouth.
Disgusting man.
The woman who had been accompanying Tang Chaoyang earlier stomped off angrily when she saw him staring obsessively at Xiao Weiwei. But Tang Chaoyang paid her no mind, his full attention on Xiao Weiwei. After all, anyone would know how to choose between an ordinary woman and a goddess.
Will Vivi be scared by that corpse and then throw herself into my arms? I need to make a good impression and not mess this up. Tang Chaoyang calculated in his mind. Disgusting. Get lost. Xiao Weiwei felt nauseated by Tang Chaoyang's repulsive gaze.
Vivi, don't go.
It's dangerous.
Tang Chaoyang called out urgently as he saw Xiao Weiwei heading toward Villa Number 1.
But Xiao Weiwei didn't even look
back, walking straight toward the villa.
Tang Chaoyang, feeling snubbed, secretly fumed. That damn girl, daring to ignore me. She better watch out, or she won't even know how she died. Maybe the two of
them will end up destroying each other, and I'll get to take advantage of the situation. He silently prayed for Xiao Weiwei and Chen Yang to fight to the death, so he could swoop in and trample them both
underfoot.
By this time, Xiao Weiwei had already reached the door of Villa Number 1.
Knock, knock, knock. I knocked lightly enough. Why isn't he coming out yet? Hearing the knocking, Chen Yang frowned, a murderous intent rising within him.
Creak, I said, can you just settle this all at once? Before the door even opened, Chen Yang's impatient voice came through.
Chen Yang, what exactly are you trying to do?
A cold voice responded. Chen Yang was momentarily startled by the familiar tone, and he immediately realized who it was.
Xiao Weiwei? What are you doing here?
Seeing the figure at the door, Chen Yang
asked. Since the college entrance examination, he hadn't heard any news about Xiao Weiwei.
It seemed she had arrived in the Tianyuan otherworld even earlier than him.
What, only you, Chen the top scholar, can come here, and I can't? Xiao Weiwei raised an eyebrow and coldly retorted. Ahem. Chen Yang was speechless. Xiao Weiwei was still as sharp-tongued as ever. Then why are you looking for me? Chen Yang asked helplessly.
If he could avoid her, he really didn't want to see Xiao Weiwei.
Another match.
I lacked experience last time, but this time, I will definitely defeat you. Seeing Xiao Weiwei's serious
expression, Chen Yang knew that if he didn't spar with her, she wouldn't leave. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
With that, Chen Yang turned and walked out of the villa. The sooner he resolved this, matter with Xiao Weiwei, the sooner he could focus on improving his strength.
Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei stood on the open ground outside Villa Number 1.
Their gazes locked, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. Chen Yang drew the golden blade, while Xiao Weiwei gripped her staff tightly, ready for an intense duel. Under the sunlight, their figures intertwined continuously, each attack accompanied by
blazing magical light and the gleam of the blade.
Chen Yang launched a swift assault. Chen Yang moved swiftly around Xiao Weiwei, his dagger glinting coldly in the sunlight. Suddenly, he initiated Shadow Assault.
His dagger traced a dark purple arc, like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Xiao Weiwei.
Xiao Weiwei's eyes narrowed as she lightly waved her staff, summoning a blazing fireball to meet the arc. The light was instantly consumed by the fireball, turning to ashes.
Not bad, Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Cut the nonsense, again.
Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly, her staff waving continuously. As powerful magical energy surged forth,
dozens of fireballs appeared in the sky, raining down on Chen Yang like a storm. Shadow Assault activated again. Chen Yang deftly dodged Xiao Weiwei's attacks while launching fierce counterattacks.
His golden blade slashed through the air like lightning, almost grazing Xiao Weiwei each time but causing no harm. Xiao Weiwei thought that after breaking through her
fireball attack, Chen Yang had no energy left to counterattack.
So, she kept casting spells, aiming to defeat him. Chen Yang, on the other hand, kept changing positions to evade her attacks.
The two chased
and countered each other, the battle intense and the scene breathtaking. Tang Chaoyan watched coldly from the sidelines, fully aware of the gap between himself and them. Even a casual fireball from Xiao
Weiwei might be something he couldn't withstand.
Wow, so this is what S-Class professionals are like?
Yeah, they're way too strong. We A-Class folks aren't even in the same league. I don't want to live anymore. How can anyone be this powerful?
The spectators were so stunned by the battle that they couldn't accept the reality. The fight grew fiercer, each clash bringing strong energy ripples.
Chen Yang felt it was about time and decided to end this boring match.
He seized an opportunity, charging forward with the golden blade aimed straight at Xiao Weiwei's chest. But at that moment, a sly glint flashed in Xiao Weiwei's eyes. She quickly waved her staff, releasing a surge of powerful fire elemental energy that struck directly at Chen Yang's chest.
Seeing this, Chen Yang didn't dodge. He wanted to use this chance to test the enhancement effect of the shadow cloak. Boom! A cloud of black smoke instantly enveloped the open ground. The spectators couldn't see what was happening inside. So, who won? I think it's Goddess Xiao. I wish she were my wife. Stop dreaming. Aren't we talking about who won? At this moment, Xiao Weiwei cautiously observed her surroundings.
She knew that Chen Yang, the national top scorer,
wouldn't be defeated so easily. Hey, Chen Yang, what are you hiding?
I don't believe you'd lose to me so easily, Xiao Weiwei said as she worked to restore her mana. She knew another fierce battle was
coming. Pretty smart. But, you lost.
Suddenly, a chill ran down her neck, and she realized a dagger was pressed against it. It was Chen Yang's golden blade.
Xiao Weiwei froze in shock. This, when? How did you get behind me? Chen Yang smiled faintly without answering.
Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from not far away. Not long after, Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei were surrounded by a group of
people. Oh wow, what a scene. This situation, anyone who doesn't know might think a war is about to break out. That's it, let him act arrogant, now he's done for, right? The onlookers started discussing among themselves.
The sound of mockery filled the entire carriage, and everyone had a mocking expression on their faces, clearly enjoying the spectacle.
Tang Chiang squinted slightly, his face full of anticipation, as if waiting to watch a good show. He didn't believe that Chen Yang could easily escape this trouble. You actually dare to act indecently in public.
A middle-aged bald man saw the golden blade in Chen Yang's hand pressed against Xiao Weiwei's neck and immediately scolded loudly.
Chen Yang knew his earlier action could easily be misunderstood, so he quickly withdrew the golden blade
and distanced himself from Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei gave Chen Yang a cold glance and also put away the staff in her hand.
You violated the rules of the rest area by killing someone. And just now, you
even attempted to harass this lady.
Come with us to the judgment building.
The bald man stepped forward, his expression serious.
Ha!
Chen Yang was slightly stunned, his gaze turning cold.
First, make it clear, when did I ever harass her?
The bald man stared at Chen Yang, his tone even harsher. Your actions just now could completely be considered an attempted harassment.
Chen Yang was about to refute,
when Xiao Weiwei's cold voice interrupted. Don't misunderstand, we were just sparring earlier.
Uncle, please don't accuse others without evidence.
Chen Yang looked at Xiao Weiwei in surprise.
Xiao Weiwei
seemed to sense Chen Yang's gaze, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. Who would have thought this ice-cold woman would actually speak up for someone else? Chen Yang muttered to himself.
The bald man
said coldly, forget about the harassment, but you still have to come with us.
Killing someone in the rest area is a serious violation.
After speaking, he signaled his subordinates to step forward and take
Chen Yang away.
Chen Yang's gaze grew even colder.
Make it clear first, someone said earlier that killing is allowed in the abyssal realm. That person saw trouble and tried to kill me. But if you're trying to frame me, then I have something to say about this.
The bald man was silent for a moment, then looked at the enforcement team members beside him. Go, pull up all the nearby surveillance footage and see if what he said is true. After speaking, he sat on the steps nearby, waiting quietly. Chen Yang helplessly pursed his lips.
When will this matter ever end? After a few minutes, an enforcement team member came running with a small computer.
You were right. But killing is prohibited in the rest area, so no matter what, you violated the rules, the bald man said after watching the surveillance footage.
Didn't anyone tell you about the rules here?
No, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Qin Jiao had been teasing him the whole way and hadn't mentioned these rules at all.
Then what punishment will I face? Chen Yang could only accept reality.
It seemed his plan to train under high gravity would have to be postponed. Considering you were unaware of the rules and the killing was in self-defense. The bald man thought for a moment and said, how about this, go spend some time on the 5th floor of the Judgment Building. Chen Yang nodded and followed behind him.
Since he was going, he might as well see what was special about the Judgment Building.
Qin Jia came running from a distance, shouting, Captain Luo, wait. The bald man, Luo Haowu, saw her alluring figure and a trace of desire appeared
on his face.
Oh, it's Sister Qin.
What's the matter?
Just say it.
Your brother will definitely help you. I just wonder if Sister Qin is free tonight.
Seeing Luo Haowu's smug expression, Qin Jiao felt a wave of discomfort in her heart but suppressed her disgust.
Captain Luo, what rule did Chen Yang break? She asked.
Tomorrow, there's a joint drill with 2 other regions, and Captain Yan specifically
instructed that Chen Yang must not be absent.
Luo Haowu replied, and Qin Jiao tentatively said, Captain Luo, if the matter isn't too serious, could you let Chen Yang participate in the drill first,
before dealing with it?
Luo Haowu frowned, looking somewhat troubled. Qin Meizi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Chen Yang killed someone in the rest area.
This is a serious matter. Qin Jia sighed inwardly, it seems that unless I give this old rogue a little taste of sweetness today, he won't agree.
Saying this, she took out 2 movie tickets from her pocket and handed one to Luo Haowu.
Luo Haowu glanced at the movie ticket, immediately understanding, and couldn't help but smile. Qin Meizi, what do you mean by this?
Captain Luo, there's a movie showing the night after tomorrow.
I wonder if you'll go.
After speaking, Qin Jiao glared fiercely at Chen Yang, who was watching the commotion nearby. Chen Yang smiled awkwardly, and Qin Jiao felt slightly better. If it weren't for him, would she have had to take out the movie tickets? She had originally planned to go with her girlfriends, but now she had to give one to this bald-headed fool.
She didn't really want to go herself, so the remaining ticket would have to go to Captain Yin. Thinking about the scene when the two met, Qin Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Qin Meizi invited me to a movie. Is she this happy? Luo Haowu looked at Qin Jiao's charming demeanor, almost drooling.
Alright, Qin Meizi, I'll take Chen Yang back and lock him up for one night. I'll release him tomorrow on time, Luo Haowu said.
After all, with so many people watching today, my enforcement team has to put on a show. Qin Jiao nodded, thinking it wouldn't be bad to let Chen Yang suffer a bit. Alright, it's settled then. Captain Yan has something to discuss
with me, so I'll leave first. After speaking, she turned and left. If she looked at Luo Haowu any longer, she feared she wouldn't be able to resist losing her temper at him.
Chen Yang shrugged indifferently. As long as he could level up, it didn't matter where he was. Judgment Building. The first-floor corridor was filled with a heavy stench of blood. Occasionally, people in protective suits passed by Chen Yang.
Strange screams echoed in his ears, and Chen Yang was curious, the sounds didn't quite seem human.
Captain Luo, what's going on here? These sounds are really odd. This isn't something you need to. No. Don't ask questions. Luo Haowu replied impatiently.
He was imagining his date with Qin Jiao, and being interrupted by Chen Yang made him quite annoyed.
Soon, the two arrived on the 5th floor. Luo
Haowu stood in front of an iron door, took a card from his chest pocket, and placed it on the panel beside the door.
Beep. Access confirmed. Please enter.
The iron door slowly opened, and the scene before Chen Yang made him feel as though he had entered the 18th level of hell. The floor was littered with severed limbs, organs soaked in formalin, and the room was saturated with a bright red hue.
Even
though he had experienced the baptism of beast tides, Chen Yang was still shocked by the sight. What exactly is going on here? He asked, his expression serious as he stared at Luo Haowu.
Luo Haowu was
intimidated by Chen Yang's gaze, feeling as though he was being stared down by a powerful hybrid demon.
Ahem, Luo Haowu cleared his throat. You just finished your college entrance exams, so there are some things you haven't heard about yet.
Once you get to university, there will be specialized courses explaining these matters. I won't say much now, you just need to know that they are not the same species as
us. After hearing Luo Haowu's explanation, Chen Yang became even more curious about university life. Only after going to university,
observing for a few days, would he truly understand the truth of this world?
Interesting. After speaking, Luo Haowu walked deeper into the room.
Chen Yang looked around and followed him.
The deeper they went, the more chilling the environment became. Don't you think this is too gruesome? Chen Yang noticed a humanoid creature nailed to the wall not far away.
Upon closer inspection, he found that the creature's chest was still faintly rising and falling, clearly alive.
Luo Haowu nodded, surprised that Chen Yang could notice such subtle details in this environment.
You have a strong mindset. What we're doing here is testing how long they can endure after being injured.
Old
How, help guide this newcomer, Luo Haowu called out to someone nearby.
Don't you know I'm busy? Can't someone else handle this?
The person in a protective suit responded impatiently.
Hey, everyone knows how capable you are, Dr. Hao.
Just take care of this guy for one night, he'll be gone tomorrow.
Luo Haowu joked with a smile.
Hao Jitong ignored him, waved his hand to indicate he understood, and continued with his work. Seeing this, Luo Haowu didn't get upset, as he was already accustomed to his old friend's temperament.
After giving Chen Yang a few instructions, he turned and left. After a while, Chen Yang
noticed how Jitong still focused on the dissection. Feeling bored, he moved closer and watched with great interest. The assassin profession emphasizes a one-hit kill, so understanding human body weaknesses
is essential.
He was simply curious whether the structure of these creatures' bodies was similar to humans. Here, put on this protective suit first. Some of their blood is corrosive, so be prepared.
After finishing his task, Hao Jitong finally noticed Chen Yang nearby.
He took out a brand new protective suit from the cabinet, handed it to him, and reminded him of the precautions.
You've got a great mindset.
The first time I saw this kind of scene, my legs went weak, Hao Jitong remarked, seeing Chen Yang handle things with ease.
You might be curious why we're doing this. Simply put, it's to study
their body structure and identify weaknesses.
Here, give it a try.
Hao Jitong pointed at the corpse and handed over a small knife.
Chen Yang slowly took the knife.
Looking at the knife in his hand, he felt
a sense of familiarity.
Holding it, it felt similar to a dagger. His fingers moved lightly, and the knife danced in the air, as if performing acrobatics.
Not bad. Are you in a profession that uses this type of weapon? Hao Jitong asked curiously, noticing Chen Yang's skilled movements.
Chen Yang smiled faintly.
Yes, an assassin.
Under the dim light, Chen Yang, dressed in a light blue protective suit and holding a small knife, stood beside a massive corpse. The corpse was about 3 meters tall, and Chen Yang raised an eyebrow.
Dr. Hao, this is way too big.
The corpse before him was the most unique one.
On the 5th floor. Chen Yang's performance greatly impressed Hao Jitong. To let Chen Yang experience something extraordinary, he decided to bring out his prized possession. It's not too bad.
This guy only killed a few level 6 or 7 creatures when it was alive, Hao Jitong said, pretending to be casual. Hearing this, Chen Yang's mouth twitched, thinking Hao Jitong was being a bit childish.
Stop talking nonsense. Give it a try.
After speaking, Hao Jitong picked up his phone, ready to record. At this moment, Chen Yang's expression was calm, and the knife lightly swung in the air, precisely cutting
open the corpse's chest.
Hiss, hiss, the blood flowing from the wound corroded the ground, leaving small holes. As expected, the higher the level of the hybrid, the stronger the corrosiveness of its blood.
Hao Jitong murmured.
Whenever he discovered something new, he would always take out his phone and record it in detail. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. At this moment, Chen Yang and
another person were fully focused on the dissection work before them. Each swing of the knife precisely cut through muscle and skin. Surrounding them were staff members dressed in protective suits. Old. How, who's this newcomer? Judging by his technique, he doesn't seem like a rookie. He must have been transferred from somewhere else. Exactly, otherwise Old How wouldn't let anyone dissect his prized possession. The people around whispered among themselves, and Hao Jitong looked up and glared at them. Stop talking. Can't you see extremely resilient, not easy to kill? Hao Jitong studied their corpses, clearly searching for a way to kill them quickly. Lost in thought, Chen Yang had already walked out of the judgment building. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Qin Jiayou waving not far away. How was it? Are you okay? Qin Jiayou asked with a worried expression. After all, the scene inside was hard for ordinary people to endure. I'm fine, Chen Yang shook his head. Qin Jiayou frowned. How about I help? You take some time off? Don't push yourself too hard. I went in once before, and the scene was indeed unbearable. She suddenly turned pale, glanced at the judgment building, and felt her legs go weak. I'm fine, but you should be careful, Chen Yang said, looking at Qin Jiayou's frightened expression, unable to suppress a laugh. If you're fine, then of course I'm not scared. Qin Jiayou pretended to be calm. By the way, I came to tell you to get ready when you go back. We'll meet outside the rest area at 8 p.m. tonight. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. The two chatted as they walked toward the rest area. Shortly after, Chen Yang had just returned to the villa to rest when he heard the sound of an alarm. He gently patted Xiao Qian beside him and got up to head outside. The training period lasted 2 weeks, and pets and props were not allowed. Equipment could only be carried if it was gold level or below. Helplessly, he had to leave Xiao Qian in the villa. However, Qin Jiayou promised to come regularly to take care of it. About 15 minutes later, more than 50 people had gathered outside the rest area. Hello everyone, I am the instructor for this training session, Zhou Lijuan. You can call me sister. One, said a woman with an even more striking figure than Qin Jiayou as she slowly walked up to the group. She wore loose combat attire, exuding a commanding presence. Her feet were clad in black marten boots, and she carried a strong aura. Her fiery figure drew several lingering glances from the group. Zhao Lijuan noticed this and smiled slightly. Since everyone seems so enthusiastic, let's start with a simple warm-up. Instructors, give these rookies a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of black-clad individuals wielding batons quickly surrounded the crowd. Everyone immediately tensed up. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the black-clad individuals and realizing they were not to be trifled with. Starting with intimidation, huh? Chen Yang muttered to himself. Through sensing, Chen Yang discovered that the average level of the black-clad individuals was around level 100, while the average level of the people around him was only about level 65. The disparity was obvious. The people around him were no match for the instructors. Sure enough, as soon as the instructors made their move, the situation tilted instantly. One by one, the rookies were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. In no time, only Chen Yang was left standing. This kid is something else, one instructor said to Zhao Lijuan. Earlier, when he approached Chen Yang, he had intended to easily subdue him like the other rookies. But just as his baton was about to touch Chen Yang, he was counterattacked and sent flying several meters, his stomach faintly aching. Oh, is that so? Zhao Lijuan responded with a hint of interest. Wait a minute. I remember you're Chen Yang, the national top scorer this year, right? Suddenly, Zhao Lijuan recalled seeing news reports about Chen Yang. Top scorer, huh? Impressive. Let's see if you can handle so many instructors. She smiled charmingly and signaled the instructors to attack Chen Yang again. The instructors raised their batons and surrounded Chen Yang from all directions. Shadow strike. Shadow execution. To break free from the encirclement, Chen Yang decided to take the initiative. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one instructor and delivered a heavy punch to the opponent's abdomen. Wow! This kid's got guts. If I don't knock you down today, I'll take your surname. Young people these days don't follow the rules, get ready to be beaten. The other instructors, seeing this, all rushed toward Chen Yang. Relying on his exceptional skills, Chen Yang deftly dodged the instructor's attacks while swiftly counterattacking. Each move was as fast as lightning, knocking back one opponent before quickly retreating, leaving no opportunity for the instructors to strike back. The instructors grew increasingly anxious, eager to subdue Chen Yang as quickly as possible. If this dragged on, none of them might be left standing.
However, the more anxious they became, the more flaws they revealed. Soon, a group of instructors fell to the ground one after another.
Not bad, Chen Yang, right? I'll remember you, Zhao. Li Juan's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. She clapped her hands, gave the instructors a cold glance, and said, embarrassed now, aren't you?
Hurry up and get the team in order, prepare to set off. The instructors quickly got up and directed the rookies to line up.
Once the formation was ready, Zhao Lijuan took out a small compass.
With a light press of a button, a small light screen appeared in front of her, just the right height for someone to step through. This time, during the 3-domain joint exercise, everyone needs to be careful.
Our Tianyuan domain has always been ranked first, so it's common
for the other 2 domains to target us.
After speaking, Zhao Lijuan turned and walked into the light screen.
Chen Yang and the others followed closely behind, entering the screen one after another.
In the
blink of an eye, the scenery before them changed instantly. Not far away stood 2 groups of people, from the wilderness domain and the green forest domain respectively.
They seemed to have been waiting for
a long time, staring at Chen Yang's group with grim expressions. Tianyuan domain is really arrogant, making the 2 of us wait so long for just one of you. A cold voice came from the green forest domains
team.
Facing the taunt, Zhao Lijuan retorted without hesitation, if you were first place year after year, you could do the same.
You. The person wanted to argue back but was interrupted by a loud, booming voice.
The sound echoed throughout the secret realm. This exercise will officially begin in 5 minutes.
First exercise, 3-way combat.
Suspended in the sky above the secret realm was a floating island, where the leaders of the 3 domains had gathered. The domain leader of the wilderness domain was announcing the exercise rules. The 3 domains will fight against each other.
The last remaining team members will be the winners. As the countdown ended, the exercise officially began.
Chen Yang noticed that the people from the other 2 domains were already staring at their group.
Targeted.
Before it even starts, he said with a faint smile. Although the opponents had greater numbers, winning wouldn't be difficult as long as they were separated and defeated one by one.
This isn't fair.
A man from Tianyuan domain, noticing the hostile gazes from the other 2 sides, shouted angrily, they're clearly planning to team up and take us out first.
On the floating island, the domain leader of Tianyuan
domain immediately stepped out of the room, stood at the edge, and said sternly, this is a battlefield. On the battlefield, there is no fairness, only slaughter and life or death.
His immense pressure
instantly bore down on the man, who managed to hold on for a few seconds before collapsing to his knees. Chen Yang felt the overwhelming pressure and grew curious about how strong this person really was. He activated his shadow domain to check the domain leader's attributes.
Name, grade, level, all the information was marked with question marks. What? Chen Yang was shocked.
This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The Tianyuan domain leader seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward Chen Yang, increasing the pressure on him. Chen Yang struggled to resist,
silently cursing, I'm just trying to check your attribute panel, is this really necessary?
Seeing that Chen Yang hadn't been crushed yet, the pressure intensified further. At this moment, the wilderness
domain leader stepped forward and persuaded, Domain leader Gua, don't scare the kids.
They are the hope of the future. Domain leader Gua snorted coldly, withdrew his pressure, and returned to the room.
Zhao Lijuan walked over to
Chen Yang, noticing his sweat-soaked clothes, and smiled, not bad, you managed to withstand Domain leader Gua's suppression for so long.
Chen Yang exhaled deeply, barely any longer and I wouldn't have made it.
Zhao Lijuan handed him a wristband with a smile, you'll get used to it.
Domain leader Gui is always like this with newcomers, consider it a test for you. Chen Yang took
the wristband and noticed it looked similar to the one used during the college entrance exams, except for the color.
Looks familiar, doesn't it?
These wristbands are all produced by our Tianyuan domain and then distributed to the outside world, Zhao Lijuan explained. Zhao Lijuan finished speaking and gently pressed her wristband.
A countdown immediately appeared on the screen, 4:32. Time is tight. I suggest you split up and act separately, forming several guerrilla groups. That way, we might have a chance to win this drill, she said, turning to everyone. At this moment, the group finally understood what Zhao Lijuan meant earlier about being targeted. They exchanged glances, realizing they had just met and knew nothing about each other's abilities. If their teammates were too weak, it could drag them down. For a moment, everyone froze, unsure of who to choose as a partner. Xiao Weiwei scanned the group and walked straight to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, we are the 2 strongest here.
How about teaming up? She asked.
What I'm about to do is a bit risky. Are you brave enough to follow?
Chen Yang glanced at the strength levels of the other two regions and a bold idea crossed his mind.
If you dare, why wouldn't I?
Xiao Weiwei replied coldly, though she was curious about Chen Yang's plan. What happened next shocked her. Chen Yang moved like a shadow, swiftly leaping to an island in midair.
Guo Ziming looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Chen Yang, time is running out. Why are you up there? Chen Yang replied calmly, if we defeat the participants from the other two regions, will there be extra rewards? The entire area fell silent.
Then, the participants from the other two regions erupted in anger.
Kid, you're too arrogant. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. What a joke. So cocky. Just wait, I won't hold back later. Ah, this is hilarious. Funniest thing I've heard all day.
They took Chen Yang's words as a provocation and prepared to gang up on him as soon as the countdown ended.
Even Chen Yang's own team thought it was unrealistic.
Even though he's the national champion, there's no way he can beat so many people.
Forget it. Everyone knows strength lies in numbers.
But this might work in
our favor. If they all focus on Chen Yang, we'll have a chance to counterattack.
At this moment, the leader of the Green Forest region appeared in front of Chen Yang, his gaze icy as he stared him down.
Kid, hasn't anyone told you not to be so arrogant?
A powerful pressure emanated from him, distorting the surrounding space. This drill was actually a tradition where two regions teamed up to fight against
one. So what? Is there no extra reward? Chen Yan remained calm. This pressure was far weaker than Gui Ziming's. Ahaha, I like this kid.
A hearty laugh rang out as the leader of the Wildlands region
appeared in Chen Yang's line of sight, smiling. If you can defeat us two regions during the drill, I'll reward you with 1,000 points. How about it? Interested? The Wildlands leader patted Chen Yang on the
shoulder, his eyes full of admiration.
Old Lu, that's a bit much. He's from our Abyss region. How can you poach him right in front of me? Guo Ziming stepped forward, smiling.
Since others are offering, I
can't let my own people down. I'll add 2,000 points. Kid, go for it.
I'll add 1,000 as well, the Green Forest leader said reluctantly, not wanting to fall behind. But if he loses, the points go to the
winners.
Before the words had even settled, the atmosphere grew tense. After the leaders finished speaking, Chen Yang smiled faintly.
Thank you, leaders. I'll head to the drill now. Just as he was about
to leave, Lu Zining waved him over. Kid, seriously, if the Abyss region doesn't treat you well, you're welcome in the Wildlands region anytime.
Lu Zining, shirtless with solid muscles, looked like a humanoid bear.
Hearing the leader's decisions, everyone else in the secret realm had only one thought: take down Chen Yang and claim the reward. In these three regions, points could be exchanged for almost
anything imaginable. No need. The Abyss region is fine, Chen Yan replied calmly.
Old Lu, have you leveled up again? The Green Forest leader, Fan Ziren, felt a surge of pressure and glanced sideways.
Slightly among them, Guo Ziming was the strongest, while he and Lu Zining were on the same level. At this stage, leveling up required a significant amount of experience.
Now that Lu Zining had leveled up, Fan
Ziren felt immense pressure.
If he didn't level up quickly, fewer newcomers would choose the Green Forest realm in the future. With fewer people, resources would also decrease.
Xiao Weiwei, I have something I'd like to discuss with you.
Back on the ground, Chen Yang walked over to Xiao Weiwei to discuss his plan.
After hearing Chen Yang's idea, Xiao Weiwei was very intrigued and nodded in agreement. She had never
experienced something so thrilling in her life. Guo Ziming and the others were also intently focused on the screen.
Chen Yang's confident demeanor earlier had piqued their curiosity. How would Chen Yang handle so many opponents? Fan Ziren, in particular, stared intently at the screen showing Chen Yang.
Having been ignored by Chen Yang before, he secretly harbored resentment and wanted to see him fail.
Chen Yang, there are less than 30 seconds left. Why haven't you found a place to hide yet? Zhao Lijuan asked anxiously.
This could potentially change the entire situation.
If Chen Yang won, the reward
points would be enough to buy several attribute-enhancing pieces of equipment or high-level weapons.
It's fine, Chen Yang said as he scanned the area.
He noticed that the people from the Wildlands realm and the Green Forest realm had quickly formed several small teams.
Each team had one tank, 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 priest.
Clearly, there was someone commanding them from behind the scenes, otherwise, they couldn't have organized so quickly. Under someone's lead, a group of people was methodically closing in on Chen Yang. The team members were young and not very high level. After some training, they would become a formidable squad. 00 was 05 with only 5 seconds left until the drill began. Everyone's expressions were serious. Following closely behind Chen Yang, they pursued him into the depths of the mist. Only Xiao Weiwei was an exception. She unhesitatingly headed toward a small basin. At this moment, Chen Yang moved forward step by step, carefully observing his surroundings and comparing them to the map
on his wristband.
As compensation for being attacked by 2 realms, everyone in the Abyssal Realm had a map on their wristbands.
Next, as long as he could lure these small teams to the designated location, defeating them would only be a matter of time. Just then, Chen Yang heard faint footsteps. They've finally appeared. He looked over and saw several small teams cautiously surveying their surroundings. Who's there? Someone from one of the teams vaguely spotted something. Chen Yang's figure flickered in and out of the mist, constantly moving around the teams. He knew that every step from now on was critical. Every step would determine the direction of the battle. They had to be lured to the predetermined location without noticing anything unusual. As the teams ventured deeper into the mist, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Shadow strike. Instant kill. Using the mist to obscure their vision, Chen Yang silently appeared beside the enemy. With a swift strike, he severely injured the mage in one team, and quickly retreated to avoid entanglement. He weaved through the enemy ranks, sometimes sprinting rapidly, sometimes dodging skillfully. Each time he appeared, he faced dozens of attack skills. Yet Chen Yang remained calm, carefully observing the battlefield. When the last team entered the mist, he began planning how to lure them to the designated location. The exciting moment is about to begin, Guo Ziming said, staring at the screen, unable to hide his excitement. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of tension and thrill. Ha, this kid is amazing. Well done. Seriously, name your price. I want this kid on my team. Lu Ziming laughed heartily, patting Guo Ziming on the shoulder. Guo Ziming waved him off and said, "Old Lu, are you overthinking this? This kid? No amount of money would make me trade him. When he graduates from college, I'll offer him the best conditions and recruit him into the Abyssal Realm." Hearing their conversation, Fan Ziren sneered and said mockingly, "It's just the beginning. Who knows who will win? He's just relying on the assassin class to take out a few mages. What's so impressive about that?" Guo Ziming and Lu Ziming completely ignored him. Fan Ziren was narrow-minded and of poor character. No one understood how he could become the leader of Green Forest's foreign domain. At this moment, Chen Yang's figure flickered and instantly appeared before everyone. His gaze was sharp, piercing through the thick fog like an eagle, staring straight into everyone's hearts. "Have you all tasted the bitterness of failure?" Chen Yang's voice was deep and powerful, like a demon from hell, sending an involuntary shiver through everyone. "Stop pretending. What exactly do you want to do?" "A slippery guy. If you have the guts, face us head-on," shouted the tank at the front of the team. "Yeah. Don't be too arrogant, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. I advise you to surrender quickly, or I'll have to send you off. Brothers, charge. If we lose, we'll go fishing in the water. If we win, we'll go home and soak our feet." The crowd shouted, their morale high, and charged fiercely at Chen Yang. Seeing the timing was right, Chen Yang suddenly turned and fled into the distance. The crowd, focused on chasing him, completely failed to notice they were stepping into a trap step by step. "Where is he? Where is he? He was just here, and now he's gone in the blink of an eye. Damn it, he actually got away." Unable to find Chen Yang, the group began cursing loudly, completely unaware that their location was unusual. "Something's wrong here, we should retreat," someone said, sensing the anomaly. The surrounding terrain rose, while they were at the lowest point. Hearing the warning, the group also realized something was amiss and prepared to retreat. At that moment, a dazzling light rose from the mist. Everyone looked up to see Xiao Weiwei standing on a small hill, holding a staff. She wore a fiery red dress that fluttered in the wind, like burning flames. "Rain of fire meteors," Xiao Weiwei commanded, and the staff emitted a blinding light. Countless flames descended from the sky like meteors, crashing toward the crowd. The flames traced beautiful arcs in the air, fiercely burning everything in their path. The fire seemed to ignite the entire sky. The enemies were forced to retreat by the intense flames, but they did not give up. They thought, although the fire is fierce, we have the numbers. Even if half of us escape, we can easily defeat Chen Yang. So, everyone used their skills, trying their best to resist Xiao Weiwei's flames. However, as an S-Class professional, Xiao Weiwei's skills far exceeded the defensive capabilities of these A-Class professionals.
At this moment, Chen Yang moved nimbly along the edge of the flames. His movements were incredibly fast, always dodging enemy attacks at critical
moments.
At the same time, he continuously observed the battlefield, searching for the enemy's weaknesses.
Whenever an enemy tried to escape, Chen Yang would quickly strike and take them down. With Chen Yang's
coordination, Xiao Weiwei's fire magic reached its maximum potential.
The flames raged across the battlefield, devouring the enemies one by one. Still, some refused to give up. They were also outstanding
fighters with their own beliefs.
Defeating Chen Yang would earn them a large number of points.
With these points, they could exchange for various resources to improve themselves.
Everyone knew who wouldn't want to live better. They believed the foreign domain wouldn't let them die easily. Since that was the case, why not fight once?
But their fantasies were ultimately shattered. Reality was cruel. The flames continued to consume them, while Chen Yang kept his eyes fixed on them.
Haha, amazing. Brave and smart, Chen Yang's future is limitless. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. He's much stronger than I was at his age. Lu Zining sighed as he watched the scene on the screen. Guo Ziming said proudly, "Don't forget, I trained him."
"Of course, he's exceptional,"
Lu Zining muttered under his breath. "They're all rookies. You talk as if you actually taught him anything." Guo Ziming heard it but didn't take it to heart. "Let's go, let's take a look outside." Guo Ziming waved his hand and turned to leave. At this moment, Xiao Weiwei tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve, looking somewhat incredulous. "Chen Yang, did I cause trouble?
I burned them to ashes." This was just a drill, yet she had killed so many people. She worried she might be expelled from the foreign domain or even sent to the judgment hall.
Thinking of this, Xiao Weiwei could no longer remain calm and asked Chen Yang in confusion. Chen Yang had already
guessed the situation before him. Apart from those who had escaped or been knocked unconscious by him, there wasn't a single corpse in the basin. He speculated that it was like an exam. Just before dying, one
would be teleported away. This secret realm is called the Dreamland.
It can change the scene before your eyes at any time. It makes the battles seem real but avoids actual death.
After all, those who
can come here have promising futures. Guo Ziming suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei, explaining their doubts.
"Thank you, Domain Leader Guo, for the explanation." Xiao Weiwei let out a
long sigh of relief and quickly regained her calm demeanor.
Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Women changed their faces so quickly, like flipping a book. Guo Ziming continued, "Rest for an hour. The second round is coming up next.
Dreamland will change the scene, letting you experience the feeling of being under siege.
After that, the three domains will join forces to resist the enemy together."
As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Ziming disappeared. Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei also walked toward the mist. Soon, they emerged from the mist.
Chen Yang immediately felt a wave of hostile gazes. It was
the people from the other two domains. After being defeated by Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei, they were deeply dissatisfied.
Moreover, Xiao Weiwei was a beautiful girl. For a moment, they couldn't even muster anger toward her. Thus, all their fury was directed at Chen Yang. Everyone was ready to take revenge in the next round of competition. "Chen Yang, you're amazing. I didn't expect us to win so easily." Zheng Huqiang ran over excitedly when he saw Chen Yang, his face full of enthusiasm. "Yeah, I thought it would be tough, even prepared to stay in the mist for days."
"Exactly, I had already hidden myself, but the
first round ended so quickly."
"Chen Yang, from now on, you're my big brother.
If you say east, I won't go west." The people from the Tianyuan domain expressed their willingness to follow Chen Yang in the future.
Some even wanted to swear brotherhood with him on the spot.
While the Tianyuan domain was bustling with excitement, Guo Ziming's voice came from the floating island.
"The first round of the drill
is over. Tianyuan domain team 1 wins."
Upon hearing this, the faces of the people from the wild domain and green forest domain turned red, as if they had been deeply stung.
But Guo Ziming completely ignored their reactions. In his view, refusing to accept failure was no different from being useless. Only through constant failure and accumulating experience could one ultimately succeed. Next, we move on to the second round of the drill, the battle to defend the city.
This time, you are all on the same front, jointly defending against the attacks of hybrid demons and other monsters.
If the city wall is breached, the entire team will be considered defeated.
As soon as Guo Ziming finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in the secret realm.
The light grew dazzling and then gradually faded. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves standing on a city wall dozens of meters high. Below the wall was a crowd of hybrid demons. In the distance, there were also some humanoid monsters. Whoa! What are these things? Why are there so many of them? Someone's legs went weak at the sight below. If someone with trypophobia saw the scene, they'd probably faint from fright. Lauda, this isn't a joke. How are we supposed to defend this? Did you notice? Only the wall on our side has hybrid demons. Yeah, the other two walls don't have any. Does that mean we only need to defend this side? People began to notice something unusual and started discussing it. At this moment, Chen Yang also sensed something was off. The three walls should correspond to the three domains. Why are there enemies only on one side of the wall? And why does the city wall only have three sides? Chen Yang looked toward the east, where there was an abyss stretching endlessly. From there, I bet something will come out later. Chen Yang's mouth twitched, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Zhang Huqiang noticed Chen Yang's expression and asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" Since Chen Yang defeated the people from the two regions, Zhang Huqiang has idolized him. He follows him everywhere, imitating his every move. Chen Yang feels helpless about this. After all, he can't just take action against Zhang Huqiang since he hasn't done anything wrong. It's nothing, just feels a bit off. Maybe I'm overthinking. They're here. Chen Yang's eyes sharpened as he stared ahead. Ha? What's here? Zhang Huqiang was confused, not understanding what Chen Yang meant. Suddenly, the sound of beasts roaring echoed in their ears. The hybrid demon species had begun their assault on the city. They're here. They're climbing up. Everyone, don't panic. Hold your positions as per the formation. Yes, we outnumber them, stay calm. Some panicked, while others calmly gave orders. Under the command, everyone quickly entered combat mode. The hybrid demon species kept climbing the city walls, only to be killed one by one. But as their numbers grew, the defenders found themselves in a fierce and grueling battle. During the fight, people kept falling, and after confirming their deaths, they were teleported out. Everyone guarded the walls with tense determination. The intense atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone. It's over, the northern wall is also seeing hybrid demon species. Someone, after killing the demon in front of them, noticed something unusual out of the corner of their eye and immediately felt a chill run down their spine. What kind of joke is this? Don't scare people at a time like this. Damn it. It's true. We're doomed. Crap, the southern wall is also under attack by hybrid demon species, and they're already climbing up. What? This is really the end. With the hybrid demon species appearing on another wall, the battle to defend the city reached a fever pitch. Fireball spells exploded one after another. Just as everyone was about to give up, Xiao Weiwei rushed to the northern wall, single-handedly holding off the demon species. Damn it! Letting a woman take the front line, what kind of men are you? If you're men, follow me. That's right. Mage girl, I've got your back. Let me go first. This is my chance to win her over with my bravery. Seeing Xiao Weiwei's calm figure, everyone suddenly felt a surge of protectiveness and rushed forward to fight the demon species with all their might. These people really have a sense of loyalty. Hey, aren't you worried your sister-in-law is going to be taken away? Zhang Huqiang killed the demon in front of him and turned to ask Chen Yang. Hearing Zhang Huqiang's words, Chen Yang's mouth twitched and he quietly disappeared into the shadows. Everyone, eager to impress Xiao Weiwei, charged toward the northern wall. Meanwhile, the southern wall was left unguarded, and it was almost completely overrun by the demon species. If this continued for a few more minutes, the defense would fail, and defeat would be declared. Chen Yang stood alone on the ancient city wall, his solitary figure illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. His gaze was resolute, as if piercing through the darkness to see the distant horizon. The howling wind whipped his clothes, and its sound seemed to tell the story of the city's glory and decline. The roars of beasts echoed from the city walls, their fierce and greedy eyes glaring from all directions. But Chen Yang did not retreat. His gaze was as steadfast as a rock, supporting him. On the other side of the wall, the hybrid demon species' eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if they were ready to devour the city. Their roars were like ancient war horns, shaking everyone's hearts. It's over, it's over. Can we still hold on? Has anyone ever survived a situation like this? Is there any point in holding on? Everyone, just give up. This game is almost over.
The people on the other walls, seeing the situation on the southern wall, were filled with despair.
Some were afraid. Some were timid. Some put down their weapons, ready to surrender. Damn it, remember every one of these cowards. After the drill ends, kick all the people from the wildlands out of here. Send them back to where they came from. Watching the cowardly figures on the screen, Lu Ziming was furious and ordered his adjutant to record everyone's performance. Old Lu, I think this is just spineless. If this were a real battle and they gave up resistance, what would happen to the civilians in the city? The Abyssal Domain 2, kick out all the cowards. Gui Ziming had zero tolerance for those who were cowardly before the fight or deserters. Fan Zurin let out a cold snort, not resorting to ruthless measures like Gui Ziming. They had assumed these people were backed by powerful families, their strength continuously growing, making it impossible to drive them out easily. At this moment, Chen Yang gripped the golden blade, his gaze calm as he observed the hybrid demon horde before him. Moving like a shadow, his blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep purple glow in its wake. Each swing of the blade effortlessly claimed the life of a demon. Suddenly, a massive hybrid demon lunged at Chen Yang. He quickly turned to dodge but was still grazed on his waist. The demon, seeing this, raised its claws triumphantly, preparing for a heavy strike. Suddenly, a massive fireball struck it hard, sending it flying. Chen Yang, are you okay? Xiao Weiwei hurried over, asking anxiously. Near the wall she was guarding, everyone was giving their all, trying to show off in front of her. Before long, all the hybrid demons climbing the wall were eliminated, and the number of demons below the wall was steadily decreasing. Seeing the situation improve, Xiao Weiwei immediately rushed to support the other two walls. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Chen Yang said indifferently, touching his waist. The shadow cloak he had obtained earlier had absorbed most of the damage, leaving only a superficial wound that didn't hinder his movements. He moved his body slightly, his gaze coldly fixed on the demon that had just attacked him. Name, Swift Tiger Level, LV.105 HP, 75000 MP, 5400 Attack, 2000 Defense, 1000 Magic Resistance, 1300 Special Ability, Acceleration. Greatly increases speed for a short time. No wonder its speed suddenly increased so much earlier, it's because of this ability, Chen Yang realized. He had long heard that some hybrid demons were born with special abilities, varying in strength, depending on their bloodline. Xiao Weiwei, be careful. This guy's speed can suddenly increase, he warned. Got it. Xiao Weiwei nodded. Chen Yang took a deep breath. Adjusting himself to his optimal state, he stepped forward, facing the swift tiger head-on. The tiger locked its dark eyes on him, filled with menace and provocation. Their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. After a brief standoff, Chen Yang gripped the golden blade tightly and charged at the tiger. The tiger moved with incredible speed, appearing before him in an instant, raising its claws to strike. Just as the claws were about to hit him, Chen Yang sidestepped to the tiger's back. With a shadow assault, the golden blade left a long gash. The tiger let out a painful roar, struggling violently, trying to throw Chen Yang off. Xiao Weiwei. Chen Yang signaled to her, then quickly leaped off the tiger's back. He followed up by releasing Scarlet Flamestar, a white fireball hurtling toward the tiger at high speed. The tiger, caught off guard, didn't notice the deadly attack. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, and the tiger let out a final cry as the shockwave sent it flying, crashing heavily below the wall. The other hybrid demons on the wall, intimidated by Xiao Weiwei's attacks, hesitated, unsure whether to retreat or charge forward. But Chen Yang didn't give them any chance to react. In a flash, he appeared beside each hybrid demon, reaping their lives. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiwei stood nearby, wielding her staff and casting powerful magic. Night fell. Moonlight bathed the wall, cloaking Chen Yang in a silver glow. The cold wind on the wall grew even sharper, and around Chen Yang lay piles of hybrid demon corpses. He couldn't remember how long he had been fighting, mechanically swinging the golden blade until no living hybrid demons remained on the wall. Phew, brother, are you okay? This drill really wore me out. I need a good rest when we get back, Zheng Hachang said, patting Chen Yang on the shoulder. Chen Yang looked at the distant, shifting shadows, knowing in his heart that this battle was far from over. Hey, what's going on? Why are we still here? Yeah, I thought the hybrid demons were wiped out. Why? Aren't we allowed to go back yet? This is so strange. Could there be other enemies? Stop talking, don't dampen everyone's spirits. As everyone was puzzled, Wei Yuchan's figure appeared in midair. There are some things that it's time to tell you.
This world doesn't only have us, there are other intelligent races. We are about to enter a large secret realm, fight against them, and compete for all resources. The final task of this drill is to kill the Dark Elves. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuchang's figure disappeared. At the same time, the figures in the distance were quickly running toward the city walls.
Oh my god. It's not over yet? I just want to rest. I'm exhausted, I feel like destroying this world. Hey, did you notice? Those people have pretty good figures. As they got closer, everyone noticed that the Dark Elves had black-purple skin and pointed ears. Their clothing was extremely revealing, with only a few small pieces of fabric covering key areas. Suddenly, a faint pink light wave shot toward the people on the city wall. Wow, beauties are here. I'm going first, they're all mine, don't fight me. Nonsense, they're obviously mine. In an instant, the people on the city wall jumped down one after another, rushing toward the Dark Elves as if bewitched. Only a few people looked confused, not understanding why those around them were acting this way. Chen Yang looked at the scene before him and did not give up. He took a deep breath and gripped the longsword in his hand tightly once again. Chen Yang, right? My name is Zhang Wenbin. May I get to know you? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and refined, walked up to Chen Yang and extended his right hand. Do you need something? Chen Yang frowned slightly, a trace of vigilance rising in his heart. He hadn't seen this Zhang Wenbin since the beginning of the drill. Let me introduce myself first. I am the commander of the two teams in the first phase of this drill. At the same time, I am an S-Class professional, specializing in support. I can make myself less noticeable, so you might not have noticed me. Zhang Wenbin explained slowly. After hearing this, Chen Yang nodded but said nothing. Seeing Chen Yang's reaction, Zhang Wenbin knew he hadn't earned his trust yet. Brother Chen, I have a way to help you resist the Dark Elves' charm. Hearing this, Zhang Haqiang, who was standing nearby, hurriedly grabbed Zhang Wenbin. Brother, tell me quickly. What is it? I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Haqiang's forehead was covered in sweat, his expression switching repeatedly between infatuation and struggle. Seeing him like this, Zhang Wenbin quickly placed his hand on Zhang Haqiang's shoulder. Clear mind and bright eyes. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout Zhang Haqiang's body, successfully suppressing his desires. Not bad, brother, your skill is amazing. Now when I look at those Dark Elves, they just look like ordinary people. They now appeared like lifeless skeletons, devoid of any allure. After calming down, Zhang Haqiang patted Zhang Wenbin on the shoulder, though his eyes remained fixed on the Dark Elves. Yeah, your skill is pretty impressive. Seeing Zhang Haqiang's reaction, Chen Yang nodded. Brother Chen, my skill can make the target immune to all negative statuses for 5 minutes. With your strength, as long as you can resist the Dark Elves' charm, taking them down won't be a problem. Gaining Chen Yang's approval, Zhang Haqiang quickly shared his thoughts. Chen Yang thought briefly and found the plan feasible. As long as they weren't controlled by the charm, even if they couldn't defeat them, they could escape, and the Dark Elves wouldn't be able to catch up. Xiao Weiwei, do you dare to go with me? Chen Yang looked at Xiao Weiwei and asked. He simulated the scenario in his mind. Chen Yang knew he lacked large-scale attack abilities, so it would be difficult to eliminate all the enemies quickly. If it dragged on too long, Zhang Wenbin's skill duration might run out. Why wouldn't I dare? Don't underestimate me. Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly in response. Hearing her agreement, Chen Yang signaled Zhang Wenbin to cast a skill on him. Brother, be careful when you go, Zhang Haqiang said, his face full of concern. He had wanted to go along, but Chen Yang, considering that he was a warrior with insufficient speed and no wide-range skills, had him stay on the city wall to provide support. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei disappeared from where they stood. Wait here for me, I'll go ahead and take a look. After hiding Xiao Weiwei behind a large rock, Chen Yang quietly approached. The Dark Elves. Is that leader just resting? Are the other tribesmen all this strong? Chen Yang stared at the Dark Elf resting against a rock not far away. Judging by her attire and accessories, she was the leader of this group of Dark Elves. These Dark Elves, regardless of gender, exuded an irresistible and powerful charm, a charm that could almost captivate anyone. Chen Yang saw several boys clinging to a male Dark Elf, acting coquettishly. Sister, hug me. Can I hold your hand? Wow, your fingers are so long and smooth. What? You say you're disguised? That's so thrilling. Let me try, please. The scene made Chen Yang shiver involuntarily.
Then, he waved at Xiao Weiwei. Heavenly rain of flaming meteors. Huge fireballs flew toward the dark elves.
Oh, are you just going to abandon them like that? So cruel. To leave them behind?
Just as Chun Yang was about to leave, a highly seductive voice came from behind him. If it were someone with a weaker will, they might have surrendered on the spot upon hearing it.
Chun Yang quickly turned around, drawing and gripping the golden blade tightly.
A voluptuous and alluring figure appeared before him. She was barefoot, with long, shapely legs, and her body was barely covered by a few pieces of fabric, like a ripe, juicy peach. Everyone around her was instantly captivated. Then, they began trembling, and before long, their faces turned pale, and they collapsed to the ground.
At
this moment, Wu Meier's lips curled into a slight smile as she blinked her big eyes, staring straight at Chun Yang.
Little brother, interested in playing something fun with big sister? Wu Meier beckoned
with her finger. Her racial talent told her that this man before her had an extraordinary gift, possibly even stronger than her own S-rank talent.
Could there really be a talent higher than S-rank? Wu Meier
thought about this almost impossible notion, but her intuition told her it was true. This man before her possessed a talent stronger than any known S-rank. His strength had increased several times over.
If she could combine with him, their offspring might inherit his talent.
Those fireballs in the sky were like toys to her, incapable of harming her at all.
Got something to do, we'll talk later. Chen Yang had no intention of entangling with her and quickly fled into the distance.
The fireballs were about to hit, and Chen Yang had no desire to get roasted.
Haha, how interesting. You've already caught my attention.
Wu Meier, seeing that Chen Yang wasn't bewitched by her charm, became even more intrigued. It was the first time a man had resisted her allure.
She beckoned toward Chen Yang's retreating figure
with her finger.
No effect?
Wu Meier watched as Chen Yang continued to flee, her eyes filled with confusion.
How could a professional under level 100 resist her charm? Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs
rained down continuously, leaving large craters in the ground. Some were burned awake by the flames, only to be directly eliminated by the next fireball.
Not bad. Though the methods were a bit ruthless, he successfully wiped out all the dark elves.
Still, these dark elves are really tough to deal with.
Lu Zining watched Chen Yang's performance and couldn't help but praise him. It's fine. I only wanted
them to get a taste of it. I never intended for them to actually deal with the dark elves, Wu Ziming said with a casual wave of his hand.
But it seems like first place is mine again. With Chen Yang's outstanding performance, it was almost certain that Tian Yuan Abyss would take first place. Fan Ziren clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this, feeling deeply displeased. Inside the secret realm. Chen Yang, how's it going? Did you take care of all of them? Xiao Weiwei looked at Chun Yang, who was resting against a tree, and hurriedly asked.
Almost done, there should only be the leader left.
Chen Yang thought of the attribute panel he had just seen.
Name, Wu Meier race, Dark Elf level, 180 HP, 205000 mana, 80000 attack, 17000 defense, 8000 magic resistance, 600 her health is too high, Xiao
Weiwei's single skill can't kill her. Just as Chun Yang was thinking about how to deal with Wu Meier, a familiar voice came from behind.
Little gentleman, stop running, I'm exhausted chasing you.
Wu Meier reached out and touched Chen Yang's shoulder. Shadow Raid. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang disappeared and reappeared in front of Xiao Weiwei.
Xiao Weiwei, be careful, she's not easy to deal with.
Chun Yang gripped the golden blade tightly, ready to attack at any moment. Little gentleman, is she your girlfriend? If you act like this, I'll be sad.
Wu Meier rubbed her eyes, pretending to be heartbroken. Hearing this, Xiao Weiwei reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furiously saying, Old lady,
what are you talking about? Who's his girlfriend?
As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Weiwei summoned several fireballs, which flew rapidly toward Wu Meier. As the fireballs approached, Wu Meier lightly punched them, dispersing them effortlessly.
What? Xiao Weiwei was stunned. Since her awakening,
this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Little girl, watch your words.
If you dare to speak nonsense again, I won't be polite.
Wu Meier said the most terrifying words with the
gentlest expression. Shadow execution. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang used his skill and appeared behind Wu Meier. The golden blade stabbed fiercely toward her back. That's not very obedient, is it? Wu Meier gently sidestepped, easily dodging Chen Yang's attack. Then, she reached out and pulled Chen Yang into her arms, activating Shadow Raid. Chen Yang immediately broke free. Oh, so it was fake, huh? Little gentleman, I'll come find you after I'm done, okay?
As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Meyer suddenly disappeared from where she stood.
Chen Yang watched her figure vanish, his face full of confusion, unable to understand what she meant. Chen Yang, what did she mean by what she just said?
Xiao Weiwei was puzzled, unable to figure out what had just happened.
Earlier, when Wu Meyer touched Chen Yang, she realized that this body was fake.
Coupled with the earlier news that Chen Yang had been ruthless toward her kind, Wu Meyer speculated that they might have used some secret realm to come to this world. Wu Meyer decided not to waste time.
After memorizing Chen Yang's scent, she turned and left. A man as outstanding as Chen Yang would one day set foot in that place.
She decided to prepare early so that
she could meet Chen Yang's true self soon.
Thinking of this, Wu Meyer licked her lips, her heart filled with anticipation, wondering what expression Chen Yang would have when he saw her.
Oh? She laughed? Gua Ziming stared at the screen, showing a puzzled expression. Old Gua, this kind of situation shouldn't happen, right? Lu Ziming scratched his head and nudged Gua Ziming beside him. Shouldn't they be fighting to the death? Why would she suddenly retreat? The instructors on site also erupted in discussion. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yeah, shouldn't they fight to the end when they meet? Wang Jie, you've been in that place for a long time. Have you encountered a similar situation? Isn't that nonsense? If I had, I would have reported it long ago.
The surrounding noise made Gua Ziming frown, and he shouted sternly, "Quiet down.
This is a serious occasion. Such lack of discipline."
Hearing his reprimand, the scene immediately quieted down.
At this moment, a cold and piercing voice came through.
Maybe this Chen Yang betrayed his own kind. Perhaps he was too captivated by the beauty of that shadow elf and couldn't resist the temptation.
Young people, you know, impulsiveness is understandable. Fan Zhen's words made Zhao Lijuan feel a wave of discomfort in her heart. Stop spouting nonsense. That's blatant slander. If Chen Yang really betrays us, it will implicate everyone in the Tianyuan domain.
Humph.
Who taught you how to speak to the domain chief like that? Someone retorted.
Fan Zhen immediately unleashed a powerful pressure and charged forward.
This time, he didn't hold back, fully releasing his strength. Oh dear, my subordinate is being unruly. Old Fan, why take it so seriously? Gua Ziming waved his hand, relieving Zhao Lijuan from the pressure. Since the great domain chief, Gua has spoken, how could I not listen?
Seeing this, Fan Zhen had no choice but to back down.
They've come out. Go announce the rankings for this round. Gua Ziming gestured for Zhao Lijuan to leave. First, Zhao Lijuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to leave. Oh my, who was that just now?
I was enjoying myself, and suddenly got interrupted.
I had my pants halfway down, and suddenly a
fireball came flying over, almost got burned.
Ha, you're so unlucky. How does it feel? Does it hurt?
The people from the domain gathered again in the clearing of the secret realm, complaining about the person who had just thrown the fireball. Meanwhile, Zhao Lijuan appeared before them, her clothes soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to her mature figure.
Her inner garments were faintly visible, drawing attention. The scene instantly fell silent, leaving only a few rapid breaths.
Those who had been bewitched by the dark elves earlier had almost completely lost their resistance. If not for the slight clarity they retained, knowing that such actions would lead to expulsion from the domain, they might have already turned into beasts and torn Zhao Lijuan apart.
Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhao Lijuan
realized that her actions were practically a benefit to them.
Ahem! Everyone, attention! This drill is now over. The rankings have been sent to your wristbands. If you have any special concerns, ask your respective domain instructors. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Lijuan quickly slipped away.
Once she left, the scene erupted.
Wow, brothers, that was incredible. Yeah, mature women really have a charm. Those young girls are nothing in comparison. Sorry, I need to head to the restroom. Me too, let's go.
Seeing the reactions of these boys, the girls in the team felt disgusted.
Even Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but glare fiercely at Chen Yang. You men are all the same.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. What did this have to do with him?
Then, he raised his hand to check the rankings on his wristband.
First place, Chen Yang, Tianyuan Domain, 2531 points. Second place, Xiao Weiwei, Tianyuan Domain, 1934 points. Third place, Zhang Wenbin, Green Forest Domain, 1751 points.
19th place, Zheng Heqiang,
Tianyuan Domain, 982 points. 20th place, Wang Chang, Wilderness Domain, 931 points. As expected, Chen Yang firmly held the top spot, leading the second place by several hundred points.
Xiao Weiwei
also performed well, securing second place thanks to her sneak attack on the Dark Elves. However, the other members of the Tianyuan domain failed to make it into the top ranks. The leaderboard indicated that the points for this drill were not solely based on the number of enemies killed. For example, Zhang Wenbin had earned significant points in the first drill by perfectly setting up formations.
Combined
with his skills, he played a crucial role in eliminating the Dark Elves, ultimately securing third place.
Silence.
Guo Ziming suddenly appeared, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone.
Initially, he had
planned to rely on Chen Yang's strength and Zhang Wenbin's command to stage a brilliant offensive and defensive battle against the Dark Elves.
Unexpectedly, everyone was bewitched by the Dark Elves as soon as they met.
Even at the final moment, fireballs nearly hit their faces, yet they still clung to the Dark Elves.
To put it bluntly, the final stage was entirely a showcase for Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei. It was nothing like what he had envisioned.
If they were really sent to that place, they would probably be completely disoriented by the enemy's beauty traps before the battle even began.
Thinking of this, Guo Ziming was furious. I am deeply disappointed in you. Those who failed to resist temptation in the final stage will have 200 points deducted. If you don't have enough points to deduct, you'll have to complete tasks to make up for it.
The points they had just earned weren't even warm yet, and now 200 were about to be deducted. Many people actually only have a few hundred points in their hands, or even less.
Why? We just made a mistake, why should it drag all of us down? Everyone makes mistakes. Don't we deserve a chance to correct them?
I'm not from your abyssal domain, why deduct my points?
The crowd
complained one after another, some even started cursing. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, was Ziming prepared to take action and show them who's boss, letting them know they had no right to
negotiate with the strong. Shut up, all of you. Anyone who keeps making noise, get out of here immediately.
Suddenly, a figure slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit.
The crowd was stunned by the shocking scene and immediately lowered their heads, shrinking back.
Lu Ziming slowly emerged from the deep pit, his face full of anger, glaring fiercely at everyone. Upon hearing the commotion earlier, he had been enraged and had jumped straight off the edge of the floating island.
Unlike Guo Ziming, Lu Ziming's profession didn't allow him to fly, making his descent particularly dramatic, but the effect was clear. It scared the group of newcomers into complete silence.
It's just deducting some points, not taking your lives.
Whoever spoke just now, deduct another 200 points. Hearing this, everyone instantly
felt a chill, as if all hope had been drained from their lives.
Seeing their dejected expressions, Lu Ziming sneered. This was just the beginning, the real show was yet to come. Report.
The list of cowardly defenders has been compiled and sent to the wristbands of those dismissed.
An instructor ran up to Guo Ziming and reported. Guo Ziming nodded, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. I believe you've all heard. Cowards are not welcome here. Now, those whose wristbands are glowing red, step aside. Someone will escort you out.
The rest, return to your respective domains through the portal. Upon hearing this, the crowd checked their wristbands. Some breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped unscathed. Others turned pale and collapsed to the ground.
Brother Chen, I look forward to our next meeting. I hope by then, we won't be opponents but partners fighting side by side. Zhang Wenbin said to Chen Yang, extending his right hand. All right, take care. Chen Yang shook his hand. He greatly admired Zhang Wenbin's profession.
The skill that could immunize most negative statuses was undoubtedly stronger than most. If he had to choose a teammate, Zhang Wenbin would definitely be one of his top choices. After speaking, Chen Yang waved and stepped into the portal. Abyssal domain. Wei Ziming handed the others over to Zhao Lijuan for supervision and called Chen Yang to his office alone.
Chen Yang was a bit puzzled but followed him anyway. How is it? The scenery here is pretty good, right?
Opening the office door, Wei Ziming said with a smile.
His office was on the top floor of the Judgment Building, offering a panoramic view of the entire abyssal domain. You performed excellently this time. The abyssal domain took first place again.
This year's resources have also been increased by 15% thanks
to your efforts. As a reward, feel free to ask for anything you want.
Wei Ziming sat in his chair, took a sip from his thermos, and looked smug.
What do I want? Chen Yang didn't answer immediately, falling into thought. He was considering how to maximize his benefits. Domain leader Guo, may I ask, is the reward completely up to me? The point limit is 5,000, choose whatever you like. Of course, you can also directly take 5,000 points.
Guo Ziming leaned back in his chair, smiling.
Domain leader Guo, may I ask something? Have I offended someone? Chen Yang asked cautiously. Guo Ziming
paused for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Ha, I didn't expect you to get into trouble too. Want me to take care of them for you? Just make it clear, if they're not good people, I'll handle it for you. But if they're innocent, I won't act recklessly.
After this joking remark, Guo Ziming's expression turned serious.
No need to kill anyone, domain leader Guo. I just need you to block their families. Interference.
His father is a level 300 professional, I can't possibly stop him. As for the grudge between him and me,
I want to resolve it myself. Guo Ziming keenly caught a flash of killing intent
in Chen Yang's eyes, and his heart grew wary. This matter might not be so simple.
All right, this isn't difficult. You can make another request. Chen Yang shook his head.
No need, Domain Chief Guo.
I need to go back and prepare. There must be an end between him and me.
After saying this, he walked straight toward the door.
This isn't urgent. Take this first. Even if you don't want it, you have to keep it. This thing can save your life.
Guo Ziming lightly tapped his spatial bracelet and took out a brooch, handing it to Chen Yang.
What is this?
Chen Yang took the brooch and carefully checked its attributes.
Name, Faith of the Arena Grade, Platinum Attributes, None Special Attribute, can block one fatal attack for the wearer. Seeing this special attribute, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately
pinned the brooch to the front of his shirt.
He felt full of confidence for the actions ahead. By the way, here, sign this.
Guo Ziming handed over a document.
Chen Yang took it and saw the cover titled Infiltrator Plan. What's this?
Opening it, the document was filled with reward descriptions, with no specific tasks written.
You saw that dark elf before, right? This plan is about infiltrating similar groups, Guo Ziming explained.
Why does it only list rewards? Chen Yang had just started to ask when Guo Ziming interrupted him.
Because before infiltration, a group of people will be selected nationwide
for training, and then the best among them will be chosen to carry out the mission.
This mission is very important, and significant resources have been invested in it. Even if you participate and don't pass in the end, the resources provided during the process are sufficient. Chen Yang nodded, understanding that even failure would yield abundant resources. This opportunity was too precious. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to decline. Domain Chief Guo, I still won't sign. Guo Ziming's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Did I hear that wrong? Chen Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose. Guo Ziming's
eyes revealed confusion and doubt, wondering if Chen Yang was lacking something.
Chen Yang, I won't say much. No matter what you're thinking. You know signing this contract only brings benefits, no drawbacks. Chen Yang nodded, though he still didn't understand what Guo Ziming was planning. Good, then. If you don't sign today, don't think about leaving this room.
I can't just watch you waste your talent.
A strong aura pressed down on Chen Yang.
Helpless, he thought to himself that this man was really forcing benefits on him. Seeing Guo Ziming's gaze, he realized the other wasn't joking.
All right, I'll sign. Chen Yang nodded reluctantly. Guo Ziming withdrew his aura, staring at Chen Yang as he signed. Once Chen Yang finished, Guo Ziming waved him off and pushed him out of the office. All right, get out. Take good care of this. Guo Ziming casually tossed a coin to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang caught the coin, feeling a gust of wind blow past, instantly transporting him outside the rest area.
Is this something from a wind-type professional? Chen Yang fiddled with the coin, recalling the events just now. Chen Yang, when did you get here? I was just talking about your upcoming training. Come over and listen.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Yang's figure appeared not far away, and Zhao Lijuan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. She didn't think much of it and called Chen Yang over to listen to the
upcoming plan together.
Zhao Lijuan vaguely noticed Chen Yang playing with something in his hand and was about to tell him to put the coin away and focus. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual about the
coin. The entire coin was dark red, with a venomous snake engraved on the front and a blooming rose on the back. Zhao Lijuan couldn't believe her eyes, rubbed them, and her heartbeat quickened. Chen Yang.
This coin, could it be, you joined that infiltrator plan? She asked, half in disbelief.
Everyone around looked confused. Sister Wan, what is this infiltrator plan you're talking about? Someone asked. Yeah, Sister Wan, why haven't we heard about it? Another person asked in confusion. What are the requirements to join this program? Do you know? Others followed up with more questions. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhao Lijuan's expression turned serious. Oh no! Oh no! I really let it slip, she cursed herself internally. What if the news gets out, she thought anxiously. This infiltrator program was originally a secret selection process, known to very few. Among all the instructors, only Gui Ziming had disclosed it to Zhao Lijuan. His task was to have Zhao Lijuan observed during training to see if there were any suitable candidates. In short, the infiltrator program was about selecting qualified spies. Who would want others to know they were training spies? What you are allowed to know, I will tell you. What you shouldn't know, don't ask too much. The more you know, the bigger the trouble. To keep the secret, Zhao Lijuan had no choice but to warn everyone in a threatening tone. Seeing her cold expression, everyone nodded quickly, afraid to anger her. After scanning the group, Zhao Lijuan continued, after this drill, your task is to focus on improving your strength. In the special secret realm of Tianyuan Abyss, if you don't reach level 100 before leaving, you'll go back to where you came from. Also, after leaving, don't tell anyone that you trained in Tianyuan Abyss. After giving her instructions, Zhao Lijuan dismissed everyone. The training method in Tianyuan Abyss was completely different from traditional methods, essentially a free-range approach. Apart from a few group training sessions, no one would manage you. It sounded like a paradise for slackers, but in reality, everyone was fiercely competing. If you didn't work hard, people at the same level as you would leave you far behind in just a few days. By the time you tried to catch up, the gap would be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Here, there were not only trial grounds with abundant experience but also various secret realms. Each time you entered, you could obtain rich items and equipment. As long as you had points, even a weakling could be trained into a strong fighter. Jia Lijuan, I'd like to request some time off, Chen Yang said as he watched the others disperse. Where are you going? Zhao Lijuan frowned. You just earned a lot of points. Why not use them to improve your strength? Why are you running off? Zhao Lijuan was puzzled but didn't press further about the origin of the coin in Chen Yang's hand. Since Gui Ziming had already made a decision, she didn't want to interfere. I've been stuck at level 90 for a long time and haven't had the chance to change my class. Chen Yang glanced at his attribute panel, name, Shadow Hunter, grade SSS, level 90, 702,000 XP, HP 124,000, MP 67,500, attack 11,070, defense 3,800, magic resistance 2,700, specialty SSS, tenfold attack speed, possesses 10 times the attack speed, skills, Shadow Stealth, SSS, Shadow Assault, SSS, Shadow Execution, SSS, Shadow Domain, SSS. Once the level reaches a critical point, further leveling is impossible. The level cap can only be lifted through a class change. Defeating hybrid demons still grants experience, but this experience is stored temporarily. Only after successfully changing classes will the stored experience automatically be added to the level. Chen Yang understood this, so he planned to handle his current matters before proceeding with a class change. You've already reached the critical level. You do need to change classes soon, delaying won't help. Zhao Lijuan thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll give you 5 days off. Is that enough? Generally, completing a class change dungeon takes about 2 to 3 days. That should be enough, Chen Yang nodded. By the way, you can go to the trial grounds. There's a portal there that leads directly to the class change temple, Zhao Lijuan reminded him. The portals in Tianyuan Abyss could directly reach various important locations, including the class change temple. Got it. I'll get going then. You can leave first, Zhao Lijuan said, turning to walk toward the rest area. Watching her leave, Shen Yang turned and headed toward Villa number 1. Click, Xiao Qian, I'm back. Did you miss me? Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qian, who had jumped into his arms, and reached out to pat its little head. Hiss, it's fine, Sister Yao Yao plays with me every day. Xiao Qian tilted its head and dodged Chen Yang's big hand. It hated being patted on the head, fearing it might not grow tall. Haha, really? But I have to leave soon to change my profession. You might have to stay home alone for a few days. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qian, full of guilt. Xiao Qian wagged its tail and gently touched Chen Yang's face. Hiss hiss, it's okay, Sister Yao Yao will keep me company. Looking at Xiao Qian, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. This little one was practically becoming Qin Jiayao's child, always calling her Sister Yao Yao. Why haven't I seen Qin Jiayao? Where is she? Looking around the living room, the table full of Snacks made Chen Yang's mouth twitch involuntarily.
Sister Yao Yao seems to have something to do, she just left not long ago.
After placing Xiao Qian on the sofa and giving a few instructions,
Chen Yang took out his phone to search for information about the third profession change. He reviewed all the possible solo profession change dungeons to prepare himself and avoid being caught off guard. After saying goodbye to Xiao Qian, Chen Yang left the villa and headed toward the teleportation portal.
Welcome to the Profession Change Temple, warrior. Are you ready for your profession change? Upon
arriving at the temple, Chen Yang skillfully found the temple attendant and expressed his intention to change professions.
Third profession change. Hearing the attendant's question, Chen Yang replied, beyond
the second profession change, all other changes require completing a dungeon.
The direction of advancement after the second change will be randomly determined based on your dungeon score. The higher the score, the better the profession you can draw.
Chen Yang had already learned this information beforehand.
Understood. Chen Yang nodded.
The attendant then handed him a room card.
Up the stairs to the second floor on the left, your profession change room is room 250. Hearing the room number, Chen Yang's heart tightened, and he secretly complained. Can't you give it a better name? You profession changers. Temple is too cheeky.
Feeling a bit conflicted, Chen Yang found room 250, swiped the card, and opened the door to enter. Looking at the familiar crystal in the room, Chen Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily.
Was this thing a nationwide chain? Or did all the crystals come from the same place?
After muttering a few words, he closed the door and walked to the glowing crystal.
As soon as his hands touched the crystal, it lit up with a dazzling light. The system prompt sounded, ding.
You have met the conditions for the third profession change. You can now challenge the profession change dungeon.
Would you like to start now? Yes/no yes. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Yang's eyes as he confirmed. The next second, a dazzling light surrounded him, and his figure disappeared, entering the dungeon. As the light faded, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing in a strange space. Beneath his feet was a massive stone arena, extremely spacious. Outside the arena, there were no spectator seats, the surroundings were in endless darkness, with some unidentified meteors floating around. The entire scene seemed to be set in the universe, oppressively suffocating. This scene, why does it get more exaggerated every time? Chen Yang couldn't help but complain. Ding! You have entered the profession change dungeon. The longer you survive the beast tide, the better the profession you can draw. Please prepare yourself. In 30 seconds, the hybrid demon species will appear. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28, 25, 21. Chen Yang pouted helplessly. Why was it another beast tide? His connection with beast tides had been unusually strong lately.
Most people's profession change dungeons involved fighting bosses or finding quest items, but he always encountered beast tides.
Moreover, the profession
change dungeon information he had researched didn't mention encountering beast tides during the third change.
If he switched to an assassin profession, encountering a beast tide could mean instant death. This hybrid demon species won't just emerge from the ground, will it?
Chen Yang observed his surroundings and, finding no nearby passages, became curious about how the beast tide would appear.
Ding!
Detected challenger strength exceeding current level, hybrid demon species level increased.
Task updated, eliminate all hybrid demons in the copy. Deployment begins now. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly.
He pushed aside distracting thoughts and carefully inspected the arena, checking for any hidden mechanisms.
He didn't want to accidentally step into a trap while fighting the hybrid demons.
Imagining battling a horde of hybrid demons in a confined space made Chen Yang's head ache. After a thorough search, he found no secret passages or traps.
5, 4, 3, 2, as the countdown
neared its end, Chen Yang stood in the center of the arena, leaving enough space to move freely at any moment.
Wait, why did the system say deployment? This deployment, it can't mean what I think it does, right?
Just as he was about to take another look at the prompt, an alarm went off in his mind. Suddenly, dense shadows appeared on the ground, growing larger and larger.
Damn it, it really is what I thought.
Chen Yang quickly looked up, only to see hybrid demons falling from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The hybrid demons landed with a heavy thud, producing dull impact
sounds. Shadow ambush.
Chen Yang continuously unleashed skills, dodging the hybrid demons raining down like a storm. Demons!
You've got to be kidding me. The beast tide was already hard enough, and now you're leveling it up? As if that wasn't enough, you're even playing the dumpling drop game?
While dodging the hybrid demons, Chen Yang complained to the system. The hybrid demons came in various forms
and sizes. Ding! First wave of deployment complete. The first wave is over? Looks like there's a second wave coming. On this ancient arena, surrounded by endless darkness, Chen Yang was on high alert, ready to face an even fiercer storm. Before him stood a group of hybrid demons from the abyss. Their appearances were extremely bizarre. Some resembled spiders but had locust wings, others looked like venomous snakes but had wolf heads. Their forms were grotesque and chilling. The only thing they had in common was the wild glint in their eyes, fixed intently on Chen Yang. Their fangs were sharp as knives. Their claws curved like hooks, exuding endless menace and terror. So ugly. Who would believe hybrid demons could look like this?
Chen Yang frowned slightly, staring at them with disdain.
Roar! A beastly roar echoed.
The hybrid demons, as if receiving a command, charged at Chen Yang in unison.
Chen Yang for other assassin classes, these high-health skeletons might be a headache. But for Chen Yang, they were just a bit time-consuming. However, when he saw the attribute panel of the last skeleton, he couldn't help but feel tense. Name, Skeleton Shaman level, LV.110 HP, 8000 MP, 12,000 spell power, 16,000 defense, 100 magic resistance, 300 skills, water cannon, water flow surround, great flame explosion, falling star flame. Inspire. Its health and defense are very low, but its spell attack power is extremely high. Chen Yang stared at the skeleton shaman's attributes, frowning slightly. The skeleton warriors in front of him, unlike ordinary monsters that blindly charge, formed a circle tightly guarding the skeleton shaman. They're actually cooperating? Chen Yang was startled.
After a moment of thought, he decided to test the strength of these skeletons. He quickly launched Shadow Assault, followed by
Shadow Execution.
Chen Yang flashed to the side of a skeleton warrior, slashing down fiercely with his golden blade.
Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The skeleton warrior reacted quickly, blocking the attack with its long sword. Failing with one move, Chen Yang immediately retreated.
He launched Shadow Assault again.
Boom!
A fireball suddenly struck the spot where he had just been standing.
This guy is tough to deal with. After a simple test, Chen Yang realized these skeletons were highly coordinated.
If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he might have been directly hit by the fireball.
Chen
Yang swiftly moved to the edge of the arena, creating some distance from the skeletons. He took a deep breath, adjusting to his optimal state. Slowly opening his eyes, they gleamed sharply.
Like a lurking
leopard, he quietly waited for the moment to deliver a fatal strike. His speed and attack power were like two sharp swords, making it difficult for any enemy to resist. But the opponents before him were
exceptionally tenacious.
Not only did the skeleton warriors have high health and defense, but the skeleton shaman's spell attacks were also a major headache. Thinking about the shaman's high-intensity spells,
Chen Yang had no intention of confronting them head-on.
He continued to launch Shadow Assault, followed by Shadow Execution. He moved like the wind across the arena, his attacks as fierce as a storm.
But the
skeleton warriors were like an iron wall, with high health and defense, making it hard for him to defeat them quickly.
The skeleton shaman was even more terrifying. Standing in the center of the skeleton warriors like a commander, it controlled everything. Every time Chen Yang made a move, it would hurl a fireball. Each fireball was so scorching it could burn everything. Chen Yang dodged left and right on
the arena, dancing like a phoenix in flames. Although he avoided multiple attacks, he felt immense pressure and tension.
Yet, he did not retreat.
Relying on his speed and agility, he kept moving around the arena, evading the shaman's spells.
Boom!
While attempting to ambush the skeleton shaman, Chen Yang was hit by a fireball and fell heavily to the ground, motionless, as if dead.
Howl, go check. The skeleton shaman gestured for a skeleton warrior to confirm. The skeleton warrior approached Chen Yang, cautiously kicking his body.
Seeing no reaction, it raised its giant sword, preparing to strike his head.
The skeleton shaman also let its guard down. The opportunity is here. Suddenly, Chen Yang leaped up from the ground and vanished in an instant. Shadow Assault. Shadow Assault. Shadow Execution. Like
lightning tearing through the night sky, he broke through the skeleton's defenses in an instant. The golden blade in his hand gleamed coldly, slashing mercilessly toward the skeleton shaman like the scythe
of death.
The skeleton shaman froze, not expecting Chen Yang to counterattack at this moment. It hurriedly raised its staff, preparing to cast a powerful spell.
But Chen Yang was too fast.
Before the shaman could finish its incantation, his dagger had already pierced through its skull.
Instant kill.
The skeleton shaman's body trembled violently before collapsing slowly.
The flames in its eyes flickered incessantly, filled with unwillingness.
Chen Yang coldly withdrew his dagger, his face expressionless.
Ding!
Congratulations on defeating the skeleton shaman and gaining 17,000 experience points, stored. The remaining skeleton warriors were terrified, not expecting Chen Yang to feign death and deceive them.
Howl, the captain has fallen. Howl, no. No. We haven't lost yet.
Seeing their leader's tragic death, the skeleton warriors trembled with rage, brandishing their weapons and charging at Chen Yang madly, as if their lives depended on it.
However, without the skeleton shaman's command, they were no match for Chen Yang.
Chen Yang moved like the wind, his dagger like lightning, spreading death across the battlefield. The skeleton warriors fell one by one under his golden blade.
Their once proud health and defense were now as fragile as paper under Chen Yang's attacks.
Chen Yang fought with increasing vigor, his speed and attack power reaching their peak.
Ding! Congratulations on defeating the skeleton warrior
and gaining 10,000 experience points, stored.
Ding! Congratulations on defeating the skeleton warrior and gaining 11,300 experience points, stored. Ding! Congratulations on. Finally, only one skeleton warrior remained on the battlefield.
He began checking if Chen Yang was injured. Holding a giant sword, flames of determination and resolve flickered in his eyes as he stared directly at Chen Yang, knowing there was no retreat.
Howl, for our tribe. Howl, skeletons will never surrender.
He roared, raising his giant sword, preparing for a final attack.
Shadow assault. Shadow execution. Chen Yang showed no mercy.
After all, they were merely dead creatures.
Chen Yang's figure flashed, instantly appearing before the skeleton warrior.
The golden blade in his hand struck down fiercely, severing his head.
Howl, you killed the chieftain's son, the chieftain won't spare you.
The severed head continued to open and close its mouth, as if threatening Chen Yang.
Chen Yang coldly looked at the head on the ground, slowly walked over, and crushed it into pieces with one foot. The entire arena fell into dead silence.
Chen Yang stood there, quietly gazing at the fallen hybrid demon and skeletons.
His face showed
no expression, everything was within his expectations.
Ding! Congratulations on passing the first round of the job transfer dungeon. Would you like to draw a profession? If you choose no, the next round will begin. This job transfer dungeon consists of 2 rounds. Another round? Luckily, I wasn't injured dealing with those skeletons. Let's give it a try.
Chen Yang briefly checked his status and
decisively clicked no on the system panel. Ding! Second round of the job transfer dungeon begins. Warrior's Trial. Prepare yourself, the hybrid demon will appear in 30 seconds. Countdown begins. 30, 27, 26, 23, 22. Warrior's Reward? What does that mean?
Chen Yang stared at the system prompt, curious.
Judging by the name, this round should be a reward phase. Just as he was pondering, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. I thought there'd be something new.
Chen Yang smiled helplessly and dodged
the shadow. Boom!
The ground was instantly smashed into a large pit.
Dust filled the air.
Seeing this, Chen Yang quickly distanced himself.
Standing at the edge of the arena. It clearly said reward, but instead, it's messing with me?
Chen Yang frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by the
system's mischievous prompt. Earlier, no matter how large the hybrid demon was, it couldn't leave a single mark on the arena. But now, something had managed to smash a sturdy arena into a pit.
As the dust settled, a glowing white metal chest slowly emerged.
A chest?
Chen Yang stared at it,
sensing something was off.
This was the Shadow Realm. Name, NV chest level, LV.110 HP, 108000 mana, 100 attack, 700 defense, 7000 magic.
Resistance, 1000. As expected, it's not that simple. Chen Yang looked at the NV chest's attributes and couldn't help but complain.
After waiting for a moment, the chest continued its pretense, clearly not using this trick for the first time.
Shadow Assault. Shadow Execution, 9780. A string of numbers popped up above the envy treasure chest. Let's see if you can keep pretending now. Chen Yang wielded the golden blade, slashing a deep mark across the chest. Roar! The envy treasure chest, exposed, immediately dropped its disguise. 2 legs suddenly sprouted
from the bottom of the chest, and it charged at Chen Yang at full speed.
What the? So disgusting.
Who has such terrible taste?
Chen Yang couldn't help but feel nauseated at the sight.
The envy treasure chest's legs were muscular, with veins bulging under the skin.
But it was wearing black stockings,
and thick leg hair was poking out through the stockings.
Even with Chen Yang's strong mental fortitude, this scene almost made him break down. Shadow assault. Shadow execution. Fighting back his disgust, Chen Yang rushed toward the envy treasure chest. The faster he could deal with it, the sooner he could leave this place. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind: kill this chest and find some clean water to wash his eyes. Moving like the wind, Chen Yang nimbly dodged the chest's attacks. But the battle was far from as easy as he had imagined. This monster had high health and strong defense. Chen Yang's attacks couldn't take it down quickly. He had already been delayed in the secret realm for 2 days, and if this dragged on any longer, his vacation time might not be enough. After all, on this trip, besides aiming to achieve his third class advancement, he also planned to deal with someone. Sigh, looks like I won't be able to deal with him this time. Forget it, let your head stay on your neck for a few more days.
Helpless, Chen Yang had to postpone his plan.
In a moment of distraction, he noticed a faint crack at one corner of the chest.
In the dim environment, the white light from the crack was somewhat faint, as if that part of the chest had been damaged before.
Was this a hint? Could this wound be its fatal weakness? Chen Yang immediately made a judgment. Shadow assault. Shadow execution. He quickly dashed to the chest's side, driving his golden blade fiercely into the crack. 23,840. Roar. The chest howled in pain, lifting its right leg to stomp on Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled faintly, sidestepping effortlessly to dodge.
With tenfold attack speed, Chen Yang struck 18 times per
second. He relentlessly attacked the chest's weak point. 19,389. 21,368. 17,362. Finally, after countless attacks, the crack in the corner began to widen.
The dark shadow on the strange chest started to spread. The chest's roars grew fiercer, and its attack speed increased.
It even sprouted 2 arms.
Chen Yang suddenly extended both hands, slamming them down hard, sending the chest flying.
I have to say, you're getting more and more disgusting. Your name is fitting, though truly bizarre.
Chen Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
The newly grown arms
of the bizarre chest were wearing pink sleeves with cartoon patterns on them. But upon closer inspection, the cartoon patterns were covered in
black dots.
These black dots turned out to be individual hairs poking out from the sleeves.
As if it understood Chen Yang's mockery, the chest
swung its arms and charged at him again.
Ha! Chen Yang sneered, stepping forward to meet it. Shadow assault. Shadow execution. Shadow fury. He attacked the crack with all his might, each strike bringing him closer to victory. Boom! With a loud crash, the corner completely collapsed. The bizarre chest let out a piercing wail and slowly fell.
Chen Yang stood there, gazing at the battlefield before him, feeling both exhausted and
satisfied. Ding!
Congratulations on passing the second round of the class advancement dungeon.
Class advancement job selection in progress.
Please claim your Braveheart reward. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Yang walked over to the chest and found a book among the loot.
What's this?
This reward is so stingy, just a book? Chen Yang muttered a few complaints, bending down to pick up the book.
Ding! Acquired skill book. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa. Would you like to learn it immediately?
Note, this skill book cannot be taken out of the class advancement dungeon.
Seeing the prompt, Chen Yang nodded. The name sounds pretty badass. I wonder how effective it is. Learn. He clicked the Learn button. Then, he
opened the attribute panel to check the new skills: Shadow of Stealth, SSS, Shadow Raid, SSS, Shadow Fury, SSS, Bloodthirsty Rakshasa.
SSS. Not bad. All SSS level skills, my efforts weren't in vain. Seeing the new skills were top tier, Chen Yang was overjoyed. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, SSS active skill. Upon activation, it burns the blood within the body, transforming into a bloodthirsty Rakshasa and entering a burst state. All attributes double, movement speed increases by 250%, lasting for 180 seconds. During the skill's duration, 1% of maximum health is continuously deducted.
When dealing damage to enemies, 50% of the damage is absorbed and converted into health. Activating the skill clears all negative statuses and grants immunity to all control effects during the duration. If health is completely depleted,
the host will die. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he read the skill effects. This is insane. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he just saw. He had just mocked the rewards for being too stingy, but he didn't expect the skill to be so powerful. After activating Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, his already terrifyingly high attack power would double. Movement speed would also increase significantly. Enemies might not even see his figure before being instantly killed. Some lower-level bosses wouldn't stand a chance against his strike. As for the cost of 1% health deduction, compared to the benefits of the skill, it was negligible. Not to mention the skill also had a lifesteal effect. Coupled with Chen Yang's expertise in tenfold attack speed, the deducted health would recover bit by bit, making it no pressure at all. For a moment, Chen Yang completely disregarded the third job profession drawn by the system. Chen Yang carefully read the description of the newly acquired skill over and over again, his excitement uncontrollable. Looks like, Zhou Tianlong, you're really about to say goodbye to this world. He sighed deeply. Previously, Chen Yang had been worried about how to deal with the high-level experts of the White Dragon Guild after defeating Zhou Tianlong. Now, with this skill, even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape. After calming down, Chen Yang remembered he hadn't checked the results of the third job profession draw yet. Why is it taking so long? Just as he was wondering, the system notification sounded. Ding! Third job profession draw completed. Third job profession has been issued, please. Check. Check? Why is this job transfer so complicated? Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. It's just a third job transfer, why make it so complex? Suddenly, a white light flashed. A spherical crystal appeared before him. Is this my third job profession? He took the crystal and examined it carefully. Inside the crystal, it displayed a figure dressed in assassin attire, weaving through a group of humanoid monsters like a phantom. Each time it appeared, an enemy fell. What is this? Chen Yang was extremely curious. The next second, the system notification sounded again, and his eyes widened. Ding! Obtained unique hidden profession, Phantom Devourer. Upon successful job transfer, exclusive quest will be unlocked. Path to Godhood. Note, the path to Godhood is fraught with dangers, and almost no one survives. Do you agree to the job transfer? Choosing no will redraw the profession. Yes/no Godhood? Chen Yang was so shocked he couldn't speak. There's actually something like this? I've never heard of it before. He repeatedly confirmed, afraid he had misread. Ding! Please confirm. Timeout will default to abandonment. 10987, taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chen Yang quickly clicked yes. Ding! Congratulations on transferring to Phantom Devourer. Path to Godhood unlocked. First stage quest issued, solo kill LV.200 boss. The system notification sounded, and Chen Yang smiled bitterly. This is truly a life and death test. The first stage is already so perilous, but fortunately, there's no time limit. With his current strength, even dealing with a LV.200 hybrid demon species would be difficult, let alone a boss. Encountering one might truly leave him with no remains. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.91. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.92. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to. A series of system notification sounds lifted his spirits. Reflecting on today's experiences, Chen Yang was filled with emotion. Then, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Phantom Devourer, Path to Godhood activated, Grade, SSS level, LV.108 HP, 126, 300. MP, 69 100 attack, 12 800 defense, 3 910 magic resistance, 2 830 specialty, SSS tenfold attack speed. This specialty inherently grants tenfold attack speed. Skills, Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, SSS, Shadow Flash, SSS, Phantom Space, SSS, Soul Devourer, SSS, Weakness Insight, SSS, Cross/SSS. Successfully completing the third job advancement unlocked his level, skyrocketing it to over 100. Chen Yang stared at the attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. With the strength of over 100 levels, infiltrating the White Dragon Guild and taking down Zhou Tianlong was almost a guaranteed success. He opened the skill list to check what powerful skills the third job advancement had to offer. After a quick glance, he found that apart from Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, most of the other skills were upgraded versions of previous job skills. This time, the third job advancement only granted 2 new skills. That's it? Chen Yang felt a bit disappointed,
thinking the skills on the path to godhood were too perfunctory. But then, he carefully read the descriptions of the two new skills. Soul Devourer, SSS deals damage equal to level times 5000 to the enemy. This is a mental attack, ignoring defense and magic resistance. Special equipment or skills can block it. Weakness Insight, SSS, allows you to view the attribute panel of any object and mark the enemy's weaknesses. Attacking weaknesses triggers critical hits. Critical damage is double the original damage. Wow! I take back what I just said. After reading the skill descriptions, a surge of excitement filled Chen Yang's heart. He couldn't wait to single-handedly destroy the White Dragon Guild. Calm down, he told himself. It's just a charm skill. Next time we meet, don't let yourself be weak. Calming down, Chen Yang recalled his previous encounter with Wu Meyer. Her mental skills had kept him on the defensive. Now, with Soul Devourer, he was eager to meet Wu Meyer again and test his new skill. Chen Yang began using Shadow Flash and Phantom Space to familiarize himself with the changes in his skills. The last one. His gaze turned sharp. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa. Suddenly, a dark purple mist erupted, with eerie red lines floating within. It felt like being in the depths of hell, both sinister and dazzling. His eyes became as deep as an abyss, pitch black without a trace of white, as if they had swallowed all light, exuding a suffocating depth. He resembled a demon from hell, cold, cunning, and terrifying to his enemies. Chen Yang felt an endless surge of power welling up inside him. Kill! 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 Everyone must die! Everyone must die! Shrouded in the mist, his body trembled uncontrollably. His hands clawed desperately at the air, creating streaks of airflow. Suddenly, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. What's happening to me? Why do I feel an urge to kill everything? Ding! 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 Current HP 14%, 13%, 12%, the system's warning sounds rang out, and Chen Yang quickly deactivated the skill. A wave of weakness surged from deep within his body. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, too drained to stand. Good thing the system gives warnings. Otherwise, I might have really died from exhaustion. Reflecting on what had just happened, Chen Yang gave a bitter smile. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa continuously drains 1% of maximum HP, and without any hybrid demons nearby to absorb blood from, his HP kept dropping. Thankfully, the system issued an alert when his HP got low. The sense of weakness was actually the body's reaction to the end of the bloodthirsty Rakshasa state, but the continuous HP drain made him feel utterly depleted. Since his job advancement, he had fought countless battles but had never suffered such severe damage. This skill is a bit dangerous. I hope there won't be any teammates around when I use it. Thinking back to his earlier loss of control, Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. This skill was indeed powerful, but its side effects were troublesome. He hadn't expected it to affect his mind as well. While in the bloodthirsty Rakshasa state earlier, Chen Yang felt a demonic voice whispering incessantly in his ear, "Destroy everything in front of you. Destroy everything in front of you. Destroy." Remembering that voice, a trace of blood red flashed in Chen Yang's eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly shook his head. It seems the skill is better reserved for life and death situations. Sir, please take care. The temple attendant at the job change shrine took the door card Chen Yang handed over and bid him farewell with a smile. This shrine really knows how to enjoy life, even having goddess attendants, Chen Yang muttered to himself. The temple attendant watched his departing figure and sighed. He looks so young, yet his condition is so weak. What a pity, he's so handsome. I was even thinking of asking for his contact information. If Chen Yang knew her thoughts, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Finally restored my health points. After drinking a few healing potions, Chen Yang returned to his optimal state. He rarely used healing potions, relying more on automatic recovery. After all, he seldom got seriously injured, and these potions were gifts from others before. Looks like I need to stock up on healing potions. Tossing the empty bottles into the trash can, he took out his phone to check the chat records. I found out Zhou Tianlong's address and whereabouts, and sent them to you. He's just a spoiled rich kid. Deal with him quickly and come back. Looking at his conversation with Gui Ziming, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Wei Yu Chang was the typical tough-talking soft-hearted type. Got it. After replying, Chen Yang put his phone into his spatial bracelet. What needs to be settled must be settled. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared.
Late night. In front of a villa.
A figure hid in the bushes, staring at the villa.
Young Master Joe, hug me.
Young Master Joe, hug me first. I'm much bigger than her. All of you move aside. Young Master Joe promised me he'd accompany me tonight.
Inside the villa came a series of
seductive and frivolous voices.
Zhou Tianlong lay on the bed, his face full of disdain. He was already tired of these women. Recently, there hadn't been any good ones, so he had to make do. Otherwise, he would have kicked them out long ago, they were so annoying. Alright, all of you, do your best to please me. Whoever serves me well tonight can stay. The rest, get lost.
Hearing Zhou Tianlong's words, the women quickly stood up and began showing off their skills.
Only I can stay. The young mistress can only be me. You lot better disappear.
The women cursed each other, in their hearts, wishing the others would vanish immediately.
Tap, tap, tap. A series of faint footsteps appeared at the bedroom door. Immersed in pleasure, Zhou Tianlong didn't notice. Bang!
The bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, and a figure walked in.
The unexpected noise shocked Zhou Tianlong, who roared angrily, "Damn it, who are you? Do you know who I am? Breaking into my house, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Yang ignored him.
He casually pressed the switch.
Click! A blinding light instantly illuminated the room. Every corner of the room became clearly visible. Ah! Young Master Zhou, there's another man here.
The women beside Zhou Tianlong, upon seeing a man enter, hurriedly covered themselves
with clothes. TCH, disgusting.
Chen Yang glanced at them and then shifted his gaze. Zhou Tianlong quickly put on a pair of large shorts.
Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Yang. Zhou Tianlong's pupils suddenly dilated, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He immediately realized things were not looking good.
Just as he was about to call for help, a sharp voice interrupted him.
What are you talking about? How am I disgusting? Have you, a poor wretch, ever seen a woman?
One of the women angrily scolded Chen Yang, pointing at him and cursing.
Suddenly, with a thud,
she fell to the ground, blood streaming from her neck. Chen Yang disdainfully flicked the golden blade in his hand, shaking off the bloodstains.
Ah! Murder! Help! Young Master Zhou, save me! Call the police! Hurry and call the police! The piercing, frantic screams annoyed Chen Yang. He silently chanted Soul Reaper. Instantly, the screams ceased. Thud! Thud!
Several women collapsed one after another, strangely without any visible injuries. The women who once partied alongside Zhou Tianlong were now all dead in front of him.
Zhou Tianlong trembled all over, cursing incessantly in his mind, "That bastard Wei Zihao, why isn't he back yet? Once this is over, I'll make my dad kill you for sure."
He understood that Chen Yang's presence meant the villa's bodyguards had been dealt with. Wei Zihao, whom he had sent to capture a woman, had yet to return, and it was unclear when he would. All he could do was stall for time until Wei returned.
Chen Yang, please spare me. I won't trouble you anymore. I won't fight for Xiao Weiwei either. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Spare me. I beg you, spare me.
Zhou Tianlong knelt before Chen Yang, his forehead hitting the floor with loud thud, thud, thud sounds. Judging by the sound, he had quite a hard skull. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Tianlong without a trace of emotion and swung his blade toward him.
Bang! Bang bang! Gunshots rang out suddenly. Sensing danger, Chen Yang swiftly dodged. Young Master Zhou, sorry I'm late. Wei Zihao set down the sack he was carrying and walked up to Zhou Tianlong.
Chen Yang kept his attention on the weapon in Wei Zihao's hand.
A gun? Seeing he was still alive, Zhou Tianlong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Chen Yang, you didn't expect this. Even though Wei Zihao isn't highly ranked, he's more than enough to deal with you.
His whole body trembled, but he jumped up in excitement. Zhou Tianlong hadn't realized that this was not the joy of surviving a crisis, but a fleeting adrenaline rush.
What's happening to me? He touched his neck, feeling a chill.
Looking down, his hands were covered in blood.
Thud!
Zhou Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes growing unfocused.
Young Master Zhou.
Wei Zihao sensed something was wrong and turned around hastily, only to see a chilling scene that made his back go cold. If Zhou Tianlong died here, not only would Wei Zihao be buried with him, but his family would also face ruin.
Zhou Tianlong's eyes were wide open, filled with resentment and fury.
Wei Zihao's legs gave out, and he shakily reached out, slowly closing Zhou Tianlong's eyes.
It's over. Time to go.
An eerie whisper echoed in his ear, and Wei Zihao spun around in panic, pulling the trigger of his revolver. Fear consumed him, making him forget there was still an enemy in the room.
But that didn't mean Chen Yang would stand idly by and let him hesitate. Bang! Bang bang! Several gunshots rang out.
Wei Zihao's right hand was still pulling the trigger, but his eyes had already lost their light. Chen Yang coldly observed it all, feeling no sympathy. Maybe they weren't at fault, but they stood on the opposite side of him.
Between them and Chen Yang, only one could survive. Chen Yang took a deep breath, finally feeling some relief.
Su Shi's severe injury had weighed on his mind for far too long. Now, with tonight's events, he had finally untied the knot in his heart. From his spatial bracelet, he retrieved several pre-prepared gasoline cans and began pouring fuel throughout the villa's rooms.
At the villa's entrance. Snap!
Chen Yang lit a small white stick in his hand. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly, releasing a flame.
This thing is said to burn fiercely. It should do the job.
After all, tomorrow he would face the full retaliation of the White Dragon Guild. Although he planned to burn down the villa, he knew the White Dragon Guild wouldn't be foolish
enough to charge straight in. At best, this would buy him a few days. By the time he entered the Abyssal Realm, the White Dragon Guild wouldn't dare to pursue him recklessly. Cough, cough.
This little thing really packs a punch.
Chen Yang tossed the remainder of the white stick into the villa and turned to leave. Boom! Boom boom! The explosion roared deafeningly.
Chen Yang, to ensure the fire spread thoroughly, had deliberately placed several extra gasoline cans that he wanted to stall the White Dragon Guild to buy himself some time. The people in the villa were awakened by the explosions and rushed
out, cursing loudly. Who's setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Are you trying to drive us crazy? I have a meeting at the city government tomorrow. Whoever doesn't want to stay here, come out now.
My wife was scared out of her wits.
But soon,
everyone saw the raging fire in the distance. Rubbing their eyes, they thought they were still dreaming or seeing things.
Boom! Boom!
Explosions came from other villas. Chen Yang had deliberately chosen a few empty villas to place gasoline barrels and trigger explosions. These villas only had their roofs blown off, without collapsing entirely.
Oh my god, it's really on fire. Where are the security guards? Are you even doing your job? The fire's spreading to my house. Put it out quickly. My wife is still inside. The other villas quickly descended into chaos.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang, the one who had orchestrated this chaos, was leisurely walking down the street toward the Job Change Temple.
I'll leave this sack here for now. Someone will probably come to rescue it within a few hours. Chen
Yang placed the sack he was carrying on his shoulder at the entrance of a large shopping mall and then turned to leave.
Earlier, he had
planned to pour gasoline but heard faint sobbing from inside the sack.
He immediately realized it must be the victim Zhou Tianlong had kidnapped.
Not wanting to wrong an innocent person, Chen Yang decided to save them.
He walked over and knocked the person inside
the sack unconscious with a single palm strike, then hoisted them onto his shoulder.
To be honest, the person was quite heavy. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a person or something else.
However, given the urgency of the situation, escaping was the priority. With that thought, he leaped lightly and quickly disappeared into the dark night.
After eliminating his enemies, Chen Yang felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but shout loudly, "From today onward, I will rise to the top." What kind of expression will Su Shi have when she sees this news tomorrow?
Chen Yang gazed into the distance, where the blazing fire illuminated the night sky.
The fire spread fiercely, and tomorrow, the entire Hangzhou city would undoubtedly report on this incident. Someone was killed, suspected to be caused by a love affair gone wrong. A sudden fire in a high-end villa district, was it a twist of human nature or a collapse of morality? White Dragon Guild.
In a dark room, the continuous sound of an old ox plowing the field could be heard.
Upon closer listening,
one could discern that it was plowing 3 fields. After all, there was only one old ox, and the guild leader was still considering whether to add more offspring to his family. At the door, 2 guards stood bent over, their faces slightly flushed.
Knock, knock, knock. Guild leader, something's happened. The urgent knocking startled Zhou Ziren, making him shudder. Damn it. Bang. Zhou Ziren pulled
out a bright silver longsword from his spatial bracelet and kicked the door open with force.
I told you not to disturb me at times like this. Do you have a death wish? I'll grant it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ziren slashed the throat of the person knocking on the door with his sword.
Ugh, ugh.
The person desperately tried to say something, but blood filled their windpipe,
silencing them.
The 2 guards at the door stared straight ahead, only concerned about whether they had made any mistakes.
They were long. Accustomed to such scenes.
When Zhou Ziren was in a bad mood, he liked to kill a few people to vent.
The White Dragon Guild was powerful. And had extensive business dealings.
Even the big shots outside chose to turn a blind eye.
As long as Zhou Ziren didn't go too far, no one would interfere.
After all, it was just a few ordinary people who died, it had nothing to do with them.
Handle this the usual way, and don't disturb me again. With that, Zhou Ziren closed the door, ready to continue enjoying his quiet time.
Yes.
The
2 guards lifted the corpse and left the room.
Knock, knock, knock. Damn it. Is this not over yet? Zhou Ziren's veins bulged, and he
thrust his long sword straight at the bedroom door. The sword pierced through the door as easily as cutting tofu, aiming directly at
the person outside. Clang!
The sound of weapons clashing rang out.
Hearing the sound, Zhou Ziren raised an eyebrow, withdrew his sword, and prepared to strike again.
Big brother, calm down, it's me. A voice came from outside, it was Zhou Wuyo. Hearing it was his second brother, Zhou Ziren sheathed his long sword and opened the bedroom door.
Second brother, what brings you here so late? Also, we haven't been exploring any secret realms recently, have we? What's going on with you? Seeing Zhou Wuyo standing at the door in dark
red armor, Zhou Ziren looked puzzled.
Big brother, Xiaolong is dead. What? Zhou Ziren was struck as if by lightning, standing there, in shock. Second brother, what did you say? Xiaolong is dead? Impossible, impossible. I assigned a level 100 expert as his bodyguard. Low-level professionals couldn't even get close to him.
Zhou Ziren urgently grabbed Zhou Wuyo's arm, his voice filled with
anxiety.
The villa district where Xiaolong lived just caught fire. The fire was just extinguished.
I immediately sent people to look for him, but they told me. Zhou Wuyo hesitated, unable to bring himself to say the truth.
Seeing his brother's
expression, Zhou Ziren had already prepared himself for the worst.
He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, his face heavy with
emotion.
Second brother, tell me everything in detail.
Xiaolong is dead.
Hearing those words again, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Zhou Ziren still found it hard to accept. His face turned pale, and his body trembled violently.
In the burned-down
villa, they found a body with a physique very similar to Xiaolong's.
I had them expedite the identification process. The forensic expert said the DNA was very close, almost confirming it was Xiaolong. The forensic expert also said Xiaolong's throat was slit, and he suffocated to death. Before he died,
Zhou Wuyo's face was full of sorrow as he gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for the murderer of his nephew. At the same time, he worried whether his brother would unleash a storm of vengeance, causing chaos
and bloodshed.
Although the White Dragon Guild was powerful, it was no match for an entire city, let alone an entire country.
Good. Whoever dared to kill my son, I want to see who has such audacity. As expected, upon hearing that his son had been murdered, Zhou Ziren was instantly consumed by rage. He prepared to rally the White Dragon Guild to turn Hang City upside down.
Big brother,
calm down. Zhou Wuyo quickly stopped him.
Before Zhou Ziren could speak, he hurriedly said, Big brother, Xiaolong usually didn't
offend any major figures. The only possibility is that S-rank professional, Chen Yang.
Also, the forensic expert said Xiaolong's wounds resemble the work of an assassin.
Hearing this, Zhou Ziren had already marked Chen Yang as a target for vengeance, vowing to make him pay. I know him. He's just an S-rank who hasn't truly matured yet.
I'll make him pay.
With that, Zhou Ziren immediately
summoned the White Dragon Guild's trusted members, preparing to confront Chen Yang.
Tianyuan Abyss. After returning through the portal, Chen Yang had a clear goal and headed straight for the treasure pavilion.
It was the largest trading market in Tianyuan Abyss, where one could find all sorts of rare and peculiar items. Having accumulated a lot of points earlier, he naturally wanted to spend
them after finishing his tasks. Walking into the treasure pavilion, it was much larger than Chen Yang had imagined.
The floors and walls were made of marble with wave-like patterns, giving off an air of luxury. The people here all carried an aura of killing intent, a typical characteristic of Tianyuan Abyss. As soon as he entered, the surrounding people quickly moved away from Chen Yang, as if they had seen a plague. Chen Yang muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why is everyone so afraid of me?" He didn't pay much attention, and walked straight to the counter, picking up a tablet to browse the items.
"Hey, kid. Our boss wants to see you." A cocky voice called out from behind him. Chen Yang's eyes turned cold. He spun around and kicked the person flying. With a heavy thud, Li Yunfei crashed to the ground and was about to curse. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. Looking down, he saw a golden dagger pressed against his throat. Spare me, spare me. Li Yunfei trembled all over. I'm just a messenger. Huobin sent me to find you. His legs were shaking, and a foul smell emanated from him. Chen Yang frowned, stepping back a few paces to put some distance between them. Tell him to come find me himself. After speaking, Chen Yang turned and left, unable to bear the smell. Such a grown man, yet he wet his pants, truly speechless. Boss, I'm sorry, I'll go back and tell him right away. Li Yunfei quickly bowed to Chen Yang, then dashed out of the treasure pavilion. After running several kilometers, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, trying to calm himself down. Phew! That was terrifying, felt like I just escaped death. Oh no, how could I have wet my pants just now? So embarrassing. He was filled with regret, lamenting that he had provoked this killing god. Anyone else looking for trouble? In the first floor hall of the treasure pavilion, Chen Yang turned to look at the surrounding people and asked. No one dared to respond. Seeing his cold and sharp gaze, everyone disappeared without a trace. Chen Yang's earlier actions and sudden appearance left no time for anyone to react, but everyone understood this guy was not to be messed with. And the truly powerful individuals in the abyssal domain were mostly out on missions. Or, Chen Yang was busy grinding in secret realms. Who among these loafers hanging around the domain would dare provoke him? With no response, he put away the golden blade and headed straight to the fourth floor. Earlier, he had found a newly released potion on his tablet that could significantly enhance a beast pet's potential, even awakening its primal instincts. Having left Xiao Qian behind for so long, this potion would be the perfect compensation for her. As expected of the abyssal domain, Chen Yang was both surprised and intrigued as he saw shelves on the fourth floor filled with beast pet eggs. Continuing forward, he arrived at the entrance of a potion shop. Inside, an old man with graying hair lay on a grand armchair. He wore a red vest and floral shorts, holding half a cigar in his hand. Hello, I heard you sell the ancestral reversion elixir here. How much for a bottle? Chen Yang asked. You can't afford it. Move along. The old man glanced at him casually, not even bothering to lift his head as he dismissed him. Is this enough points? Chen Yang took out an electronic wristband from his spatial bracelet and displayed his points. The old man ignored him, extinguished his cigar, and pulled out an old-fashioned porcelain pot from his chest pocket, taking a sip of tea. This tea is pretty good. Suddenly, the old man glanced at the wristband and sat up straight in shock, his expression immediately changing. He put on reading glasses and took the wristband to examine it closely. You're quite young, how do you have so many points? The old man's voice trembled slightly, his face full of astonishment. Then he became excited, thinking that the potion he had hidden for so long could finally be sold. Don't go, wait a moment. The old man quickly stood up and went into the shop. Not long after, he came out holding a bottle of potion. The bottle contained a dark green liquid, and Chen Yang couldn't help but frown. Noticing Chen Yang's doubt, the old man quickly explained, the color might look intimidating, but the effect is excellent. I used high-grade materials to make this potion. Try it out when you get back. If it doesn't work, I'll refund all your points. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Yang felt the credibility had increased significantly. However, he remained cautious and decided to test his new skill. Activating the Weakness Insight skill, the potion's attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Ancestral Reversion Elixir, Grade, Gold level, close to Platinum level. Type, Special, Effect, enhances beast pet potential, increases ancestral reversion probability. Note, due to someone's mistake, the potion's efficacy has been reduced, but it has no side effects on beast pets at most, the effect is slightly weaker. Not bad, it's indeed close to Platinum level. Looks like the old man wasn't lying, Chen Yang nodded to himself. So, young man, what do you think? This is a rare opportunity. I've only made one bottle of this potion. If you hesitate any longer, it'll be sold and gone. The old man stared at Chen Yang, thinking he was reluctant to buy. After all, it was rare to encounter someone who could afford it, and the old man didn't want to let him go easily. How about this, to show your sincerity, I'll knock off 500 points. This bottle of potion, I'll sell it to you for 2,500. Hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. It seemed this potion had been sitting unsold for a long time. But that was understandable. Who would spend thousands of points on a potion? Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to use the points to enhance one's own strength? Beast pets and such were just external aids. Chen Yang didn't say a word, just quietly stared at the old man, waiting for him to lower the price himself. The two of them just looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. After a moment, Chen Yang turned and slowly walked away. Hey, don't go, don't go. 2,000. 300, I'll sell it to you for 2,000. Final offer, 1,800, any lower and I won't sell. The old man hurriedly called out to stop him when he saw Chen Yang about to leave. Hearing this, Chen Yang knew this was probably the lowest price. Although it was still a bit expensive, it was acceptable. Alright, I'll pay with points then. Chen Yang stopped, handing his wristband to the old man. The old man sighed helplessly, knowing that Chen Yang had just been testing him. Unfortunately, the potion had been in his possession for almost a year, and if he didn't sell it soon, it would expire. Consider yourself lucky, the old man muttered as he took the wristband and handed the potion to Chen Yang. Xiao Qian, how much longer do you think Chen Yang will take to come back? He finished his training and left without even seeing me. So rude. Qin Jiao lay on the sofa, gently stroking Xiao Qian's head. Hiss, I don't know, I miss him too. Xiao Qian lay on Qin Jiao's lap, looking listless. As the two chatted idly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, hold on, I'll get it. Qin Jiao put Xiao Qian down and walked to the door. Chen Yang, you're back. Seeing the figure outside the door, Qin Jiao's eyes lit up, and she opened her arms to throw herself at him. Ahem, Qin Jiao, maybe you should get down first. This is a bit inappropriate. Chen Yang looked at the crowd that was gradually gathering around, feeling a bit helpless. He raised his hands high, looking innocent. But the onlookers didn't care and started gossiping. I knew it. Why does Goddess Qin always go to Villa number 1? Turns out there's a story behind it. I'm going home. Fairy tales are all lies, and goddesses belong to someone else. Ah, my goddess has been taken by someone else. Even Chen Yang couldn't take it anymore. He quickly pulled Qin Jiao into the villa and shut the door. The door of Villa number 1 slowly closed. The onlookers were left disappointed, as if they'd lost their entertainment. What is wrong with this world? Goddess Qin, don't go with him, marry me instead. Even if the wife is yours, the child might not be. Unable to accept reality, the crowd shouted as they dispersed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one, with countless broken hearts. Hiss, you're back, master. Seeing Chen Yang enter, Xiao Qian immediately jumped off the sofa. Chen Yang reached out to catch it, smiling as he said, Xiao Qian, who did you learn this from? Why are you so flustered? What's wrong? Learned it from me. Got a problem with that? Qin Jiao rolled her eyes. No problem. Hearing this, Chen Yang rubbed his shoulder and smiled. He took out a potion from his spatial bracelet and waved it in front of Xiao Qian. This is a potion I spent a lot of points on. It can enhance your potential. Hiss, master, I want it, I want it. Xiao Qian was immediately drawn to it, urging Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled helplessly, uncorked the potion, and slowly poured it into Xiao Qian's mouth. Hick. Tasty, I want more. Xiao Qian swayed in Chen Yang's arms like it was drunk, acting spoiled. Seeing it like this, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had checked the potion's properties in advance, otherwise, he might have thought it was mixed with fake alcohol. After placing Xiao Qian back on the sofa, Chen Yang took out a gift box from his bracelet and handed it to Qin Jiao. This is? Qin Jiao's eyes sparkled, unable to believe that Chen Yang had brought her a gift. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Qian for so long. It's really been a big help. Chen Yang smiled slightly as he spoke. When he was at the treasure pavilion earlier, he had been thinking about preparing a gift for Qin Jiao. After all, she had helped him so much, and it wouldn't feel right not to show his appreciation. This is? Qin Jiao froze, staring at the small badge in the center of the box. She had thought Chen Yang would give her something special, but it turned out to be just this? What a letdown. This is a tool that can enhance abilities. After Chen Yang explained, he patted Xiao Qian and began checking its attribute panel. That's it? Qin Jiao felt a bit disappointed and muttered softly. However, Chen Yang was fully focused on Xiao Qian's attributes and didn't hear her complaint. Pet, Xiao Qian, white-scaled.
Python, gender, female, level, 89, type, stealth type pet, bloodline, silver grade hybrid demon, upgrading, level cap, 200. Upgrading, HP, 78,000, MP, 2,400, attack, 1,000, defense, 800, magic resistance, 600, skills, phantom, B, reflection, B, poison, C, vision sharing, B, its overall strength is decent compared to other professionals. I hope this potion can help it.
Chen Yang nodded.
Xiao Qian's strength was relatively good among hybrid demons of the same level, but compared to those big bosses, the gap was still significant. He hoped that using the potion this time would make Xiao Qian stronger.
Otherwise, he would have to adjust Xiao Qian's experience sharing to the lowest level and let it obediently serve as a decoration. Xin Jiayao, thank you for your help during this time. Let me know if anything comes up in the future.
Chen Yang patted Xiao Qian's head, stood up, and said to Qin
Jiayao.
Hearing Chen Yang call her by her full name, Qin Jiayao frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. She had taken care of Xiao Qian for so
long, yet he was still so distant. Couldn't he call her something more affectionate? It's fine. Since you're back, I'll leave now.
With that, she turned and left in a huff.
Chen Yang's mind was filled with question marks, not understanding why Qin Jiayao suddenly became upset.
But he quickly put the matter aside. He took out his bracelet and checked the situation in the trial grounds.
Xiao Qian probably needs to rest for a while. I'll head to the trial grounds for now.
After making up his mind, Chen Yang patted Xiao Qian
and left the villa. Trial grounds.
This was a place where one could gain a lot of experience and practical combat skills, and it had
always been the most popular spot in the abyssal domain. Especially for newcomers, they would come here almost every day. Today was
no exception. There were 20 or 30 people standing in the open space in front of the trial grounds.
However, they weren't
watching the performance of those challenging the tower on the screen but were chatting with each other.
Have you heard? Yesterday,
someone disrespected Ho Bin and kicked one of his men flying. A burly man in heavy armor holding a shield spoke.
A chubby man with
freckles nodded in agreement.
That guy is really brainless. Who doesn't know Ho Bin is petty? Not afraid of death, daring to treat him like that. The person you're talking about seems to be here. Someone suddenly pointed at a figure. Under the hazy night sky, a man slowly appeared in everyone's view. He had a tall and slender figure and an extraordinary, elegant demeanor. Moonlight shone on him, radiating a faint glow.
Layers of silver light enveloped him, adding a dazzling aura to his presence. His face was sharply defined, as if meticulously sculpted from jade by time, with every line smooth and well-shaped.
He's so handsome. I suddenly wish he would disappear.
The chubby man gritted his teeth in jealousy upon seeing this scene.
The people around him nodded in agreement, expressing the same sentiment.
Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind roared, carrying a chilling killing intent that swept toward the crowd.
Oh my God. Dad, you're the real deal. I was wrong. It was just a few bad words. Was this necessary? My pig is about to give birth. I'm out of here.
Everyone was so scared they almost wet their pants, scattering in all directions.
This guy was too ruthless. How many hybrid demons had he killed to have such intense killing intent? However, Chen Yang merely glanced at them indifferently and slowly walked into the trial grounds.
Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly checked the screens outside the trial grounds to see what was happening inside, curious to see how far this killing god could go.
The patrolling instructors nearby were
also drawn in, casting curious glances.
Chen Yang entered the trial grounds and found the hall empty. In the center of the hall, a
crystal radiating dazzling light was placed.
Chen Yang smiled faintly, feeling that this place was indeed extraordinary. He walked
over and gently placed his palm on the crystal. Instantly, a blinding light enveloped him, and his figure disappeared with the light.
Ding! Entering the first level of the trial grounds, challengers, please prepare.
Looking around, Chen Yang found himself in a cage-like
space surrounded by massive stone pillars. Boom! One by one, hybrid demons descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. This scene, why does it feel a bit familiar? Chen Yang's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but complain. Then, he drew the golden blade and charged at the hybrid demons.
Ding! Killed LV.50 Crimson Flame Boar, gained 800 experience.
Ding! Killed LV.53 Demon
Flame Bear, gained 920 experience.
Ding! Killed.
The system notifications kept ringing.
Chen Yang sighed helplessly. When would this amount of experience be enough to reach the fourth advancement?
He decided to go all out and sprint forward with full force. His climbing speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed from the first level to the 10th. The trial grounds were indeed impressive, with diverse and rich functionalities. After clearing each level, there was a short rest period, but if one didn't
want to rest, they could skip it.
Chen Yang chose to skip automatically and continued to the next challenge.
Ding! Cleared the 11th
level, gained 123,210 experience.
Ding!
Cleared the 16th level, gained 138,791 experience.
Every hybrid demon that appeared before
him was effortlessly dealt with. He pressed on without stopping, with no intention of resting.
With the new semester approaching, he had to level up quickly to prepare for the Freshman League.
Ding! Cleared the 20th level, gained 146,210 experience.
Ding!
Cleared the 24th level, gained 169,789 experience.
Ding!
Cleared the 31st level, gained 212,308 experience.
Ding! Congratulations, level increased to LV.110.
In less than 10 minutes, Chen Yang had rushed through 30 levels in one go.
His level skyrocketed like a rocket, jumping 2 levels at once.
Unlike the Thorn Tower in Hang City, the hybrid demons here were of higher levels.
Correspondingly, the experience rewards were also more generous.
Chen Yang noticed that the hybrid beasts in the trial grounds behaved unusually, their movements stiff like puppets, completely lacking the wildness they should have. Other than that, they were no different from the hybrid
beasts in other secret realms.
Some of the beasts Chen Yang defeated even dropped equipment, but most were black iron grade, with
not even a single bronze grade item.
Chen Yang glanced at the equipment with disdain and casually stored them in his spatial bracelet. The greatest value of these items was merely to exchange them for some points. Now, his goal was clear: to thoroughly clear this
dungeon. Ding!
Entering the 40th level, death risk significantly increased. Proceed with caution.
Do you wish to continue? Seeing the system prompt, Chen Yang remained calm and decisively clicked yes.
So what if the risk of death increased?
It was no big deal.
The surrounding scenery began to distort, and a blinding white light enveloped him.
Human, you shouldn't be here. Get out. A massive humanoid monster roared angrily, swinging its giant club fiercely at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, still adjusting to the dizziness,
hadn't had time to observe his surroundings when he felt a strong gust of wind rushing toward him.
Instinctively, he activated a skill, Shadow Flash, and his body vanished instantly. Wow!
Someone made it to the 40th level.
Who is it? Is this guy not afraid of death? Doesn't he know the 40th level is full of aliens?
Don't forget, there was that fool before who got smashed into pulp by an alien's
club within 2 seconds. Outside the trial grounds, the onlookers stared at the screen, chattering away. No one believed Chen Yang could survive against that monster. Even the patrolling instructors shook their heads and sighed. This kid is too reckless. In the instructor team, Zhao Lijuan clenched her fists, staring intently at the screen showing Chen Yang.
At the same time, Chen Yang calmly faced the massive alien creature before him. Another alien, he said indifferently.
After creating some distance, he quickly checked the panel information.
Name, Bartomanji race, Berserk Troll level, 115 HP, 159,000 MP, 10,000 attack, 8,200 defense. 6,780 magic resistance, 1,200. The troll's body was as massive as a mountain, its muscles as hard as rock, and its skin covered in deep patterns, as if concealing ancient curses and mysterious powers.
Its tusks slightly protruded, revealing its bloodthirsty desire.
Chen Yang's eyes were as sharp as blades. In a flash, he appeared before Bartomanji, his golden blade aimed directly at its right eye.
Bartomanji let out a deep roar, a shockwave sending Chen Yang flying. Cunning human! Bartomanji sneered cruelly, swinging its massive club toward Chen Yang again. Idiot!
Chen Yang smirked coldly.
The golden blade slashed out a dark purple light, sweeping past Bartomanji's eyes. Ah!
Bartomanji clutched its eyes with both hands, blood dripping through its fingers.
Soul Reaper! Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing the level 115 Berserk Troll, earning 173,022 experience points.
Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 112.
Hearing the system notification, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction.
This tower challenge had been immensely rewarding. This is insane. Did I see that right? He actually one-shot that berserk troll? Outside the trial grounds, the onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Sister Wan, if I remember correctly, you brought this guy here, right? Is he here
for short-term training, or has he officially joined our exotic realm team? A male instructor asked.
Zhao Lijuan, her face full of
surprise, nodded and said, yes, but he's only here to study for a short time.
In a few days, he'll return to university. Hearing her response, the male instructor sighed. What a pity. If he were an official member, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Ring ring.
Ringed. The hibernation break just ended, and I'm still a bit groggy. Suddenly, the ringtone from Zhao Lijuan's pocket interrupted.
Ahem, I'll take this call first. She awkwardly pulled out her phone and turned away from the crowd. Who would have thought Sister Wan had this kind of hobby? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. She said she's still groggy. Don't say that. If Sister Wan hears you'll be in big trouble. As Zhao Lijuan walked away, the instructors couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter
behind her, Zhao Lijuan's cheeks flushed slightly. In her haste, she had forgotten to mute her phone.
This was truly embarrassing.
Picking up her phone and seeing the contact name, she took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions.
Hello, Captain Gui. What? You want Shenyang to leave early? Why? Understood, I got it. Dong. At that moment, a loud bell echoed across the exotic realm. Why is the abyssal demon bell ringing?
Everyone who heard the bell froze, their faces stiffening.
Only major events could trigger the abyssal demon bell.
In all these years, this was the first time it had rung.
Immediately after, a broadcast announcement followed. Announcement: this year's trainee has broken the Trial Grounds Tower Challenge record. New record holder, Chen Yang. First attempt, reached the 40th floor in 20 minutes, and defeated the Berserk Troll in 57 seconds. Holy crap! I must still be dreaming. This guy is insane. First tower challenge and he reached the 40th floor? Cleared it in under a minute? I'm done. Might as well destroy this world already. Hearing the broadcast, the crowd couldn't believe their ears. They all thought they must have misheard. How could anyone be this powerful?
Even the national champion from 3 years ago, who held an S-Class profession, hadn't achieved such an incredible result in the trial grounds, not to mention, this was his first time challenging the tower.
Ha ha ha, Zhao Lijuan laughed heartily.
The best decision she had ever made in her life was stepping up to be the lead instructor when all the other instructors were shirking the responsibility. In Tianyuan Abyss, not only was the competition fierce among the trainees, but the instructors
also vied for rankings. If the trainees achieved good results, the instructors naturally received better benefits. The surrounding trainees felt as if they were dreaming, unable to believe their ears.
Each of them had reached the 39th floor, but the Berserk Demon on the 40th floor was nearly at the level of a 5th-tier expert.
They wouldn't dare risk their lives gambling on it. Less than a minute to clear the 40th floor?
At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, bringing a hint of coolness.
Gui Ziming squinted slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of barriers, directly into the trial grounds. Not bad. Already leveled up to 112? He lightly tapped the table with his finger, deep in thought. In that case, it's time to let him join the subterfuge plan ahead of schedule.
A glint flashed in his eyes as he took out his phone, sent a message, and then tossed the phone into the trash can.
Snap!
A small flame danced in his hand. Gui Ziming casually threw a lighter into the trash can, and the flames instantly flared up.
In the darkroom, the firelight outlined clear contours. It's about time. Xiao Qian should be waking up too. Let's leave it at this for now. Chen Yang's gaze swept over the corpse of the Berserk Demon, next to which a faint orange glow flickered. It was the equipment dropped after defeating it. Name: Eye of Insight. Grade: Gold. Attributes: None. Effect: allows the user to see from the perspective of
anyone who has come into contact with the item, lasting 10 minutes, with a 30-day cooldown.
Is this reconnaissance equipment? But the name sounds a bit odd. Eye of Insight? Chen Yang looked at the equipment shaped like an eye and couldn't help but shake his head. Some inappropriate thoughts flashed through his mind, but the equipment was still quite useful.
He stored the equipment and turned to leave the trial grounds.
It's him. That monster came out.
Didn't expect that monster to be quite handsome, even a bit more than
me. I just finished eating, don't make me puke on you.
Walking out of the trial tower, Chen Yang noticed the strange looks people were giving him, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Despite his confusion, he ignored them and headed straight to the rest area.
Chen Yang, don't go, come with me for a moment. Zhao Lijuan waved to him. Sister Wan, what's up? Nothing much, just letting you know you can leave Tianyuan Abyss now. Chen Yang was full of question marks. I just got the #1 villa and haven't even enjoyed it for a few days, and now you're kicking me out? Zhao Lijuan quickly explained, afraid he'd misunderstand. Don't overthink it. Your training in the Abyss is complete. You can go home early and prepare for university. Oh, and after graduation, you're always welcome back. Tianyuan Abyss will be waiting for you.
She even threw him a playful wink as she finished.
Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a chill. Ha ha, see you around, kid. Zhao Lijuan laughed heartily and waved as she left. Sigh, what's all this about? Chen Yang
shook his head helplessly and headed toward the villa.
Rest area, Villa #1. How is it, Xiao Chen? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?
Chen Yang gently patted Xiao Qian's little head, asking with concern.
Hiss, no, I feel great.
Xiao Qian snuggled against his arm,
looking content.
Back at the villa, Chen Yang saw Xiao Qian lying on the windowsill, staring blankly at the moon in the sky.
Feeling
something was off, he opened Xiao Qian's attribute panel.
Beast Companion, Xiao Qian, White-Scaled Python, Gender, Female, Level 90, Type, Stealth Type Beast Companion, Bloodline, Unknown, Level Cap, Unknown, Skills, Phantom, B, Reflection, B, Venom, C, Vision Sharing, B, Bloodline Regression, some data temporarily unavailable, seeing the attribute panel full of question marks. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for the fact that he had checked the potion earlier and confirmed there was no issue, he would have thought it had harmed Xiao Qian. Bloodline regression is generally a good thing, but it's still better to consult an expert. Chen Yang tapped the windowsill, lost in thought.
He looked up at the gradually rising sun and shook his head helplessly.
Let's rest first.
Once we get to Kyoto Martial University, I'll find a professor to ask properly.
Come on, Xiao Qian, take a break. For now. Ring 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 ring, hello?
Chen Yang, deep in sleep, was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone.
Chen Yang, are you heading back so soon?
The sun's almost shining on your butt, and you're still not up. A playful voice reached Chen Yang's ears.
Instantly, he perked up, all traces of sleepiness gone. This isn't something I can decide. Besides, I only went to bed at dawn. Okay.
On the other end of the line, Qin Jiao sighed. She had already made plans, but now it seemed he was leaving.
Perhaps it wasn't meant to be.
Thinking of this, Qin Jiao felt a bit aggrieved and regretful.
Chen Yang, how about I give you a ride? Detecting
a slight change in Qin Jiao's tone, Chen Yang didn't think much of it. Women, after all, often have mood swings.
No need, I'll use the portal to return to Hang City in a bit. You don't need to bother, aren't you busy? Hearing his refusal, Qin Jiao's sense of grievance slowly turned into anger. Chen Yang,
you blockhead man, you deserve to be single for life.
Beep 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 beep, the call was abruptly cut off.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, further confirming his earlier feeling. Stretching lazily, he got up, packed his luggage briefly, and sent Jiang Wu a message to inform him of his situation. This was a good opportunity to visit Kyoto Martial University ahead of time. His phone rang again. Chen Yang picked it up and saw Jiang Wu's reply.
The latter said he was already in Hang City and would arrive at Chen Yang's house by noon.
Seeing this, Chen Yang quickened his pace to pack his luggage.
Hang City. Still feels familiar. Chen Yang opened the door and walked inside.
Though the house was small, it held many memories.
Knock, knock. Knock. Urgent knocking came from outside the door.
Chen Yang thought it might be someone from the White Dragon Guild.
After all, with
their powerful influence, it would be easy for them to know he had returned to Hang City. Chen Yang took out the golden blade from his
spatial bracelet and tiptoed toward the door. Chen Yang, it's me, Jiang Wu. A hearty laugh came from outside. Hearing it was Jiang Wu, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, put away his weapon, and walked over to open the door. Chen Yang, ready to head to Kyoto Martial University with me? Jiang Wu stepped forward and gave Chen Yang a big hug. Instant flash.
Being hugged by a man was unbearable
for Chen Yang, so he quickly used a skill to break free. Something's off. Jiang Wu froze. He hadn't noticed how Chen Yang had escaped.
Then, Jiang Wu used a detection skill to check Chen Yang's level.
My goodness! How did your level increase so much in such a short time? Jiang Wu's mouth twitched.
When he first saw Chen Yang, he already felt something was off about his strength. He had assumed that after training in the abyssal realm, Chen Yang would at most reach level 90. But unexpectedly, he had become ridiculously strong, already surpassing level 100. He had even reached an astonishing level 110.
Ha ha ha! Amazing!
This time, Kyoto Martial University is guaranteed to win first place in the Freshman League. Jiang Wu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily.
Thinking about the
expressions of regret on the faces of teachers from other martial universities when they saw Chen Yang's strength, Jiang Wu trembled
with excitement. Teacher Jiang, you can see my level? Chen Yang was a bit puzzled by Jiang Wu's reaction. Normally, professionals
couldn't see each other's levels or attribute panels. However, some people possessed detection skills that allowed them to view others' attributes. Chen Yang's weakness insight was a special skill, as his path to godhood was different from ordinary people.
Yes, impressive. Right?
Jiang Wu grinned proudly. It's my exclusive professional skill, I can check anyone's level.
Seeing Jiang Wu's face
full of admiration, Chen Yang smiled faintly.
Teacher Jiang, this time I want to visit Kyoto Martial University first. Is that convenient? Convenient. Very convenient. Then let's go now. Don't bring anything, we'll buy new ones. With that, Jiang Wu grabbed Chen Yang's arm and headed out.
Chen Yang, helpless, could only let him take charge.
Hang City. Portal. Let's go, stay close. Jiang Wu led Chen Yang through the portal, arriving directly at the entrance of Kyoto University. Kyoto is the capital of the Great Xia Nation,
and one of its most bustling metropolises.
Kyoto Martial University is located in the busiest area of the city center. A massive stone
gate, towering 100 meters high, stood at the campus entrance.
Standing before the gate, Chen Yang suddenly felt incredibly small. This is the #1 martial university in the Great Xia Nation? How impressive.
A trace of awe flashed in Chen Yang's
eyes.
Before coming here, he had already seen many rumors and photos of Kyoto Martial University online.
But being here in person, the sense of awe was something no photo could convey. Half of the 7th and 8th tier powerhouses in the Great Xia Nation graduated from our Kyoto Martial University. Moreover, our university president can sometimes stand on equal footing with those elders. Jiang Wu explained to Chen Yang as they walked. Elders? Chen Yang keenly caught the key point. The elders are composed of those with outstanding contributions or immense strength.
During each assembly, they collectively decide the future direction of the nation.
This organization is called the Elder Council. Jiang Wu patted Chen Yang's shoulder as he explained. Let's go. As the top scorer in the college entrance exam, we've already prepared a single villa for you. Do you want me to arrange a maid to clean it for you?
Jiang Wu joked as he strode forward. Moonlight poured down, and the night was quiet and mysterious.
As Chen Yang walked into the campus, he saw students training everywhere. Of course, some preferred to engage in some special training among the flower beds. Still not resting this late? Is everyone this dedicated? Chen Yang's mouth twitched.
Compared to them, his usual training seemed quite simple.
Anyone who gets into Kyoto Martial University is a genius from their region.
They all have pride in their hearts and don't want
to lose to anyone.
This Kyoto Martial University has no shortage of exceptionally gifted individuals.
Jiang Wu introduced as he subtly hinted to Chen Yang, even though you're an S-class professional, don't get too complacent. There are so many geniuses here. It's like a drop in the ocean. Chen Yang didn't take it to heart. An S-class professional, that's all. When they look at me, it's like an ant gazing up at a towering tree. Jiang Wu urged, stop dawdling, keep up. Kyoto Martial University was even larger than Chen Yang had imagined. After following Jiang Wu for half an hour, they finally arrived in front of a villa. This place was very remote. The
surroundings were pitch black, with only a few streetlights. Occasionally, the cawing of crows could be heard, creating an eerie and
sinister atmosphere. Not far in front of Chen Yang stood an old villa.
The door was tightly shut, and the house number read 504.
The entire villa looked dilapidated, and Chen Yang couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Wu had brought him to the wrong place. Teacher Jiang, is this the single villa prepared for me? It looks more like a haunted house.
Chen Yang noticed that the outer walls had peeling paint, and the interior was completely dark, making it truly suspicious.
It resembled a slum. Chen Yang, don't underestimate this villa. It may look old on the outside, but the inside is extraordinary. Many 7th and 8th tier experts have lived here before, and many students in the university don't even qualify to enter. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Jiang Wu patiently explained. After hearing Jiang Wu's words, Chen Yang still felt a bit skeptical. But since Jiang Wu said so, he couldn't argue. Teacher Jiang, based on what you're saying, this villa must be hiding some secrets, right? Let's keep it a mystery for now. Just know that this villa itself is a special piece of equipment.
As they were talking, an old man with a hunched back slowly pushed open the villa door and walked
out. So, this is the national top scorer?
The old man sized up Chen Yang, frowned, and said, looks so frail, can he even wield a knife? Master Wu, you're already at such an advanced age, why are you still so fixated on muscles? Jiang Wu shook his head helplessly.
Chen Yang is an assassin, not a warrior or a tank.
Chen Yang felt no waves in his heart upon hearing this.
Everyone has different aesthetics, and those with bulky, muscular builds made him uncomfortable.
He was quite satisfied with his own physique, lean, with
smooth and streamlined muscle lines, agile and powerful like a cheetah. Let me introduce you. This is Wu Jianjun, Master Wu. He's a legendary figure from Kyoto Martial University, a 7th tier expert.
Jiang Wu said seriously.
Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately used weakness insight to check Wu Jianjun's attribute panel. Name, Beast Tamer, level? Grade, A. Maybe the level gap is too big? But his profession is quite interesting.
Seeing a bunch of question marks on the panel, Chen Yang sighed. This was the first time he had used weakness insight and failed to see detailed information about someone.
It seemed Kyoto Martial University
was indeed formidable. Any random person was a 7th tier expert.
Hiss, are we at the new home?
Xiao Qian poked her head out
of Chen Yang's pocket, curiously observing the surroundings.
Almost, Chen Yang replied with a helpless smile, patting Xiao Qian. Wu Jianjun's gaze was fixed on Xiao Qian, as if he had discovered a treasure.
Young man, is this beast pet yours? May I take a look?
Wu Jianjun's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he asked. Sensing his gaze, Xiao Qian shrank back and burrowed into Chen Yang's
pocket again.
Hiss, this old man has a weird look in his eyes.
I'm a bit scared, master. Hearing Xiao Qian's words, Chen Yang shook
his head and smiled faintly.
Yes, Senior Wu. Xiao Qian is timid. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Originally wanting to observe a bit longer, Wu Jianjun clicked his tongue in disappointment when he saw Xiao Qian being shy. Kid, your beast pet's bloodline is reverting to its original state. This is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. But I can sense a force within it that's restricting it.
Once school officially starts, come find me at the Beast Taming Academy.
Hearing Wu Jianjun's words, coupled with his identity as a beast tamer, Chen Yang knew this was exactly the person he was looking for.
Then I'll trouble you, Senior Wu.
Chen Yang bowed slightly to show his respect.
Wu Jianjun sized up Chen Yang again, nodded, and said in a low voice, the kid may look frail, but he's not bad. With that, he pushed open the villa door and tossed a set of keys to Chen Yang.
These are the keys to the villa. Find your own room. Oh, by the way, inside the villa, there's 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. Pick whichever you like. Your roommates will arrive after school officially starts. You're early, so you got lucky. After speaking, Wu Jianjun turned and left, disappearing into the moonlight in the blink of an eye. Teacher Jiang, can you explain what exactly these roommates are? Chen Yang stared intently at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu, sweating under his gaze, chuckled awkwardly and said, Chen Yang, there are plenty of rooms in this villa. A few more people will make it livelier, right? There's about a week left before school starts. I've found you a part-time job. I'll come get you tomorrow morning.
Oh, I just remembered my cat at home is about to have kittens.
I have to go. With that, Jiang Wu handed Chen Yang a business card and then ran off. Judging by his demeanor, the cat having kittens seemed to be true.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and pushed open the villa door. As the door opened, a thick layer of dust and a suffocatingly stale atmosphere greeted him. The room was filled with the heavy scent of dust, making it hard to breathe. The walls were mottled and peeling, their colors long faded, leaving behind speckled marks that seemed to tell of the villa's former glory and the passage of time. Dust covered the worn-out furniture, as if forgotten by time in a corner. Creak, Chen Yang walked on the wooden planks of the floor, producing a harsh screeching sound. Phew, cough, cough. He found a chair and wanted to sit for a while, but didn't notice the thick layer of dust on it. Ugh, this place is so run down. Can anyone even live here? Xiao Qian poked her head out of Chen Yang's pocket, looking around with a face full of disdain. Forget it, let's find a bedroom first. Hopefully, the bedroom isn't too bad. Chen Yang sighed and headed upstairs. After searching for a while, he found a few bedrooms that were relatively clean, seemingly maintained by someone regularly. Here, the master bedroom is yours. What do you think, Xiao Qian? Chen Yang pointed to the master bedroom and patted Xiao Qian. The master bedroom was spacious, well lit, and not damp. Ugh, no problem. Wherever the master is, that's where I'll be. Xiao Qian rubbed against his hand, showing her support. After a simple tidying up, Chen Yang lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The night passed quietly. The next morning, someone knocked on the door. Chen Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened it, only to see Jiang Wu holding a card and handing it over. I knew you'd choose the master bedroom. This is your student card. Don't lose it, everyone only gets one, and it can't be replaced if lost. The credits we discussed earlier have already been recorded on the card. You can use it directly for purchases. Chen Yang yawned and said helplessly, Teacher Jiang, did you come this early just to deliver my student card? Jiang Wu waved his hand. Don't overthink it. This is usually something the homeroom teacher does. I was just passing by and brought it along. Have you packed up? If you're ready, head out early and don't keep others waiting. Chen Yang remembered Jiang Wu mentioning a part-time job he had arranged for him yesterday. Teacher Jiang, what exactly is this? Part-time job? Jiang Wu gave a mysterious smile and didn't answer. You'll find out when you get there. I'll wait for you outside. You have 5 minutes. With that, he walked toward the villa's entrance. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and went back to his room to pack briefly. Behind the mountain of Kyoto Martial University. Teacher Jiang, are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place? There's not a soul here. Chen Yang looked around, finding the area completely deserted. No mistake, this is the place. Jiang Wu spoke while taking out a pack of biscuits and started munching. Teacher Jiang, don't tell me this part-time job is just to have me weed this place? Seeing Jiang Wu so relaxed, Chen Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It felt like Jiang Wu was a completely different person. How could that be? Based on the time, they should be arriving soon. You wait here, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Jiang Wu glanced at his phone and turned to leave. At this moment, Chen Yang deeply regretted his decision. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have chosen Kyoto Martial University. Jiang Wu was too unreliable, leaving without explaining anything. Could it be that the cat giving birth ran into trouble? Rumble, just as Chen Yang was pondering, the sound of an engine roaring came from the distant sky. A military green helicopter slowly descended not far away. Once the helicopter stabilized, a side door opened. What's going on here? Chen Yang's eyes widened as he saw 2 long legs in black stockings step out of the cabin. A woman dressed in a black business suit and wearing black high heels with red soles stepped down. Behind her was a burly man in military uniform. The woman walked up to Chen Yang and smiled. Hello, you're Chen Yang, right? Before Chen Yang could respond, the woman confidently continued, my name is Zhang Mengmeng. Jiang Wu said there's a skilled fighter here, so I came to pick you up. You look pretty handsome, but I wonder if you can fight. Old Wang, test him first. Let's make sure he's not a rookie. If he dies during the mission, it'll be troublesome. As soon as she finished speaking, the burly man, Old Wang, threw a punch at Chen Yang. Chen Yang lightly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. Should I hold back a bit? Chen Yang asked seriously, looking at Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng gave him a surprised glance. Did she hear that right? Hold back? Old Wang was a level 150, 5-turn powerhouse. Although his professional rank was only C-level, his strength was not to be underestimated. For an ordinary university student, he was an insurmountable gap. Arrogant. Old Wang roared and leapt up, striking fiercely at Chen Yang. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng remain silent, Chen Yang decided not to hold back and to end this quickly. Soul Devourer. A strange beam of light shot toward Old Wang. Old Wang tried to dodge, but the light seemed to have a consciousness of its own, tightly pursuing him. Ah! Old Wang clutched his head and knelt down in
Agony. What? This is a mental attack skill?
Zhang Mengming's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her.
The younger generation these days, how could they be so powerful? Do you want to continue?
Chen Yang looked at the kneeling old Wang, clapping his
hands lightly. It's fine, you passed. Let me formally introduce myself. From now on, just call me Sister Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng
smiled and extended her right hand. Chen Yang calmly shook her hand briefly before letting go.
Hello, Sister Mengmeng. Hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng smiled in satisfaction and waved at Chen Yang. Alright, let's get on the plane first. We'll talk in detail later. Old Wang, if you can manage, hurry up and follow.
With that, Zhang Mengmeng turned around first, stepping into the helicopter in her
high heels. Chen Yang quickly followed.
Old Wang quietly nudged Chen Yang and whispered, "Kid, I admit it, you've got some real skills.
So, what do you think of our sister Mengmeng? Want her contact info to ask her out to a movie or something?" Old Wang smiled a bit shyly.
Although his voice was low, Zhang Mengmeng, being a high-level professional, naturally heard it. She ignored it and continued
walking toward the helicopter, introducing their work to Chen Yang as they went.
The unit Zhang Mengmeng and Old Wang belonged to was a special organization with authority above the Inspection Bureau, City Bureau, and Defense Forces.
This organization was spread across
major cities and was specifically responsible for protecting human safety.
If other departments encountered difficult tasks, they would also send people to assist in resolving them. Learning this, Chen Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. This part-time job was truly fascinating. He had definitely made the right choice. In fact, it could be said he had come to the perfect place. In the Great
Xia Nation, the highest official authorities were the Inspection Bureau, City Bureau, and Defense Forces.
The Elder Council was an exception, as it was the highest leadership body, second only to the chief of the Great Xia Nation. The Inspection Bureau was responsible
for maintaining public order, capturing fugitives, and managing residents.
The City Bureau mainly managed and served the public, overseeing urban planning and development. The defense forces primarily focused on external defense, guarding against other nations, and engaging in warfare when necessary. Yet, the organization Chen Yang was now part of ranked above all three. Studying here, he would be exposed to things ordinary people could never see. Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel excited. He sneaked another glance at Zhang Mengmeng.
Zhang Mengmeng was leaning lazily against her seat, appearing relaxed and casual. She had her legs crossed, her long, slender legs in black stockings lightly dangling her high heels. From Chen Yang's perspective, the view was incredibly enticing. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, looking out the window instead.
Sister Mengmeng, what exactly does this part-time job entail? Chen Yang, bored, stared at her snow-white, slender legs and couldn't help but ask. At this moment,
Old Wang, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder with a mischievous grin.
What's the matter? Really taken a liking to Sister Mengmeng? Want me to help you get a chance? Hearing this, Chen Yang rolled his eyes internally and ignored him. You'll find out when we get there. For now, just rest up. After today, you won't have it so easy anymore.
Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking and closed her
eyes.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, they all really like to talk in circles.
The helicopter roared as it landed at a military airport in the capital. Let's go. We're not at our destination yet. Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand and was
the first to step off the helicopter. Chen Yang glanced at Old Wang, who was snoring beside him, and followed her off the aircraft.
Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over him. Clang! A flash of a blade streaked by. Chen Yang quickly turned, drawing his golden blade to block the attack. He then kicked the assailant in the abdomen, sending them flying. The person fell heavily to the ground, their face contorted in pain. Wei Zimo, what are you trying to do?
Zhang Mengmeng stepped in front of Chen Yang, questioning sharply.
What am I trying to do? Wei Zimo gritted his teeth and stood up. Look at what you're wearing. Do you know you're my fiancé? Walking around with this pretty boy, what am I supposed to be? Wei Zimo's face turned red as he struggled to stand. Zhang Mengmeng's
expression darkened, but she hesitated and didn't confront him directly.
Chen Yang, let's go. With that, she turned and left without sparing Wei Zimo another glance.
Watching this sudden drama unfold, Chen Yang's expression was complicated, feeling that this jealousy
was rather inexplicable.
Wei Zimo stared at Zhang Mengming's departing figure, unwilling to accept it, and punched the ground heavily.
Damn it! How dare she cheat on me?
Just wait, I'll make her pay. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng led Chen Yang to a pre-arranged car and
set off for their final destination.
As the scenery outside the window receded, the car didn't head toward the outskirts but instead
drove deeper into the bustling city.
The streets grew busier, and the atmosphere livelier. Chen Yang felt puzzled and glanced at Zhang Mengmeng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat.
Mengmeng, where are we going? Seeing Chen Yang's confused expression, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Afraid I'll sell you off?
Chen Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand.
But you are quite handsome.
Zhang Mengmeng seriously sized him up and teased with a smile.
Honestly, do you like rich women? I can introduce you to one. No thanks.
Seeing Chen Yang's awkward expression, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but clutch her stomach and laugh.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
This time, your part-time job isn't in the suburbs but in Kyoto's city center.
Kyoto's city center? Chen Yang asked for confirmation. Finding a part-time job in the city center, why was it so complicated? Could there be some special task involved?
Considering the situation along the way, Chen Yang began to form some guesses.
Don't worry, I
won't sell you to those rich women, Zhang Mengmeng said with a laugh, waving her hand. Faced with her teasing, Chen Yang could only shake his head helplessly. Not long after, the car carrying Chen Yang and the others stopped in front of a building.
The location was excellent, just a few kilometers from the city center.
Every brick and tile of the building spoke of history, and every line depicted the
marks of time.
The towering glass curtain wall resembled a giant mirror, reflecting the sky and radiating a captivating brilliance. The architectural design was ingenious, embodying the wisdom and effort of the designers, presenting a magnificent and spectacular
scene. Zhang Mengmeng looked at the building in front of her with pride and said, "This is the headquarters of our organization, and
it's where you'll be clocking in for work over the next few days.
Our organization is called Hunter Martial Guard."
With that, she turned
and stepped into the building. Hunter Martial Guard? Sounds like an ancient warrior team. Does it mean hunting other professionals? Chen Yang muttered to himself, then followed Zhang Mengmeng into the building.
Inside the lobby, the combination of stone and metal
gleamed brightly.
The high ceiling was adorned with chandeliers that sparkled like a galaxy, as if gathering all the stars of
the universe here. However, there were only a few people in the hall. Zhang Mengmeng stood beside Chen Yang and introduced, "This building
also handles some clerical work to mislead others, confusing other countries and those alien races." Chen Yang squinted his eyes. He had heard the term alien races many times before and had even fought against them,
but he still didn't know much about their specifics. Mengmeng, can you tell me more about the alien races? Hearing Chen Yang's question, Zhang Mengmeng looked at him in surprise.
Then, remembering that he was still a prospective college student, she patiently explained, "It's normal that you don't understand.
This knowledge is mostly taught as an elective course in the 4th year of college. Many people go their whole lives without encountering alien races. Alien races refer to all intelligent beings other than humans. They come from the secret realm of the Void Continent. That secret realm has opened several two-way portals to our world, an unprecedented phenomenon. Countries have stationed troops near the portals to prevent alien invasions."
Chen Yang listened, his pupils slightly contracting.
He hadn't expected this world to be so dangerous, yet it was also thrilling. "This is enough for you to know for now. When you take the elective course in your
senior year, you'll learn more," Zhang Mengmeng said, continuing to walk forward.
She took Chen Yang into the elevator, heading straight
to the floors above the 100th level of the building.
She explained to Chen Yang that the floors below the 100th were just a cover
for the office area, while the real headquarters of the Hunter Guard were above the 100th floor.
The elevator slowly stopped, and the two stepped out.
Chen Yang saw a corridor full of metallic textures. Zhang Mengmeng smiled and said, "The 100th to 110th floors are
where we usually work.
The 112th floor is the main hall of the Hunter headquarters, where the mission bulletin board is located."
"Oh, I
forgot to tell you earlier, the members of the Hunter Guard are carefully selected from all over the country.
Each person here, if taken individually, would at least hold the position of a municipal-level official." Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement.
A municipal-level official was already a significant position in Daxia.
Many people couldn't reach that level in their entire lives. Zhang Mengmeng retrieved a wristband from the front desk and handed it to Chen Yang. Never seen this before, have you? It's a new model.
It's like a mini computer and can also monitor various indicators and your life status, Zhang Mengmeng said, anticipating a
surprised reaction from Chen Yang.
But after waiting for a while, Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged.
Just as she was about to ask, Chen Yang said, Sister Mengmeng, I've used this wristband before in the Abyssal Realm.
What?
The Abyssal Realm? Zhang Mengmeng's mouth dropped open in shock.
She had intended to see Chen Yang embarrassed but ended up being outsmarted by him.
No way, Chen Yang, you're impressive this time. If you've been to the Abyssal Realm, how could you have finished special training so early? Stop joking.
Thinking of this, Zhang Mengmeng quickly waved her hand, signaling Chen Yang to be honest. But when she saw Chen Yang take out a wristband from his spatial bracelet, Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes.
Alright, I admit you're impressive. Let's go, I'll introduce you to a few people.
Zhang Mengmeng twitched the corner of her mouth and turned to enter the elevator.
Chen Yang just smiled faintly, without saying much.
Inside the elevator, Zhang Mengmeng placed her hand on Chen Yang's shoulder.
Phew, hey, little brother Chen Yang, you're so impressive. Do you have any girls chasing after you? Zhang Mengmeng's red lips exhaled a warm breath, gently blowing into Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang couldn't help but shiver and quickly stepped back.
I'm not considering that for now, I want to focus
on my studies first. Seeing Chen Yang's serious expression, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh. So pure, little brother? Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Why did every woman he met love teasing him? Ding, 105th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. Let's go, we're here. Zhang Mengmeng waved at Chen Yang and then turned to step out of the elevator. Chen Yang sighed and followed.
In front of him was a spacious lounge. The tables were filled with various snacks and drinks. By the window were dumbbells and fitness
equipment.
At that moment, a muscular man stood by the window, lifting dumbbells furiously. The hundreds of pounds of dumbbells seemed
as light as toys in his hands.
Seeing this scene, Chen Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Noticing Chen Yang's expression, Zhang Mengmeng asked, Chen Yang, do you think this place is too casual? Not what you imagined? Before Chen Yang could answer,
Zhang Mengmeng continued, we're a special department, so we're not too busy most of the time.
Oh, let me introduce you. That guy
is Louis, a recent graduate from Kyoto Martial University and a member of our team.
Louis nodded at Chen Yang in greeting. Don't
mind him, that muscle guy is just like that. A lowly-like voice came from the elevator entrance.
A petite girl with a long ponytail,
wearing white stockings, walked towards them in small steps.
Hello, new laborer number 2.
You look weak, but you'll do for now.
You're
just in time, a fat sheep just contacted me, and she'll be here soon. The little girl's voice was crisp, like the sound of a bell.
The clear voice rang out. Those two sentences, coolie number 2, fat sheep,
left Chen Yang stunned, his face turning red and blue with
embarrassment.
He had just picked up a piece of candy from the pile of snacks on the table and suddenly felt too awkward to hand it
to the little girl. Chen Yang glanced awkwardly at Zhang Mengmeng, not knowing what to say. Chen Yang, don't take it to heart. Xiao Fei
has a sharp tongue, but she's actually a good person. Zhang Mengmeng broke the silence, explaining the little girl in front of them
to Chen Yang.
Sharife, class of professional, support type, Zhang Mengmeng introduced.
Sharife extended her right hand to Chen
Yang and asked with a smile, newcomer, you look so young.
Have you graduated from college yet? A bunch of question marks popped up in Chen Yang's head. Me, young? Little girl, do you want to look in the mirror? At most, you're a middle schooler. At that moment, a
man wearing tight pants and Chelsea boots slowly walked out of the elevator, followed by a few lackeys holding various weapons.
Who let you in? Leave immediately.
You're not welcome here, Zhang Mengmeng frowned, standing up to drive them away.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. A different world, yet there are still so many wannabe tough guys?
Sharife sat on the stool, swinging her short legs, and looked at Chen Yang with schadenfreude.
Wow, this is getting lively. Chen Yang, you've got yourself into trouble. Chen Yang
smiled faintly, shrugged, and walked toward the group. Zhang Mengmeng initially wanted to stop him, but seeing him shake his head at her, she didn't intervene further.
Fine, when he can't handle it, I'll step in as the beauty saving the hero. Wouldn't that be fun? Zhang Mengmeng's lips curled into a smile. I'm really curious to see what expression Chen Yang will have then. Who are you? Chen Yang asked. I heard you're quite arrogant. Pan Haojie took a step forward, reaching out to slap Chen Yang. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed, ready to counterattack, when a dumbbell suddenly flew toward Pan Haojie. Chen Yang quickly sidestepped to avoid it. With a loud clang, the dumbbell struck Pan Haojie, forcing him back a few steps. Fortunately, his companions behind him caught him, or it could have been serious. Damn it, no rules. Louis, you sneak attacked. Pan Haojie cursed while enduring the dumbbells. Impact. Aren't you afraid Brother Wei will come after you? Others joined in the commotion. Louis stared at Pan Haojie expressionlessly. Sister Meng Meng, do you want me to drive them away? Louis's deep voice sounded in Chen Yang's ear. No need, they're all colleagues. I don't want to embarrass anyone. Zhang Meng Meng shook her head, refusing. At that moment, a cold voice came from the elevator entrance. Meng Meng, have you thought about how to explain this to me? Zhang Meng Meng's face darkened, and she muttered under her breath, why is he here again? A fierce-looking man stepped out of the elevator, and the surrounding lackeys all lowered their heads, greeting, Boss Wei. Pan Haojie ran over excitedly to report to Wei Zimo, Brother Wei, this Louis is trying to protect him and even called you FW. Wei Zimo's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Louis. Louis let out a cold snort, clearly not taking him seriously. Pan Haojie, are you a dog? Stop shouting nonsense. Zhang Mengmeng frowned and scolded angrily. And Wei Zimo, how many times have I told you, I won't agree to the engagement? That's a decision made by my family, not me. Wei Zimo's face grew darker. Zhang Mengmeng's beauty had long captivated him, but now his expression was terrifyingly grim. He had waited so long. If it weren't for the fact that the other family was equally powerful, Wei Zimo would have taken action long ago. But there was no choice. If he wanted to win Zhang Mengmeng over, he had to rely on his family's elders to mediate. Zhang Mengmeng's parents were also supportive of the match. If the two families joined forces, they would undoubtedly secure a strong position in the capital. You can't disobey the elders. Meng Meng, do you want people to say you're unfilial? This has nothing to do with you. Meng Meng, step aside so we can have a proper talk. Wei Zimo waved at Pan Haojie, signaling him to deal with Chen Yang. Brother Wei, watch this. Pan Haojie's face twisted with malice as he slowly approached Chen Yang. Wei Zimo, do you know where you are? Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Yang. After all, Chen Yang had been dragged into this mess because of her, and she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The show is about to start. Chen Yang, don't get beaten up too badly, Sharife said, lying on the sofa, watching the drama unfold. With excitement, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Fine, I'll just treat this as a warm-up. He stepped around Zhang Mengmeng and walked forward. No. Zhang Mengmeng grabbed his arm, her face full of worry. Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. Teacher Jiang recommended me. Don't you believe in my abilities? Seeing the two of them acting so close, Wei Zimo's face turned livid with anger, almost glowing green. Pan Haojie, what are you waiting for? Get him. With the boss losing his temper, Pan Haojie quickly retrieved a weapon from his spatial bracelet. It was a black iron box. When the box opened, several small flying swords shot out. Pan Haojie waved his hand, and the flying swords sped toward Chen Yang at an incredible speed. Chen Yang, don't cry if you lose. Chen Yang smiled faintly, finding the speed of the flying swords laughably slow. With a light slash of his golden blade, all the flying swords were instantly knocked down. Pan Haojie froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was an A-rank professional, with a level as high as 101. How could he be defeated so easily? Chen Yang ignored him and kicked Pan Haojie squarely in the chest. Pan Haojie was sent flying, crashing into the wall and collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Chen Yang never held back when he struck. His overwhelming strength left everyone around him stunned. Whoa, he's that strong? Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brothers, charge! Wei Zimo roared, rallying his lackeys. The underlings' expressions changed drastically. Brother Wei, maybe we should let it go. We can't beat him, one of them stepped forward to advise. Slap. Damn it. Wei Zimo angrily slapped his face, his expression fierce. The underlings exchanged glances, looking at each other. Fight to the death, never admit defeat, charge. Yeah. With Brother Wei here, what are we afraid of? Come on, brothers. After the fight, I'll treat you all to Old Eight's secret homemade burgers, delicious and filling. The underlings shouted to mask their inner tension.
Chen Yang smiled faintly, and the battle erupted instantly.
A few minutes later,
Chen Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as he looked at Wei Zimo. Around him, people lay on the ground groaning in pain. Wei Zimo felt a chill all over. This guy was terrifying, effortlessly taking down everyone.
Wow, amazing. Chen Yang, you're incredible.
Sharifei jumped excitedly, grabbing Chen Yang's arm, her eyes sparkling like stars. He smiled slightly and reached out to ruffle her hair.
Chen Yang, you're too much. If you keep doing that, I won't grow taller. Sharifei pouted like an angry little lion, pushing his arm away repeatedly. Meanwhile, Wei Zimo noticed. No one was paying attention to him and quietly moved toward the elevator, planning to retreat. What's this? Is young Master Wei planning to leave first? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and said coldly. Ha, this guy is so embarrassing. Sharifei couldn't help but laugh, slapping her leg.
Seeing a little girl dare to mock him, Wei Zimo was
furious.
Ha, I just have something to do and need to leave, he said to Sharifei while pulling a few poison needles from his spatial bracelet and throwing them at
the two. Die, both of you.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the silver needles glinted with a faint green light, shooting rapidly toward Chen Yang and Sharifei.
Watch out! Zhang Meng shouted urgently.
At the critical moment, Chen Yang picked up Sharifei, his figure flashing as they disappeared instantly.
Hissing sounds followed as the needles
embedded into the wall, corroding large marks on the metal surface, a testament to their deadly poison.
What? Impossible. How did they suddenly disappear? Wei Zimo
stared at the scene before him, doubting his own eyes.
At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Have you decided how you want to die? Chen Yang's eyes glinted with killing intent. Sharifei was still in Chen Yang's arms. So cool.
Her eyes sparkled as she leaned happily against his chest.
Chen Yang, put me down, she said, snapping back to reality as she noticed the strange looks around them.
She pushed against his chest in embarrassment.
All right.
Chen Yang noticed the blush on her face. Feeling a bit puzzled but not overthinking it, assuming she was scared by the earlier scene. After all, Wei Zimo had truly intended to harm them.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang's figure flashed, and the golden blade in his hand slashed fiercely toward Wei Zimo's neck. Chen Yang, stop!
Zhang Meng shouted nervously. Drops of blood fell,
emitting a pungent stench.
Wei Zimo collapsed to the ground with a thud, terrified.
Just as the golden blade was about to cut his neck, Zhang Mengming's shout made Chen Yang hold back. After all, this was someone else's fiancé, and Chen Yang couldn't go too far in public.
He merely left a long cut on Wei Zimo's cheek.
Phew! I'm not dead? Wei Zimo gasped for air.
It was the first time in his life he had faced death so closely. If not for Zhang Mengming's timely shout, he might really have died.
Realizing this, he immediately knelt before Chen Yang, kowtowing repeatedly. Please spare me. I won't dare again.
Zhang Mengming is yours, I won't fight you for her.
To survive. Wei Zimo swallowed his pride and begged for mercy.
He vaguely noticed the disgust in Zhang Mengming's eyes. His heart tightened. No one wanted to lose face in front of someone they loved. Even if Wei Zimo only cared about Zhang Mengming's appearance, he didn't want her to look down on him. But to stay alive only by living could he have everything. Wei Zimo's hatred for Chen Yang grew deeper and deeper.
You won't escape from me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish for death over life. Also your family, I want you to
watch me torture them with your own eyes.
Thinking of this, Wei Zimo kept kowtowing.
His forehead was already bleeding, but he still didn't stop.
Chen Yang, let him go. His family has influence in the capital.
You just started college, don't cause trouble for yourself, Zhang Mengming advised worriedly. Seeing this, Sharifei also
walked to Chen Yang's side and tugged at his sleeve. Let it go, Chen Yang. Chen Yang was helpless but had no choice.
If they were in the suburbs, he would have solved it
with one punch, not giving the other party any chance to react.
But here, it was inconvenient, better not to cause trouble.
You can go. Chen Yang waved his hand coldly. Thank you, sir, thank you. Wei Zimo's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately got up and ran toward the staircase, not even daring to take the elevator. He
kept cursing himself in his heart. Why didn't he have 2 more legs? Pan Haojie and a group of underlings, seeing their boss run away, also stopped pretending to be dead-end. Quickly got up to escape down the stairs.
Chen Yang, you shouldn't have let him go.
At least make him suffer a bit.
Louis muttered softly on the side. Laborer no. 1, that's not right. If you kill them, wouldn't Chen Yang end up in a blood feud with the family behind them? Shuri Fei quickly retorted. Listening to their argument,
Chen Yang smiled faintly and reached out to rub Shuri Fei's little head.
Ah!
I told you to stop rubbing it, or I won't grow tall.
Shuri Fei pretended to be angry and slapped his hand away.
Ding! As they were talking, the elevator door slowly opened. A woman dressed flamboyantly but with a haggard face walked in.
Chen Yang, see? The fat sheep I mentioned has arrived. Shuri Fei patted Chen Yang's back. What do you mean? Are you dumb? From her outfit and jewelry, it's obvious she's one of those rich and foolish types. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt a chill down his spine. What the hell? Anyone who didn't know better would think this was some kind of scam shop. Shuri Fei winked at Chen Yang and walked toward the woman. Have a seat. On the phone, you said your husband might be a monster, right?
Shuri Fei led her to the sofa and had her sit down, while Zhang Mengmeng handed her a glass of water. Shen Yang didn't know what to do, so he found a chair to sit on and listen to what the woman had to say.
A monster husband? That sounded pretty strange. Interesting, things just got interesting. Chen Yang squinted his eyes slightly, watching their conversation. What? You said your sick husband might be a monster, going out at night to kill people? Louis stood beside the woman, squinting at her.
On the surface, he seemed serious, but his eyes kept glancing at her deep cleavage. Yes, I always thought it was just a nightmare. But this morning, while washing up, I found dark red blood and terrifying claw marks
on his clothes. I was terrified and had no idea what was going on.
The woman recalled, her face pale and trembling all over.
Louis's eyes were glued. Her already ample figure trembled with every shiver. Chen Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily.
She looked honest, but who knew she was acting?
Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover.
As for what the woman said, Chen Yang didn't take it too seriously. There were all kinds of weirdos in this world, maybe her husband just liked torturing animals. Such things couldn't be controlled, only morally condemned.
If your husband really is a monster, he would have eaten you by now. How could you still be alive? Zhang
Mengmeng immediately felt something was off.
I don't know either. He usually seems normal, but recently he's been acting like this.
I made an excuse to go shopping with my
girlfriends and took the chance to come here. Sister, please help me. Aren't you hunters responsible for these things?
The beautiful woman grabbed Zhang Mengmeng's hand,
tears streaming down her face.
Seeing this, Louis quickly pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it over.
Thank you. The beautiful woman took the tissues,
wiped her tears, and even threw a flirtatious glance at Louis.
Louis gasped and couldn't help but shiver. Did you report this to the inspection bureau? Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Louis and asked, have you been there?
I have. After hearing me out, the people at the inspection bureau suggested I get checked into a mental hospital, Shuri Fei said coldly, looking at the tear-streaked face of the beautiful woman.
What you've said isn't enough to serve as evidence. We can't get approval for action from above. Or, if you want to think positively, maybe your husband just enjoys abusing animals.
At most, he might kill someone, but that doesn't make him a
monster. After hearing Shuri Fei's words, Chen Yang could only smile bitterly.
This girl really had a sharp tongue.
Sorry, I personally would like to help you, Zhang Mengmeng said tactfully, rejecting the beautiful woman. But in your situation, our leader won't approve any action. You'll have to go to the inspection bureau and discuss it with them. But, the inspection bureau won't help me at all. How about you send this young man to protect me for one night? How about that? Money is not an issue, no matter how much. The beautiful woman pointed at Louis. Hearing her call his name, Louis's face turned red, feeling like he was about to float away. He flexed his muscles enthusiastically beside the beautiful woman. Sorry, this has nothing to do with money. The higher-ups won't approve any action. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head and refused. Louis quickly waved his hand at Zhang Mengmeng. Munjie, I happen to be free these 2 days. How about I? Shut up.
Zhang Mengmeng glared at him and sternly stopped
him. You people are unbelievable.
If something big happens, I won't tell you. The beautiful woman cried as she turned and left.
Hey. The road of life. Beautiful women are so hard to find.
Louis sighed, as if his soul had left his body.
Chen Yang could only shake his head. Judging by what the beautiful woman said, it was indeed something for the inspection bureau to handle. Laborer number 1, you useless scoundrel. If you're not afraid of dying,
hurry up and chase after that woman. Sharife handed her phone to Louis while pulling a document from the cabinet and tossing it onto the table.
Curious, Chen Yang stepped forward and opened the document. The content was simple: a man requesting protection. He suspected his wife was a monster and asked the hunters to send someone to protect him. The time frame was from this afternoon until tomorrow evening.
When Chen Yang saw the signing time, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was 8:10 this morning.
Damn. That's disgusting. Louis took the
phone and, looking at the pictures on the screen, cursed non-stop.
Zhang Mengmeng, also curious, took the phone.
On the screen was a teal cheongsam.
Judging by the size, the owner had a great figure.
But Zhang Mengmeng noticed that the cheongsam was stained with some kind of mucus, which also had bluish-green scales mixed in.
She quickly zoomed in on the picture to examine it closely. Fei, what exactly is going on here? Could it be that the client encountered the same situation as earlier? Sure, Fei smiled lightly and replied, that's right.
That man came to me in a hurry early this morning and showed me these pictures. Also, it seems the two of them live in the same
neighborhood. Sharife pointed to the address field on the document.
The address was in a villa district within the second ring of Kyoto, a place where wealthy people, or newly rich tycoons lived.
Fei, how do you know where that woman lives? Louis probed while inching closer to the document, memorizing the address. When it came to matters involving mature beauties, Louis was particularly attentive.
Seeing the graceful figure of the beautiful woman earlier, he had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to sneak out later and rescue her from danger. He would offer his strong chest as her support.
Laborer number 1, I think you should change your name to Idiot No. 1. I contacted both of them. Do you think I wouldn't know? Sharife rolled her eyes at Louis, teasing him.
So, you're saying, they live in the same place and have
encountered similar troubles? That makes things much more complicated.
Zhang Mengmeng stroked her chin, seriously pondering the connection between the two incidents.
Perfect. Chen Yang, since you just arrived today, why don't you take on this case and get some practice?
Zhang Mengmeng smiled and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder while
handing him the agreement.
I have no problem with it, but this matter is indeed a bit complicated. From the current situation, it's impossible to determine who's telling
the truth and who's lying.
It's also possible that neither of them is lying, Chen Yang said. It was his first time encountering such a troublesome matter, so it was
better to clarify things in advance. It's very simple.
We've only taken on one commission, Zhang Mengmeng said with a faint smile.
You just need to protect the client. As for the rest, you can judge and handle it yourself. Understood. Chen Yang nodded and glanced at Louis. So, who's my partner? Hearing this, Louis quickly leaned in
front of Zhang Mengmeng, his eyes full of anticipation.
Sister Meng, I happen to be free. Let me go with him. I have plenty of experience and can definitely handle this. Well,
Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes at him.
Don't think I don't know what you're up to. No way.
Sister Meng, you know my abilities, Louis said hurriedly when he realized he was being rejected.
No means no.
Fei, you go with Chen Yang, Zhang Mengmeng said coldly, glaring at Louis and firmly refusing.
Chen Yang shook his head, wondering if he had misheard. Yay.
Brother Chen Yang, I'll go with you.
Sharife bounced over to Chen Yang and hugged him tightly. Looking at the cute
little head with a ponytail and the slightly childish face, Chen Yang was momentarily speechless.
This doesn't seem right.
Sharife, you're too young, Chen Yang said.
Stunned. Taking this little girl on a mission, wouldn't that just create more trouble for him?
I'm taking you, rookie brother Chen Yang.
Sharife gave him a sidelong glance
and pulled a badge out of her little bear backpack, handing it to Chen Yang.
What's this?
Chen Yang asked, puzzled, as he looked at the badge in his hand.
The badge resembled
an ancient shield, with intricate silver edges. It was engraved with complex patterns, as if telling countless tales of legend and glory.
At its center was a golden, radiant lion sculpture, its gaze sharp and resolute, symbolizing fearless courage and unwavering will. Chen Yang, since you just joined us, you might not know. After
completing missions, the system records your points, Zhang Mengmeng explained. Once you've accumulated enough points, the headquarters will issue medals.
This one Fei has is only awarded to master hunters. I'm very capable. Sharife sneered and glared at Chen Yang. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. Chen Yang gave an
awkward smile, not expecting the badge to be real. However, anyone would find it hard to believe that a teenage girl could become a master hunter.
Seeing Chen Yang remain silent, Sharifeh said arrogantly, "Humph, I don't even want to team up with you, you stinky Chen Yang."
She shot him a glance, slung her little bear backpack over her
shoulder, and headed toward the elevator.
Zhang Mengmeng took a bank card from the file cabinet and handed it to Chen Yang.
The client's advance payment will be transferred to this card.
After the mission is completed, you'll receive about 400,000 more.
That much?
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Yang's eyes.
He hadn't expected this mission to be both simple and lucrative.
Just 2 days of protecting the client, and the money earned was faster than robbing a bank.
We hunters not only have departments
in Kyoto but also branches in other cities, Zhang Mengmeng said.
This commission amount is actually the lowest.
Other teams don't even take jobs under $1 million.
You
and Feifei are still young, so start with simple tasks. Once you graduate from university and officially join the hunters, I'll assign you higher-paying missions. Chen Yang was a bit surprised but understood. It seemed that making money from these wealthy people was indeed easy. Zhang Mengmeng smiled mysteriously, not revealing the exact figures for those high-paying missions. Leave the research to Feifei, she's an expert at it.
Chen Yang, you can sit here for now.
Before school starts, consider
this place half your home.
I'll help you find a dormitory later so you don't have to run back and forth.
Chen Yang didn't hold back.
The place was well equipped, with a
manual coffee grinder, a tea kettle, and more, though you had to make your own drinks.
He brewed himself a cup of coffee and lay on the sofa scrolling through the news.
While waiting, Zhang Mengmeng walked to Sharifeh's dorm room, pushed the door open, and entered.
The room was filled with various plush toys, like a dreamy world for a young girl. In the corner stood a delicate wooden wardrobe, packed with different doll clothes. The wardrobe door was half open, and a row of brightly colored doll heads peeked out, as if
secretly watching the outside world.
Sharifeh was lying on a giant teddy bear, her small hands flipping through a tablet, her little legs in white socks gently swaying.
Mengmeng Jie, when did you come in?
Sharifeh noticed Zhang Mengmeng, quickly got up, and jumped into her arms, rubbing her little face against her chest.
Feifei, you need to break this bad habit. It would be so awkward if someone else saw this.
Zhang Mengmeng blushed and gently pushed her away. But Sharifeh refused to let go, leaving Zhang Mengmeng helpless.
Relax, there's no one else here, Mengmeng Jie, don't be shy.
Sharifeh took a deep breath before finally letting go. Zhang Mengmeng helplessly patted her little head and said, "For
this mission, keep a close eye on Chen Yang.
I'm worried he might mess up since it's his first time." Sharifeh made a face at her and gestured for her to sit on the bed.
Zhang Mengmeng sighed in exasperation, unable to deal with her little quirks, but obediently sat down.
Then, Sharifeh plopped herself into Zhang Mengmeng's lap, her fingers poking at
a round, plump bun. Got it, the mission is so simple, how could anything go wrong?
Sensing something was off, Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks burned. She quickly stood up, placed Sharifeh back on the bed, gave her a few casual reminders, and left the room. By noon, Zhang Mengmeng enthusiastically dragged Chen Yang to eat hot pot.
The restaurant was an old establishment where Zhang Mengmeng often dined with her teammates.
She mentioned that the other team members were very skilled and were currently out on missions, leaving only a few of them in the office. In the hunter department, tasks were usually completed in teams. This not only increased success rates but also allowed members to look out for each other.
Enhancing safety. What are we doing later?
Chen Yang couldn't help but ask after finishing the hot pot.
He was getting restless, eager to start the mission.
Don't rush. Why don't you take a cab there first? Sharifeh huffed, still holding a grudge over Chen Yang's earlier slight against her.
Chen
Yang smiled awkwardly, unsure how to appease her. He thought to himself that he should find time later to buy her a plush toy or something.
Ha, Chen Yang, that's just how Feifei is, she's still a kid.
You can take a cab yourself, don't worry about Feifei, Zhang Mengmeng said, waving her hand at Chen Yang to indicate he shouldn't take it to heart.
Chen Yang gave a faint smile and shook his head.
He walked over to Sharifeh, reached out, and pinched her cheek.
Ah, stupid Chen Yang!
Sharifeh shouted angrily, but her expression betrayed a hint of happiness.
Before she could fully react, Chen Yang
slipped out of the private room. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Chen Yang used his phone to call a carpool ride to the client's villa district.
Hello, are you Chen Yang? Yes. Alright, please get in and wait for a moment. We have 3 more passengers. Do you mind? Not at all. Business 4.
The carpool service wasn't great, so the driver tried to pick up a few passengers heading in roughly the same direction to earn more.
Chen Yang didn't
complain. After all, everyone was working hard to make a living, and there was no need to fuss over small matters.
Just as he opened the car door to get
in, he saw 3 flamboyantly dressed girls walking over. Their hair was in bright colors: pink, white, and a mix of yellow and green.
The way they walked
was extremely ostentatious, drawing stares and whispers from passers-by, but they didn't care at all, holding their heads high with an air of arrogance. "Driver, we're going to the Fulmari Villa district," the girl with yellow-green hair said smugly.
"All right, ladies, please get in," the driver said with a smile, inviting them into the car. "What are you looking at? Never seen pretty girls before? Hey, handsome, leave your contact info. How about we hang out later?"
The girl with yellow-green hair saw Chen Yang, flashed a set of yellow teeth, and pointed at his abs.
Chen Yang felt a wave of disgust and quickly stepped back. "No need."
After saying that, he immediately got into the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, not daring to look back.
He was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back and would scare the girl away.
The smell just now almost made him faint. It was worse than the stench of canned rotten
fish. "Humph, ungrateful." The yellow-green-haired girl snorted coldly and sat diagonally behind Chen Yang. Once everyone was seated, the driver started
the car and headed toward the destination. The journey wasn't far, about 10 minutes. "Wow, Huang Shengsheng, you're unusually well behaved today."
"But this guy is indeed handsome. How about I take a shot?" The pink-haired girl flicked her bangs lightly, letting them fall gently, and stared at Chen Yang with a flirtatious look. "Oh, Jia, you're killing me."
The 2 quirky-haired girls bantered back and forth, laughing and joking without a care for the
people around them. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl sat quietly with a cold expression, watching them, looking completely out of place. Chen Yang could
only shake his head helplessly.
What was going on here? Weren't fairy tales supposed to have a beautiful female companion for every adventure? How come? In his case, he was accompanied by 2 eccentric girls, each stranger than the last? Thump thump, what's happening to me? My heart is racing.
Throughout the ride, the yellow-haired girl kept staring at Chen Yang's side profile, feeling like her heart was about to leap out of her chest.
Then, she
leaned closer and gently blew into Chen Yang's ear.
"Hey, handsome, stop playing hard to get, okay? I've already put my pride aside and asked for your contact info. Can't you be a little proactive too?"
At the same time, a faint sweet fragrance wafted to Chen Yang's nose.
Driver, I'll transfer the money to you through the platform." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang disappeared from his seat. "Wow, this guy's skill is impressive. If I had his skill, I wouldn't need to do this job to support my family." The driver looked at the empty seat inside Fulmari Villa District. Inside a coffee shop. "Hello, sir, what would you like?" "A regular coffee, please."
Chen Yang found a seat by the window and carefully observed the people coming
and going at the villa's entrance. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang.
Chen Yang took out his phone, and the screen displayed an unfamiliar number.
"Hello, who is this?" "I'm your great-aunt. Don't forget me."
A crisp, childlike voice came from the other end of the line.
Chen Yang smiled helplessly. All right, you're whoever you say you are. Are you here yet? Why are you asking? Turn around." Chen Yang turned to look. He saw a little girl,
dressed in a Lolita outfit, standing not far away, hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in anger.
"Chen Yang, how dare you sneak off here to slack off?"
Chen Yang smiled faintly, picked up the small cake on the table, and said, "This is the signature cake of this shop.
Want to try it?" Sharife's eyes lit
up, and she sniffed the sweet aroma lightly. The scent, mixed with rich milk and sugary sweetness, filled the air, as if telling a story of sweetness.
"Ah, well, I'll forgive you this time,"
Sharife said with her mouth full of cake, speaking indistinctly.
Chen Yang smiled and pulled a tissue from the box beside him, handing it to her. "Here, wipe your mouth, little glutton. Not mad at me anymore, right?"
Hearing this, Sharife rolled her eyes at him
and snorted coldly. "Fine, I'll forgive you for now, but you have to buy me more cakes. Sister Meng Meng always stops me from eating them." Chen Yang chuckled indulgently and nodded. Who wouldn't like such an adorable little sister? By the way, look at this. Sharife pulled out a pink tablet from her
teddy bear backpack and handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled, thinking she wanted him to look at the little cake she liked. But the next second, as he looked at the screen, his pupils suddenly contracted.
I mean, when did you install so many surveillance cameras in the client's house? The tablet
displayed several screens, the front door in the center, with the living room, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, mahjong room, and kitchen on the sides. When he saw the last screen, Chen Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There was even surveillance in the bathroom.
Was this some kind of peculiar hobby? Liking to watch people in the bathroom? Hee, I'm not telling you. Sharifeh deliberately kept him guessing, playfully sticking out her tongue at Chen Yang. Let's go, I'm full now. We'll go guard outside the client's house. If anything happens, we can respond immediately. Sharifeh wiped her mouth and put the tablet into her bear-shaped backpack. Chen Yang had been a bit troubled by this commission. He couldn't possibly follow the client around all the time. But if he didn't, he wouldn't know if any danger might arise. Not to mention, in this villa area, there might be more than one family in trouble.
Unexpectedly, this little girl Sharifeh had installed quite a few cameras in the client's house, covering all areas.
If they could get through these 2 days safely, the 40,000 yuan reward would be easily earned. Hey, Sharifeh, aren't you afraid of climbing so high? Chen Yang
hadn't noticed that she had already climbed up a tree as tall as a 3-story building. Her petite figure leaned against the trunk, her fair legs swinging
back and forth. Keep your voice down. Sharifeh turned back and glared at Chen Yang fiercely.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and jumped up to
join her.
You're really agile, climbing so high in one go. Sharifeh ignored him, took out a fruit candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth.
Want one?
She reached out and offered Chen Yang a fruit candy. Then she took the tablet out of her backpack, placed it on her lap, and stared at the
surveillance screens.
Chen Yang accepted the candy with a bitter smile.
He really couldn't win against this quirky little girl. Looking around, the scenery here was as beautiful as a painting.
The trees swayed gently in the breeze, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and light spots
danced on the cobblestone path. The entire environment was serene yet full of vitality.
Every flower and plant was meticulously maintained.
Living in such a villa area would surely lift one's spirits and fill them with hope.
This is what a real villa should be like, Chen Yang sighed, thinking of his own shabby house, a bitter smile on his lips. To this day, he still didn't know what was so special about that villa. And he had to share it with 3 other roommates. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, I wonder if they like cleaning.
Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me. Okay?
The client's voice came from the tablet.
Alright, I'll wait for you, Sharifeh, you're still young. What are you watching? Give me the tablet. I'll hold it for you.
Chen Yang reached out to take the tablet, but Sharifeh immediately protested.
I'm not a child. I'm already 13. Stupid Chen Yang.
She snorted coldly and swiped away the bathroom surveillance screen. Faced with this tsundere little girl, Chen Yang could only indulge her.
He
pulled out a chocolate ice cream from behind his back and waved it in front of her.
It's chocolate ice cream, your favorite flavor. Chen Yang, you're the best. Give it to me.
Sharifeh put the tablet aside and stretched out her soft little hand. Chen Yang smiled and handed her the ice cream, lightly flicking her forehead as he said, This is your last sweet treat for today.
Eating too much will give you cavities. Sharifeh reluctantly responded with, no. By the way, besides you two, is there anyone else in the client's house? Chen Yang asked. There's a nanny, currently resting in the nanny's
room, Sharifeh replied, picking up the tablet and continuing to monitor the screens. Chen Yang stared at the images on the screen, a sense of doubt gradually rising in his heart. After monitoring for a while, they found that the client behaved completely normally at home, with none of the strange occurrences
he had mentioned.
Strange, why is he taking such a long shower? Chen Yang suddenly felt something was off. It had been almost an hour, and the client still hadn't come out of the bathroom. Even if he was soaking in the tub, it shouldn't take this long. Maybe he just wants to clean himself more thoroughly.
It's not impossible, Sharifeh tried to explain, but soon she also felt something was wrong.
Chen Yang, I remember when he came this morning, he was
dressed very neatly and cleanly. If something really happened at home, would he still have time to dress up? Let alone do those things between couples.
She analyzed as she spoke. The two switched to the bathroom's surveillance footage. The bathroom was filled with steam, and a faint silhouette of someone
lying in the bathtub could be seen.
This client really knows how to enjoy himself, being so leisurely at a time like this, Sharifeh commented
helplessly. Wait, why isn't he moving at all? Chen Yang frowned.
Sharife, can you zoom in on the footage, he requested.
Sharife casually clicked.
To zoom in, and the figure in the footage lay there motionless, the atmosphere suddenly turning eerie. A chill ran down their spines, and they felt a
wave of nausea.
The client in the bathtub had already turned into a corpse. His face was pale with a bluish-gray tint, his eyes lifeless. His limbs were swollen here. 10 minutes ago, that figure paused at the gate of Villa number 12 in the East District, then climbed over the wall and went in.
The security
captain pointed at the screen excitedly. In his heart, he was thinking, please, no one gets killed, or his position as security captain would be over.
Brother Chen Yang, hurry up, I'm worried that thing has already started killing. Sharife urged anxiously. All right. Chen Yang nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Villa number 12, East District. Upon arrival, Chen Yang didn't hesitate and directly climbed over the wall into the villa. Who are you? A cold voice came from behind.
Chen Yang turned around and saw a white-haired girl standing behind him.
Ah, hello. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. This little girl in front of him, wasn't she one of that neurotic trio from before? Want some water? The white-haired girl picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and handed it to him. Chen Yang smiled awkwardly, took the water, and asked, have you seen any strangers break into your house? Are you the only one here? The white-haired girl looked Chen Yang up and down, her gaze seemingly saying, aren't you the stranger? Seeing this, Chen Yang gave a wry smile.
The situation was urgent, and he had no idea what that thing might do, so he had to break into someone else's house.
Well, I
have 2 other friends here, the white-haired girl said, then called toward the bedroom, Huang Shengsheng, the one who's been muttering about your mail.
God, he's here. If you're lying, I won't forgive you.
A blonde girl in a camisole came out of the bedroom, rubbing her head and carelessly picking her nose, completely unconcerned about her image.
Ha, I knew you were always thinking about me, pretending to be all high and mighty before. And you even followed me all the way here.
Huang Shengsheng looked at the tall fly. The skin was as rough as old tree bark, emitting a faint dark glow, as if it were a mixture of abyssal soot and stardust. On its head grew a pair of horns, their tips glowing with a ghostly blue light, like will-o'-the-wisps in the night
sky. Kid, you look like you've got some sturdy meat on you, a hoarse voice rang out.
Seeing the creature before him, Chen Yang's pupils contracted
sharply.
This monster was clearly intelligent and obviously from another race.
But why would an alien race appear in the city? Chen Yang wondered. He decided to verify his suspicion by checking the monster's attribute panel.
Name, Eulutus race, Twisted Tree Clan, Pseudo, level, LV.130 HP, 134, 100 MP. 7000 attack, 5700 defense, 7040 magic resistance, 6230 special ability, can shapeshift to hide among enemies and infect them.
Brother Chen Yang, how's it going on your side? Sharife asked anxiously.
Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, another voice came through the headset.
Damn it! The client's nanny turned into a monster. Brother Chen Yang, finish up quickly and come over.
I'm afraid it might attack the client's wife.
Hearing Ifei's words, Chen Yang's pupils contracted again.
He recalled the attribute panel he had just seen, where the last line stated that this monster could
infect others. Sharife, hide somewhere safe. I'll be there right away. After giving his instructions, Chen Yang's figure flashed and appeared behind. Eulutus. / 32,192 damage.
The golden blade left a long bloody gash on its back, and Eulutus let out a painful howl. It immediately realized it was
no match for the person in front of it.
If I can't kill you, I'll at least take 2 down with me.
Eulutus roared and charged swiftly toward Huang Shengsheng and Sharife.
Seeing this, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was their first time witnessing such a bloody scene, and they were too scared to even run.
Dream on! Chen Yang snorted coldly.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Eulutus and delivered a powerful kick.
Eulutus was sent flying by the force, shattering glass and landing on the lawn outside the villa. Chen Yang was about to deliver a finishing blow.
Don't go, my hero, I'm scared. Huang Shengsheng mustered some strength to stand up and clung tightly to Chen Yang's arm.
Don't rush. Chen Yang gently
removed her hand and turned to leave the villa.
In an instant, his figure flashed. Escaped?
Chen Yang stood outside the villa, looking at the scattered glass shards, his brows furrowed. If he let it escape, who knows how many innocent people it might harm. He thought of the client's home, where Another twisted tree spirit had appeared.
After some thought, Chen Yang decided to rescue the client's wife first.
As for the monster he had just severely injured, without a healing potion, it probably wouldn't be able to harm anyone for the time being.
That would give him enough time to track it down. Don't leave us, my hero.
Seeing the two disheveled girls by the window, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly.
All right, you two come with me first. I'll take you to a safe place.
Chen Yang was worried that Eulotus might sneak back and attack the two girls while he was gone.
Seeing their pitiful expressions, he decided to take them along. Okay, thank you, my hero.
Hearing that Chen Yang was willing to take her along, Huang Shengsheng suddenly regained her strength and quickly ran to his side, clinging tightly to his arm. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Given the circumstances, he didn't say much.
Thank
you, the white-haired girl said softly.
Chen Yang nodded, signaling her to hold on to his clothes.
Once she had a firm grip, Chen Yang activated his skill and headed toward the client's home.
In an instant, their figures flickered within the villa.
Before long, they arrived at the client's doorstep.
You two, why are you clinging so close to my brother Chen Yang? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Brother Chen Yang, hurry inside, the nanny seems to
be close to finding the client's wife. Sharifei jumped down from the tree, urging Chen Yang. At the same time, the sound of smashing came from inside
the villa.
Be careful, if you see a monster, run immediately, Chen Yang instructed Sharifei before his figure disappeared from the spot.
Inside the
villa, Chen Yang saw the twisted tree spirit with its legs fused together, resembling a tree stump. It hopped after the woman in front, knocking over all
the furniture along the way.
Meanwhile, its legs were gradually separating with each jump, seemingly about to return to normal.
Judging by the situation,
if he were any later, the woman would be in grave danger.
//
Chen Yang instantly appeared behind the tree spirit, the golden blade in his hand, carving a cross-shaped mark. The mark swiftly flew toward its back.
36,440. Ah!
The twisted tree spirit let out a painful howl.
Damn it, you're courting death.
The tree spirit turned around, glaring at Chen Yang with fierce eyes. It suddenly leaped up, raising its arms high to smash down on Chen Yang.
Be careful, my hero. Huang Shengsheng, hiding at the villa's entrance, couldn't help but shout as she watched. Does he need your reminder?
Brother.
Chen Yang is incredibly strong. Sharifei snorted coldly, looking disdainful.
At this moment, Chen Yang's cold gaze locked onto the leaping tree spirit. Suddenly, he noticed its arms were growing larger and larger. Just as the massive arms were about to smash down, they had become enormous.
Two giant trees crashed down. Dust filled the air, and Villa 18 shook violently, as if it might collapse in the next second. My hero, brother Chen Yang. The women at the villa in trance shouted nervously.
I'm fine, Chen Yang replied softly, carefully setting down the client's wife. At the critical moment, he had swiftly
moved to protect her. You all hide well, I'll take care of it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang's figure disappeared again.
He quickly used
his skills to identify the twisted tree spirit's weak point. The golden blade in his hand gleamed as he thrust it forward.
Brother Chen Yang, watch out. Behind you. Sharifei suddenly shouted.
Chen Yang felt a chilling wind rushing toward him. Another one, he muttered, easily dodging the attack from
behind.
After creating some distance, Chen Yang turned to see another, more robust twisted tree spirit emerging from where he had just stood.
Its tree-like arms were much stronger than the previous one. Not afraid of death, are you? Coming back here.
Chen Yang sneered, perfect, I'll finish you all in one.
Go!
He pushed off the ground forcefully, charging toward Eulotus at high speed. Seeing this, Eulotus hurriedly swung its arm to counter.
Idiot! Just as it was about to strike Chen Yang, his figure vanished in an instant. Sensing something was wrong, Eulotus quickly swung behind itself, thinking Chen Yang would use the same trick to attack from behind. Unexpectedly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed.
Chen Yang had silently appeared behind the other twisted tree spirit, delivering a fatal blow.
No, Yaraboni! Eulotus howled in anguish, unable to believe its beloved had died before its eyes. Rage fueled its power, and Eulotus's tree-like arms grew even thicker.
Chen Yang hadn't anticipated such a dramatic transformation. Taking advantage of the gap, he glanced at Eulotus's attribute panel, name, Eulotus race, Twisted Tree Clan, reversion, level, 130 HP, 187 400 MP, 8000 attack, 8600 defense. 9/120 magic resistance, 8/490 special talent, morphing ability, capable of hiding within enemy forces and infecting them. Seeing these stats, Chen
Yang's pupils contracted.
The level hadn't changed, but the attributes had significantly increased.
Eulotus let out a ghostly shriek, suddenly swinging its massive arm toward Chen Yang.
Chen Yang gripped the golden blade tightly, precisely stabbing it into Eulotus's shoulder.
Then, circling around its arm, he successfully severed the left arm. Ah!
Eulotus let out a painful howl, green liquid continuously seeping from the severed part of its left arm.
The intense
pain stimulated its nerves, unleashing its wild nature.
It roared furiously, leaping up and charging at Chen Yang at full speed. The villa's living
room was spacious enough, otherwise, it would have already been smashed into a giant hole.
Chen Yang easily dodged the attack, wielding the golden blade, and engaging it in battle once again. Each strike left deep scars on Eulotus. It roared in agony incessantly. He's truly my idol, so handsome I can't even describe it.
Huang Shangshang gazed at Chen Yang, her eyes sparkling. "TCH, I advise you not to have unrealistic fantasies," someone nearby whispered.
"My Chen Yang brother would never fancy you, with your big yellow teeth and that yellow hair. You think you're worthy? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? Take a good look in the mirror and see what you look like. Oh, and is that outfit because you can't afford better clothes? If not, I can lend you some money."
Sharifei began her sharp-tongued performance again, pulling a small purple mirror from her bear-shaped backpack and handing it to Huang
Shangsheng. Am I really that ugly? Huang Shangsheng took the mirror in a daze. This looks pretty good, doesn't it? Looking at her yellow hair in the
mirror, Huang Shangsheng felt a bit pleased. But recalling Chen Yang's attitude toward her earlier, she started to think the little girl might have a point. Sharifei ignored Huang Shengsheng, took out her tablet, logged into the Hunter database, and began researching the alien species in front of them.
Meanwhile, cough, cunning humans. Don't get too cocky. My queen is planning a grand scheme, and sooner or later, you'll be my companion. Ha ha ha.
Eulotus, weak and sprawled on the ground, burst into maniacal laughter.
Chen Yang ignored the nonsense and prepared to deliver the final blow.
Whatever grand scheme it was, as a college student, he had no interest. If the sky fell, someone else would hold it up, there was no need for him to worry. Whoosh, the golden blade slashed across Eulotus's throat, and green liquid gushed out.
Cough, ugh. Eulotus desperately clutched its wound, trying to slow the bleeding.
But it was all in vain, there was no saving itself.
Wow! This guy's taken a fatal wound and still isn't dead. The vitality of these twisted tree spirits is insane. Sharifei exclaimed, watching Eulotus struggle to survive. Chen Yang nodded in agreement.
This was just an infected twisted
form. A true twisted tree spirit would likely be even harder to deal with. Wait, Chen Yang brother, get out of here now. Sharifei, after reading the database entry, urgently urged Chen Yang to move away from Eulotus. Boom! Eulotus's body suddenly swelled, reaching its limit before exploding. Body fragments
scattered everywhere, and the entire living room's color shifted from bright white to green.
Chen Yang brother, my idol.
My dreams are shattered. Seeing this, Sharifei and her companions screamed in shock. The corpse had exploded into a mist of blood, and the onlookers at the door couldn't see
the interior of the villa for a moment. "I'm fine."
A clear male voice came from behind Sharifei and the others.
"That's great. I knew you'd be okay, Chen Yang brother." Sharifei threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, rubbing her head against his abs. Huang Shengsheng, seeing the little girl enjoying
herself, rolled her eyes hard and slowly walked toward Chen Yang, wanting to imitate Sharifei.
"Idol, you're amazing."
Before she could finish her sentence,
Sharifei shouted arrogantly, "Stay away from me and Chen Yang brother. Your bad breath is suffocating us."
Huang Shengsheng froze, unsure how to respond. Chen Yang gave her an apologetic smile and reached out to flick the little girl's head hard.
"Time to get up, you're too heavy." "Nonsense, I weigh less than 90 pounds, okay?
And you weren't even holding me, so how would you know how heavy I am?"
Sharifei, like a puffed-up kitten, kept pounding on Chen Yang's chest. "Wait, Chen Yang brother, why is there a hole in your sleeve? Did you get some of that alien's blood on you just now? Quick, take off your clothes." Sharifei suddenly remembered something and quickly helped Chen Yang take off his coat. "Hey, little brat, you're going too far. How can you keep taking advantage of my idol?"
Huang Shengsheng couldn't help but step forward and grab Sharifei's hand as she watched her actions.
"Gat! Lost? What would trash like you understand? Sharife snapped angrily. Sharife was in a support reconnaissance profession, capable of enhancing magic
and spell power, but her physical strength was inferior to even ordinary low-level professionals. As the two argued, Chen Yang noticed something unusual. From Sharife's words,
"It seems like something is moving." He quickly used the golden blade to cut open his sleeve.
Sharife stared at Chen Yang's arm and saw a small emerald green bug burrowing into it. Most of the bug's body had already entered, leaving only its tail exposed.
Sharife's pupils shrank,
and she urgently shouted, "Brother Chen Yang, stop it quickly. If it gets inside, you'll turn into a twisted tree spirit."
Without hesitation, Chen Yang
slashed off the piece of flesh where the bug was, along with the bug itself.
Bright red blood flowed continuously. Sharife hadn't expected him to be so ruthless.
She quickly shook off Huang Shangsheng and took out a medical kit from her bear-shaped backpack to bandage him.
"Idol, are you okay?" she asked anxiously. Huang Shangsheng watched the scene, a strange sense of inferiority welling up inside her.
"I'm fine," Chen Yang shook his head lightly. This minor injury was nothing to him. At this moment, the client's wife, Tian Yanjia, woke up from her unconscious state. "Who are you?" she asked, shaking her head, her consciousness still a bit fuzzy.
"There's a monster. A monster."
She suddenly remembered the terrifying scene earlier and hurriedly stood
up, ready to flee. "Hey, lady!" Sharife called out to her. "The monster has already been dealt with."
"Stop shouting, I'm busy bandaging my brother's wound." Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. His arm was tightly bandaged, as if it had been fractured.
"Ah, it's already taken care of?" Tian Yanjia froze, noticing Sharife's way of addressing her. Women are particularly sensitive about their age.
"Yes, I saved you while you were unconscious," Chen Yang nodded.
Tian Yanjia looked at his upright figure, lost in thought. Thank you so much."
"By the way, have you seen my husband?" she asked anxiously.
"Your man?
He's inside the villa." The sharp-tongued little lowly smirked and pointed inside.
Chen Yang glared at her fiercely.
After hearing this, Tian Yanjia quickly turned and headed toward the villa. Huang Shangsheng and Sharife, curious, followed her.
Drip, drip, emerald green liquid dripped continuously from the ceiling, mixed with fragments.
Seeing this, both Huang Shangsheng and Tian Yanjia felt their stomachs churn.
Having been pampered since
childhood, they had never encountered such a scene.
"I can't take it anymore."
Huang Shangsheng ran to a tree, bent over, and dry-heaved.
The white-haired girl, equally frightened, followed to keep her company. "What a bunch of useless weaklings," Sharife sneered at them coldly. "You clearly can't handle
it, yet you just had to be curious." She suddenly remembered something and warned, "Don't touch that blood.
It's full of insect eggs. That little bug just now came from this."
Tian Yanjia, seeing the scene before her, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Unable to accept the cruel reality, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
"Chen Yang, could you take this lady to the hospital?
It seems we'll need her to settle the rest of our
payment." Seeing Tian Yanjia faint, Sharife twitched her mouth helplessly.
She hadn't expected her to be so fragile, fainting at the slightest thing.
"We're not doctors. What else can we do?"
"Take her to the hospital." Chen Yang shrugged helplessly and stepped forward to pick up Tian Yanjia.
"Hey, idol. What about us?"
Huang Shengsheng quickly pulled herself together and ran to his side when she saw him about to leave.
"What else? You stay here. I've already
contacted the inspection bureau. They'll be here soon to handle this," Sharife said, her fingers flying across her tablet.
"Idol, can I have your contact information? Please, I'm begging you."
Huang Shengsheng tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve, her eyes full of anticipation.
"No time to add you. Can't you see Chen Yang is still holding someone?" Sharife quickly pulled Chen Yang away.
Chen Yang helplessly looked back and gave an apologetic smile.
After
taking Tian Yanjia to the hospital, the doctor said she had only fainted due to excessive grief and would wake up naturally after some time.
Hearing this, Chen Yang and Sharife stayed by her side until they confirmed she was fine before leaving. "Sharife, have you seen this kind of alien species before? If the client was infected, why would anyone still go to the Hunters Guild to sign a commission?" Chen Yang, not knowing much about these alien species, planned to study hard after the semester started.
"This type of alien species, called the Twisted Tree Spirit, is also my first encounter.
As for
why infected people can still issue commissions, I've seen similar cases in the Hunters Guild data center. After being infected, two types of consciousness
appear in the human brain.
One is the original human consciousness, and the other is the infected consciousness. The actions of the infected consciousness
leave no memory in the original human consciousness.
At a certain stage, the original consciousness will be devoured by the infected consciousness.
And eventually, the body will be completely controlled by the infected consciousness.
Sharife shrugged, recalling the introduction of the twisted
tree spirit in the data center.
Hearing her explanation, Chen Yang felt that these alien species were truly diverse and bizarre. Because of this, he became even more curious and excited about entering the world of alien species in the future.
A few days later, Kyoto Martial University. Inside a dilapidated villa.
Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yang, stop sleeping in.
Do you know today is the first day of school?
Jiang Wu shouted gruffly outside the bedroom
door. Chen Yang reluctantly got up and opened the door.
Chen Yang, I told you to get a part-time job, but what's with this state of yours?
Did you just earn a little money and go for a massage?
Young people need to learn self-control, otherwise, no matter how talented you are, it's useless.
Jiang Wu said earnestly, noticing the dark circles under Chen Yang's eyes.
Having experienced the struggles of youth himself, he understood how hard it
could be to resist temptation. Teacher Jiang, you've misunderstood. I was on a mission last night and didn't get back until 2 a.m. I've been pulling all-nighters for several days just to catch someone. Chen Yang waved his hand helplessly, explaining.
Hiss,
is it morning already, master? Xiao Qian
crawled out from under the covers, looking drowsily at the two at the door.
Well, Chen Yang, you had quite the night, huh? Jiang Wu gave a knowing smile. As if they were comrades. Teacher Jiang, look outside. It's still dark. Does this count as sleeping in? Chen Yang ignored Jiang Wu's teasing and pointed out the window. The sky was gradually brightening. Chen Yang couldn't help but complain, look at the time, it's already 6 o'clock. If we don't leave now, the other freshmen will already be on campus.
Jiang Wu glanced at his watch and grabbed Chen Yang's arm, pulling him outside.
Let's go, let's go. Don't you want to avoid worrying about credits for the next 6 months? There's a big opportunity today. As long as you can handle it, I guarantee you'll make a fortune.
Hearing this, Chen Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily, feeling like Jiang Wu was a scammer and he was the one being scammed.
Xiao Qian, wait for me.
Seeing Chen Yang being dragged away, Xiao Qian quickly got out of bed and chased after him.
Chen Yang immediately stopped, picked Xiao
Qian up in his arms, and continued walking toward the Martial University gate.
On the way, Jiang Wu explained the importance of credits to Chen Yang.
At Martial University, almost everything required credits, from eating to drinking water.
Not to mention buying equipment or items in the campus stores.
The 4 years of university life were essentially a race for credits.
Students worked hard to earn credits because the items provided by the school were not only of high quality but also reasonably priced.
Credits could even be exchanged through special channels and were incredibly valuable. 1 credit could
be exchanged for 10,000 daxia currency. Some financially struggling students even sold credits to support their families. The source of credits, apart
from being distributed monthly by the school based on professional levels, can also be earned by students through completing tasks in the task hall or participating in various competitions to win rewards. For example, in the National University Joint Martial Arts League, as long as you perform well, the credit rewards are substantial. If you win first place, the reward is even more astonishing. You gain access to the exclusive secret realm of Kyoto Martial Arts University, the Corpse Nest. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a faint pink, like a slowly unfolding painting, taking away the tranquility of the
night and welcoming the gentle morning light. A breeze swept through, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, awakening the slumbering earth. In front of the gates of Kyoto Martial Arts University, a massive stone gate towered into the clouds. Every time Chen Yang saw it, he still felt awestruck. Even after all these years, every time I see it, I still feel excited. Jiang Wu walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "This is our honor, and we must protect it with our lives." Chen Yang nodded. "Do you see those freshmen?" Jiang Wu pointed to the new students entering the school. In the distance.
Today was freshman registration day, and all the new students of Kyoto Martial Arts University were gradually entering the gates. Rows of tents were set up in front of the stone gate, where teachers and senior students were busy helping the freshmen register.
I see them, but what does this have to do with credits? Chen Yang asked in confusion, secretly thinking, is Jiang Wu planning to make me snatch credits? Sure enough, Jiang Wu grinned and said, "Heh, it's related, and very much so. Don't you think they all look like walking credits? Jiang Wu's eyes gleamed slyly. Chen Yang sighed helplessly. Teacher Jiang Wu, the school enrolls thousands of freshmen every year. Do you think I can beat 1,000 people? Don't say that. Jiang Wu laughed, reminiscing. Didn't you take down over 1,000 hybrid demon species by yourself during the college entrance exams? Chen Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Wu's words. 1,000 freshmen and 1,000 hybrid demon species, how could they be the same? These were the freshmen of Kyoto Martial Arts University, each one a top-tier talent selected from thousands, even tens of thousands. He could handle 10 or 100 of them, no problem. But facing 1,000 at once was simply unrealistic. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? This is a huge amount of credits. Jiang Wu, seeing Chen Yang's lack of interest, deliberately tempted him. TCH, you're no fun. To be honest, this was decided by the principal and the higher-ups. If you can defeat these freshmen, all the credits they earn in the next 6 months will go to you, and the school will also reward you with a piece of platinum grade equipment. Chen Yang still wasn't moved, and Jiang Wu, finding it boring, had to reveal the whole truth. The principal personally decided this? What's the point of doing this? Aren't you afraid I'll really knock them all down? Then they won't have any credits this semester and will fall far behind the other freshmen, Chen Yang said indifferently. Hearing about the platinum equipment, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. With such a tempting reward, what's the harm in giving it a shot? You're really confident. Alright. If these 1,000 people can't beat you, then they truly don't deserve the credits. Go ahead and do it, the principal has your back if anything happens. Jiang Wu laughed heartily, satisfied with Chen Yang's reaction. Then, he stepped back and pulled out a microphone from his spatial bracelet. Chen Yang stood alone in front of the stone gate, his expression serious. Everyone, this road is blocked. In the morning breeze, Chen Yang's voice was loud and clear, his eyes gleaming with a challenging light. Holding a golden blade in his hand, his cape fluttered gently behind him, resembling an ancient general. Facing 1,000 troops alone, what was there to fear? Is this guy crazy? What's he doing so early in the morning? Yeah, doesn't he know today is freshman orientation? Blocking the school gate, he's asking for trouble. Everyone look, we've got a lunatic on our first day of school. The freshman mocked and pointed at him. But in the next second, a rough male voice came through the broadcast, silencing the mocking freshmen instantly, as if they had fallen into a pit. Attention, all freshmen. The person blocking your way is this year's national top scorer, Chen Yang. He's doing this for your credits. Anyone blocked outside and unable to enter Wuda today, half a semester's credits will go to Chen Yang. Of course, you can also choose to take down this arrogant guy in front of you, and each of you will earn 100 credits. Now, tell me, will you cower in fear, or step up and be a hero? These words ignited the fighting spirit in some, who were eager to try. Others turned pale, feeling that Chen Yang was like an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, a few clever freshmen calculated how to sneak past Chen Yang amidst the chaos and slip into Wuda unnoticed. I say, can you all hurry up? Chen Yang's cold voice echoed. These freshmen, usually the pride of their respective schools and admired by many, now felt a surge of anger at being so belittled. Ugh! I've never been looked down on like this before. Let's go for it. Humph! How dare he underestimate me? Brothers, charge! 18 years later, I'll still be a tough guy. I can't take it anymore, let's drive him out. At this moment, the entrance to Kyoto Wuda was no longer its usual bustling scene but a battlefield on the verge of erupting. Shadow flash. Cross slash. Chen Yang weaved skillfully among the crowd, each move filled with determination and dominance. With every punch and kick, he easily took down a freshman. His figure became the center of attention, and the surrounding freshmen were overwhelmed by his imposing aura. His movements were effortless and natural, as if every strike was under his complete control. So arrogant. I want to see if you can handle all of us alone. That's right, I don't believe your stamina is endless. We'll wear you out. I say, my ribs and armpits don't even feel pain. How strange. Chen Yang's display of strength didn't intimidate everyone. This was a challenge every freshman had to face. Confronted with a powerful opponent, they had no choice but to rise to the occasion. Summoning their courage, they launched attacks on Chen Yang one after another. Monkey tricks, ruthless iron jaw, chicken stew with mushrooms. Various skills surged toward Chen Yang like a tidal wave. But Chen Yang merely sneered, not taking them seriously at all. Whether dodging in mid-air or suppressing on the ground, his figure moved like a dancing shadow, effortlessly defeating those who thought themselves strong. Despite their numbers, chaos was inevitable. Seeing the disorganized freshman, some who had planned to sneak away began to act. Shadow flash. Chen Yang kicked a freshman squarely in the chest, sending him flying. I say, everyone. This is getting boring. Chen Yang's eyes were full of disdain. Clearly, he had been prepared for this situation all along. I'll let you off today, but we'll meet again. Chen Yang, I advise you not to burn all your bridges. That's right, we're all in the same school. Don't make things too ugly. Wow, if you don't let me through today, I'll steal your socks every day so you'll have none to wear. Sensing the unfavorable situation, some began to threaten Chen Yang. But Chen Yang didn't take them seriously at all. These people, who only relied on petty tricks, were no real threat. Get lost. Chen Yang suddenly erupted, darting into the crowd and knocking them all down with a wave of his hand. The other freshmen, seeing this, began to curse at those few individuals. Trash, only good at sneaky tricks. Some people are just born losers. How did they even get into Kyoto? Wuda? I support Chen Yang, well done. Meanwhile, in a certain council hall within Kyoto Wuda, a few tall and imposing elders sat watching the scene. On a screen, an elder with scars on his face remarked, "Let these students go back to where they came from. If they don't even dare to face a challenge, what are they doing at Kyoto Wuda?" The other elders nodded in agreement. Such behavior of avoiding challenges would never be tolerated. If word got out, other Wuda schools would surely mock them. Reporters would undoubtedly sensationalize the story. The renowned Kyoto Wuda produces deserters. This would definitely affect next year's admissions. At this moment, as time passed, Chen Yang began to feel strained and overwhelmed. Weak earth layer. Now's the time, brothers, attack, a freshman shouted urgently. He accurately predicted Chen Yang's landing point, used a skill to turn the ground into a swamp, and slowed Chen Yang's speed. Humph. Chen Yang shook his head, decisively used a skill, and quickly shifted positions. Suddenly, someone hidden in the crowd, that person silently cast a spell and launched a sneak attack on Chen Yang. A light orb flew rapidly, incredibly fast, carrying immense power. Before anyone could see who it was, a dazzling beam of light shot straight at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was instantly struck by the light orb, his body flipping mid-air. What are you standing there for? Use your skills to counterattack, someone shouted urgently. Hearing the call, the freshmen snapped out of it and began using their skills to attack Chen Yang. Explosions roared from the sky. How about it? Did we succeed? Of course. Do you think he's a god? Could he withstand so many attacks? Exactly, you're right. I'm in a good mood today. Tonight, let's all go to Blue Sky Hotel. I'll treat everyone to abalone. Seeing the black smoke rising in the sky, the crowd popped champagne to celebrate. I knew it, Zhang Wenbin, it must be you. This technique looks so familiar. A clear voice rang out from the tent. At this moment, Chen Yang, holding a bottle of mineral water, leaned leisurely against the table. Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily, Brother Chen. Zhang Wenbin, who had been hiding in the crowd, smiled and slowly stepped forward. Thanks for the water, Chen Yang said with a smile to the senior sister beside him. Wow, he's so handsome, his smile is so charming. Sis, I think I'm in love. The senior sister, as if drunk, collapsed into her friend's arms. Her friend sighed inwardly, thinking, if only I had been the one to give him the water. Are you also a freshman at Kyoto Martial University? Chen Yang patted Zhang Wenbin's shoulder and asked. Yes, Brother Chen. I heard by chance that you applied to Kyoto Martial University, so I followed suit. At Kyoto Martial University, Brother Chen, you have to look out for me, Zhang Wenbin joked. But he didn't want Chen Yang to underestimate him. As an S-Class professional, he had his pride. What kind of occasion is this? Why are you two acting so shy, like something's going on? Chen Yang, take this. A cold female voice came from behind. At the same time, a surge of scorching energy rushed toward Chen Yang. He smiled helplessly, just as always. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of him. Hey! Collateral damage. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Wenbin screamed miserably as he was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. We're all old friends here. Do you have to be so ruthless? Chen Yang stood on a tree branch, looking at Zhang Wenbin's sorry state, shaking his head helplessly. He flashed over to A
Tall, graceful young woman.
This is just how I am. Got a problem with that? Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly, glancing at Chun Yang. Cut the nonsense. Let me.
See how strong the genius who graduated early from the Abyssal Realm special training really is. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Weiwei summoned
massive fireballs one after another, hurling them at Chun Yang. What's going on? Did the goddess get dumped by a scumbag and come for revenge? That damn scumbag.
I'm a pure love warrior, and I won't rest until you're defeated. What a beautiful figure.
Beauty, let me help you beat him up. Xiao Weiwei's
graceful figure, paired with her icy expression, created a striking contrast. The freshmen were all stunned. In all their years, they had never seen
such a beautiful girl in action.
They scrambled to show off in front of her, using their best skills.
TCH, a bunch of weaklings. Xiao Weiwei looked at
the crowd with disdain in her eyes.
However, Chen Yang's strength far exceeded their expectations. He was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all
the freshmen's paths.
They attacked again and again, but he easily neutralized every move.
As time passed, Chen Yang's stamina began to wane.
Facing an
increasing number of challengers, he started to struggle. Just then, a figure shot down from the sky at incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow to Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang was suddenly sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a stop.
Chen Yang, are you okay? Xiao Weiwei shouted anxiously upon seeing this scene. Wow, the big boss is finally down, the onlooking freshman cheered excitedly. Honestly, this kind of sneak
attack is a bit against the rules, someone complained. Meanwhile, in a conference room,
these freshmen are simply outrageous, an elder with scratches on his face said angrily.
He deeply despised those who resorted to underhanded tricks.
Old Wei, don't say that, another elder retorted. When you fight against other races, do you think they'll follow any rules?
On the battlefield, survival is all that matters, nothing else. The elder's left sleeve fluttered. Without wind, his eyes fixed on the screen as memories surged in his mind.
But this is a school.
I won't allow such despicable behavior here.
Old Wei insisted. Old Wei, if they don't experience these things in school, do you want them to end up as miserable as I did? The two argued heatedly, neither willing to back down. Enough.
The elder at the head of the conference table slammed the table forcefully. You're both too old to be arguing like this.
It's disgraceful.
Hearing the principal's reprimand, the two elders glared at each other fiercely before finally falling silent.
All right, let's keep watching. The real show is just beginning.
The principal pointed at the screen. At this moment, the guy who had ambushed Chen Yang gave him no time
to react and attacked again, aiming to cripple him. Purple lightning coiled around Chao Zijia's fists as he struck heavily at Chun Yang. Boom! Dust flew everywhere.
The tree beside Chen Yang let out a mournful creak before crashing to the ground.
What are you doing? Xiao Weiwei's eyes widened in shock,
not expecting the other party to go for such a ruthless move. As the dust settled, a deep pit appeared on the ground, but Chen Yang was nowhere to be seen.
Humph, dodged it? Chao Zijia snorted coldly, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Chen Yang wasn't in the pit, Xiao Weiwei breathed a
sigh of relief and immediately used a newly learned skill, striking fiercely at Chao Zijia.
Chao Zijia suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat approaching. When he turned around, he was so startled that his back went cold.
A massive fiery red lotus was speeding toward him. The fire lotus was bright red and
dazzling, like a blazing flame.
The moment it touched Chao Zijie, it erupted with extreme heat, distorting the surrounding air.
Boom! Boom! Thick smoke billowed, completely obscuring Chao Zijie's condition. Oh my god, that move is way too powerful. If it hit me, I'd be sent straight to the afterlife. No
need for an ambulance, someone exclaimed.
You're right. If that happened, even leaving some ashes behind would be lucky. Ha, the goddess's legs are so long, the onlookers joked.
Annoyed by the chatter, Xiao Weiwei swung her staff, summoning several fireballs to hurl at the freshmen watching.
Ah!
Run, don't just stand there, someone screamed.
Whoa, love's fireballs are coming, another joked.
Damn, what kind of weird fetish is that, someone teased. The fireballs scattered the freshmen, and the surroundings instantly quieted down. At this moment, a voice filled with killing intent came from not
far away. Little beauty, you're really ruthless. If it weren't for my life-saving item, I'd be seriously injured by now. Chao Zijia patted the dust off
his clothes and slowly climbed out of the pit. Before Xiao Weiwei could react, Chao Zijia had already rushed toward her. Lightning flickered on his arm as he threw a heavy punch at Xiao Weiwei.
At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Chao Zijie and delivered a fierce kick to his side. Chao
Zijie was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, it's your turn to suffer. Chen Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have been seriously injured.
Stay here for now. I'll come back for you later. Chen Yang placed Xiao Qian, who was wrapped around his arm, on a tree. Master, be careful. Xiao
Qian looked at Chen Yang worriedly, feeling secretly annoyed with herself for being unable to help.
It's fine, Chen Yang smiled faintly, patting Xiao Qian's small head. He casually glanced at Chao Zijie's attribute panel.
Name, Yang Thunder Fist Master Rank, S Level, 100 HP, 120,000 MP, 80,000 Attack, 9,000 Defense, 7,000 Magic Resistance, 8,500 Specialty, S Rank Supreme Punch, every punch deals double damage. Skills, 8 Extremes Young Thunder, S, Crimson Thunder Descent, S, Thunder Shadowless, S. Seeing this, Chen Yang nodded.
Chao Zijie's strength was not weak, especially with that specialty, double damage, highly threatening. Just as Chen Yang was about to step forward, a broadcast interrupted him, and everyone instantly turned their attention to him. Attention, students. The school has decided that anyone who defeats Chen Yang will receive special rewards. The rewards include attribute-enhancing items, 1,000 credits, and golden-grade equipment. The freshmen could hardly believe their ears. The rewards were too generous. Not only items and credits but also golden equipment. Brothers, let's go. If we win, we'll celebrate. If we lose, don't blame me for not warning you. I never thought I'd have such good luck. I feel like I'm favored by destiny. This time, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. Goddess, here I come.
Seeing a crowd rushing toward him, Chen Yang's mouth twitched. The principal and the leaders really enjoyed stirring up trouble, the messier, the better. Meanwhile, Chao Zijie stared at him coldly, ready to strike at any moment. He was like a cunning wolf, patiently waiting for an opportunity.
Overestimating yourselves. Since that's the case, let me show you reality.
Chen Yang's eyes turned pitch black, and dark purple smoke began to emanate from his
body. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa. Are you all ready to die? Chen Yang's expression turned maniacal as he tilted his head, staring at the crowd. The freshmen,
looking at this crazed figure before them, stopped in their tracks, trembling all over.
What's wrong with him? He feels like a demon straight out of hell. Yeah, don't you feel like it's suddenly gotten freezing around here? We should run. In this state, he's definitely going to go all out. Yes. Run. As soon as one person started fleeing, the others followed suit.
In an instant, the once aggressive crowd scattered like frightened stray dogs.
Watching everyone flee, Chending.
The system notification sounded.
Warning.
Current health at 15%, 13%, 10%.
Chen Yang snapped out of his frenzy at the prompt.
Seeing his health drop to nearly 3%, he quickly deactivated the skill.
Phew, he exhaled deeply, lying on the ground. Master, are you okay? Xiao
Qian looked up at him with concern.
Don't worry, you know how strong I am. Chen Yang smiled and picked up Xiao Qian. Chen Yang, you bastard. An angry roar came from behind. Chen Yang looked up to see Jiang Wu's face full of fury. His heart tightened, sensing trouble. Damn, did I really kill someone? Just now when I activated Bloodthirsty Rakshasa? Jiang Wu's words confirmed his fears. Chen Yang, do you know what you just did? You almost killed a freshman in front of everyone. Hearing this, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. Almost doesn't count, right? That expression, are you thinking it's fine? As long as no one died? Jiang Wu said discontentedly. Do you know? If Professor Liu hadn't intervened in time, you'd be in jail right now. And you might never get out for the rest of your life. Seeing Chen Yang's helpless look, Jiang Wu shook his head in exasperation. Chen Yang shrugged. Teacher Jiang, I couldn't help it. Once that skill is activated, I lose control of myself. There were so many people, and my stamina was running out fast. I had no other choice. Jiang Wu sighed. This was a rule set by the principal, and no one could change it. He repeatedly emphasized that it was to test Chen Yang's limits. Enough. All right, you look pretty badly hurt. Come with me to the infirmary.
Jiang Wu gestured for Chen Yang to follow and turned to leave.
Chen Yang reluctantly took out a few health potions from his spatial bracelet and quickly drank them. Chen Yang, I have something to do, so I'll head off first.
Seeing that Chen Yang was fine, Xiao Weiwei said this and turned to walk into Wu to brother Chen. I'll take my leave too.
Zhang Wenbin
Patted Chen Yang on the shoulder with a smile.
Chen Yang gave a faint smile and nodded. See you later. Kyoto Wu Day. A certain ward in the infirmary. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yang, feeling any better? Jiang Wu's rough voice came from the doorway. Chen Yang sat up to respond. Teacher Jiang, when can I be discharged? This kind of injury is nothing. I usually just drink some health potions, no need for hospitalization, right? Chen Yang complained. Helplessly. Yesterday, Jiang Wu insisted he stay overnight for observation. Though unwilling, Chen Yang had no choice but to agree. Didn't I come to pick you up? And I brought a few pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Jiang Wu laughed, patting him on the back and leaning on a chair. Teacher Jiang, stop teasing.
Is it about my credits being finalized? When can I get that platinum equipment?
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly
at Jiang Wu's jokes. You can't hide anything from me. The credits have been calculated. After class assignments, the homeroom teacher will distribute the student cards.
As for the equipment, the principal said he'd personally hand it to you, probably after the freshman assembly tomorrow.
Why aren't they here yet? Jiang Wu said, glancing at his phone. Who isn't here yet? Chen Yang asked curiously.
Your teammate for the Wu De League.
Oh, and she's also going to be your new roommate. Excited? Jiang Wu smiled without answering directly when Chen Yang asked.
As they were chatting, hurried
footsteps sounded outside the ward. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is Chen Yang here? A lively young girl's voice came from outside. Su Shi? Chen Yang found the voice familiar and looked at Jiang Wu in confusion. Why don't you open the door and see for yourself?
Jiang Wu smiled, pointing at the door.
Chen Yang got up and walked to the door, feeling a bit skeptical.
Based on Sushi's grades, she shouldn't have been able to get into Kyoto Wudi.
To avoid
upsetting her, Chen Yang hadn't contacted her before. Creak, the door slowly opened, and the girl outside gave a sweet smile.
Long time no see, Chen Yang.
Before the words even finished, Sushi reached out, grabbed Chen Yang's ear, and gave it a sharp 90-degree twist.
Ow, that hurts. Why are you so mean? The moment we meet.
Chen Yang hurriedly dodged and covered his ears.
Sushi said fiercely, you still have the nerve to talk? After the college entrance exam, why did you ignore me and disappear?
Thinking of this, Sushi became furious and started kicking Chen Yang to vent her anger.
Enough. Stop. Chen
Yang couldn't take it anymore, feeling that Sushi was even more troublesome than any hybrid demon species.
You think I'll stop just because you say so? How embarrassing for me.
Sushi snorted coldly.
Teacher, don't just stand there laughing, help me out. Chen Yang shouted anxiously, completely at a loss.
And turning to Jiang Wu for help. He had no experience in dealing with girls and had no idea what to do.
All right.
Jiang Wu nodded with a smile.
Sushi, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you.
Jiang Wu gestured for Sushi to sit on a nearby chair.
Hearing Jiang Wu's words, Sushi didn't dare to argue.
After all, it was this teacher who made an exception to admit her into Kyoto Martial University.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance to get in, let alone meet Chen Yang.
She glared at Chen Yang fiercely before obediently sitting down.
Since you came in a hurry, there are some things you might not know yet, Jiang Wu said with a calm expression, but his words were shocking. I admitted you as a special recruit because I want you and
Chen Yang to participate in this year's Martial University League.
What?
Sushi was so surprised she almost jumped up.
Teacher Jiang, I can't do it.
She quickly waved her hands in refusal. Chen Yang, on the other hand, thought it was good for her to stay. After all, he had used his credits to buy items that increased attack power, and he could conveniently give some to Su Shi.
Thinking about the scene of Su Shi easily overpowering other freshmen in
the Martial University League, Chen Yang secretly looked forward to it.
Su Shi, stay.
You have to trust Teacher Zhang's judgment, Chen Yang said, giving
Jiang Wu a knowing look.
Jiang Wu rolled his eyes internally but still nodded in agreement.
All right, it's settled then. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now. With that, he got up and walked out of the hospital room.
Oh, by the way, Chen Yang, Su Shi is your new roommate.
The other two
roommates have already moved in as well, Jiang Wu suddenly turned back to remind him.
What? Sushi is my roommate? Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Kyoto Martial University actually allows co-ed living?
Jiang Wu ignored him and walked straight out of the room.
Let's go, Chen Yang. Take me to the
villa and show me what the place is like, Sushi said, patting Chen Yang on the shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Sushi, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally first, Chen Yang said helplessly. That place. I can't even describe it in words. Thinking about the villa, he couldn't
help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Waving his hand, he turned and walked out of the hospital room.
Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. You annoying Chen Yang. Sushi shouted, chasing after him. Before long, the two arrived outside the villa. Sushi looked at the dilapidated house in front of her, speechless. Where's the villa you promised? Why is it so run down?
Seeing her expression, Chen Yang chuckled and stepped forward to open
the door.
A cloud of dust greeted them.
Cough, cough. This is way too old. Can people even live here? Sushi waved her hands repeatedly, stepping back. It's livable. I'm staying here, aren't I?
Teacher Jiang said the other two roommates have already moved in too. Chen Yang shrugged.
As he spoke, a
cold voice came from behind them.
Chen Yang, couldn't you have left a spare key? Chen Yang turned around and saw the slender, tall figure of Xiao Weiwei. Surprised, he asked, Xiao Weiwei? You're staying here too? What? Is that a problem? She replied, walking past him and into the villa. Before long, they began cleaning the place. Xiao Weiwei initially wanted to call a cleaning service, but Kyoto Martial University had a rule that outsiders were not allowed on campus.
Ugh, why do I have to do this kind of work? Xiao Weiwei complained, waving a broom in her hand and throwing it aside, her face full of
frustration. For someone who had rarely done housework since childhood, this was indeed unbearable. Do it if you want. If not, don't stay here.
Sue, she mocked, looking at the fussy Xiao Weiwei.
What did you say? You.
Seeing the two about to argue, Chen Yang quickly mediated.
That's enough for now. Let's rest today and talk about the rest later.
The two nodded in agreement. With a cold snort, they each returned to their rooms.
The night passed without incident. Morning. A ray of sunlight shone on Chen Yang's face, waking him up. Xiao Qian, check what time it is now.
Chen Yang stretched lazily
and looked at Xiao Qian, who was lying next to the phone.
Xiao Qian groggily glanced at the phone and mumbled, not even 7 yet.
Why are you up so
early, master, before going back to sleep?
Chen Yang smiled indulgently, quietly got dressed, and left the bedroom. Today was just a day to listen to the school leader's speeches and assign classes.
Since Xiao Qian didn't want to get up, he let it sleep a little longer.
Leaving the bedroom, he headed straight to the kitchen and made a simple breakfast. Chen Yang, you're awake.
To his surprise, Sushi appeared wearing an apron, her face adorned with a sweet
smile, handing him a plate. Did you make this breakfast?
Chen Yang looked at the plate of burnt eggs and blackened sausages, his mouth twitching
involuntarily. Give it a try.
This is my first time making breakfast, so it might not taste great, Sushi said with a smile, trying to hide her
embarrassment.
Not wanting to upset her, Chen Yang forced himself to eat the food on the plate.
How is it? Does it taste good?
Sushi's eyes were full of
anticipation. What do you think? Look at his awful expression. Making something so bad and still forcing others to eat it.
A cold voice came from the side. Hearing this, Sushi frowned, clearly unhappy to see her.
Xiao Weiwei picked up a cup of hot milk from the table and left without looking back. Hey! That was for Chen Yang.
Sushi shouted anxiously. But Xiao Weiwei completely ignored her.
She's so annoying.
Sushi stomped her foot in anger as she
watched her leave.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. These two would argue every time they met, like old enemies.
Sushi, have you had breakfast yet? Chen Yang asked while eating. Yeah, I ate a long time ago.
Sushi leaned on the table, resting her chin in her hands, a sweet smile on her lips.
If anyone else saw her like this, they'd probably be utterly captivated.
Chen Yang just glanced at her indifferently and continued battling the food on his plate.
All right, it's getting late. Let's go. Chen Yang put the plate into the automatic dishwasher, waved his hand, and walked toward the villa's front door. Sushi quickly took off her apron and followed closely behind. A moment later, Chen Yang and Sushi arrived at the teaching building. Thousands of people had already gathered in the square. The stage was filled with school leaders. The central seat was empty,
and the nameplate on the table indicated it was
reserved for Xiao Zhanrong, the president of Kyoto Martial University. This legendary president was an 8th turn powerhouse, just a few hundred levels away from the 9th turn.
This threshold had blocked countless geniuses and prodigies.
Boom!
Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the entire
sky darkened.
Above Kyoto Martial University, the clouds thickened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, creating a tense and unsettling atmosphere.
Chun Yang, should we find somewhere to hide?
Sushi clung tightly to Chen Yang's sleeve, her voice tinged with fear. Chen Yang looked up carefully at the rolling clouds in the sky, feeling that this was definitely not natural weather. Glancing at the calm expressions of the school leaders on the stage, he understood that this must be some kind of special welcoming ceremony. Is this really something humans can do? Chen Yang doubted his own guess.
Chun Yang, aren't you running?
A cold voice came from behind.
Then why aren't you running, with that icy face of yours?
Sushi retorted when she saw it was
Xiao Weiwei.
Xiao Weiwei ignored Sushi and walked straight to Chen Yang's side, as if Sushi didn't exist.
Do you see that? This is the power of mages. After reaching the 8th turn, Xiao Weiwei said proudly, staring at Chen Yang.
Xiao Weiwei,
are you saying this lightning is a mage's skill?
Chen Yang pieced together her words and confirmed his guess.
Of course, but right now.
Before she could finish, thunder roared in the sky, like the wrathful roar of a god, shaking the earth. The entire world was instantly plunged into darkness. Thunder roared deafeningly, and lightning struck down like a giant dragon, leaving deep craters on the ground. Xiao Weiwei was so frightened by the sudden thunder that she threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, trembling all over.
Sushi watched Xiao Weiwei tightly clutching Chen Yang's arm, and her anger flared up instantly.
I never thought the legendary goddess Xiao would be scared of thunder like a little girl, she couldn't help but mock. If others found out, they'd definitely laugh their heads off.
Seeing Xiao Weiwei clinging to Chen Yang, Sushi felt a pang of jealousy and reached out to push Xiao Weiwei, trying to make her let go.
Xiao Weiwei's face turned red, and she quickly pushed Chen Yang away. I just tripped on a stone and fell into his arms, she hurriedly explained.
And you, why didn't you let go
of me earlier? She glared at Chen Yang angrily.
Chen Yang was helpless.
He had been holding his hands up the whole time and hadn't even touched her, so how could it count as holding her? He quickly stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between himself and Xiao Weiwei, afraid of being
misunderstood.
Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Zhanrong, the principal of Kyoto Martial University. A loud voice rang out from the sky.
Chen Yang looked up and
saw a tall, upright elderly man floating in the air, surrounded by dark clouds, as if a deity had descended.
Curious about the principal's strength, he secretly used a skill to check his attributes. Name, Thundercloud Star Rank, S level, unknown. Principal Xiao seemed to sense something in his gaze met Chen Yang's in midair. Seeing Chen Yang's fearless expression, Principal Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. An interesting little fellow.
He scanned the crowd and waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the thunder within the dark clouds seemed to obey his command, slowly gathering in front of
him.
The freshmen widened their eyes, watching the thunder dragon rolling and dancing in the sky.
Ah, the principal is still the same, always showing off. Enough, just wait.
The old guys from other martial universities will definitely call to mock us again.
Ridiculous, he does this every year. Who can stand it?
The school leaders on the podium had various thoughts as they watched the scene, their faces filled with complaints and sighs.
Meanwhile,
Principal Xiao looked at the astonished expressions of the freshmen and nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain.
Today, I
won't say much, just two important things.
First, getting into Kyoto Martial University doesn't mean you can live an easy life. The competition here is fierce. If you don't work hard, you might face being held back or even expelled. Second, fighting is strictly prohibited on campus. If you have conflicts, you must resolve them in the judgment arena. There, even killing your opponent won't be interfered with. With that said, let's proceed to class assignments. Teachers will select the students they prefer.
As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders on the podium left their seats, heading to their
designated spots to prepare for interviewing the freshmen. The freshmen, on the other hand, chose their desired teachers based on the introduction boards. At the entrance, look at this teacher, so impressive. An A-level professional with a level as high as LV.328. Don't look at that one. I'm telling you, this teacher has an incredible background. If you don't choose him, you'll regret it.
Stop arguing, guys.
Let me go test the waters first. You just want to go in and enjoy it first. I'm going first.
Sushi looked at the bustling scene in front of her, which resembled a marketplace, and patted Chen
Yang's arm, asking, Chen Yang, do you think we'll end up in the same class? Chen Yang shrugged, not caring much since it didn't matter who the homeroom teacher was. TCH, I don't want to be in the same class as you.
Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly and turned to leave.
You? Who asked you, you annoying woman?
Sushi waved her hand angrily at Xiao Weiwei's retreating figure.
Chen Yang looked helplessly at the two of them.
They started arguing as soon as they met, which was truly a headache. Forget it, let's just pick a random teacher, he said, standing up and heading toward the instructors.
Suddenly, a
voluptuous woman, whose figure was so full that she couldn't see her feet when looking down, blocked his path.
Luckily, Chen Yang reacted quickly, narrowly
avoiding bumping into her. Actually, even if they collided, they would be repelled by the powerful aura around her.
Chen Yang, you've gotten a lot more handsome in just a few days,
Zhang Mengmeng said playfully with a smile. Before Chen Yang could respond, Sushi pulled him behind her.
Who are you, lady?
Sushi asked warily, standing protectively in front of Chen Yang like a lioness guarding her cub.
Zhang Mengmeng's figure made Sushi feel immense pressure. Lady? Zhang Mengmeng chuckled. Chen Yang's little girlfriend seems hard to deal with. On the surface, Zhang Mengmeng didn't show much, but inside, she felt deeply upset. Damn it, Chen Yang. Just a few days apart, and you already have a girlfriend. Hearing herself being called his girlfriend, Sushi quickly waved her hands in denial. I'm not his girlfriend. Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, Mengmeng Jia, don't misunderstand. Sushi is my good friend. From high school.
Hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up, and a charming smile appeared on her lips.
Humph. Sushi snorted coldly and pinched Chen Yang's waist hard. Chen Yang turned back in confusion, not understanding why she was so agitated. Did she not realize how much it hurt? Seeing their interaction,
Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself that Chen Yang was still as clueless as ever. Ahem, let me introduce myself briefly.
I'm a teacher for this year's freshman. Chen Yang, would you like to be my student? Zhang Mengmeng blinked playfully. Chen Yang was a bit surprised. Mengmeng Jia, aren't you a martial hunter? How can you be a teacher? That's a secret, but as long as you're willing, I'll take you in. Not willing,
Sushi interjected, feeling a surge of jealousy seeing how close they seemed.
Humph.
She stomped hard on Chen Yang's foot and turned to leave without looking back.
Ha, Chen Yang, your little girlfriend seems angry. Aren't you going to comfort her? Zhang Mengmeng patted Chen Yang's chest with a laugh, feeling the firmness under
her fingertips. Chen Yang's eyes brightened as he tried to control his emotions.
I don't even know why she's angry, Chen Yang said helplessly, not understanding Sushi's sudden mood. How about this?
You go wait for me in classroom 208 on the 3rd floor. I'll go talk to her.
Alright, Mengmeng. Jia. At school, call me Teacher Zhang, got it? Got it.
After they parted ways, Chen Yang headed straight into the teaching building.
When he arrived
at classroom 208 on the 3rd floor, he found a few scattered students sitting inside. Chen Yang chose a seat in the last row by the window and started
playing with Xiao Qian out of boredom.
The freshmen in the classroom began whispering complaints as soon as he entered.
Great, we're in the same class as this killing god. Just our luck. I want to transfer classes. Anyone else want to join me? One freshman, feeling overwhelmed by Chen Yang's aura, quickly stood up and walked out of the classroom. Seeing someone take the lead, others followed suit and left as well. If Mengmeng Jia sees the empty classroom, she'll definitely be angry.
Watching everyone avoid him, Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. At that moment, a commotion came from outside the
classroom. It's Goddess Xiao.
Chen Yang looked up and saw a tall, cool-tempered girl walk into the classroom.
Chen Yang, why are you here too? Xiao Weiwei asked in surprise. Chen Yang waved his hand and smiled faintly. Just then, Zhang Mengmeng entered the classroom with Sushi.
As soon as Sushi and Xiao Weiwei saw each other, they started bickering.
Oh, isn't this the great beauty Xiao? Didn't you say you wouldn't be in the same class as our Chen Yang? Why sneak in while I wasn't around? Sushi frowned and mocked. What's it to you? Who do you think you are, ugly freak? Xiao Weiwei's sharp tongue hit Sushi's sore spot directly. You. Sushi, furious, stepped forward, ready to act. Alright, Sushi, did you forget what I just told you? Xiao Weiwei, do you still want to learn from me?
Zhang Mengmeng's soft words immediately quieted the scene. Seeing how obedient they became, Chen Yang muttered to himself.
Internally, it seems Su Shi and Xiao Weiwei both rely on Zhang Mengmeng. I really wonder what's going on with them.
Zhang Mengmeng scanned the faces of everyone in the classroom and suddenly felt something was off.
Where are my students? Why are there so few people left? Hearing this, Chen
Yang awkwardly smiled and shifted his gaze to the window. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at him and immediately guessed that this probably had something to do
with Chen Yang.
Forget it, fewer people make it easier to manage. She nonchalantly clapped her hands and took out a few cards from her bag to distribute
to everyone.
These cards resembled mysterious scrolls bestowed by the stars. On the front was a massive stone door, while the back depicted a sky full of dark clouds, deep and mysterious.
These will be your student cards from now on.
Just take the card number to the administrative hall for activation
and registration.
Ring 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 ring. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was explaining the precautions, her phone rang.
Principal Xiao, hello. All right, Principal Xiao, goodbye. Chen Yang, the principal is looking for you. Head to the principal's office. After hanging up, Zhang Mengmeng said to Chen Yang.
Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately stood up, exchanged a few words with Zhang Mengmeng, and quickly walked out of the classroom.
The principal had promised him a
platinum-grade piece of equipment earlier, but since there had been no news for so long, he thought the principal had forgotten about it.
Inside the principal's office. Chen Yang, your professional level is probably not just as simple as S level, is it?
Principal Zhao's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Chen Yang's inner thoughts.
Chen Yang felt a bit nervous. Don't say too much, everyone has their secrets. Don't be shy, have a seat.
Principal Xiao gestured with his hand.
Chen Yang nodded, didn't say much, and sat down. Principal Xiao, I've brought the equipment you requested.
A mature female voice came from outside the door.
Come in.
Principal Xiao responded indifferently. A secretary with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a shirt and
pencil skirt, walked in. Principal.
She placed the silver metal box in her hand on the desk. Then she walked behind Principal Xiao, her slender, fair hands beginning to massage his shoulders.
This old guy
really knows how to enjoy life, Chen Yang thought to himself.
Open it and see if you like it. Principal Xiao pointed to the metal box on the desk.
Chen Yang immediately stood up and opened the box.
This is.
Inside lay a dagger emitting a faint silver glow, like a meteor streaking through the deep sea. The dagger's design resembled a dragon soaring and a phoenix flying, lightweight, yet agile. The blade tip sparkled with a profound light, like a luminous pearl leaping from the ocean.
Looking at the exquisite dagger, Chen Yang instantly recognized. It has the platinum-grade equipment the principal had mentioned. He quickly checked the dagger's attributes. Name, Blade of Ashes grade, platinum attributes, plus 2000 attack.
Power, plus 35% critical rate, plus 50% critical damage, plus 30% lifesteal effect. Seeing the attributes, Chen Yang couldn't help but gasp. These stats were too powerful, and
it even had a lifesteal effect. Pick it up and give it a try. Do you like it?
Principal Xiao said with a smile. Chen Yang gripped the Blade of Ashes and gently swung it. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, incredibly sharp.
All right, you've got the equipment now. You can leave. Principal Xiao waved his hand, signaling him to go and not disturb his enjoyment. All right, Principal Xiao, goodbye.
Chen Yang glanced at the mature secretary, understanding her intentions, and got up to leave
the principal's office.
By the way, don't sleep too soundly tonight. As he was leaving, Principal Xiao reminded him.
Don't sleep too soundly? What does that mean? Late at night. Outside the freshman dormitory building, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Wailing and screeching. Damn, who's so bored that they're cosplaying in the middle of the night? Who the hell is it? Don't let me catch you.
Ugh, I was just dreaming about holding hands with my goddess. The awakened students cursed and complained.
Some were so
frantic that they rushed out of their dorms without even putting on clothes to find the source of the noise. Soon after, a broadcast came on, instantly calming all the angry students.
Attention!
All freshmen must gather in the square within 10 minutes.
Latecomers will be disqualified from participating in the Wu University League. By the way, there's only 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. I hope you can make it on time.
As soon as the announcement sounded, the freshmen immediately began to complain.
The square was a half-hour walk from the freshmen's dormitory, making it impossible to get there in 10 minutes. However, Chen Yang and his group had already dressed and set off the moment the announcement was made. Since their villa was closer to the square, they could make it on time. The night was pitch black. The square was illuminated by hundreds of spotlights, making the entire area as bright as daylight. A group of freshmen, disheveled and panting, stood on the football field. Time's up. Close the gates. The broadcast announced that once the time was up, the gates of the square would be shut. Some teachers holding notebooks began registering the names of late students. Under the national flag platform, Principal Zhao's expression was stern, and his voice echoed across the football field. I know you have many questions, but I don't have time to answer them. If you want to qualify for the Wu University League selection, enter the secret realm immediately. No more than 3 people per group. As soon as he finished speaking, a starlit vortex slowly appeared in the center of the square. This is different from the previous selection process. Why did it suddenly change like this? I haven't even grabbed my equipment yet. This is so unfair. What kind of operation is this? The freshmen complained incessantly, but no one lingered. They all jumped into the vortex. The school was giving them an opportunity. In the past, only the top students were eligible to participate in the selection, and from there, 10 were chosen to compete in the Wu University League. This is a bit different from what teacher Zhang Wu mentioned, but whatever, let's go in first, Chen Yang said to the 2 people beside him. The 2 girls nodded and followed him into the vortex. The dazzling light gradually enveloped them. It's so dark. Xiao Weiwei, can you light a fire for me? After entering the secret realm, it was pitch black all around, so dark that they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. All right. Xiao Weiwei nodded and summoned a few fireballs. The darkness was dispelled by the firelight, revealing a tunnel ahead, with viscous liquid dripping continuously from the walls. Ugh, so gross. A drop of slime fell on Sushi's shoulder. Chen Yang took out a tissue from his spatial bracelet and handed it to her. Always complaining. Xiao Weiwei muttered with a pout. What did you say? If you're really afraid of a little dirt, why don't you let it drip on your clothes? Why dodge it? As the 2 argued, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have entered the dungeon pitch-black tunnel. Defeat the boss to leave. Let's go. Chen Yang ignored the notification and started walking deeper into the tunnel. Sushi and Xiao Weiwei exchanged glances and quickly followed. Fear of the dark was an instinct for every girl. After walking for a while, Chen Yang faintly heard a subtle sound ahead, as if something was breathing. Soon, Chen Yang saw what was ahead. The walls were covered with densely packed vampire bats. They sensed the light and opened their eerie red eyes one after another. The entire tunnel was filled with scarlet eyes. Fortunately, their level is low and easy to deal with. Chen Yang glanced at the bat's attribute panel and said, these bats, though large, had lower levels and health points than them. They only looked intimidating because of their sheer numbers. In reality, they posed little threat. Xiao Weiwei, this is your time to shine, Chen Yang said, turning back. Xiao Weiwei nodded, stepped forward, and suddenly summoned dozens of fireballs. Boom! 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 The fireballs continuously struck the bat swarm. The few that managed to escape were easily dealt with by Chen Yang. What a terrible smell! Sushi waved her hand to disperse the stench in front of her. The tunnel was littered with bat corpses, emitting a foul odor, with viscous liquid flowing on the ground. Watching Xiao Weiwei effortlessly take down the bats, Chen Yang felt a mix of emotions. He wondered when he would be able to possess such large-scale destructive skills, although a single bat doesn't provide much experience. With such a large number, the accumulated experience might reach the millions. I really hate bats, they smell awful. Sushi complained. As she used her shield to kill the last bat, the bat's attack power was low, unable to even break through Sushi's defense. After clearing out the bats, Chen Yang led the group deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel had many branches, making it easy to get lost. Along the way, Chen Yang marked their path to prevent anyone from getting separated. Chen Yang, look, what are those up ahead? Xiao Weiwei controlled a fireball to illuminate the path ahead. At the fork in the tunnel, the left path was filled with countless large white eggs, covering the walls and floor. Upon closer inspection, the white eggs trembled slightly, as if something inside was breathing. Chen Yang stepped forward and lightly sliced one of the eggs with the blade of ash. A sizzling sound followed, and some liquid splashed toward Chen Yang. He was prepared and dodged to the side, the liquid dripping onto the ground and corroding a small pit.
Shortly after, a bat the size of a palm slid out of the egg. It let out 2 weak cries, and the other eggs began emitting sharp screeches. Some of the eggshells started to crack. Xiao Weiwei, it's up to you now, Chen Yang said, stepping back 2 paces. Xiao Weiwei nodded and lightly waved her staff. Endless flames. Dozens of fireballs appeared in the tunnel, quickly flying toward the white eggs. Boom! Boom! The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. All right, let's go, Chen Yang said, leading the group toward another tunnel entrance. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a massive mine. In the center of the mine lay a gigantic bat, sleeping soundly. It looked terrifying, with enormous wings covered in spikes. 2 thick fangs protruded from its mouth, dripping corrosive liquid that formed small pits on the ground. Someone's already reached the final stage? That was fast, a group of school leaders outside the dungeon commented as they watched the screen. Do you even know who it is? This year's national top scorer. For him, this dungeon is a piece of cake. Ha, that kid sure knows how to enjoy himself, always surrounded by beauties, Jiang Wu said as he walked over to Principal Xiao and whispered, Principal, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Principal Xiao shrugged. It's fine, this is just a simple training exercise. He won't take it seriously. You should focus on finding stronger competitors. We can't rely solely on Shenyang for the Wuda League. Jiang Wu sighed helplessly and said no more. Inside the dungeon, Chen Yang looked at the giant bat in front of him and used a skill to check its attribute panel. Name, Demon Knight Bat King, Boss, Level, LV.105 HP, 1530 MP, 8540 Attack, 8100 Defense, 7300 Magic Resistance. 6700 Not bad, it's alright, Chen Yang said nonchalantly, shrugging as he looked at the Demon Knight Bat King's attribute panel. For beginners, this kind of boss would indeed be quite challenging. Most beginners were around level 80, with only a few reaching level 90. I'll leave this boss to you two for practice. If you can't handle it, I'll step in, he said, stepping back a few paces to lean against the wall and rest. Chen Yang, don't underestimate us. What do you mean if you can't handle it, I'll step in? Acting like you're so amazing, Xiao Weiwei frowned at his words, clearly displeased. Although Chen Yang had shown great strength on the first day of school, she didn't think she was much weaker than him. Humph. Ugly, I'll reluctantly carry you this time. Just make sure to hold the aggro, Xiao Weiwei said with a proud look, glancing at Su Shi. Don't go too far, Ice Queen. Su Shi waved her small fists, her face full of anger. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, thinking that Xiao Weiwei, who usually seemed so aloof, could also be so sharp-tongued. At that moment, Roar the Demon Knight Bat King was awakened by their bickering, its eyes locking onto the 3 uninvited guests. Its blood-red eyes glowed dangerously in the darkness. Look at you two, you've woken it up. What a great chance for a sneak attack, gone. Humph. Not only are you ugly, but your brain doesn't work either. Clearly, you're the one who woke it up. Clearly, it was you. No, it was you. Watching the two argue, Chen Yang couldn't help but shake his head. Look ahead, the Demon Knight Bat King is staring at you. Roar the Demon Knight Bat King let out a roar, spread its wings over 10 meters wide, and charged at Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi. Su Shi quickly took heavy armor from her spatial bracelet, put it on, and held her shield, ready for battle. Xiao Weiwei waved her staff, summoning over 10 fireballs to smash toward the Demon Knight Bat King. The fireballs lit up the mine like meteors. Boom! Boom! The fireballs hit the Demon Knight Bat King, emitting bursts of black smoke. Roar! The Demon Knight Bat King rushed out of the thick smoke, charging at Su Shi. Didn't work? Xiao Weiwei's eyes narrowed. The fireballs only scorched a bit of the Demon Knight Bat King's fur. Bang! Su Shi relied on her strong defense to block the Demon Knight Bat King's attack. The Demon Knight Bat King swung its sharp claws, continuously striking at Su Shi. Su Shi's shield blocked every attack. Blazing Flame Dragon. Xiao Weiwei seized the opportunity to unleash a more powerful flame skill. The flames danced like fire dragons across the battlefield, forcing the Demon Knight Bat King to retreat step by step. However, the battle was far from easy. Even though they joined forces, the Demon Knight Bat King's strength remained formidable, putting them in a tough spot. They kept searching for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow to the Demon Knight Bat King, but every attack was cleverly dodged by it. Its counterattacks left them in agony. The intense battle lasted a long time. The air was filled with the smell of flames and dust. Su Shi's back was soaked with sweat, and she gasped for breath. Wearing heavy armor and holding a shield for an extended period drained her stamina. Xiao Weiwei wasn't in good shape either. She kept drinking mana potions to barely sustain herself.
Isn't this too much for them? Chen Yang watched them and shook his head. Just as he was about to step in, Su Shi and Xiao Weiwei finally seized the perfect moment to strike. Shield bash. Ice face, I've got it under control. Hurry. Up and attack. Got it, stop rushing me. Scorching flame wave.
A scorching red wave instantly surged toward the Demon Knight Bat King.
Minus 40,291.
The Demon Knight Bat King suffered a
heavy blow, letting out a piercing roar.
Hearing their leader's cry, a swarm of bats flew into the mine from various tunnels. This is trouble. Su Shi frowned slightly, feeling the pressure increase sharply.
Don't worry, focus on the boss. Leave the little ones to me. Chen Yang stood up, stretching lightly. Shadow flash. He instantly appeared beside a bat,
his ash blade slicing through its body. The bat let out a sharp screech before collapsing dead.
Chen Yang didn't pause, immediately turning to the nearest giant spider. 1, 5, 10. In just a few minutes, he effortlessly wiped out this wave of bats. 1 slash per bat, with ease.
Meanwhile, Su Shi and Xiao Weiwei had also beaten the Demon Knight Bat King to the brink of death, its life nearly drained.
At that moment,
the Demon Knight Bat King, as if in a final struggle, suddenly leaped from the ground, charging swiftly at Xiao Weiwei.
Watch out! Su Shi shouted. But it was already too late.
The Demon Knight Bat King appeared in front of Xiao Weiwei in an instant, its sharp claws about to grab her petite figure.
Time seemed to freeze. Xiao Weiwei's face was filled with fear and helplessness. At this critical moment, a figure dashed toward the Demon Knight Bat King. It was Chen Yang. He instantly
shielded Xiao Weiwei, his ash blade blocking the deadly claws.
Cross slash.
Chen Yang swung his ash blade, carving a cross in the air, slashing fiercely at the Demon Knight Bat King.
Minus 40,201. Boom! The Demon Knight Bat King fell heavily, closing its eyes forever. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing LV.105 Demon Knight Bat King, boss, gaining 24,450 experience points. Ding!
Congratulations, your level has increased to LV.118. As the Demon Knight Bat King fell, a light curtain slowly appeared in the center of the mine.
Ding!
Mission complete, boss successfully defeated, you may leave the current secret realm. Hearing the system prompt, Su Shi let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground.
Oh, my God, it's finally over.
Chen Yang glanced indifferently at the light screen not far away, then opened the attribute panel to check the changes.
Name, Phantom Devourer, Path to
Godhood unlocked, Grade SSS level, LV.118 HP, 141,000 mana, 72,300 attack, 13,800 defense, for 310 magic resistance, 3,750 specialty, SSS tenfold attack speed, innate tenfold. Attack speed, skills, Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, SSS, Shadow Flash, SSS, Phantom Space, SSS, Soul Devourer, SSS, Weakness Insight, SSS, Cross Slash, SSS. Already LV.118, looks like the 4th class advancement isn't far off, Chen Yang muttered to himself.
Are you okay?
He turned to look at Xiao Weiwei, who was still in a daze, worried she hadn't
recovered from the earlier fright.
I am fine, Xiao Weiwei shook her head and walked to the side, leaning against the stone wall in deep thought. Clearly, she was quite shaken.
Chen Yang noticed her strange behavior but didn't think much of it. She was probably just scared.
Chen Yang waved at Su Shi and walked over to the corpse of the Demon Knight Bat King to
check the loot. Chen Yang, what's up with Xiao Weiwei?
Su Shi gently nudged him and asked in a low voice. Not sure, probably just scared, Chen Yang shrugged. But Su Shi thought otherwise. She had clearly seen the little stars in Xiao Weiwei's eyes earlier.
Although the hero saving the damsel trope was a bit cliché, it was undeniably effective. I'll have to keep a close eye on Xiao Weiwei from now on. Can't let her steal the spotlight at home.
Su Shi made a mental note, determined not to let Xiao Weiwei and Chen Yang be alone together.
Su Shi, Xiao Weiwei, the loot's out. Come take a look, Chen Yang called out.
Xiao Weiwei snapped out of her thoughts and slowly looked up.
Phew, maybe I'm overthinking, she
muttered, patting her face before standing up and walking toward Chen Yang. She hadn't gone far when she noticed Su Shi staring straight at her.
Their gazes met in midair, sparks flying, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. After waiting a while and not seeing them come over, Chen Yang turned back to urge them. What are you two doing? Is there a red spot on her face? Why not come check out these items? Chen Yang called again.
The two glared at each other fiercely before finally getting up and walking toward Chen Yang.
Cold
face. I advise you not to play any tricks. Sushi leaned close to Xiao Weiwei and whispered. Humph, you should mind your own business, ugly. Xiao Weiwei retorted without backing down. While they bickered, Chen Yang focused on examining the equipment in his hands. Demon Bat Armor, Silver Grade, increases HP by 3000, Defense by 500, Magic Resistance by 200, and HP Regeneration Speed by 10%. Demon Bat Essence, Silver Grade, can level up pets and activate Bloodline Power. This one's pretty good. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. How do you want to split these items? He asked. Whatever, up to you, Xiao Weiwei replied indifferently. I'll go with whatever you decide too, Sushi said, unwilling to be outdone, sneaking a glare at Xiao Weiwei. Chen Yang thought for a moment and handed the Demon Bat Armor to Sushi. This piece suits you better. Take it. Sushi accepted the armor and gave Xiao Weiwei a smug smile. Oof, who cares? Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly, muttering under her breath. Chen Yang vaguely heard her mumbling something but couldn't make it out. Thinking she was upset about Sushi getting the equipment, he quickly said, how about this, after we leave, Sushi and I will help you earn more credits. How does that sound? Xiao Weiwei turned her head away haughtily. I don't need it. Chen Yang smiled helplessly and picked up the Demon Bat Essence, handing it to her. This one's a silver grade item. It should be worth quite a few credits. Xiao Weiwei muttered something under her breath and turned to walk toward the light screen. Who cares, you keep it, you blockhead, she grumbled as she walked away. Chen Yang smiled slightly, thinking to himself, if you don't want it, fine, but why curse at me? Ignore her, let's go, he said. Sushi gave a sweet smile, holding onto Chen Yang's arm as they walked together. At the plaza of Kyoto Martial Arts University, a dazzling light flashed, and the figures of Chen Yang and the others slowly appeared in the square. Opening their eyes, they found that nothing had changed since they left. Principal Xiao and other school leaders were still standing there. Under the flagpole, Principal Xiao seemed to sense someone looking at him. He slowly turned around and glanced at Chen Yang indifferently. Principal Xiao really is. Chen Yang looked at Principal Zhao's cold demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head. Some people appear cold on the surface but might live quite an exciting life in private. Just like that mature secretary he met the other day. Chen Yang, over here, Jiang Wu waved at him. Chen Yang walked over. Good kid, you really didn't disappoint. Right now, the other freshmen are still in the secret realm, only a few of you have come out, Jiang Wu said, patting Chen Yang's shoulder with a proud smile. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly, the other party was starting to show off. Again. Teacher Jiang, I have something to ask. Wasn't I supposed to participate in the Martial Arts University League with Chen Yang? Sushi asked shyly, worried that the school might send her back home. Jiang Wu gave an awkward smile. This was Principal Zhao's decision, and he couldn't do anything about it. This is Principal Zhao's arrangement, aimed at identifying the strongest freshmen. Look, the school leaders under the flagpole have been watching the light screen, observing the freshmen's performance, Jiang Wu said, pointing at the school leaders. But you all performed well this time, so your spots are definitely secured. Hearing this, Sushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that she wouldn't qualify for the Martial Arts University League and wouldn't be able to stay with Chen Yang. Teacher Jiang, if there's nothing else, can we leave now? Chen Yang was currently preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Qian. He happened to have a special item in hand and wanted to take Xiao Qian to see old Master Wu. There's nothing else. If you have something to do, you can go, Jiang Wu said after thinking for a moment. By the way, Teacher Jiang, where is old Master Wu? Can you let him know for me? He asked me to bring Xiao Qian to see him last time, and now I finally have the time, Chen Yang said, planning to see if he could help Xiao Qian complete her bloodline reversion before the Martial Arts University League. After learning Wu Jianjun's location, Chen Yang bid farewell to the two girls and turned to leave. At the Beast Taming Academy. Xiao Qian, don't be afraid. Old Master Wu will definitely help you complete the reversion, Chen Yang said, looking at the towering walls in front of him, comforting Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian nodded, leaning weakly against Chen Yang's shoulder. Ding dong, Chen Yang walked to the door and pressed the doorbell. Who are you looking for? A rough male voice came from inside. I'm looking for old Master Wu. I contacted him in advance. Wait a moment. Soon, a light screen appeared in front of Chen Yang. Old Master Wu is in the secret realm. Go in and find him yourself. Chen Yang nodded and stepped into the light screen. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Chen Yang's figure disappeared from the spot.
After entering the secret realm, Chen Yang
was stunned by the sight before him. It was a fantastical world filled with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts, dazzling to the eyes. A massive golden lion lay leisurely on the
grass, basking in the sun.
Its golden fur shimmered like it was clad in golden armor.
Not far away, a multicolored peacock spread its tail feathers, its plumage as brilliant as a
rainbow, drawing the attention of its peers. In the sky, a red eagle with wings spanning dozens of meters circled, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings.
His master, their aura, is terrifying. Xiao Qian clung tightly to Chen Yang's arms.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly.
Xiao Qian was far too timid. Without stopping, they continued deeper into the secret realm.
Here, there were not only hybrid magical creatures on land but also many that lived in the water.
A massive blue crocodile swam in the water, its body seemingly ablaze with
blue flames, exuding a chilling aura. By the pond, a three-headed snake monster flicked its tongue, its eyes glowing green as it stared intently at the little Chen in Chen Yang's
arms.
A stream of venom sprayed from its mouth, swiftly attacking Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned slightly and gently shifted his body, easily dodging the attack.
Sizzle, the
venom hit the ground, quickly corroding a deep pit, its toxicity extremely potent. Seeing its attack fail, the three-headed snake monster crawled out of the pond and lunged at
Chen Yang.
Beast! A burly man stepped in front of Chen Yang. Yet the temptation of the bloodline reversal made the snake monster relentless, continuing its fierce charge.
Wu Liyue
furrowed his brows and delivered a heavy punch to the monster's side.
Bang!
The snake monster was sent flying, landing heavily in the distance.
Didn't you see this isn't a place you can just enter?
Wu Liyue said sternly, these monsters could go berserk and hurt people at any moment.
His displeasure was evident on his face.
It was precisely because of these troublesome people that he had to keep an eye on the monsters every day.
I'm here to find Wu Jianjun, Old Master Wu,
Chen Yang said awkwardly, not understanding why the other man was so hostile toward him.
Looking for Old Master Wu? Wu Liyue sized him up and down.
Walk about a kilometer further in, there's a big thatched house.
Old Master Wu
is there.
With that, he turned and left.
Be careful, that guy is really fierce. Little Qian peeked out from Chen Yang's arms, cautiously scanning the surroundings.
When the snake
monster attacked earlier, it had curled up inside Chen Yang's clothes, trembling with fear, sensing the overwhelming hostility. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, held little Qian
tightly, and continued walking deeper in. He thought about the information he had researched earlier. Wu Jianjun was an expert in beast taming.
In his youth, he was the head of
the beast taming department at Kyoto Wu University.
As he grew older, he decided to quit teaching and focus on research. He was a renowned beast tamer, skilled in the training and
breeding of various hybrid magical beasts.
Despite being offered high prices to help breed hybrid magical beasts, he always refused, considering it a waste of research time.
After
about 10 minutes, Chen Yang saw a large thatched house in the distance. Despite being called a thatched house, its scale was comparable to a villa, standing 2 or 3 stories
high.
Master, I'm a bit nervous, little Qian said uneasily, rubbing against Chen Yang.
Don't be afraid.
Old Master Wu is very skilled in this area, trust me, Chen Yang
reassured, stroking it affectionately. He quickly walked to the door and knocked.
Come in, a voice, old but strong, responded.
Chen Yang pushed the door open and entered, finding the
interior spacious, with a ceiling 5 meters high, resembling a small studio. In the center was a massive wooden table piled with various books. An elderly man in a dark robe was
engrossed in studying ancient texts, exuding an extraordinary aura. Senior Wu.
Chen Yang stepped forward and bowed respectfully.
One must show respect to the strong. Wu Jianjun
looked up, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yang before finally settling on the small snake in his arms.
I know why you're here. Last time, I examined this little snake's bloodline. It does have some anomalies, but the issue is easy to resolve. Chen Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this.
He took out the magic bat essence from his spatial bracelet and handed it over, saying, I obtained this from a boss.
I wonder if it will help little Qian.
Wu Jianjun took the potion and examined it carefully. Chen Yang observed for a while and nodded. Not bad, the effect is quite promising. Wu Jianjun continued, however, to successfully trigger this little snake's ancestral regression, you'll need some special materials.
As
he spoke, he handed Chen Yang a list.
These are the items you need to purchase.
You can check the treasure pavilion at the school, they should have them. Chen Yang took the list. which was filled with names of herbs and beast bones he didn't recognize. He felt a bit troubled, knowing these items would likely be expensive and unsure if he had enough credits. "Alright, Senior Wu, I'll go prepare them now," Chen Yang said. Wu Jianjun waved him off, then lowered his head to continue studying the ancient texts on the table.
Chen Yang hurried to the treasure pavilion, spending most of his credits to buy everything on the list.
If not for the unexpected gain of credits earlier, he wouldn't have been able to afford them.
"Come on, little Qian, you have to perform well this time."
Chen Yang smiled wryly and patted the little snake in his arms.
"Hiss, don't worry, I'll do my best," Xiao Qian responded. Chen Yang returned to Wu Jianjun's thatched hut with the materials.
Seeing the pile of items he brought, Wu Jianjun teased, "I didn't expect you to have so many credits."
Chen
Yang scratched his head.
"It's all right." Wu Jianjun, feeling a bit bored, said, "Stop dawdling. Put the little snake into the container first, and I'll start preparing." Chen
Yang placed Xiao Qian into a special container from his arms. Xiao Qian looked up at him with a pitiful expression.
"Hiss, master, if I become ugly, will you abandon me?" Chen Yang
smiled and patted its head.
"No, don't overthink it."
Wu Jianjun summoned a golden talisman from thin air and began chanting an incantation.
The talisman emitted a dazzling light, slowly enveloping Xiao Qian's body.
Then, he poured the glowing treasure medicine and beast bones into a massive container, causing thick white mist to rise.
Intense energy waves radiated from the container.
Wu Jianjun clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with the forces of heaven and earth.
Suddenly, a blinding light flashed inside the container, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime.
"Hiss, it hurts." Xiao Qian let out painful hisses.
Chen Yang asked nervously, "Old Master Wu, what's happening to Xiao Qian?" Wu Jianjun replied calmly, "It's fine."
He waved his hand gently, and the light gradually faded as the white mist dispersed.
Before them appeared a
massive flood dragon, surrounded by shattered container fragments.
The flood dragon's body was dark green, its scales gleaming with a cold light, and its eyes were as large and bright as lanterns.
It let out a deafening roar, as if it could shake the heavens and earth.
Chen Yang was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was Xiao Qian's new form.
He stepped forward and touched the flood dragon's scales, feeling a bone-chilling cold. A system notification sounded, "Ding. You are affected by a negative status, movement speed reduced by
5%. Chen Yang's eyes widened in surprise. There was even a negative effect?
Xiao Qian looked at him smugly.
"Hiss, how about it, master?" "Impressive, right?" The system notification sounded again, "Congratulations. Your contracted pet, white-scaled python, has successfully undergone ancestral regression to become the frosted flood dragon." Chen Yang froze for a moment. It turned into a dragon? He immediately opened the attribute panel to check Xiao Qian's new status: pet, frosted flood dragon, Xiao Qian, gender, female, level, 94. Level cap, 700, type, combat pet, bloodline, platinum grade hybrid demon species, base attributes, constitution 12030, spirit 4902, skills, icebone jade armor, A, scorching. Frost wave, A, toxic frost, B, frostquake, B, traits, reduces enemy movement speed within a 100-meter radius and applies toxic frost to enemies, continuously reducing their health. The poison can stack up to 10 layers. Chen Yang stared at Xiao Qian's attribute panel in shock, feeling that all the credits he had spent were completely worth it. Its power was overwhelming, and the skill set was incredibly luxurious. What was most astonishing was its trait. Not only could it slow enemies, but it could also stack poison to continuously drain their health. At its peak, it could deal 10% health damage per second. Even a powerful boss wouldn't last 10 seconds. Roar, look at you, so shocked you can't even speak. Hee hee. Xiao Qian lowered her massive head and happily nuzzled Chen Yang's hand. Congratulations, Chen Yang. With the ancestral regression successful, your pet has evolved into a flood dragon, Wu Jianjun said with a smile as he walked over. Senior Wu, thank you so much. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Chen Yang said gratefully. No need to be so polite. This is all thanks to your own efforts, and you gathered the materials yourself. By the way, do you want this pet bracelet? It's not expensive, only 1,000 credits. Wu Jianjun took a bracelet out of a drawer and handed it to Chen Yang. Hearing the price, Chen Yang's mouth twitched slightly. 1,000 credits is no small amount. To earn these credits, he had to offend all the freshmen to scrape them together. Old Master Wu, can I get credit first? Chun Yang looked at Xiao Qian's massive body and asked helplessly.
This thatched cottage was big enough, otherwise, Xiao Qian's over 10-meter-long body might have collapsed the roof.
No problem, take this first. You can pay back the credits later when you have them. By the way, there's a young girl waiting for you outside for quite a while. You should go. Wu Jianjun waved his hand casually. A young girl? Chun Yang was a bit puzzled. Who would be looking for him at this time? Outside the beast taming academy. Meng Meng, what do you need from me? Chen Yang looked at the mature and charming
figure in the distance, feeling a bit confused.
Can't I look for you without a reason?
The golden-haired beast pet you requested earlier has arrived.
Since you don't seem to have a suitable ride, and I happen to be free today, how about I take you to pick out a vehicle?
Zhang Mengmeng gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Previously, at the Hunter Martial
Artist building, because of her, Wei Zimo had caused trouble for Chen Yang.
She had always wanted to find an opportunity to make it up to him.
That feels a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Chen Yang's mouth twitched as he politely declined.
He didn't like taking advantage of others for nothing.
Let's go.
Zhang Mengmeng stepped forward and wrapped her arm
around Chen Yang's. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Chen Yang's face showed embarrassment. Helpless, he could only let Zhang Mengmeng lead him. They arrived at the commercial street of Wuda University, at a motorcycle shop. Along the way, many people saw their intimate interaction and secretly envied them. Why isn't it me being held like that? What kind of motorcycle are you two looking for? The shop owner quickly approached them upon seeing them.
These two had extraordinary auras and didn't look like ordinary students.
They must be from wealthy families. Boss, bring out your best motorcycle.
Money is not an issue for us.
Zhang Mengmeng waved her hand. Got it, a big sale. The shop owner excitedly led them to a motorcycle. The pitch-black motorcycle had an extremely cool design.
Among all the motorcycles in the shop, it was undoubtedly the most outstanding one.
Boss, how's the performance of this motorcycle? It's not just for show, is it?
Zhang Mengmeng examined it and felt it was pretty good, so she asked the shop owner.
The shop owner handed
a stack of documents to Zhang Mengmeng.
Take a look.
These are all the top-notch technologies and materials used in this motorcycle.
Standing nearby, Chen Yang couldn't help but reach out and touch the motorcycle.
In his previous life, he had been too busy with work to explore these things, but he actually liked motorcycles a lot.
After all, motorcycles
symbolize a man's pursuit of freedom and excitement. Zhang Mengmeng carefully reviewed the documents and felt the motorcycle was indeed excellent.
She was about to ask for Chen Yang's
opinion when she noticed him staring at the motorcycle with great interest.
Boss, swipe the card.
Zhang Mengmeng decisively swiped her card, spending $1 million without any hesitation.
Chen Yang, take it for a spin.
Zhang Mengmeng said cheerfully.
Isn't this a bit too impulsive? Chen Yang felt a bit awkward.
He had originally planned to buy one himself.
Since he did need a means of transportation,
he hadn't expected Zhang Mengmeng to pay so quickly.
Give me your card number, and I'll pay you back, Chen Yang said seriously, though. He was secretly cursing. Why am I not the one being taken care of?
The shop owner watched enviously from the side, feeling deeply unfair.
Why was the gap between men so vast?
Others had beautiful women accompanying them shopping, and the women even fought to pay.
Was it just because he was a bit more handsome, a bit stronger, and had a better physique? What else could he possibly have over him? No need to pay me back. I said it's a gift for you. By the way, do you know how to ride it? Zhang Mengmeng blinked charmingly. Do you want me to teach you personally?
She smiled playfully. The shop owner's face turned green as he watched, his fists clenching tighter.
I've never tried before, but it shouldn't be too hard. Chen Yang shook his head. Come on, hop on. Big sis will take you for a ride.
Zhang Mengmeng swung her long legs over the motorcycle and sat down, casually tossing
Chen Yang a pink helmet with a cartoon character on it. This, can I change it? Chen Yang's mouth twitched. Change what? This is the last one in the shop, Zhang Mengmeng gave the shop owner a meaningful look. The shop owner quickly nodded. Yes, this is the only one left.
Chen Yang glanced at the row of helmets on the counter, sighed helplessly,
and reluctantly put on the pink helmet.
He straddled the motorcycle and rode around the shop several times, attracting the attention of many onlookers, young and old.
Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Yang announced he was heading back.
Zhang Mengmeng flicked her hair flirtatiously and said, "All right, you go ahead.
I need to get back to work too." Seeing that
Zhang Mengmeng had stopped teasing him, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got on the handlebars, and said goodbye to her. Afterward, Chen Yang arrived at the job change
temple. Alright, time to challenge the 5th job change.
He rode his motorcycle to the entrance of the temple. Over the past period, he had been leveling up diligently in the
secret realm of Kyoto Martial University and had finally reached level 120.
Restless as always, he couldn't wait to head to the job change temple as soon as he hit the required level.
Young man, are you feeling better? The temple attendant who greeted him was the same young lady he had met in Hangzhou City before.
Even after all this time, she still remembered
Chen Yang and had a deep impression of him. After all, who else would come out of the job change temple with a pale face and sunken eyes? It was truly a one-of-a-kind experience.
Much better. I'm here to apply for a job change.
Thank you for your help. Alright, please head to room 322 on the 3rd floor. The temple attendant quickly registered his information and handed him a card.
She also gave him a tablet and smiled encouragingly. Good luck.
I believe you can successfully complete the job change. After speaking, she
playfully winked at Chen Yang and made a cheering gesture.
Chen Yang gave a faint smile and turned to leave. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Will I really succeed this time?
I didn't fail last time, though. But this was understandable. After all, no one would believe that someone could complete 2 job changes in just a few months.
Even a genius couldn't achieve such speed.
No wonder the temple attendant mistakenly thought he had failed last time. Arriving at room 322 on the 3rd floor, Chen Yang swiped his card and
entered.
The room still contained the same dazzling crystal stone radiating brilliant light. We meet again, Chen Yang said with a faint smile as he approached. He placed both hands
on the crystal stone. In an instant,
the crystal stone erupted with a blinding light, enveloping Chen Yang.
Ding! The current job changer has reached level 120 and can
proceed with the 5th job change.
Would you like to challenge the job change dungeon?
Please select yes/no. Seeing the prompt on the attribute panel, Chen Yang's eyes
sharpened. Confirm. He clicked confirm. Where is this?
As the dazzling light gradually faded, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a pile of rubble.
A few
withered trees around him added to the desolate atmosphere.
This place looks a bit familiar.
Looking at the surroundings, Chen Yang recalled some strategies he had read before.
Ding! You have entered the job change dungeon. Dungeon task: defeat the sandstorm giant and complete the 5th job change. Sandstorm giant? So it's this dungeon. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Yang's eyes lit up.
He had unintentionally learned about this dungeon before and knew the rules were simple.
It only required the job changer to duel
the boss, with no other conditions. What troubled many job changers, however, was that this boss had an enormous health pool and extremely high defense, making it very difficult to
defeat.
If only Xiao Qian were here, Chen Yang sighed softly. Unfortunately, pets were not allowed in job change dungeons. Otherwise, with Xiao Qian's abilities, this boss would have
been easily taken down.
Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, uprooting several withered trees.
The ground shook violently. Chen Yang remained calm, standing still. He squinted slightly, staring at the center of the storm. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Driven by some force, the rubble rapidly gathered like a storm, colliding continuously in midair.
Gradually, a towering sandstorm giant took shape.
It stood dozens of meters tall, its fists as massive as meteors. Its legs spun like whirlwinds, keeping it suspended in the air. 2 pitch black, deep eyes
emerged from its head, resembling an abyss.
The sandstorm giant appeared godlike, slightly lowering its head to gaze at Chen Yang beneath it. Faced with such a colossal being, anyone else would have likely lost the courage to fight long ago.
The giant roared, its voice crashing toward Chen Yang like a tidal wave. TCH, this move is so outdated. A faint smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth as his figure vanished in an instant. While dodging the attack, Chen Yang took the opportunity to check the boss's stats. Name:
Sandstorm Giant, Boss, Level, 135 HP, 203000 MP, 9, 730 Attack, 6030 Defense, 10, 200 Magic Resistance, 9, 340 as expected of the toughest 5th tier boss. Its HP,
defense, and magic resistance are terrifyingly high.
Chen Yang stared at the Sandstorm Giant's stat panel, calculating silently in his mind. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just its HP alone reached a staggering 200,000.
Not to mention its defense exceeding 10,000.
Truly a nightmare for all 5th tier classes.
Good thing I have the Ashen Blade. Rewarded by the principal, otherwise, I'd be completely blind and unable to fight. Chen Yang quickly calculated in his mind how much attack power would be needed to break through. It's defense. Roar the sandstorm giant, enraged by Chen Yang's complete disregard, lifted a massive boulder and hurled it at him. Yet Chen Yang remained calm and composed, his expression indifferent. Such petty tricks weren't even worth showing off in front of him. With the added boost from activating the bloodthirsty Rakshasa, Chen Yang was confident. He could take it down with ease. Stupid big guy, watch me take you down in seconds. Chen Yang's eyes turned cold, his voice hoarse, like that of a demon. If other class changers heard this, they would surely burst out laughing, mocking his naivety. After all, in their eyes, even if the sandstorm giant stood still, it would take 3 days and nights to defeat it. What dungeon could be cleared so easily? But now, facing the sandstorm giant with its massive HP, Chen Yang was thinking about a one-shot kill? It was simply a joke. They had no idea that Chen Yang was the first ever SSS-Class professional. Moreover, he was the initiator of the path to godhood. Bloodthirsty Rakshasa. White mist began to emanate from Chen Yang's entire body, and the crazed light in his eyes grew more intense. In this state, all his attributes were doubled, and he could ignore all pain. Even a head-on clash with the sandstorm giant posed no pressure. This was Chen Yang's trump card, his ultimate form, capable of annihilating any enemy in seconds. Weakness in sight. The next moment, Chen Yang's expression turned cold, his gaze locking onto the red glow flickering behind the sandstorm giant. That was its weak point, the glowing red crystal, the source of its life. Phantom flash. Chen Yang's figure flickered continuously, appearing behind the sandstorm giant in the blink of an eye. Roar the sandstorm giant, sensing a threat to its life, hurriedly turned around, swinging its boulder-like fist fiercely at Chen Yang. But Chen Yang sneered disdainfully, not taking it seriously at all. Phantom flash. He left multiple afterimages in mid-air. Seeing this, the sandstorm giant froze, unable to distinguish which was the real body. Roar boom. The sandstorm giant slammed the ground with all its might, venting its anger. Its tiny brain couldn't comprehend why so many Chen Yangs had appeared. Cross slash. Facing the frenzied sandstorm giant, Chen Yang flashed behind it, the ashen blade in his hand tracing a cross-shaped light in the air. The cross-shaped light was unstoppable, piercing through the sandstorm giant's defense and heading straight for the glowing red crystal. In just a few seconds, Chen Yang's figure flickered continuously around it, trapping it in an invisible circle. From a third-person perspective, the sandstorm giant looked as if it were trapped in a magic formation, spinning in circles. After a while, Chen Yang appeared on a small hill, gently wiping the ashen blade in his hand. 123,240. 54,580. 73,820. 23,120. Several massive damage numbers appeared beside the sandstorm giant. The highest damage was dealt when the crystal was first pierced, while the rest occurred as Chen Yang continuously trapped it. This was Chen Yang's latest technique, utilizing the teleportation feature of Shadow Flash combined with powerful attributes to inflict massive damage on the opponent in an extremely short time. The downside is that it consumes a lot of mana and stamina. Who would believe that an assassin could kill a super high health boss in such a short time? Looking at the fallen sandstorm giant, a trace of excitement flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. Such small fry, don't embarrass yourselves by showing up again in the future. This was just a boss with 200,000 health, not even worth mentioning. I took less than half a minute to kill it, and there was still a lot of damage overflow. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully killed LV.135 Sandstorm Giant, boss, and gained 102,300 experience points. The Sandstorm Giant let out a tragic roar. It hadn't even had the chance to unleash its power before being easily killed. It could only use its roar to announce to the world that it once existed. Then, the life-symbolizing crystal shattered instantly. The dazzling red light gradually faded, and it finally fell into eternal darkness. Unfortunately, although the sandstorm giant was dead, it didn't drop anything. Clearly, my luck wasn't great this time. Looking at the empty loot, I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What's going on? Such a big boss, and not a single piece of equipment dropped? Ding! Congratulations on completing the class change quest. Affected by the path to godhood, your new class is being drawn. Countdown, 10, 9, 4, 3, 2, 1. A new class? Hearing the system prompt, a trace of anticipation ignited in my heart. Ding! Draw successful. Class. Change to Abyssal Wanderer. Not bad. This name sounds so powerful.
To be honest, all the effort earlier wasn't in vain.
The path to godhood bonus is amazing.
I nodded in satisfaction. Thinking back to the dangers I faced during the 4th class change, it all seems worth
it now.
Generally speaking, after completing the class change quest, only a small number of people can draw a new class.
Most people stick with the same class their entire lives.
Then, I opened the attribute panel, eager to see what powerful skills the new class had.
Name, Abyssal Wanderer, Path to Godhood activated, Grade, SSS level, LV.120 HP, 153,000 mana, 82,300 attack, 16,000 defense, 6,310 magic resistance, 5,750 specialty, SSS grade 10-fold attack speed, comes with 10-fold attack speed, skills, Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, SSS, Abyssal Flash. Strike, SSS, Dark Mist Shadow, SSS, Soul Disturbing Fear, SSS, Abyssal Gaze, SSS, Sinful Rift / SSS. Ha, this is amazing. Looking
at the attribute panel, I excitedly pumped my fist. Although my level hadn't changed, all my attributes had significantly increased.
Especially
defense and magic resistance, which had each gone up by over 2,000 points.
No one can call me fragile anymore. I'm now an Abyssal Wanderer who can both attack and tank. Next, I carefully studied the skill changes.
Almost every skill had been upgraded, with significant improvements
in their stats.
2 skills, in particular, caught my attention. Dark Mist Shadow. As long as there's a shadow, the caster can freely enter it while
releasing mist to disrupt the enemy's thoughts.
Abyssal Gaze. The target will see their deepest fears, and the faint-hearted may be trapped
in fear forever.
At the same time, enemy attributes decrease by 25%, and all buffs are removed.
Am I seeing this right? Being able to enter shadows at will, this is the ultimate assassination skill.
And this one, starting the fight by inducing fear, weakening attributes, and
canceling all buffs. How can the enemy even fight back?
Even though I'm usually calm, I couldn't suppress my excitement at this moment.
Now, I can confidently call myself the king of assassins. Even the top assassins aren't as strong as me. Hua's attribute panel. Above 5 transitions, a 1-for-1 trade. Below 5 transitions, I'm invincible. Ding. Health is about to drop to 010%, 9%, 8%, 3%. Cough, cough, forgot
to turn off the skill. Hearing the system prompt, Chunyang quickly deactivated the Bloodthirsty Rakshasa.
Sigh, always indulging in the
power, I can't even control myself. He took out a pre-prepared health potion from his spatial bracelet, opened the cap, and drank it slowly. Suddenly, the system notification sounded.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining growth-type equipment, Shadow of Secrecy upgraded to gold level. Today's luck is really good.
Chen Yang stopped in his tracks, suddenly remembering a piece of equipment he had left unused in his spatial
bracelet.
He took out the Shadow of Secrecy and noticed its color had changed from a light shade to dark red.
Staring at the mask in his hand, Chen Yang checked its attribute panel.
Name, Shadow of Secrecy grade, gold, growth type, attributes, plus 230 attack, plus 1230 health, plus 10% critical.
Rate effect, absorbs the host's blood, allowing the host to transform into anyone they have seen. Face-changing technique? Sigh, why do all my equipment and skills have to do with blood absorption?
Looking at the panel, Chen Yang's recently calmed emotions began to stir again.
Without
overthinking, he directly put on the Shadow of Secrecy, imagining Zhou Tianlong's appearance in his mind.
Crack, crack, the bones in Chen
Yang's body quickly shifted, and in no time, he had transformed into another appearance. Taking out a makeup mirror from his spatial bracelet, he looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction.
Not bad, looks like I can settle this score ahead of schedule. Hello, I'm here to return the room card.
Chen Yang walked into the job change temple's hall and handed the card for room 322 to the temple attendant.
All right.
The temple attendant looked at Chen Yang, her eyes full of helplessness. At this moment, Chen Yang's face was pale, his eyes dark, and he kept taking out health potions from his spatial bracelet to drink. Sigh, judging by this young man must have been doing his usual
thing in the job change dungeon again.
Young and reckless, he'll ruin his body sooner or later.
Thinking of this, the temple attendant kindly
advised, young man, I suggest you stop doing those things all the time. You're still young, you could find a girlfriend, and you're so handsome. If it really doesn't work out, even I wouldn't mind, you know.
She finished with a flirtatious wink at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was full of question marks. What on earth did this girl mean? No need, I have something to do, I'll be leaving now. With confusion, Chen Yang turned and left. Hey, young man, think about what I just said. Back home, physically and mentally exhausted, Chen Yang collapsed onto his bed and immediately fell asleep. Ring 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 ring. An hour later, the phone ringing woke Chen Yang up. Hello, Chen Yang, get Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi, and come to the lecture hall meeting room immediately. On the other end, Jiang Wu's tone was urgent. Before Chen Yang could ask anything, the call was hung up. What's going on? Forget it, seeing how anxious teacher Jiang is, I can't delay. After a quick tidy up, Chen Yang went out to find Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi. In front of the lecture hall, a large crowd had already gathered. Chen Yang, Xiao Weiwei, and Su Shi walked toward the building together. The freshmen looked at them with envy and jealousy. During this time, they had been grinding levels like crazy, putting in every ounce of effort, just to catch up to Chen Yang and his group. But looking back, they realized they still couldn't close the gap. The difference was only growing, especially with the national top scorer, Chen Yang. Not long ago, someone happened to encounter him at the job change temple. After some inquiries, they found out that Chen Yang had already taken the 5 transition assessment. My God! How can the gap between people be this huge? I don't want to live anymore. The substitute spot is mine, no one else can have it. Upon learning that Chen Yang had already reached 5 transitions, the freshmen competed fiercely, fighting harder than ever. The Wudo League still had 5 substitute spots left. You can be a substitute, wait for Chen Yang to win the championship, and you can share the glory. Not long after, Chen Yang and a few people entered the conference room on the top floor of the teaching building. As soon as he walked in, he saw several imposing elders sitting in chairs. You must be the national top scorer, Chen Yang? An elder with a white beard stared at him. I heard you've already completed the 5th transformation, truly young and promising. A short, chubby elder said with a smile. Chen Yang was a bit puzzled. The aura emanating from these elders was no less than that of Principal Xiao. He looked at Jiang Wu and saw him smiling bitterly and nodding at him. Something's up. Chen Yang frowned, feeling uneasy. Su Shi and Xiao Weiwei followed closely behind him, their backs already soaked with sweat. The aura of these elders made it difficult for them to breathe. Let me see your strength. The aura of the elder with the white beard suddenly pressed down on Chen Yang. Again with this trick, can't you come up with something new? Relying on the strength of the 5th transformation, Chen Yang barely held on without falling. The 2 girls behind him couldn't withstand it and directly collapsed to the ground. Ha, not bad, kid. I like your spirit. The elder with the white beard withdrew his aura and said with a smile. Chen Yang, these are the principals of various martial arts universities. They are here to discuss something with you. Principal Zhao's face was serious. Without waiting for Chen Yang to ask, he continued, most of the other freshmen are still at the 3rd transformation, with only a few reaching the 4th transformation. And you've already reached the 5th transformation, which is unfair to the other freshmen. If you participate in the Martial Arts University League, the other contestants might as well just admit defeat and go home. Principal Zhao's eyes carried a hint of joy. If nothing unexpected happened, this year's Martial Arts University League championship would undoubtedly belong to Kyoto Martial Arts University. Chen Yang frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that these people wanted to change the rules. Or perhaps, they simply wouldn't let him compete. TCH. He felt quite annoyed. Their lack of strength, what does that have to do with me? Should a lion care about the feelings of its prey? Ha, Chen Yang, don't worry, you won't be banned from competing. The principal of Magic City Martial Arts University said with a smile. He greatly admired this genius who had already reached the 5th transformation upon entering university. However, in his heart, he cursed the admissions representative for failing to recruit Chen Yang, planning to fire and replace them when he returned. Having witnessed Chen Yang's strength, the other principals had similar thoughts. What rules are being changed? Chen Yang asked, feeling uneasy. The Martial Arts University League will allow some 2nd year and 3rd year students to participate. This isn't targeting you, Chen Yang, don't overthink it, the principal of Jinyang Martial Arts University said perfunctorily. Hearing this, Chen Yang sneered but said nothing more. Although the words weren't directly aimed at him, they sounded quite unpleasant. This is so unfair. Xiao Weiwei stepped forward, standing beside Chen Yang, and refuted. That's right, we've never seen second-year or third-year students participate in the Martial Arts University League before. Sushi also refused to back down, stepping beside Chen Yang and giving him an encouraging look. Chen Yang shook his head inwardly. These two little girls are so naive. They don't even realize who they're offending. Humph. Two little brats, today I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. The principal of Jinyang Martial Arts University frowned, feeling humiliated by being contradicted by two young girls in front of so many people. He waved his hand lightly, and a powerful wave of energy surged toward Xiao Weiwei and Sushi. Chen Yang had anticipated this and stepped in front of the two girls just in time. At this moment, Xiao Weiwei and Sushi's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They hadn't expected the principal of Jinyang Martial Arts University to be so shameless, attacking them in public. Enough! Principal Xiao snorted coldly, waving his hand to disperse the energy wave. He also released an oppressive aura, slowly pressuring the principal of Jinyang Martial Arts University. I don't care anymore, we've already discussed this in advance. The principal of Jinyang Martial Arts University left a parting remark and turned to leave. The other principals, seeing the situation escalate to this point, also got up and left one after another. Their goal had been achieved, there was no need to stay and watch the drama. These bastards! Principal Xiao cursed as he watched their departing figures. Chen Yang, you shouldn't participate in this year's Martial Arts University League. Sophomores and juniors have long since successfully reached the 5th transformation, and some have even broken through to the 6th. However, the school will compensate you. If you need anything, just let Jiang Wu know. After scolding, Principal Xiao turned to comfort Chen Yang. Xiao Weiwei and Sushi looked worried, afraid that Chen Yang would lose heart because of this. Chen Yang, don't be upset. When we get to our sophomore year, we'll fight back together, Sushi said with concern, gently tugging at Chen Yang's sleeve. It's fine. Isn't it just about writing off the seniors? I don't think I'm much worse than them. Principal, I still want to participate in this Martial University League. Chen Yang's eyes were firm and full of determination. Principal Xiao looked at the young man in front of him, as if seeing his younger self. Ha ha, good boy. I have high hopes for you. No matter the result, I will give you the most generous reward. Principal Xiao laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Chen Yang on the shoulder. Standing nearby, Jiang Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially felt guilty toward Chen Yang, but now it seemed he had worried for nothing. Go back and prepare well. The Martial University League starts in 3 days. I believe in you, Principal Xiao said before turning and leaving the conference room. Chen Yang, practice more when you get back. I believe in you. Jiang Wu patted him on the shoulder. Chen Yang smiled faintly, giving Jiang Wu a reassuring look. Teacher Jiang, don't worry. Our Chen Yang is amazing, Sushi said sweetly, her eyes fixed on Chen Yang's profile. Fool, who said Chen Yang is yours? Xiao Weiwei said coldly, look in the mirror yourself. Do you even match? You're too much. Ice face. Emotionless blockhead. Sushi stomped her foot in anger. Seeing this, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and quietly left the conference room, afraid of getting caught up in trouble. In the following days, Chen Yang honed his skills while using his remaining credits to exchange for items that could enhance his attributes, striving to improve his strength with the goal of making a grand showing in the Martial University League. At the Kyoto Martial University Square, a sea of people gathered, all freshmen. Although they weren't selected to compete, everyone wanted to witness this exciting moment firsthand. Under the national flag stood a few young men and women. The leading boy had a tall and upright figure, with sharp, well-defined features as if carved by a knife. Beside him stood two beauties. On the left was a cool and elegant woman with a tall, slender figure, exuding a mature charm. On the right was a sweet and adorable girl in a JK sailor uniform, smiling as she looked at the boy. Whoa! This can't be real, someone shouted excitedly. My goddess! How I wish I could stand next to her, even for just 1 second, another voice said longingly. Let me just smell her fragrance, and I'd give up everything, someone else exclaimed crazily. Don't be stupid. Do you think you can just approach her? Who's the pervert here? A nearby freshman glared at the boy in the lead. Sushi gently nudged Chen Yang's arm and asked, Chen Yang, are you nervous? Not really, Chen Yang replied calmly, shaking his head.
To him, this was just a small scene, far less thrilling than the beast fight he had faced before.
Ha! I'm so nervous, what should I do? Su Shi looked at Chen Yang pitifully, hoping he would comfort her. But the next second, she didn't hear what she wanted from Chen Yang.
Instead, she heard the voice she least wanted to hear. Can you stop clinging to Chen Yang all the time? Xiao Weiwei said coldly.
All you do is act spoiled. It's so useless. Su Shi was furious. What did you say? That's too much.
The two were about to start arguing again when Chen Yang quickly walked
over to teacher Jiang Wu, unable to stand their constant bickering.
Weren't girls supposed to gradually get to know each other and become
good friends? Hee, Chen Yang, you're really lucky, Jiang Wu said with a laugh. Having two beauties around you every day must make everyone
else jealous. Teacher Jiang, please don't joke about that, Chen Yang said with a helpless smile, waving his hand.
Suddenly remembering
something, he added, by the way, let's stick to the plan we discussed earlier.
Isn't that a bit too risky? Jiang Wu frowned, feeling a bit
worried. After discussions among several principals, the Wu De League was changed to a competition where multiple participants would vie within the
secret realm, with each Wu De allowed to send up to 10 people. Contestants could act in teams or individually. Chen Yang chose to act alone, without hesitation.
With his skills, stealth abilities, and speed, acting alone suited him better.
It's about time, it's time to eat.
At this moment, Principal Xiao waved his hand, and a white glowing screen slowly unfolded beneath the flagpole. Chen Yang and the others stood up and walked toward the screen.
The onlooking freshmen shouted loudly to cheer them on.
Although they couldn't participate, they all hoped the champion
would be Kyoto Wu De.
Principal Xiao silently said, the road ahead is long, everyone, proceed with caution.
A dazzling light enveloped Chen
Yang and the others, and when the light dissipated, they had disappeared from their original spot.
Where is this? Chen Yang looked around, feeling shocked.
They were standing on a floating island, surrounded by meteorites drifting like in outer space.
Around them were dozens of similar
floating islands, each with 10 people standing on it. Judging by their attire, they were clearly contestants from other wudas.
Hey! Who are you, Chen Yang? On a nearby floating island, a fierce-looking man shouted toward Chen Yang and his group. Based on their clothing, the man deduced they were from Kyoto Wu De IM. What's the matter?
Chen Yang replied calmly, walking to the edge of the floating island and staring at the man with a composed expression. From the man's tone, Chen Yang immediately understood he was here to cause trouble.
Chen Yang had no intention of being polite to people who liked to provoke. You're so arrogant, the man roared. What's so great about being the national top scorer?
I took the college entrance exam a year before you, so it has nothing to do with you.
Remember this, my name is Chen Guanyu. Don't let me catch you later. Chen Guanyu's expression was wild, his arrogance unpleasant to behold. Seeing Chen Guanyu's ferocious face, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile.
Young people these days were too restless, no one could maintain composure for long.
No matter when they met.
Later, he would naturally calm down. Ignoring the mad dog, Chen Yang turned his gaze to the other Wu De contestants on the floating islands and
noticed that everyone seemed in high spirits. Attention, contestants. Next, we will introduce the rules and precautions for this Wu De League. A broadcast sounded, and the contestants immediately quieted down, afraid to miss any details. This Wu De League adopts a points ranking system. As long as you kill hybrid demon species within the secret realm, you can earn points. The higher the level of the hybrid demon species, the more points you earn. Each person will be given a wristband containing a map of the secret realm. If you wish to exit the league, you can click the retreat button on the wristband.
The wristband also displays options for selecting team members and their names.
As soon as the
announcement ended, a wristband appeared in front of each contestant, and everyone reached out to put it on.
This was not only a map but also the key to their survival.
Chen Yang, be careful later, Su Shi tugged at his sleeve, her tone full of concern.
It's fine, Chen Yang replied, with a faint smile, gently shaking his head.
A glimmer flashed in Xiao Weiwei's eyes, as if she wanted to say something.
At this moment, the broadcast sounded again, that's all for the rules. Now, all contestants, begin.
As the words fell, a flash of light transported everyone into
the competition's secret realm, leaving the floating islands empty.
Meanwhile, Principal Xiao waved his hand lightly, and a massive screen appeared mid-air above the square. The screen projected real-time footage from within the secret realm, clearly displaying the contestants'
performances. That's Chang Yang. He's acting alone. The national top scorer is really going all out. Wow, icy goddess Xiao. Her skirt reveals her calves, they're so white. I'm drooling. The freshmen shouted excitedly as they watched the footage on the screen. The purpose of this live broadcast was to showcase the contestants' performances in the secret realm. To put it bluntly, it was Wu Da's way of preparing for next year's admissions. Whichever team's players perform well, their admissions will become more popular. The live broadcast is divided into 3 parts. The largest is the main screen, showing the situation in the secret realm. The 2 smaller screens on the side specifically display the movements of Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei's group. Principal Xiao can switch screens at any time to monitor the performance of other players. These screens are not fixed and will randomly switch periodically. During battles, Principal Xiao will immediately switch to those scenes. Next to the light screen, there is a real-time updated leaderboard showing the players' rankings. Meanwhile, guild leaders from major cities have also paused their work to follow the progress of the Martial University League. Players who perform well will attract investments and recruitment efforts from major guilds in advance. Outstanding students, after graduation. Damn it, why isn't this guy dead yet? In the White Dragon Guild's lounge, a middle-aged man angrily smashed things. A group of guild members gathered at the door, but no one dared to step forward, fearing to get involved. Where's my second brother? What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? Go get my second brother now. Zhou Ziren smashed everything in the room to pieces, but the anger in his heart only burned hotter. He pulled out a long sword from his spatial bracelet, his gaze turning icy and ruthless. With a light swing of the sword, Zhou Ziren charged at the crowd at the door like a tiger unleashed. With a screech, the sound of the sword cutting through flesh echoed. Drip, drip, blood dripped continuously from the tip of the sword, and 3 guild members had already fallen at his hands. The others, seeing this scene, were so terrified their legs went weak, trembling all over. Guild leader. Please don't be angry, the vice guild leader is on his way. One person trembled as they approached Zhou Ziren, their voice full of worry. At this moment, Zhou Wuyo also walked in. Second brother, why isn't that guy dead yet? Does your method work or not? I really want to cut him down with one strike. Zhou Ziren complained as he looked at his younger brother. If it weren't for his brother's persistent persuasion to be patient in claiming to have a way to deal with Chun Yang, he would have already gone out to kill him, instead of letting that bastard roam free for so long. Big brother, you don't know, Chen Yang isn't just a student of Kyoto Martial University, he's also someone from the Abyssal realm. If we openly kill Chun Yang, within an hour, our White Dragon Guild will be completely eradicated. You wouldn't want to see all our years of hard work go to waste, would you? Zhou Wuyo patiently persuaded. In truth, the real power in the White Dragon Guild lay with him. If it weren't for his lower professional level compared to his brother, he wouldn't have let Zhou Ziren take the position of guild leader. Sigh. I'm suffering too. You know I only have this one son. Zhou Ziren leaned against the wall and sighed, his expression full of sorrow, as if he had lost his closest family member. Big brother, just wait and see. That guy won't last much longer. Martial University League, inside the secret realm. After the light faded, Chen Yang found himself teleported to an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were gray and hazy, the sky not blue but in endless darkness. Staying here for too long would likely drive a normal person insane. Chen Yang checked the wristband Principal Xiao had given him before entering the secret realm and found the map function. Comparing it to his surroundings, he discovered he was at the outermost edge of the secret realm. On the circular map, a flashing green dot in the northwest corner marked his location. Let's head to the center and take a look. After making up his mind, Chen Yang started walking toward his target. His choice was the same as most of the other participants. The center of the secret realm housed powerful hybrid demon species, and defeating them could earn a large number of points. Defeating a boss would yield 10 times the points of an ordinary hybrid demon. However, the central bosses were estimated to be between level 150 and 200. A single boss's strength was equivalent to 100 hybrid demons on the outskirts. Killing one would double the points. Most of this year's participants were at the 5th transition, with a few at the 6th transition. But no one could defeat a boss alone. The levels were too low, so they could only form teams to challenge them. The risk of being killed was very high. As a result, most teams would choose to attack the boss with 10 people. The key was which team could seize the opportunity to land the final blow, because the scoring rules for this Wuda League are that only the person who delivers the final blow to the boss gets all the points. Other players who deal damage get nothing. Such rules make all the teams extremely cautious. No one wants to work for others for free or play a supporting role. Helping others take advantage? How amusing. Thinking about the upcoming chaos, Chen Yang was filled with anticipation. The skills he acquired after his 5th job advancement were precisely for becoming the one to claim all the rewards in the end. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Chen Yang unexpectedly encountered a 7-person team. Poof! Chen Yang glanced up and saw a group of ordinary rookies. Chen Yang? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Chen Guanyu was somewhat surprised. He had seen Chen Yang before during the freshman competition, and didn't expect to run into him here. He had always harbored resentment toward Chen Yang. As an S-Class professional, seeing a newcomer steal the spotlight made him particularly unhappy. He had already decided in his mind that he must kill Chen Yang. He planned to find an opportunity to strike in the secret realm since the inspectors hadn't prohibited killing inside it. The people behind Chen Guanyu also stared at Chen Yang, clearly promised some benefits by him. Do we know each other? Chen Yang said coldly, not taking Chen Guanyu seriously at all. Ha ha ha, you'll know me soon enough. Brothers, attack. Kill him. Chen Guanyu roared, drawing his flickering spear and thrusting it swiftly at Chen Yang. 7 people ganging up on one, it was a complete overpowering. Pathetic. Chen Yang frowned, feeling annoyed by this lunatic. Mage. Firepower output. Knight, hold the line. Priest, keep an eye on my health and be ready to heal at any moment. While commanding, Chen Guanyu acted erratically, but his mind was sharp. He knew that no one aiming for the national championship would be easy to deal with. He targeted Chen Yang because he had accepted something from Zhou Wuyo. Zhou Wuyo promised that as long as Chen Guanyu killed Chen Yang, he would give him an important attribute-enhancing item that could be used until the 7th job advancement. Chen Yang, if you don't die today, I'll take your surname. Chen Guanyu's eyes were fierce, and a burst of violent energy erupted from his body, even turning his hair green. As an S-Class professional, he had unique enhancement skills. In the blink of an eye, he charged at Chen Yang. Earth-shattering strike. The spear, imbued with immense power, slashed madly toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang glanced at him indifferently and lightly sidestepped to dodge. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Guanyu's old strength was exhausted and new strength hadn't yet arisen, Chen Yang punched him in the abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The knight, seeing this, activated his acceleration skill and quickly approached Chen Yang. He raised his shield, leaped high, and smashed it down heavily. Iron Shield Hammer. The knight's signature skill not only dealt high damage but also had a 70% chance of briefly stunning the opponent. Anyone hit would be controlled for 5 seconds. Chen Yang knew the power of these basic skills and absolutely couldn't take it head-on. He had no intention of standing still and being controlled for 5 seconds. Abyssal blink. His figure vanished instantly, and the knight's attack slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured Chen Guanyu and his team's vision. Goodbye. Chen Yang suddenly appeared behind the mage, and the ashen blade lightly slashed across the mage's throat. Although the mage had a shield item, that thin layer of protection was no match for Chen Yang's attack. 83,112. A terrifying number instantly appeared on the mage's body. Ugh, ah. The mage clutched his throat with both hands, trying to cry out for help. But his windpipe had already been severed, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Seeing the mage's painful state, Chen Yang lightly swung the ashen blade in his hand, instantly depleting the mage's health bar and causing him to collapse completely. Ah, that's strong? Chen Guanyu, who had just been kicked away, rushed back and was stunned speechless by the scene. How could he move so far in an instant? The knight charging at the front also couldn't believe his eyes. They all knew that assassins had displacement skills, but typically, they could only move a dozen meters at most. Even though Chen Yang was a top-tier S-Class professional, his maximum range wouldn't exceed 20 meters. How could he suddenly leap over 50 meters away? The priest, who was not far from the mage, was so frightened by the scene before him that he collapsed to the ground. A pale yellow stain slowly spread on his pants. If you leave now, I'll let you go, Chen Yang said, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Killing someone like this would only dirty his hands. The priest quickly pressed the retreat button on his wristband, secretly relieved. Luckily, his soiled pants had saved him from further trouble. His figure disappeared instantly, completely ignoring the fate of his teammates. Damn it! Heartless bastard, I'll kill you when we get out of here. Chen Guanyu roared angrily as he witnessed the scene. The fight hadn't even started, and they had already lost 2 people. The remaining team members were also shaken by Chen Yang's move, their resolve wavering as they considered retreating. Guys, stick together. Don't give him any openings, Chen Guanyu hurriedly commanded. But the team members hesitated, knowing full well that charging in was a death sentence. Let me make this clear. I was sent by the vice president of the Hangzhou White Dragon Guild. He promised me tens of thousands of academic credits and top-tier equipment if we kill Chen Yang. Chen Guanyu tried to rally his teammates, hoping to use them as cannon fodder. Once the job was done, he planned to take the rewards from Zhou Wuyo and disappear, confident they wouldn't be able to find him. Tens of thousands of credits? That much? And top-tier equipment? What grade? Guanyu, you're not lying to us, are you? Guanyu, tell us the truth. Is this for real? The teammates were skeptical, unsure of what to believe. Here, guys, take a look at this gear. Chen Guanyu pulled out several pieces of equipment from his spatial bracelet and distributed them. To make a horse run fast, you have to feed it well. He was already planning to reclaim the equipment after the mission. White Dragon Guild. Not bad, they finally figured out I killed Zhou Tianlong. Ha! On the other side, Chen Yang overheard the conversation and pondered silently. He didn't rush to act, not only because he looked down on Chen Guanyu but also because he wanted to see who had hired this lunatic to kill him. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Zhou Wuyo's face darkened as he watched Chen Guanyu's performance. Did this idiot not realize that the events inside the secret realm were being broadcast? Now his involvement was completely exposed. If he wasn't afraid of revealing his identity, wouldn't he have handled it himself? Zhou Wuyo was furious, itching to storm in and beat Chen Guanyu to a pulp. Second brother, what do we do now? Zhou Ziren, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked anxiously. This was just a conflict between students, something Wuhan University wouldn't interfere with. But hiring someone to kill was a completely different matter. The principal of Kyoto Wuhan University was an 8th-tier powerhouse. This was no joke. Brother, I'm packing up and leaving now. I'll hide abroad for a while, Zhou Wuyo said. If anyone comes to investigate, just say you don't know anything. This was all my doing. With that, he turned and left, hastily packing a few belongings to begin his life on the run. Alright, everyone, let's go together. Chen Guanyu commanded his team. Mark him. Use ground bind. I'll trap him first. A hunter in the team took the lead, marking Chen Yang and attempting to use a skill to immobilize him. Seeing them make their move again, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. Now that he knew who was behind this, there was no need to spare these people. Gripping the ashen blade tightly, he instantly appeared behind the hunter. The blade traced a beautiful arc, stabbing straight at the hunter's throat. Although the hunter was prepared, he hadn't expected Chen Yang to move so quickly. 54,504. 45,140. In just a few seconds, Chen Yang dealt massive damage to the hunter. The hunter collapsed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Damn it! That bastard didn't tell me Chen Yang was this tough. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gotten involved with Zhou Wuyo. Chen Guanyu furrowed his brows, caught in a dilemma. In the current situation, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to run. Running might lead to a quicker death, so it was better to take a gamble. There was a chance he might survive. This guy is too ruthless, what should I do? The knight, holding his shield, ran to Chen Guanyu's side. Chen Guanyu thought helplessly, I'd like to know too. A teleportation skill that covers such a distance should have a long cooldown, right? How can it be used twice in a row? Seeing Chen Guanyu's helpless expression, the knight knew he couldn't rely on him. He had initially planned to take the opportunity to switch shields, but he couldn't just give up like this. If you're a man, come at me. The knight's eyes were resolute as he raised his shield and charged at Chen Yang. At the same time, he activated another knight skill taunt, forcing the opponent to attack him. He had also preemptively cast a glowing shield on himself. This shield could absorb damage equal to half of his maximum health, a skill he had learned by chance before.
This skill had saved him countless times in many crises.
Follow me. I can hold for 1 minute. The rest is up to you.
The knight shouted to his teammates as he charged forward.
Based on Chen Yang's previous damage output, he could withstand it for a minute without issue.
But in the next second, Chen Yang casually struck, shattering
his shield. Impossible.
The knight stared at the broken shield, his mind blank.
He had nearly 200,000 health points. The shield should have been able to block 100,000 damage. How could it break so easily? The next second, a dagger slashed across his throat. 94,021. A massive damage number popped up.
The knight's health was halved, and he threw his shield at Chen Yang before turning to flee.
At this moment, he only regretted not having grown 2 extra legs. Help me. Save me, quick.
The knight shouted loudly to Chen Guanyu and the others as he ran. Standing at the front, Chen Guanyu looked at the scene before him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably.
Brother, weren't you supposed to hold for a minute? How did you end up in such a miserable state so quickly? Can you even handle this, you skinny dog?
Facing these people, Chen Yang didn't have time to waste.
He swiftly activated his skill, instantly appearing behind the knight.
The ash blade pierced his heart effortlessly, as if slicing through tofu.
Cough. Cough.
The knight's eyes widened, trying to call for help, but blood mixed with fragments of flesh kept spewing from his mouth. He collapsed heavily to the ground, just like the mage earlier, forever remaining in this secret realm.
Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Hello, old Sue, what's the matter?
Principal Xiao, who was engrossed in watching, answered the phone impatiently.
He knew the other party was here to pick a fight. Can't you manage your students properly?
They've already killed several of mine in the secret realm. The principal of Jinyang Martial University was furious, shouting on the other end of the line.
In just 1 hour, the contestants sent by their school
were down to 6.
It seemed Shen Yang was determined to leave no survivors. Old Sue, you need to be reasonable. Don't you see who started it first? Besides, if you want to kill, you have to be prepared to be killed. Only a few have died so far.
If the Martial University League were held under the old rules, you wouldn't have lost so many students. Principal Xiao shrugged indifferently, retorting and subtly hinting that the other party's rule changes had caused the problem.
Fine. If that's how you want to play, Principal Xiao, just you wait. The voice on the other end roared in anger. Beep beep beep, the call was disconnected.
Principal Xiao sneered, not taking the other party's threats seriously at all.
White Dragon Guild. Really overstepping their bounds. In the secret realm.
Shen Yang looked at the few people still desperately resisting in the distance and shook his head helplessly.
So stubborn, wouldn't it be better to just wait for death obediently? Brothers, charge together. As long as we kill Chen Yang, we'll gain a huge amount of resources.
Soon, we'll all become Tier 8
powerhouses. Chen Guanyu shouted, rallying the remaining teammates.
Tier 8 powerhouses. That was the highest level of strength they could achieve. The others, swayed by Chen Guanyu's words, began fantasizing about the wonderful life of becoming Tier 8 powerhouses.
Watching the group charge at Chen Yang, Chen Guanyu quietly took a step back. Abyssal instant strike. Sinful. / terrifying and soul-stirring.
Chen Yang casually made a move, instantly taking down several people who charged at him.
Chen Yang, don't get cocky. One day, I will have my revenge. As soon as the words fell, Chen Guanyu pressed the retreat button on his wristband. Just as he was feeling triumphant, a streak of white light flashed across his neck.
Ah! Chen Guanyu opened his mouth to speak, but his trachea was already blocked by blood. His gaze gradually dimmed, and a beam of light flashed as he was teleported out of the secret realm.
Quick! Save him!
The principal of Jinyang Martial University saw Chen Guanyu being teleported out and urgently commanded the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, the leaderboard next to the light
screen showed that Jinyang Martial University had been eliminated. Damn it! Chen Yang! Principal Xiao! Just you wait. Running away just like that, and still spouting threats before leaving?
Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, Chen Yang smirked, stood up, and walked toward the center of the secret realm. After all, they were the ones who attacked first, so his counterattack was entirely justified. Besides, this Martial University League didn't explicitly prohibit killing. From the start of Chen Yang's battle with them, the light screens, controlled by the principals of various universities, had been broadcasting the fight in real time. This one-sided massacre was witnessed clearly by everyone outside the secret realm. The closer to the center of the secret realm, the more hybrid demons they encountered, and their levels were higher as well.
This indirectly confirmed Chen Yang's speculation. The
experience points gained from killing hybrid demons inside the secret realm were several times higher than outside.
Now, even without considering points, Chen Yang wouldn't let any hybrid demon go. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's name kept climbing on the leaderboard.
Initially, because Chen Guanyu and his group wasted time, he was at the bottom of the rankings. Now, he had surged
to the 40s. If it weren't for those people wasting time, Chen Yang might have already been in first place. Everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on Chen Yang. Before long, Chen Yang encountered another team.
This team consisted of 5 people, clearly employing the most common tactic.
The 5-person group was ready to act. However, this seemingly safe 5-person
team was no match for Chen Yang. If they encountered a team of 6 or 7, they would face total annihilation.
"Captain, that's this year's national top scorer, Chen Yang, an assassin," pointed at the figure in the distance and said.
"Stay alert," the captain of the 5-person team shouted coldly. He had long heard of Chen Yang's legend, dominating all the freshmen at Kyoto Martial University in his year. He was no ordinary character. Although they were all 5th-tier professionals, there was no need to take risks. If Chen Yang dared to appear alone, he must have a trump card or teammates lying in ambush nearby. The 5 of them looked serious, their eyes fixed on Chen Yang.
It wasn't until Chen Yang's figure disappeared into the distance
that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we didn't get entangled with anyone else, or we would have wasted too much time.
The most important thing now is to kill as
many hybrid demons as possible to secure our ranking." The captain calmly analyzed the situation. The most effective strategy now was to kill as many hybrid demons as possible in the early stages to maintain the school's ranking advantage. Then, they could compete with the geniuses from other prestigious schools for the boss in the central area. That boss was extremely powerful, and no team could take it down quickly, not even a 10-person team. As for people like Chen Guanyu, who recklessly charged in from the start, they were simply too rash.
"He looked at me just now, and I felt like I was being stared at by a big boss."
A mage patted his chest, his back already drenched in sweat. He was a reconnaissance-type mage with very keen
perception.
"TCH, are we 5 people really afraid of him alone?" another team member said indignantly. "If the captain hadn't stopped me, I would have already taught that Chen Yang what it
means to respect his seniors."
The teammates laughed at him, calling him a hindsight strategist. Meanwhile, on his way to the central area, Chen Yang encountered a group of hybrid demons.
He easily killed them all and then opened his wristband to check the current rankings.
The leaderboard displayed, first place, Modu Martial University, Hao Yanming, 723 points. Second place, Modu Martial University, Hua Hankai, 701 points. Third place, Kyoto Martial University, Hua Weiming, 670 points. Fourth place, Modu Martial University, Qinjiaxin, 661 points. Fifth place, Longwu Martial University, Li Shaojie, 603 points.
27th place, Kyoto Martial University, Chen Yang, 367 points. Only 27th?
If I hadn't wasted so much time at the start, how could I be this
low? Chen Yang frowned.
The leaderboard was visible not only to outsiders but also to the participants, who could see the ranking changes in real time through their wristbands. This was designed to put pressure on everyone, making them aware of the gap and motivating competition.
If everyone quietly farmed monsters, what would be the point of the Martial University League?
Moreover, the closer to the center, the higher the points gained from killing hybrid demons. But the hybrid demons in the central area were very strong.
To score high, intense conflicts were inevitable. If someone was eliminated, it would mean they were weaker than others.
The team's overall monster killing speed would also decrease, and their ranking would naturally
drop.
Thus, every team was under immense pressure, needing to maintain their point-gathering speed while avoiding losing members. On the way, Chen Yang encountered several teams.
After
brief standoffs, they all chose to avoid each other, unwilling to engage at this stage. Chen Yang initially intended to deal with them, but on second thought, killing them wouldn't earn him points, and the top rankings had nothing to do with them, so there was no need to waste time. Meanwhile, the situation outside the secret realm was quietly changing.
The phone rang
urgently, and Principal Xiao stared at the screen, his brows furrowed. Receiving a call at this time, it was obvious what the caller wanted.
Without hesitation, he pressed the reject button and hung up. However, the phone rang again.
Principal Xiao sighed helplessly, knowing that if he didn't answer, that guy would keep calling. He picked up the phone, his tone impatient.
"What is it?" On the other end came a smug voice, "Hey, old Xiao, why did you hang up on me just now? Are you upset? Although our Modu Martial University took the top 2 spots, don't be discouraged. At least you can get second place this time. Don't feel too bad, we'll compete again next year, won't we?"
The principal of Modu Martial University was full of pride, as his school had firmly secured the top 2 spots, pushing their old rival, Kyoto Martial University, to third place. This year, Modu Martial University was very likely to take first place. Principal Xiao responded calmly, "It's not over until the last moment. Being too complacent can lead to failure."
With that, he directly hung up the phone. The students were really disappointing.
Chen Yang being delayed was understandable, but the others had actually split up, acting superior as seniors, causing the team to fall apart.
These brats, once this is over, I must teach them a good lesson. Principal Xiao gritted his teeth.
Chen Yang was rushing toward the center when he suddenly heard a familiar female voice.
That voice is Su Shi.
Although the distance was far, he could tell it was a woman. Without hesitation, he immediately sped up toward the direction of the voice.
Soon, he saw the owner of the voice, Su Shi. She and
Xiao Weiwei were engaged in a fierce battle with a 5-person team. Su Shi was covered in wounds, blood dripping from the hem of her clothes. If not for her strong vitality, she would have
been forced out of the secret realm already.
A mage was continuously throwing fireballs at Su Shi, but Xiao Weiwei blocked them all.
The mage was only an A-level profession, far less powerful than Xiao Weiwei.
However, Xiao Weiwei was also in a precarious situation, as an assassin kept his eyes fixed on her, ready to strike fatally at the slightest lapse.
"Miss 5, give up. You can't block this move."
The warrior in the 5-person team raised a giant hammer and smashed it toward Su Shi.
The immense force sent Su Shi flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk.
The other team members seized the opportunity to charge at Xiao Weiwei. First, eliminate the mage. With only the tank left, it would be easy to wear her down.
Earth split slash. Night backstab. Fireball rain.
Xiao Weiwei was in a desperate situation, surrounded by attacks from all directions with no place to hide.
Su Shi was severely injured and unable to provide support.
Xiao Weiwei swung her staff, summoning a blazing fire dragon. With no way to retreat, she prepared to fight to the death. The tank sneered as he charged at the fire dragon,
creating an opening for his teammates.
Amid the booming sounds, thick smoke filled the air, and Xiao Weiwei was engulfed in flames.
The 5-person team watched coldly, not even considering saving her. "No, this can't be real. My goddess Xiao.
These bastards, attacking 2 girls with such brutality, it's infuriating.
Animals. My wife is gone. Where's Chen Yang? Hurry up and let him come save them."
Outside the secret realm, the freshmen of Kyoto Martial University roared in anger as they watched the scene, wishing they could rush in and kill those 5 people. Principal Xiao shook his head and sighed helplessly. In this situation, he couldn't intervene.
"Hey, why are you closing your eyes? Are you scared?" Chen Yang looked at
Xiao Weiwei, who was pale and had her eyes tightly shut in his arms, and asked in confusion. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Weiwei slowly opened her eyes, rubbed them, and saw the figure
in front of her. "Stop holding me, let go quickly."
Xiao Weiwei saw Chen Yang's indifferent gaze and realized it was him who had saved her. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly pushed Chen Yang away, stepped back a few steps, and lowered her head to hide her blush.
Sigh.
Chen Yang sighed, unable to understand what was going on with her.
She probably hadn't recovered from the shock yet.
He swiftly left and soon brought Su Shi over. Then, Chen Yang took out a few bottles of healing potions from his spatial bracelet and handed them to Su Shi.
"Ahem, I
knew you'd come." Su Shi pretended to look weak, leaning her head against Chen Yang's chest.
"TCH. Stop pretending."
Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly, pouting in dissatisfaction.
"Ahem, who's pretending? Don't go too far."
Su Shi faked a couple of coughs, then, while Chen Yang wasn't looking, flashed a smug expression at Xiao Weiwei.
"You." Xiao Weiwei's anger flared instantly.
Chen Yang watched the 2 of them bickering and shook his head helplessly.
Weren't they cooperating just fine earlier? Why did they start arguing as soon as he showed up?
"I say, don't go
too far. Look at where we are. Don't mess with us, or don't blame us for taking action." One of the 5 warriors glared at Chen Yang with bloodshot eyes, staring him down. "Why? Why? Does he get to have both of them by his side?"
"Old Wei, calm down. He's this year's national champion. We should just retreat."
The mage in the group patted Old Wei's shoulder, trying to persuade him.
They were only a few dozen meters away. If they ran, Chen Yang wouldn't be able to catch up.
Retreat? Retreat for what? So what if he's the champion? He's not even from our
year. What are we afraid of? We've trained 2 more years than him.
Can't we beat him?
As soon as he finished speaking, Old Wei charged at Chen Yang alone.
Chen Yang let Sushi lean
against a tree, gave her a few simple instructions, and then disappeared from where he stood.
Skill activated instantly. Abyssal blink. Soul-piercing strike. Sinful slash. Chen Yang showed no mercy to those who harmed Sushi. He attacked with full force, killing instantly. 43,050. 34,930. 84,020.
Old Wei fell to the ground on the spot, blood staining the earth red.
Holy crap. Damn, that's brutal.
The remaining people cursed as they saw Old Wei get killed instantly. They had thought Old Wei might lose to Chen Yang but would at least survive.
Who would have thought he'd be killed in one hit? And he was a warrior, not some squishy mage or priest. How could an assassin kill a warrior in one strike? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. As expected of Chen Yang, amazing.
Sushi waved her little hand happily. Xiao Weiwei glanced at her coldly, her mouth twitching.
Chen Yang, let me help you.
Xiao Weiwei waved her staff, summoning a fire dragon.
Run! Run for your lives! The remaining 4 were so terrified they bolted. In their minds, they cursed their parents for
not giving them more legs to run faster. Xiao Weiwei's eyes were icy as she moved her fingers slightly. The fire dragon charged at them with incredible speed. Earlier, she had almost been taken out by these people, and she was holding back a lot of anger. They saw that there were only 2 of us and started playing dirty tricks.
Not only did they steal the hybrid demon
we had worked so hard to weaken, but they also tried to drive us away.
When we refused, they went straight for the kill. If Chen Yang hadn't arrived in time, I might already be dead. Boom! Boom!
The fire dragon quickly caught up to the slowest priest.
Help me!
The priest's plea for help was cut short as the fire dragon engulfed him.
Thick smoke rose into the air, and with his frail body, he was likely reduced to ashes.
Seeing this, the others ran even faster.
Chen Yang pushed off with his feet, chasing after them at high speed. He would never let these murderers go. Those who kill will eventually be killed. Abyssal blink. Sinful slash. Chen Yang instantly appeared behind the tank, stabbing his blade into his chest. 50,320. 80,430. 103,240. You.
The tank spat blood from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Chen Yang. He couldn't believe that an assassin could kill a tank with nearly 200,000 health in one strike.
Just how terrifying was this attack power?
The remaining 2 faced the threat of death and made different choices.
The mage, knowing he couldn't outrun Chen Yang, stopped and desperately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Master! Father! I was wrong. Spare me! I'm begging you.
His forehead was smashed open, blood staining the ground, but he continued to kowtow as if he felt
no pain.
The assassin, on the other hand, chose to trust his speed and kept running into the distance. As long as he stalled for enough time, he could press the retreat button on his wristband and escape this cursed place.
Chen Yang's eyes turned cold, and his figure vanished in an instant.
Moments later, he appeared in front of the assassin. Without saying much, the blade of ash swept across the assassin's throat, and he turned to leave.
Cough, this is impossible.
Blood stained the ground, blooming like a vibrant rose.
Chen Yang, I really have to thank you this time.
Xiao Weiwei looked at Chen Yang beside her, her voice cool and calm.
Chen Yang was a bit surprised, since when did the aloof young lady know how to say thank you? It's nothing.
Seeing Xiao Weiwei looking at him expectantly, he quickly waved his hand.
TCH, acting all high and mighty.
Sushi glanced at the 2 of them, feeling a bit jealous.
Seeing
that they were about to start arguing again, Chen Yang quickly interrupted and asked why they had left the team.
With their abilities, they were like 2 little lambs in the secret realm, ready to be slaughtered at any moment.
After some questioning, Chen Yang learned that they had left because they were ostracized by someone named Huo Weiming.
Huo Weiming, a 6th rank powerhouse, was a prominent figure in the team. He had taken a liking to Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi, harboring malicious intentions. He threatened them, if they didn't become his girlfriends, he would kick them out of the team. Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi, both strong-willed, would never yield. After exchanging a glance, they decisively left.
After hearing this, Chen Yang frowned deeply, feeling very displeased. Aside from him and Xiao Weiwei, The other 7 members of the team were all third-year university students. They weren't familiar with each other and
had only met a few times during training.
Huo Weiming was the strongest among them. Who would have thought he'd be so vile, threatening others and kicking them out when he didn't get his way?
It really made one think having a high education doesn't necessarily mean having good character.
Who knows, the highly educated person in front of you might also harbor darkness
in their heart. These people were nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. You two should leave first.
I feel like the upcoming battles will be even more intense, with a high casualty rate.
After hearing the two girls' experiences, Chen Yang decided to find an opportunity to take out Huo Weiming. He would never show mercy to such scum. Who do you think you're looking down on? If you can do it, why can't I?
You make it sound like I'm afraid of death.
Xiao Weiwei snorted coldly, retorting. Her pride wouldn't allow her to give up now. If she really did as Chen
Yang suggested, this matter would become a permanent scar in her heart.
Yeah, Chen Yang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone.
Let me stay and help you.
So she walked up to Chen Yang,
gently tugging at his sleeve and speaking softly.
TCH, stop pretending.
Xiao Weiwei rolled her eyes at her.
What are you talking about? Who's pretending? Don't cause trouble. Su Shi, like a little cat with its fur bristling, started arguing with Xiao Weiwei.
Seeing the two of them bickering again, Chen Yang sighed and shook his head helplessly.
Weren't they cooperating just fine earlier? Why start fighting the moment they met?
Stop arguing, stop arguing.
If you want to stay, that's fine, but we need to hurry.
Those people have high scores, and if
we don't catch up, it'll be troublesome.
Chen Yang glanced at the leaderboard on his wristband, frowning slightly. Time was running out, they had already wasted a lot of it, and if
they delayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to catch up.
Watching Chen Yang leave, Su Shi snorted coldly at Xiao Weiwei, then quickly followed Chen Yang with a sweet smile on her face.
So naive.
On their way to the central area, Chen Yang and the others encountered several teams.
Many people set their sights on Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi's beauty, intending to keep them around for their own amusement.
Chen Yang showed no mercy to such people, sending them all to meet the King of Hell.
Some recognized Chen Yang as the national champion and chose to take a detour. Chen Yang couldn't be bothered with them.
The few minutes wasted on them could have been spent taking down several hybrid demons. Along the way, Chen Yang continuously killed
hybrid demons, steadily climbing the leaderboard. He successfully broke into the top 20, rising to 15th place.
But to claim first place, there was still a long way to go. If it weren't for the delays caused by those scumbags at the start, Chen Yang would have already secured first place. Fortunately, as they got closer to the central area, the level of the hybrid demons increased, and the speed of earning points accelerated. The hybrid demons along the way were almost all killed in one strike by Chen Yang.
Even small-scale beast tides were
easily dealt with by him. On the leaderboard, Chen Yang's name kept climbing, attracting the attention of people outside the secret realm.
Amazing! The top scorer from Jingwu University is truly impressive.
In just a short time, he's risen from the 20s to 15th place.
That's right. If Chen Yang can win the championship of the Martial University League, we might benefit from it too. Exactly. In previous years, winning the championship brought bonus credits for freshmen. I wonder if we'll have the same luck this year. Outside the secret realm,
the freshmen of Jingwu University cheered excitedly. At this rate, the championship was almost guaranteed. When the time came, they could also earn some credits.
Order to offer Chen Yang a level 3 contract and see if he's willing to join. Prepare in advance. For the national top scorer, we'll offer a grade C contract. If he refuses, so be it. Our goal is to rank in the top 3. He's performing well. For a freshman to achieve this is already remarkable. Our Qingtang Guild will offer him a C-level contract. Several domestic guilds in Daxia, upon seeing Chen Yang's performance, began preparing contracts. Deep within the secret realm, Chen Yang, look over there. What is that?
Su Shi pointed at a strange house not far away.
Looking puzzled.
This secret realm was supposed to be filled with hybrid demon species.
Why were there traces of human habitation?
Chen Yang followed her finger and looked.
The house had a peculiar design, unlike human architecture, resembling the style of some other race.
He had once casually read similar books and vaguely remembered this style.
This house seems to have been built by another race.
Xiao Weiwei frowned as she walked over, staring at the house.
You know about this too? Chen Yang looked at her curiously. Yes, don't think you're the Most knowledgeable.
Xiao Weiwei's face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. In an instant, Chen Yang appeared behind a tree vine barbarian. The ash blade burned with red
flames and stabbed fiercely into its lower back. 70,200. 103,840. Ah!
The tree vine barbarian clutched its lower back, jumping up in pain.
Still not dead? Its health is really thick.
Seeing this, Shen Yang prepared to finish it off. However, the other tree vine barbarians had no intention of letting him off easily, launching ferocious attacks at him.
Soul Wither. A strange beam of light suddenly flashed from behind Chen Yang. Watch out behind you. Su Shi hurriedly warned. Boom!
The sound of an explosion rang out, and thick smoke instantly enveloped Chen Yang, making it impossible for others to see the situation clearly.
With the giant trees let out mournful cries and fell to the ground one after another. Check if he's dead. Eutychus ordered his subordinates.
A tree vine barbarian warrior cautiously approached the smoke with a spear in hand.
Evil slash.
A red light suddenly flashed within the smoke.
203,040. Thud.
The barbarian fell to the ground, pale green liquid flowing from its throat.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have killed Tree Vine Barbarian LV.171, gaining 302,000 experience. Chen Yang had no intention of giving the enemy a chance to react.
His figure disappeared in an instant. Abyssal Strike. Evil Slash. 80,310. 130,290. Cough. Boss, save me. In the blink of an eye,
Chen Yang had killed another alien. In the distance, Su Shi and Xiao Weiwei, seeing that
Chen Yang was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang is too reckless, always risking his life. Thinking of the earlier
scene, Su Shi felt a lingering fear.
Yeah, once this is over, I need to give him a good scolding. Xiao Weiwei agreed. Ha? Why? Do you get to scold him? What does Ice Face have to do with you? Mind your own business, ugly.
Worry about yourself first.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have killed Tree Vine Barbarian LV.171, gaining 302,000 experience.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have killed Tree Vine Barbarian LV.143, gaining 180,240 experience.
They're arguing again. Hearing the two bickering, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly.
Ignoring them, he finished off the remaining Tree Vine Barbarians and checked the points ranking.
Killing aliens gives this many points?
Seeing himself jump from 15th to 7th place,
Chen Yang was a bit surprised.
If there were more aliens, he might even reach first place.
With anticipation, Chen Yang walked into the oddly shaped house, hoping to find any stragglers.
Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. Wow, Chen the Great's points are skyrocketing, he's already
7th. Really? Let me see. Ha, earning credits is so easy.
Brothers, with these credits, I'm heading to Red Romance for a massage.
Who's coming? Let's enjoy together. Seeing the changes on the leaderboard, the freshmen of Kyoto Martial University were ecstatic. Who wouldn't love such an easy way to earn credits?
Others, especially the contestants inside the secret realm who were constantly watching the leaderboard, were red-eyed with disbelief.
Why?
Why could Chen Yang climb to 7th so quickly while they were fighting desperately for a few points?
Chen Yang's rapid rise in points sparked jealousy among some contestants. They scattered in groups, searching for Chen Yang's whereabouts within the secret realm.
Especially the top-ranked contestants, who sent people to track him down.
Find that guy named Chen Yang and drag him out for me. Take him out immediately, we can't let him keep being so arrogant. Those two beauties are mine, no one else can have them. Huo Weiming
stared at Chen Yang's name on the leaderboard, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes.
He planned to trap Chen Yang in this secret realm forever.
Thinking of the sweet and adorable Su Shi and the cold and noble Xiao Weiwei, a strange red light flickered in Huo Weiming's eyes.
Beauties, don't think of escaping.
I'm coming soon to show you what a real man is like.
It seems the aliens that appeared earlier were all there was.
Chen Yang scanned the surroundings carefully, searching thoroughly but finding no stragglers. Inwardly, he wondered, how strange.
Traces of other races have appeared in the secret realm of the Wu University League. This was definitely not a good sign. He carefully checked.
Again, picked up the scattered green crystals on the ground, and decided that he must report this to Jiang Wu upon returning.
After all, the Wu University League was the arena for the top young talents of the human race. If it were to be completely infiltrated by other races, the strength of the next generation of the human race might face a severe gap.
Even the legendary dragon god would find it hard to stand by and do nothing.
Chen Yang, did you find something? Xiao Weiwei leaned over and asked. She had been watching Chen Yang search carefully and had clearly guessed something.
Just some traces left by other races, nothing significant, Su Shi interjected, refuting Xiao Weiwei's words.
You big-chested, small-brained girl, what do you know? Xiao Weiwei retorted angrily. Then are you saying you're small-chested and big-brained? Su Shi shot back sarcastically.
The two started arguing. Ever since being around Su Shi, Xiao Weiwei felt she was becoming less and less like her former
calm, ice-cold goddess self.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. The issue with the other races cannot be taken lightly.
Let's continue.
Advancing toward the center of the secret realm. These other races had provided a large number of points, instantly boosting his ranking to
7th place. This also proved that these other races were no ordinary opponents. If other teams encountered them, they might not even know how. They died.
Humph,
listen to Chen Yang, Ice Queen,
Su Shi said while glaring at Xiao Weiwei. Say whatever you want, Xiao Weiwei huffed, crossing her arms over her ample chest. At this moment, Chen Yang had already stepped out of the small house, and the two quickly followed.
Outside,
Chen Yang thoughtfully glanced back, as if he had noticed something.
Better to walk a bit farther and take another look. The three of them had
walked about 100 meters when Chen Yang suddenly stopped and turned around.
The small house built by the other races had inexplicably disappeared. As expected, it's not simple. Chen Yang understood.
The reason he had been able to see the small house earlier was because of his SSS-level skill, Abyssal Gaze. Within his domain, he could detect others' attributes and even nullify the effects of some invisible items. This was how Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi had also been able to notice traces of the other race's small house.
This small house was likely a high-level item with an extremely strong invisibility effect. Could it be? Chen Yang thought of a possibility.
As the competition progressed, all
the teams would converge toward the center of the secret realm.
What if the secret realm was filled with countless such small houses of other races, and then a large number of powerful other race individuals, all close to level 200, suddenly emerged?
For Chen Yang, these other races
were still manageable, but for the other teams, it would be a different story. Looking again at the blood-red eyes of those other races, they
seemed to have lost all reason. At that moment, Chen Yang's heart sank heavily. A conspiracy. A massive conspiracy. The other races, could they be planning to use this competition to wipe out all the Wu University students in one fell swoop?
Most of the participants in this competition
are second and third year students. These people are about to become the backbone of the human race. One link connected to another. And it was clear that the target was not just him, Chen Yang, but the entire Wu University.
On the surface, it seemed like the rule changes were aimed at him, but the situation was far more complex.
This is bad. Chen Yang suddenly became alert.
Speaking quickly, he turned to Su Shi
with a serious expression. Su Shi, get ready. Hold on to your token tightly and prepare to forfeit the match and escape. Remember everything I say. Once you're out, go find a teacher immediately.
Hearing this, the two were stunned. Su Shi looked even more confused.
What? Forfeit the match before it even started? What was going on?
A glimmer of understanding flashed in Xiao Weiwei's eyes, and her expression darkened.
She seemed to have realized something as well.
Chen Yang must have discovered a major problem.
I understand. Chen Yang, tell us everything. Although
she was being asked to forfeit, so she didn't even question it and agreed immediately. If Chen Yang was doing this, he must have his reasons.
Without Chen Yang, she wouldn't have made it this far.
Chen Yang then explained his suspicions to Su Shi in detail. At the same time, he had another purpose. Logically speaking, someone must be monitoring the Wu De League at all times, and what they say should be heard.
Having Su Shi forfeit and teleport out was actually a backup plan. There really is a conspiracy.
Xiao Weiwei was so shocked that her mouth slightly opened. She had felt something was off but didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Was Chen Yang being overly sensitive, or was the situation
truly this dire? Then I'll forfeit.
Looking at Chen Yang's determined eyes, Su Shi gritted her teeth and decided to trust him.
Forfeiting was a minor issue. If there was even the slightest possibility, she had to forfeit.
At worst, she'd just stick with Chen Yang and live a carefree life. There's no time to hesitate. Under the gaze of the two, Su Shi chose to forfeit and prepared to use the token to teleport out of the secret
realm. A white light rose, slowly enveloping Sushi. Whoosh! Teleportation successful. The white light dispersed, and Sushi opened her eyes, only to find herself still in the same place, in the familiar environment. Chen Yang and Xiao Weiwei were both stunned. What? You teleported? In place? Sushi, where's your long-distance teleportation? Xiao Weiwei was dumbfounded. Dude, your teleportation malfunctioned, didn't it? Ha? Didn't I forfeit? Why am I still in the secret realm? Now even Sushi realized something was seriously wrong. We're doomed. The teleportation token malfunctioned, and the forfeit failed. We can't contact the outside world now either. All the Wuda students are trapped in the secret realm. Chen Yang's expression changed. Imagine a contestant who, unable to defeat a hybrid demon, chose to forfeit to save their life, even mocking the demon in the process, only for the teleportation to fail and leave them spinning in circles. That contestant would probably break down on the spot. At least the other functions are working. He checked the leaderboard and other features, which were all operational. Then let's keep moving forward. At this point, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on, training and improving their strength as they went. This scene caused the two girls to momentarily stop arguing, their faces showing a rare trace of worry. Xiao Weiwei, do you think we'll be stuck in the secret realm like this? I still prefer it when you call me Ice Face. Don't joke around, I'm serious. Meanwhile, outside. What's going on? Why can't we see what's happening with Chun Yang? Quick, check it out. Principal Xiao, it seems to be some kind of unknown interference. Xiao Zhanrong frowned deeply. He had been closely monitoring Chen Yang's movements. Suddenly, he saw Chen Yang and the other two heading toward a plane. The next moment, the screen glitched, and nothing could be seen. The equipment used to monitor the secret realm had completely failed, unable to lock onto Chen Yang's location. However, the footage of other students could still be monitored normally. Could it be that Chen Yang discovered the surveillance and cut off the signal himself? No tools or potions are allowed in the secret realm. This kind of ability would require at least a 7th turn expert. What level is Chen Yang now? Bang! Xiao Zhanrong slammed the table and stood up. Find out immediately. There must be no mistakes. As the battle with the alien races grew increasingly intense, a genius like Chen Yang was an invaluable asset to humanity. If something happened to him, it would be a huge loss for the human race. Outside, many students from Kyoto Wudi also noticed that Chen Yang's perspective was no longer visible. What happened to Qinshen? Why can't we see him anymore? Is he doing something shady behind the scenes? Don't joke about that. Don't let the screen go black, I want to feel involved too. Bro, you're amazing. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. Clearly, this was the first time in the Wuda League that a screen blackout had occurred. Damn you, Chen Yang. If something happens to you, and you die in the secret realm, we can accept that. But if nothing's wrong, when you come out, I'll make your life a living hell. Outside the secret realm, Chen Guanyu, after receiving treatment, felt slightly better. But seeing the blacked-out perspective of Chen Yang, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. After coming out, he also discovered that he couldn't contact the White Dragon Guild anymore. Zhou Woyo had even directly blocked him, leaving only a single reply. Idiot. Only then did he realize that his conversation in the secret realm had been overheard by people outside. He was absolutely furious. Not only are the promised resources gone, but there might also be an investigation by Kyoto Martial University. All of this is Chen Yang's fault. Damn it, I will never let you off. One base has disappeared. Not good. It might have been discovered. To be safe, activate the backup plan. That's right, seal it off immediately. We've prepared for this operation for 30 years. It must not fail. When the time comes, don't hold back, use whatever means you have. You don't need to tell us, we know. There's been no progress on our king's side for a long time. This time we must tear open a gap in the human defense line. Not far from the League's secret realm, about 30 or 40 kilometers away, in what seemed to be an ordinary guesthouse, the street outside was bustling with activity. Several people who appeared to be elderly gathered together, speaking in low voices. There's no time to lose, let's move. The backup plan has already been activated. Those Martial University students have been restricted and cannot teleport to escape. Now is the best time. If the old guys discover this and rush to open the secret realm, the king's plan will be ruined. Neither of us can afford such a risk.
As soon as the words were spoken, these elderly individuals suddenly disappeared one by one, using various strange methods to quickly head toward the League's secret realm. Their goal was to prevent the senior leaders of Marshall University from noticing the anomaly and stop them from violently opening the secret realm to rescue people prematurely.
The time has come, let's deliver a heavy blow to the humans.
As these individuals took action, the audience of the Marshall University League began to sense that something was wrong.
Especially the students of Jean Yang Marshall University, who almost all stood up. They were dumbfounded.
On the screen, a student from Jean Yang Marshall University faced a ferocious hybrid demon species,
severely injured and barely holding on.
Seeing that he couldn't endure any longer, he ultimately chose to forfeit the match and activate teleportation to escape.
Sigh. It seems my journey ends here.
The student looked at the ferocious hybrid demon species in front of him, full of regret, knowing his ranking this time would only be
average.
However, in the next second, he demonstrated to tens of thousands of spectators what teleporting in place meant. A flash of white light, and the Jean Yang Marshall University student instantly disappeared from the hybrid demon species' mouth, only to reappear in the same spot. Even the hybrid demon species was startled by this sudden change.
You actually played teleportation in my mouth? Quite creative.
The hybrid demon species quickly regained its ferocity and, taking advantage of the student's confusion, directly killed him on the spot.
The scene immediately erupted in chaos.
All the students from Jean Yang Marshall University were stunned, tens of thousands of people were
momentarily frozen. What is going on? Teleportation failed? Where are the League's higher-ups? How could such a low-level mistake happen? Oh my god. He could have survived. Wasn't it said that forfeiting the match would allow teleportation out? Isn't this just sending people to their deaths for no reason? Even the safety device is malfunctioning?
The scene descended into chaos. The teachers from Jean Yang Marshall University were all drenched in sweat. This was no small matter.
Not long after, the
second victim appeared. Another, whoever tries to scheme against us, I will never let them off lightly.
Furious rage.
Right now, apart from observing the students' conditions,
through surveillance equipment, they could do nothing. Even the whereabouts of S-Class professional Chen Yang had mysteriously vanished, with no clue as to when he might reappear or if he would ever appear again.
Thinking about how such a top-tier powerhouse had been sacrificed in vain, Xiao Zhanrong's heart bled.
Boom! Soon, Xiao
Zhanrong appeared high in the sky. Alongside him were Jiang Wu and other top leaders of Marshall University, all of them top experts at the 7th or 8th rank.
They had clearly realized the gravity of the situation.
However, amidst the crowd, a few elderly figures had flickering eyes, sinister smiles on their lips, and faces full of
calculation. Everyone, work together.
Forcefully open the secret realm passage, end the tournament immediately, and rescue the students at once.
Xiao Zhanrong leapt into
the air and immediately began amplifying his voice, the atmosphere tense and solemn. A twisted and pure light sphere appeared in his hand, as if the space was about to be torn
apart. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupted invisibly.
The light sphere merged into the air, forming a distorted illusion, faintly revealing a mysterious and profound passage that evoked both fear and curiosity. All the Marshall University leaders immediately reacted. The most important thing now was to rescue the students, everything
else could wait. Is this Principal Xiao truly taking action?
The less conspicuous, the more terrifying.
Effortlessly opening space an 8th rank expert is truly unimaginable. Countless students watching were amazed. To open a secret realm or even create a path, one had to be at least an 8th rank expert. Experts of this
level had already mastered the power of laws and could perceive the subtle changes in space.
However,
a burst of wild laughter suddenly rang out, and several massive vines erupted violently from the crowd, expanding madly and stabbing straight toward Xiao Zhanrong and the others in the sky.
What?
Before the other principals could join forces with Xiao Zhanrong, they were instantly scattered in the next second.
Help!
The originally gathered crowd erupted in screams, with countless blood
spraying everywhere.
The pitch-black, withered, and frenzied vines rolled wildly. Faced with students who only had 3rd or 4th rank strength, they were utterly defenseless, suffering tens of thousands of damage points in an instant, leaving no remains behind. Xiao Zhanrong, you seem quite surprised.
A vine ancient demon, towering over
10 meters, emitted a piercing, hoarse voice and laughed recklessly.
The vines twisted into an extremely ugly old man's face.
With a slight flick, the surrounding students fell to the ground in agony, their lives rapidly draining away. They could never have imagined that someone disguised as a kind elder among the crowd would suddenly
transform into a terrifying ancient demon from a foreign race. This is bad. An 8th rank foreign race, how could they appear here?
Quick, protect the students.
Xiao Zhanrong's eyes widened in fury.
He couldn't continue opening the secret realm passage and immediately summoned various experts to swiftly protect the fleeing students. No one had expected that such a high-level foreign race would infiltrate the heart of the human territory in broad daylight.
You must know. An 8th rank expert was equivalent to a nuclear weapon. How could they be deployed so easily? Were they not afraid of being completely annihilated? Stop. Bastards! Do you foreign races intend to tear up the treaty? After this, our human experts will demand an explanation.
The principals were furious, none of them expecting the Marshall University tournament to turn
into a scene of foreign race conspiracy.
Burning with rage, they unleashed their strongest techniques, and the entire sky fell silent, the atmosphere oppressive.
Humph. Humans are still the same.
Ridiculous, thinking they can rely on treaty negotiations.
Filthy race.
At that moment, several terrifyingly powerful presences reawakened. A massive hand, the size of a car, instantly blocked all magical attacks and destroyed them mercilessly. Black rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, quickly turning
the area into a muddy swamp.
An indescribable monster was emerging from the swamp. A blood spike suddenly appeared behind a 7-turn expert from Jinyang Wuda, piercing him directly amidst his incredulous gaze.
In an instant, Xiao Zhanrong's offensive was severely hindered. The pressure was immense.
Although they were confident in suppressing the alien race that appeared this time, many principals were only slightly above 8-turn, and a few had forcibly broken through to 8-turn.
How could they compare to someone like Xiao Zhanrong, who had been at 8-turn for years, even nearing level 900? The difficulty lay in the fact that there were too many students present. No matter how strong an 8-turn expert was, it was hard to ensure everyone's safety. Easily defeating 7-turn experts, they had to protect one side while guarding another. The suddenly appearing alien race seized this opportunity to firmly hold back Xiao Zhanrong and his team, preventing them from opening the secret realm's passage. If Xiao Zhanrong used a killing move, the ancient vine demon would immediately attack the fleeing students, not necessarily killing them but controlling them as living
shields, which made Xiao Zhanrong so furious he almost exploded. The alien race had already taken advantage of the timing, terrain, and unity, leaving Xiao Zhanrong with only one option: to find a way to hold back the ancient vine demon and other aliens, preventing them from escaping.
The top experts guarding the human front have already set out, just 10 minutes. Chen Yang, you all must be careful. Inside the secret realm. Chen Yang, this is already the 3rd wave, right? Where are these aliens coming from? Why are there so many?
Splat, Chen Yang gripped the ash blade and decisively killed the last tree vine barbarian in front of him. The critical hit damage was
nearly 100,000.
If nothing unexpected happens, like the alien nests we just saw, the entire secret realm is probably like this, hiding countless aliens, recuperating and
waiting for this moment to arrive. And most of them are close to level 200.
Chen Yang sheathed the ash blade.
2 women followed closely behind, vigilantly scanning their surroundings.
2 minutes ago, the secret realm suddenly became turbulent. From valleys, grasslands, and even beneath the soil, a large number of aliens emerged without
warning, clearly premeditated. Once erupted, they could almost spread across the entire secret realm.
In the end, nearly all the students participating in the Wuda League would perish, with only a very few surviving.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang checked the rankings. First place, Modu Wuda Hao Yanming 1420 points. Second place, Jingdu Wuda Chen Yang 1401 points. Third place, Jingdu Wuda Huo Weiming 1130 points. Fourth place, Yaodu Wuda Li Xiaojie 903 points. The top-ranked students showed obvious anomalies. Some scores were increasing too quickly, likely due to encounters with aliens.
Moreover, the original 4th place, Qin Jiaxian, had disappeared from the leaderboard, presumably
killed by aliens.
Not only that, 3 or 4 familiar faces among the top ranks had already vanished.
Only 2 minutes had passed. Even the strongest students had such high mortality rates, the rest were even less likely to survive. They were probably already being hunted by aliens. As he was thinking, cries for help suddenly came from ahead. Help! There are aliens here. Hearing the voices, Chen Yang exchanged glances with the 2 women and immediately rushed forward.
At this moment, a 5-person Team from Moto Wuda was fleeing in panic. One young man's left sleeve was empty, and all 5 were severely injured. Just running had already drained all their strength.
Chasing closely behind them were 3 obvious tree vine barbarians. Without hesitation, Chen Yang drew the ash blade. Abyssal instant strike. In an instant, Chen Yang
passed through the 5-person team like a ghost, hiding in the shadows of the trees and launching a sudden attack.
1 tree vine barbarian was instantly hit, killed by Chen Yang in 3 consecutive strikes within seconds.
The other tree vine barbarians looked around in shock and confusion, but soon, they were all killed by Chen Yang 1 by
1.
Compared to when he first entered the secret realm, Chen Yang found that his speed in killing aliens had increased by at least 2-fold, almost to the point of gaining
experience. Are you okay?
Behind him, Sushi supported a bloodied, gasping female student from the 5-person team, asking with concern. Although the Wuda League was a competition among students, the moment the aliens appeared, the situation completely changed, and all the students became a united whole.
I'm fine. Brotherly, he's our only priest. To save us.
The female student, now safe, felt her body go weak and almost blacked out. She quickly sat down, gasping for air, her gaze falling on the young man beside her who had lost
an arm.
The student from Magic City, referred to as Brotherly, had not only lost an arm but also suffered a severe chest injury, with bones almost visible. His injuries were so severe that he was barely holding on. Sushi and Xiao Weiwei exchanged glances. One was a shield warrior tank, the other a holy fire mage, neither possessing any healing skills. Not to mention, they weren't allowed to use any items or potions, and they had brought nothing but weapons into the secret realm.
The injuries are too severe. At this moment, Chen Yang returned after handling his tasks.
Seeing Brother Li's condition, he shook his head. As an assassin, he had no healing skills and no potions, so he could only
endure. Alright, it's temporarily safe here. If you trust me, hand over your tokens to me.
After calming everyone down, Chen Yang glanced at the horizon, where faint sounds
of battle could be heard.
Although he had initially joined the competition to take advantage of the situation, it seemed that even the senior students who had undergone 4
or 5 class advancements weren't faring well.
These Vine barbarian tribes could easily force a 5-person team into a desperate retreat with just 1 or 2 of them. The female student who had spoken earlier hesitated, but seeing her severely injured companions, she gritted her teeth and decisively removed all their tokens, handing them to Chen Yang.
We've all tried
to forfeit the match, but the teleportation keeps failing.
Something must be wrong, and it's likely related to these tokens. You're Chen Yang from Kyoto Martial University, right? Only you can kill the alien races so quickly. I trust you. Please take care.
The students from Martial University were smart and handed over their tokens to Chen Yang without hesitation. It was worth noting that the League had a plundering mechanism, where the strong could seize points from the weak. Handing over their tokens was equivalent to giving Chen Yang control over their points, relying entirely on his trustworthiness. The alien races are probably able to track us so accurately because of the tokens, Xiao Weiwei suddenly said.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned.
Only Xiao Weiwei remained expressionless, clearly trusting that Chen Yang wouldn't do anything unreasonable, and this time was no exception.
You must hide well and make sure the alien races don't find you. Sushi quickly led the 5 of them into a concealed patch of forest. You take care too. Soon, Chen Yang and the other 2 set off again.
This time, their goal was clearer: focus on rescuing people and collecting their tokens.
As long as they were willing
to hand them over, Chen Yang would take the tokens and leave immediately. If they refused, he wouldn't waste time and would simply turn and leave, leaving them to their fate.
The more tokens I carry, the more likely I'll attract the alien races.
A glint of determination flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. This method, in a way, was also indirectly saving more students. Along the way, they encountered alien races almost constantly, and Chen
Yang swiftly eliminated them.
Fortunately, as an assassin, he was particularly effective against these Vine barbarian tribes. At the same time, he noticed that the alien races in the secret realm were almost all of this Vine barbarian type, with levels ranging from 140 to 180.
Was it for the sake of camouflage? The number of alien races they encountered increased, and even Xiao Weiwei and Sushi began to struggle. At times, Chen Yang couldn't manage to protect everyone. Who knew how much longer the situation outside would take to resolve? Hand over your tokens to me as well, and then find a place to hide.
Chen Yang ordered decisively, taking the 2 women's tokens without room for argument.
But Xiao Weiwei hesitated, trying to take back her token.
In her view, while Chen Yang was indeed much stronger than her, he wasn't limitless.
Along the way, Chen Yang's stamina had also been significantly drained.
The wisest choice would be to discard those tokens and for the three of them to find a place to hide together.
Don't argue. I have my own plans.
As long as you two stay safe, I'll be at ease. After speaking, Chen Yang forcibly stuffed the two women into a nearby tree hollow and covered it with leaves.
You need to stay safe too. Chen Yang,
Sushi called out worriedly.
All right, it's settled. Seeing everything arranged properly, Chen Yang immediately prepared to leave to avoid attracting more enemies.
On the way, Chen Yang glanced at the tokens hanging from his waist.
Wow! He hadn't noticed
before, but now it startled him. Over the course of his journey, he had collected more than 30 tokens hanging from his waist.
In the eyes of the enemy, this was like 30 warriors gathering together, undoubtedly coming to annihilate them. As expected,
not long after he started walking, a rumbling sound came from the
distance.
Ahead, more than 20 vine-like tribal creatures emerged from beneath a hill, poking their heads out before charging madly toward Chen Yang.
So many!
Chen Yang's heart sank as he decided to adopt guerrilla tactics. Although his damage output was high, his energy consumption was significant.
Fighting a few enemies
allowed him to recover quickly, but with so many, at least 5th-tier level enemies, fighting head-on would exhaust him rapidly.
At the same time, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel excited. These enemies were perfect for leveling up.
He had been worrying about how to level up quickly within 3 days, and now the solution had
delivered itself.
Instead of scouring the map for hybrid demon species, here was a concentrated group of enemies that could skyrocket his experience points.
Not to mention the Secret Realm's additional experience buff. This was exhilarating.
For others, these vine-like tribal creatures were strong in both offense and defense. But their slow movement was Chen Yang's advantage.
Evil Karma Slash. Chen Yang made his move. His figure twisted as the ashen blade danced, instantly slashing
at the nearest vine-like creature, delivering 3 strikes, each dealing 80,000 damage.
Killed LV.175 Vine Tribe Warrior, gained 280,000 experience. Roar. The other vine-like creatures, enraged by the sight, unleashed their ultimate skills. Vines whipped through the air, chasing after Chen Yang in a frenzy, trying to trap him, but missed shadow. Chen Yang's figure instantly vanished, diving into the shadow of the fallen vine creature's corpse to evade swiftly. The rampaging vines destroyed their comrade's corpse instead, causing no harm to Chen Yang.
Since becoming an abyssal shadow walker, Chen Yang had become increasingly adept at using shadows to evade attacks, growing stronger and more skilled.
Come on, bloodthirsty Rakshasa. With your blood, I will pave my path forward. After dodging the attack, Chen Yang decisively activated his core divine skill.
Since advancing to the 5th tier, his Rakshasa demon god skill had become even more powerful,
far surpassing its previous strength. Let's see just how strong I'd become after the 5th tier.
Suddenly, Chen Yang's black hair turned white, his eyes glowed crimson, and blood energy surged around his body. Even the ashen blade in his hand emitted a terrifying crimson glow.
Notice, entered bloodthirsty Rakshasa.
State, consuming 1% HP per second while the skill is active, blood within the body burns wildly, transforming into a bloodthirsty Rakshasa. In this state, all base attributes doubled, and the Rakshasa talent awakened. For every 1% HP recovered, the effect duration extended by 1 second, lasting up to 240 seconds. This was the first time Chen Yang had activated the bloodthirsty Rakshasa state since advancing to the 5th tier.
Awakened the Rakshasa talent, huh? Compared to the
4th tier, not only did the duration increase by 1 minute, but the Rakshasa talent was also added. Chen Yang murmured softly, swinging the ashen blade in his hand. Unconsciously, it seemed as though 4 crimson arms had grown from his back, slashing in tandem with his movements. The Rakshasa talent made him exceptionally sensitive to blood energy. He quickly detected the movements of the 30-plus vine-like creatures not far away. Chen Yang's anger flared. This time, his afterimage speed was several times faster than before. With just a thought, guided by the flow of blood energy, Chen Yang instantly appeared in front of the vine-like creatures. The enemies were startled and immediately charged at him in fury.
Ha ha ha.
I thought I'd struggle against 3 or 4 of them.
Now it seems I was overthinking.
These vine barbarian tribes are too fragile, they can't withstand my Rakshasa form at all. Endless blood energy instantly converged, infused into the blade of ashes, and with one strike, pierced into the body of the Vine Barbarian in front, unleashing immense power.
Boom!
The damage numbers soared past
200,000.
This was just a normal attack, without even using a skill, yet the damage was double the usual amount. The Vine Barbarian was instantly decapitated
and killed, its body turning into vital energy absorbed by Chen Yang. Crack! A strange cracking sound followed.
Chen Yang was surprised to find that the green crystal he carried was beginning to shatter.
Hint: Rakshasa talent activated, absorbing energy. After absorption is complete, bloodthirsty Rakshasa will undergo a new round of evolution. What? Even in his bloodthirsty state, Chen Yang couldn't help but pause for a moment.
This green crystal was something he had
picked up earlier in the alien nest.
He hadn't checked its attributes carefully at the time, thinking it was some strange item from high-level aliens, planning to
show it to Jiang Wu and Xiao Zhanrong.
After all, it was useless to him and might even be harmful. Unexpectedly, this item could actually evolve his skills further.
What a surprise! Boom!
Before Chen Yang could think further, more Vine Barbarians had already surrounded him. They were furious, their fear diminished despite having some intelligence, and they charged at Chen Yang, who resembled a demon god, with all their might.
Humph!
Chen Yang exhaled heavily, his eyes turning crimson as he transformed into a slaughtering war god, fully unleashing a massacre on the Vine Barbarians.
Meanwhile,
the green crystal shattered, and the energy
barrier disappeared. Outside. Crash! The previously pitch-black screen suddenly lit up. Many people, including Xiao Zhanrong, who were battling aliens, immediately noticed the change on sight. What's going on? Why did the black screen suddenly light up? Is it Chen Yang? It's that guy from Kyoto Martial University. On the screen, Chen Yang was frantically killing Vine Barbarians.
Because he had collected a large number of tokens, the Secret Realms item perspective followed the
tokens movement.
This caused over 30 of the 100 small windows on the large screen to display Chen Yang's situation in real time, occupying a significant
portion. Xiao Zhanrong quickly reacted, shocked but soon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha!
Aliens, your trump card isn't much after all.
Xiao Zhanrong's side cheered enthusiastically, and someone couldn't help but shout, amazing! Chen Yang did great! Take them all down! Chen Yang's strength might already rival that of a six-turn powerhouse. This isn't even a martial university league anymore, it's a joke. Heaven bless our human race. Those foolish aliens surely didn't expect us to have a true genius.
Who would have thought that Chen Yang was this strong, suppressing the aliens so much they couldn't catch their breath?
Now, the screen
only showed the martial university students fleeing in disarray, completely unable to display this one-sided crushing.
In contrast, the 6-8-turn aliens all had darkened expressions.
Especially the ancient vine demon over level 700, whose face was so grim it seemed ink could drip from it.
Impossible. A human kid participating in the league, only 3 or 4 turns, how could he possibly have the ability to contend with our 5-turn elite warriors? It glared fiercely at Xiao Zhanrong, its mind already wavering, considering retreat. The 10-minute limit was approaching. The strongest human extreme powerhouse might arrive soon. If they
didn't leave now, there would truly be no chance. Just as the ancient vine demon was about to unleash a tirade, suddenly, a divine thought struck, sensed by it,
and its face instantly lit up with joy. What? My king has already set out. Xiao Zhanrong frowned, noticing the change in the ancient vine demon's expression,
especially its sudden ease, and his mood sank. Sure enough, the ancient vine demon began to mock loudly, full of disdain. You foolish human powerhouses, are you
really waiting for your extreme powerhouse to come to your rescue? Ha ha ha. So naive. My king has already set out. I bet your ultimate powerhouses wouldn't even dare to move to provide support. How long can your so-called genius hold out?
Our elite warriors have been lying in ambush in the secret realm for a long time,
ready to strike at any moment. As these words fell, all the human experts felt a tightness in their hearts. If the ultimate powerhouses delayed their arrival and continued to drag things out, no matter how powerful Chen Yang was, how long could he last? Perhaps the move he was using now was his ultimate life-saving skill. And once it was exhausted, he would collapse, left at the mercy of others. Humph, and how long can you hold out? Stop wasting words with me. As soon as the words
were spoken, Xiao Zhanrong, burning with rage, charged forward. Even if the ultimate powerhouses couldn't make it in time, as long as he could kill the Tengman ancient demon in front of him, the goal could still be achieved. He just needed to be faster, even faster.
By the time the other nearby 8th-rank powerhouses arrived to provide support, it wouldn't be too late. In an instant, the entire battlefield plunged into an even more intense stalemate. Inside the secret realm, level increased to LV.124. Level increased to LV.133.
After a round of slaughter, white mist rose from Chun Yang's entire body, creating an incredibly spectacular
scene. His level stopped at 133. Not bad, the experience from the alien races is really abundant.
In no time, I've leveled up 10 times.
He exhaled slowly, feeling a bit fatigued, but quickly returned to normal. However, his bloodthirsty Rakshasa skill had entered cooldown, so he could only continue hunting the alien races in his normal state for now. But, the immense boost brought by the rapid level up meant that even in his normal state, Chun Yang now had a significant advantage over the alien races. My attack power is now close to 20,000, a single strike can deal over 100,000 damage. 2 strikes are enough to take down a tree vine barbarian. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Chen Yang was overjoyed as he glanced at the commotion in the dense forest not far away, estimating that more tree vine barbarians were appearing.
Without hesitation, he charged straight into the forest.
Next up, it was hunting time. Naturally,
the journey had just begun. Whenever Chen Yang encountered other martial arts students fleeing for their lives, he never hesitated to save them,
while also conveniently taking their tokens. Time was of the essence, and leveling up was the priority.
He wouldn't waste time explaining things like Xiao Weiwei and
those 2 others. Damn alien races. Not far away, an 8-person team from Kyoto Martial Arts University was desperately fleeing.
Leading them was Huo Weiming.
Clutching his chest, his face was grim.
He had originally planned to find Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi, and perhaps have someone harass Chun Yang.
But plans couldn't keep up with changes.
The sudden appearance of 3 tree vine barbarians had completely shattered his fantasies.
After much effort to kill 2 of them, more tree vine barbarians quickly arrived.
These alien races were all 5th-rank experts, with high health, strong defenses, and particularly powerful attacks.
If not for the fact that these barbarians were slow, they would have long been devoured by the alien races. What bad luck!
Along the way, Huo Weiming kept cursing as he fled.
In embarrassment.
Soon, they saw a young man standing in place, lost in thought. Huo Weiming exchanged a glance with the man and a smirk appeared on his lips. While being chased, they had encountered many martial arts students, even some from their own school. But Huo Weiming only cared about his own escape, even leading the alien races toward others. Watching those people get torn to pieces by the alien races, he sneered as he listened to their cries for help.
Those who followed Huo Weiming were not kind-hearted either. Die!
One of his subordinates rushed forward, aiming a fierce kick at Chen Yang's knee, while also preparing to snatch his
token.
Clearly, they hadn't realized that something had gone terribly wrong in the secret realm and were still planning to steal tokens for points.
But just as the kick was about to land, the man noticed over 50 tokens hanging from Chen Yang's waist. His eyes widened in shock, bigger than a dog's. Holy crap! He's robbed so many people. The next second, a cold light flashed. Over 100,000 damage erupted instantly.
The man's lower body was blown apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and his body crashed heavily to the side. His face still bore an expression of shock and pain.
No one spoke. Chen Yang acted directly. A bit unruly, huh?
A deep, magnetic voice rang out. Chen Yang slowly turned around to face Huo Weiming and his group.
It's you! Huo Weiming was both shocked and furious.
Glaring at Chen Yang while his subordinate writhed in pain on the ground, his body broken in 2.
Chen Yang,
I have no grudge against you, why did you kill my
brother? Chen Yang sneered coldly. He had long heard from Xiao Weiwei about Huo Weiming's temper.
Su Shi was now considered his person, and no one else was allowed
to touch her. Dare to challenge me? Stay here then. Chen Yang's face turned cold, unwilling to waste words.
Without moving his body, the ash blade flashed.
The 2 henchmen who approached him instantly dropped dead, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Hua Ji, the aliens are catching up.
Don't waste time, someone shouted nervously.
Even Huo Weiming couldn't help but blink.
He began to realize he had underestimated Chen Yang's strength.
Chen Yang had taken out 2 of his men in a second. His power was shockingly strong.
Even Huo Weiming himself didn't possess such strength.
Not a chance, we're both S-Class
professionals, but your power is way too exaggerated.
Let's go.
Stop wasting time with this trash.
As soon as the words fell, Huo Weiming gritted his teeth and unleashed 2 slow spells, trying to restrain Chen Yang and buy time for them to deal with the aliens. But unexpectedly, Chen Yang's figure flickered and merged directly into the shadows, rendering Huo Weiming's skills completely ineffective. Where the hell is he? Something's wrong, retreat now. Huo Weiming's heart tightened as he looked left and right, unable to find any trace of Chen Yang. This was too strange. Chen Yang, this guy, was way too calm. Move quickly. The next second, a cold laugh, like the whisper of death, softly echoed. Several flashes of cold light shot toward Huo Weiming and his group's legs. In an instant, blood spurted out. Accompanied by terrified screams, everyone, including Huo Weiming, was rendered completely powerless, their legs severed by the elusive Chen Yang in a flash. Impossible. Where did you get this kind of power? Collapsed on the ground, blood gushing out, Huo Weiming was panic-stricken, desperately propping up his upper body with his hands. It was too fast. There wasn't even time to react before his legs were gone. Even the top-ranked S-Class windrunner He Yanming from Magic City Martial University couldn't compare. They weren't even in the same league. In just a moment, his life points had hit rock bottom, leaving him completely crippled. Boom! At that moment, the Tree Vine Barbarians chasing Huo Weiming's group also caught up. Whether they had regrouped along the way or for some other reason, more than a dozen aliens had arrived, their momentum fierce. Seeing this scene, coupled with his severed legs, one of Huo Weiming's subordinates fainted from fear. Witnessing this, Huo Weiming went completely mad, his face twisted as he roared in fury. Chen Yang, you're dead. So many aliens. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape. He was confident because these damned aliens had a bizarre vine-chasing skill. Although the Tree Vine Barbarians were slow runners, their flying vines were incredibly fast, specifically designed for hunting. Once caught, the only hope was to pray you could run faster than your teammates. Die. 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 Seeing Chen Yang standing still, Huo Weiming grew even more excited. Ha ha, this fool probably hasn't seen how terrifying aliens can be. Even 1 or 2 are hard to deal with, let alone more than a dozen. Thinking about how Chen Yang was about to lie in a pool of blood, Huo Weiming even felt that his broken legs didn't hurt as much anymore. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Take Huo Weiming's group's tokens and the attraction will be even greater. Maybe I can level up another 30 or 40 levels in the secret realm. However, Chen Yang's mind was only focused on how to level up more efficiently. Watching the group of excited Tree Vine Barbarians charging toward him, Chen Yang gently wiped the ash blade and swung it as if slicing through vegetables. His movements seemed slow, but each strike carried after images sweeping through the air. It looked like he only used 2 or 3 moves, but in an instant, more than a dozen Tree Vine Barbarians convulsed and collapsed, all with their heads blown off and limbs severed. Green blood sprayed everywhere, the damage terrifyingly high. In an instant, they turned into Chen Yang's experience points. This scene left Huo Weiming's group completely dumbfounded, especially Huo Weiming, watching over a dozen alien races being instantly killed, rubbed his eyes in disbelief with dirt-covered hands, making them red and swollen, his breathing becoming rapid. You've already reached the 6th transition? Level over 200? No, impossible. You just awakened not long ago. How could you progress so quickly? It's been such a short time. Huo Weiming completely broke down. He looked in panic at Chen Yang, who was gradually approaching, almost losing his sanity, fleeing in terror. What are you trying to do? I'm the sole heir of the Hua family, The next second, Chen Yang withdrew the blade of ashes. Everyone, including Huo Weiming, was killed on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Too weak. As he turned to leave, Chen Yang sneered coldly, it seems that even senior students in their 3rd year, at the 5th transition, are far inferior to me. He collected the tokens from Huo Weiming and the others, hung them at his waist, and smiled faintly. After all, not only have I caught up to your levels, but I've far surpassed them, not to mention the gap in professions. Huo Weiming was a well-known senior in his 3rd year at Kyoto University, with a level around 190, ranking among the top 10 in age, and was expected to break through to the 6th transition before his 4th year, earning quite a reputation. As for Huo Weiming's words before his death, Chen Yang didn't take them to heart at all. In a little while, once he successfully reached the 6th transition, he could join the White Dragon Guild and personally take down Zhou Ziren. Just think, an A-level professional at level 300, Zhou Ziren would never have imagined that Chen Yang had progressed so rapidly,
planning to cause trouble for him at level 200.
And the outside world. Chun Yang looked up at the sky.
The outside world hasn't intervened in the secret realm for so long. It seems the situation is more serious than I imagined.
I must clear out the alien races in the secret realm as quickly as possible.
There's a saying, they are both competitors and comrades.
All are humans, and Shen Yang is willing to spend time helping them. This is his magnanimity.
Time flew by, and the battles in the outside world had entered a fever pitch.
Although the 8th transition
alien race, the ancient vine demon, was powerful, as time passed, more and more 7th transition experts from the human race arrived to support the surrounding cities, and the alien races were struggling to hold on. Many alien races had already attempted to retreat multiple times.
After all, this was the core territory of the human race.
Although not as intense as the front lines, experts were abundant, and 7th and 8th transition experts could appear at any time. Continuing to fight was just sending themselves to their deaths.
Those present were all old monsters who had endured a century of trials, valuing their lives. Who would willingly throw them away? Damn it! Wait a little longer. If Kagta can't handle this kid, we'll have to find a way to escape. The ancient vine demon's gaze occasionally swept across the screen, staring at Chun Yang inside, gritting its teeth. Damn it!
Everything had been going smoothly, but this kid ruined it all. His strength clearly should be at the 5th transition level, yet he claimed to have been at the 6th transition for years. This was a lie it actually believed. During the battle, both sides cooperated well, avoiding damage to the large screen, as it was shared intelligence that both sides needed to understand the situation.
Within the secret realm,
in just half an hour, Shen Yang had rescued over 50 students, collecting more than 100 tokens.
If viewed from a full map perspective,
with each tree vine barbarian marked as a red, the map was densely packed with red dots, all crazily charging toward Shen Yang.
This scene made the ancient vine demon's face turn ashen.
As the planner, it was well aware of why Shen Yang was doing this.
Those tokens were specially crafted by the traders, allowing
the tree vine barbarians to easily sense and track them. To avoid suspicion from the human race, they had even successfully hosted several martial arts tournaments.
Without any anomalies.
Level increased to LV.142. Level increased to LV.157, exhilarating. He had never felt this good before.
Every tree vine barbarian was
being suppressed, and Shen Yang's strength was growing stronger and stronger. The barbarians provided experience points ranging from 100,000 to 300,000.
An hour passed, and Shen Yang felt his level skyrocketing like a rocket.
His attributes were soaring.
Upon reaching the 5th transition, each level up brought even greater
attribute bonuses. This is practically a custom-made upgrade field for him. As the slaughter of the Vine Barbarian tribe continued, Shen Yang clearly felt their numbers
significantly decrease.
Now, it took 2 to 3 minutes to encounter 5 or 6 of them. Calculating it, he had already taken down 400 to 500 Vine
Barbarians.
Each of these creatures had reached the strength of a 5th-tier transformation.
Without Shen Yang, this generation of human trainees would likely have suffered unprecedented casualties.
Just as he continued forward, his steps suddenly halted.
Immediately after, an angry roar echoed. Human! Enough, stop the slaughter! Have you ever thought about how to atone for this senseless massacre?
Turning around, a withered, skeletal tree-like monster slowly emerged from the
surrounding ancient trees. Kagta was burning with rage.
It had intended to use formations to let its subordinates deal with the human, but unexpectedly, in such a short time, 500 to 600 of its kin had been killed. Throughout the entire secret realm, there were less than 100 of its kind left.
It had thought humans
were working together, but it turned out to be the work of just one person.
Oh, the secret realm boss has appeared?
Shen Yang's eyes lit up, his gaze sharp. The rules stated that there was a hybrid demon boss at the center of the secret realm, but he hadn't found it after searching for a long time.
Unexpectedly, an alien species had jumped out now. Abyssal gaze.
Name, S-Class Vine Demon Kagta, Boss, Level 200, Extreme 5th Tier Transformation, HP, 1-237,000 Attack. Power, 11,000 Defense Power, 23,000 Magic Resistance, 10,000 Talent, S-Class Demon Vine, Weakness, Low Magic Resistance, Destroying Demon Species Causes
additional critical damage.
Quickly, a new panel appeared before Shen Yang, detailing its skills, talents, and weaknesses, and even marking it as an extreme
5th tier transformation. Shen Yang thought to himself, Could this be the change in skills after the 5th tier transformation? Speaking of which, the first phase of the Path to Godhood mission requires defeating a level 200 boss alone, right? Since this guy is marked as a boss, it counts. Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile. Perfect, the secret realm boss might have been taken out by it, so why not let me deal with it? After the 5th tier transformation, the attribute gap became increasingly vast and unique. Just like Kagta before him, it looked less robust than its kin, yet its vitality exceeded 1 million. Both physical and magical resistance were over 10,000. For other professionals, facing these numbers would be utterly despairing. But for Chen Yang, how convenient, my Rakshasa skill cooldown is almost ready. Whoosh! He struck first. No nonsense. Sinful slash. Chen Yang instantly vanished into the shadows, spiraling and rolling, transforming into a streak of black light, and slashing out more than 10 times in an instant. With a 10-fold attack speed bonus, even Kagta was startled by this sudden assault. Before it could react, a massive black shadow struck its face, instantly dealing nearly 10,000 critical damage. Against a 1,000,000 HP bar. The first strike was this fierce. 1/10 of the damage. Fortunately, its defense was extremely high. How dare you? Kagta roared furiously. Suddenly, its previously frail body began to rapidly expand. Countless tentacle-like vines stretched and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a massive monster. Nearly 10 meters tall. SSS. A strange sound echoed as the Vine Demon's power was activated. Kagta's HP miraculously began to recover rapidly, and its maximum limit continued to rise, soon soaring to 1.5 million. At the same time, the surrounding ancient trees suddenly withered, their vitality drained, turning dry and yellow. Human! You haven't even reached the extreme 5th tier transformation, yet you dare challenge me? Kagta roared furiously. The 10-meter-tall vines thundered down on Chen Yang like lightning, dense and overwhelming, aiming to crush him into pieces. Each attack could deal over 10,000 damage. Absorbing vitality? I can do that too. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, let out a faint snort, and without hesitation activated Bloodthirsty Rakshasa. Boom, a surge of heat rose from within, his hair turning white from the roots, and his deep pupils were tinged with a frenzied crimson. Ha! A strange laugh echoed, and Kagta's heart tightened as if facing a natural predator, his heart gripped by an invisible force. No, impossible. He was an S-Class genius renowned within his clan, executing the infiltration plan against the human race. Even when facing royal peers of the same age, he only felt slight pressure, never fear like this. Slash! The vines were severed cleanly as if cut by a sharp blade. Accompanied by an invisible roar, the severed vines withered and turned gray mid-air, as if their essence had been drained, creating a bizarre yet beautiful scene. An indescribable weakness surged into Kagta's heart. His maximum life force rapidly dropped from 1.5 million to 1.4 million. What kind of power is this? Kagta's eyes widened in terror. His life energy was being stolen. As the vines fell one by one, a man drenched in crimson slowly emerged. No! Though his steps seemed slow, with a single stride, he crossed dozens of meters in an instant, appearing right before Kagta. Hiss! The man raised his eyes, a sinister smile that didn't belong to a human curling at the corner of his mouth. Delicious blood, it's time to feast again. His large hand swung out, leaving only an afterimage, and plunged fiercely into Kagta's body. Kagta's 20,000 physical defense was utterly useless before him. One grab, one slash, savage and brutal. The Chen Yang before them seemed to transform into a true demon Rakshasa, his figure towering immensely. He grabbed it with one hand, laughing sinisterly, as if he intended to devour it like a snack. The powerful mental shock threw Kagta into chaos, unable to resist Chen Yang's attack any longer. Evil Karma slash. Chen Yang unleashed his finishing move, dealing over 200,000 damage and completely killing Kagta. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Boom! Kagta's corpse fell heavily to the ground, turning into withered wood. Chen Yang's Rakshasa state absorbed all its vital energy. Successfully killed LV.200. Boss Kagta gained 2.2 million experience. Note, due to Rakshasa talent, you gained an additional 1.4 million experience. Rakshasa dominance enhanced level increased to LV.160, and so, the battle ended. The ultimate victor was Chen Yang. Not bad, I've leveled up 40 times in less than a day since entering the secret realm. This speed, it's even faster than my first day after changing professions. Seeing his level, Chen Yang was in high spirits. In this world, many people were stuck at the 5th or 4th profession change for decades without breaking through. Yet he had achieved in one day what others couldn't accomplish in a lifetime. When I enter Rakshasa state, all my skills are enhanced. I can even gain extra experience. Chen Yang was tempted to use the Rakshasa state more to level up. But suddenly, he felt mentally exhausted, short of breath, and weak. His heart tightened instantly, as expected, activating the Rakshasa state twice in a row had reached its limit. Forcing it again might cause irreversible damage. For the next 2 or 3 days, he wouldn't be able to use bloodthirsty Rakshasa. At this moment, urgent news came from the outside world. Not good, Kagta couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. The human genius is too strong, we must retreat immediately and report to our king. Tangman Ancient Demon's thoughts shifted rapidly. Especially when it saw Kagta being instantly killed, it felt as if its heart had stopped. In the Martial University League, it was well aware that most participating students were at the 3rd profession change. Even if senior students joined, they were only at the 4th or 5th change, none reaching the peak of the 5th change at level 200. Against Kagta, even S-Class professional players would shatter upon contact. The gap was far greater than the difference between the 5th and 4th profession changes. It was an overwhelming advantage. Chen Yang, Tangman Ancient Demon desperately etched this name into its memory. He had killed their race's genius. And this was a top-tier genius destined to become an 8-change powerhouse in the future. This grudge was now deeply rooted. It had initially thought Chen Yang was merely the national top scorer, but unexpectedly, he was a true genius. If even such a level of genius dared to appear publicly, did this mean there were even more terrifying talents hidden behind the human race? Humph. Don't celebrate too early. This was just your human race narrowly breaking our setup. As the words fell, the remaining alien experts understood the signal. They vanished into the void one after another. Being able to infiltrate deep into human territory, they naturally possessed unique abilities. Unless an ultimate powerhouse appeared, it would be difficult to detect their traces. Humph, trying to run? Xiao Zhanrong frowned, his gaze sharp. Come and go as you please? How could it be that easy in this world? Stay here, all of you. Ignoring his own injuries, even at the cost of damaging his foundation, Xiao Zhanrong unhesitatingly pulled out a grayish block. Harming my students and trying to escape? No way. He exerted all his strength and slammed the gray block down heavily. Instantly, the block trembled violently, countless invisible ripples spreading rapidly. Boom! The central screen shattered abruptly. Damn it! Xiao Zhanrong, are you crazy? You actually used that move. The other Martial University principals were startled by the scene, quickly dodging. Those who didn't manage to escape were directly affected by the invisible ripples. Although they were all 8-change powerhouses, this time they weren't injured by the aliens but were instead severely hurt by their own. They spat blood, their bodies convulsing, their skin torn and compressed, falling from the sky. The surrounding space seemed to be torn into countless small blocks. Xiao Zhanrong, you owe compensation for this afterward. This is infuriating. Jin Yang and the principal of Martial University in Magic City were the closest and suffered the most severe injuries, almost unable to speak. Fortunately, there were no 7th-turn powerhouses in Xiao Zhanrong's battlefield, otherwise, with this ripple, the entire army might have been wiped out. Ugh! Impossible! The ripple swiftly slid across a space, where something wrapped in clothing swelled up, and was then torn apart. A group of alien powerhouses couldn't withstand it, crushed and repelled by the space, severely injured in falling. Great opportunity! Charge! The remaining principals who could still fight immediately took action, rushing forward without hesitation to launch a frenzied attack on the aliens. They unleashed their strongest moves, vowing to leave none behind. Damn, I was too confident. After using this move, Xiao Zhanrong's face turned pale instantly. Losing a massive amount of experience, his level dropping dozens of levels to stabilize at 850. Just this one move had wasted decades of effort. Worse still, his level cap would now be restricted. Xiao Zhanrong, previously over 900 levels, had fallen to 850, but the requirements for leveling up had increased. His situation remained unchanged, meaning he might need to surpass 1,000 levels in the future to have a chance at reaching the 9th turn realm. It could be said that he was now completely out of reach of the 9th turn in this lifetime. However, he had almost no hope of breaking through originally. Xiao Zhanrong felt this was acceptable. Chen Yang, that kid, really knows how to keep things hidden. A faint smile even appeared on his face. This child was definitely not an ordinary S-Class profession. Possibly even close to the level of Lord Dragon God's profession. He had paid such a high price to prevent the aliens from spreading information about Chen Yang's true strength, main skills, and talents. Chen Yang was absolutely worth it. He was still too weak now. If exposed, he would undoubtedly be relentlessly hunted by the aliens. This would be an unbearable loss for humanity. A genius of this level could very likely reach the 9th turn in the future and stand beside Lord Dragon God. You actually possess treasures of this level. You greedy humans, you're willing to pay such a price. Tangman Ancient Demon was not spared either. Forcibly held back. As the focus of Xiao Zhanrong's attack, it knew it was over. It didn't panic excessively or feel fear, only regretting not being more decisive earlier, but it had no regrets about its life. It stared intently in the direction of the secret realm. Even in its final moments, it was thinking about Chen Yang. The war between races was never about it personally. If Chen Yang couldn't be eliminated, once he grew up, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the aliens, bringing humanity an ultimate powerhouse, possibly even the legendary 9th turn expert. This time, it's just your human's luck. You won't be able to hide for long. Our king will surely notice the anomaly. In the next moment, Tangman Ancient Demon forcibly self-destructed, destroying its core, its body turning into fine rain that fell at a speed no one could stop. Endless pale green rainwater scattered. Everyone present felt heavy-hearted. When different races are defeated, the victors gain experience and grow stronger. Only battles within the same race don't grant experience to the opponent. Tangman Ancient Demon chose a special self-destruct method to prevent humans from absorbing its essence, scattering it across the heavens and earth. As a result, all participants only gained a tiny portion of it. Damn it! Someone couldn't help but curse, becoming even more vigilant of the captured aliens to prevent them from self-destructing or self-harming. These creatures had to stay alive for interrogation. Hurry and open the secret realm, bring out the students inside. At this point, the matter temporarily came to an end, and Xiao Zhanrong was extremely exhausted. The losses this time were enormous. It would take at least 5 or 6 years to begin recovering his level. Soon, the secret realm was opened by other human powerhouses, and the students hidden inside were rescued one by one. Chen Yang was no exception. He had already found 2 girls and came out together with everyone, but the final result made everyone's heart sink. Although Chen Yang acted promptly and decisively, in just over 10 minutes, at least half of the students perished in the secret realm, with an estimated 40% killed by the alien race. The disparity in levels and attributes was too great. Many students couldn't even withstand a single attack and were easily slaughtered. Among them, more than 20 S-Class professionals were killed. The loss was staggering, sending chills down people's spines. It was foreseeable that a storm was brewing, and a major purge within the human race was imminent. Oh my God! Chen Yang, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Zhang Mengmeng quickly approached, her face full of worry and disbelief. Her strength was too weak, so she had retreated to the rear when the alien race appeared to avoid being affected, not even knowing how others had died. Naturally, she hadn't witnessed Chen Yang's performance. Chen Yang really saved the day. If it weren't for him, the 2 of us would probably have died in the secret realm, Xiao Weiwei said, gently patting her chest, looking a bit disheveled. After all, she had been hiding in a tree hollow earlier, with no time to care about her appearance. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's head back. This time, I fear that among the top students of Wuda, less than half will have survived. So many people died. The families behind them will definitely cause a stir. On the car ride back, Zhang Mengmeng kept muttering, clearly still shaken. Don't worry, with Principal Xiao supporting us, we ordinary students will be fine, Sushi said calmly. Having gone through so much, she still managed to act as if nothing had happened. It was hard to tell if she was just carefree or had a strong mindset. Chen Yang chuckled softly after hearing this. As long as everyone's okay, as long as the people he cared about were safe, that was the best outcome. For the rest, he could only silently pray. Speaking of which, my level has increased, but Xiao Qian is starting to fall behind. Sharing experience doesn't help much. I'll need to take her through more dungeons next. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Chen Yang's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Xiao Zhanrong. Come straight to my office when you get back to school. Chen Yang was curious. Was Xiao Zhanrong looking for him to discuss the secret realm?
It was just as well, as he also wanted to ask about the green crystal. Unfortunately, that item had been absorbed when he activated the Rakshasa state.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang opened the long-neglected panel. Name, Abyssal Wanderer.
Path to Godhood unlocked. Grade, SSS level, 160 HP, 276,000 MP, 180,000 attack, 31,000 defense, 7,000 magic resistance, 6,800 specialty, SSS level.
Tenfold attack speed, innate tenfold attack speed, skills, Bloodthirsty Rakshasa, SSS, Abyssal Blink, SSS, Dark Mist Shadow, SSS, Soul Shaking Regret, SSS. Abyssal Gaze, SSS, Sinful Slash, SSS. SSS Talent Rakshasa, when activating the Bloodthirsty Rakshasa state, gain a 42% increase in skill damage, and
simultaneously gain experience when extracting blood essence. This talent was easy to understand. The more you killed, the stronger the effect, with almost no upper
limit, and it was bound to the Bloodthirsty Rakshasa state. Of course, that wasn't the main point.
Chen Yang's gaze lingered on the words Path to Godhood.
First,
stage completed, second stage not yet unlocked, requirement, level 200. After reading this, Chen Yang felt a bit frustrated.
He had already met the requirement of killing a level 200 boss, so why wasn't there any reward? Could it be some kind of review process? Or was it just for show?
Although he found it strange, there was
no point in overthinking it.
After returning to Kyoto Wuda, Chen Yang got off the car, said goodbye to the two girls, and headed straight to Xiao Zhanrong's office. As he pushed the door open, Xiao Zhanrong was already seated inside.
Chen Yang keenly noticed that Xiao Zhanrong's face was somewhat pale. His heart tightened. It seemed the secret realm incident had taken a heavy toll on Xiao Zhanrong.
Even someone like him, who hadn't reached level 200, could sense that Xiao Zhanrong's
condition was not good. You're here, Chen Yang. Xiao Zhanrong took a deep breath and forced a smile.
He warmly invited Chen Yang to sit down and patted his shoulder.
Xiao Zhanrong sighed. You've been hiding quite a few secrets, haven't you? Chen Yang's expression turned slightly heavy.
Seeing this, Xiao Zhanrong chuckled.
Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong. You've done an excellent job.
But then, his tone shifted, his face grew serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he took out a small, grayish block, roughly the size of a thumb.
Chen Yang asked in confusion, what is this? Instinctively, he activated
Abyssal Gaze to try to see through the mysterious object, but he couldn't glean any information from it. Not even Xiao Zhanrong himself had unraveled its secrets.
Xiao
Zhanrong handed the small block to him with a smile. Take it.
In the hands of someone like you, this thing has value. Keeping it with me is simply a waste. He
then sighed. Besides, I don't think I'll ever be able to use it in this lifetime.
My compatibility with it is already 0.
Xiao Zhanrong didn't hold back. To use this mysterious block, I sacrificed the experience cap of 70 levels, just to stop the escape of the alien race. Chen Yang stared at the small block in his hand, his heart racing.
What did sacrificing 70 levels of experience cap mean? For someone like Xiao Zhanrong, a powerhouse of over 900 levels, the
experience required for a single level up was several hundred times what Chen Yang had accumulated from the very beginning. And this was the experience cap. It meant Xiao Zhanrong's highest realm might only reach 9 turns, forever unable to break through.
Chen Yang stood up and respectfully asked, Principal Xiao, what do you mean by compatibility?
Xiao Zhanrong explained, inject your spirit into the small block, and you'll sense your compatibility with it.
Even if it's just 1%, it means you're connected to it and qualify to use it. However, your current attributes and strength might not be sufficient. You'll need to reach at least 6
turns to barely control this block. An S-Class professional has a minimum of 1% compatibility, which is enough to use it once.
Take it. Chen Yang accepted it
without hesitation, determined not to let this precious gift go to waste, and he etched Xiao Zhanrong's kindness into his heart. Xiao Zhanrong continued, now, let's
talk about you.
Chen Yang immediately focused his attention.
Do you know who the strongest person was that day? Chen Yang answered without hesitation, of
course, it was Senior Dragon God. Everyone knew that Dragon God was an SSS-Class talent and the guardian of humanity, who had protected the prosperity and stability
of the human race for hundreds of years.
He was an existence greater than the sages of ancient times, and calling him a contemporary saint was no exaggeration.
Xiao Zhanrong continued, do you know what level Dragon God has reached now? Chen Yang froze.
While he knew Dragon God was extraordinary, no one knew his exact
realm of strength.
Beyond 9 turns.
Xiao Zhanrong's words sent a shock through Chen Yang's heart. Chen Yang gave a vague response.
As the strongest of the era, he must have surpassed 9 turns. Becoming a god wasn't impossible. After all, being called Dragon God, with the word God in his title, couldn't be simple.
Xiao
Zhanrong gave him a deep look and slowly said, for an ordinary D-class professional, reaching 4 turns in the future might be considered the peak.
If it's
A-class, there's a chance to break through 500 levels. S-class professionals have the potential to surpass 900 levels.
But even among S-class, the gap is immense.
Some people are stuck at 700 levels for their entire lives, unable to level up even once, while others can easily break through and
become ultimate powerhouses. And you, Chen Yang,
you have the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. Xiao Zhanrong stood up, his expression profound, his eyes filled with determination and relief, as he made an important decision. The grayish block in your hand is actually a part of Dragon God himself.
It's
called the Child of Hope. These words exploded in Chen Yang's ears like thunder.
A part of Dragon God? Chen Yang's gaze locked onto the grayish block in his palm.
No wonder he couldn't extract any information from it. Not even Xiao Zhanrong could decipher its details, let alone the legendary Dragon God.
When you go back and try to unlock this mysterious cube, you'll understand what I mean.
Unfortunately, you revealed your brilliance too early by becoming the national top scorer, which
may not be a good thing.
At this point, Xiao Zhanrong showed a regretful expression.
Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, so it was true.
He had long understood that in this world of interethnic conflicts, although the Federation's officials painted a beautiful vision, the frequent incidents involving other races made him
realize that humanity's strength might not be the strongest.
By becoming the national top scorer, aren't you just inviting top experts from other races to hunt
you down?
In fact, truly hidden geniuses generally don't participate in the college entrance exams, let alone aim for the national top scorer.
That would undoubtedly bring trouble upon oneself. No wonder.
Along the way, the highest level he had encountered were professionals of the same S grade.
Thank you, Principal. Xiao. Chen Yang bowed deeply once again. Xiao Zhanrong laughed, patted his shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Thank me for what? Get out of here. Come find me again when you can unlock that mysterious cube. By then, I'll send you to the front lines for some fun." Hearing this, Chen Yang's heart stirred, wanting to ask something, but ultimately holding back.
No rush, the matters of the front lines would come to him sooner or later.
After saying goodbye, Chen Yang left Xiao Zhanrong. Looking at the grayish cube in his hand, he couldn't help but want to try it. Xiao Zhanrong had said it would take 6 transformations to barely unlock it, but Chen Yang didn't think so. As an SSS grade professional, his growth was astonishing. Perhaps he had already met the requirements. He would know once he tried. But before that, Chen Yang first went to Wuanjuan to pick up Xiao Qian.
It had been a long time since they last met, and Xiao Qian was overjoyed, clinging to Chen Yang and acting spoiled.
Chen Yang affectionately patted Xiao Qian's head.
Even though she was far away in the secret realm, Xiao Qian shared part of Chen Yang's experience points. Now she had reached level 121, with her attributes further enhanced. Coupled with the inherent strength of beasts, she could barely hold her own against S-grade
professionals of the same level. Phew. Let's give it a try.
The mysterious item given by the old principal is part of the Dragon God. It must be extraordinary. Although Xiao Zhanrong hadn't elaborated on the matters of other races, Chen Yang had already heard about the Tengman ancient demon from Zhang Mengmeng, so he naturally felt a bit tense. He took out the grayish cube, placed it in front of him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes.
Relying on the skill, soul-stirring mind. Chen Yang's mental strength was not weak, second only to his attack power. It was one of his key assets besides the bloodthirsty Rakshasa. Here we go. Powerful. Mental energy gathered into fine threads as Chen Yang manipulated them to penetrate the grayish cube, attempting to fuse and control it. Boom! The moment of
contact, Chen Yang felt as if his head had exploded, and his entire mental world instantly became crystal clear. His previously chaotic thoughts were smoothed out,
gradually entering a state of ethereal tranquility. What was this feeling?
It was as if his soul had gained a physical form. Chen Yang was amazed to find himself entering a brand new space, where he condensed a new body through mental energy, soaring freely. Every change occurred with a single thought. Suddenly, he began to fall. That mysterious feeling made him feel as if he had returned home, his heart filled with immense comfort, like a fish returning to water. Before long, he seemed to see a glowing bubble at the bottom of the sea and instinctively swam toward it. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the bubble slowly emerged before him. Just as he touched it, the next second, boom! The bubble burst instantly. Chen Yang abruptly opened his eyes from his cross-legged state, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. 100% compatibility. He looked up to see the previously motionless grayish cube suddenly spinning rapidly, appearing before him in an instant. This is the Hope Cube. Child of Hope, God Creation Project. A trace of shock flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. Despite all the twists and turns he had experienced, this time his heart was still shaken intensely. Because, within this Hope Cube lay a trace of divine power. This power required at least level 1000 to even come into contact with, and now, he hadn't even reached level 200, yet he could touch it? This was simply a huge joke. This item, called the Hope Cube, actually had internal classifications. S-rank professionals were divided into 3 tiers, low, mid, and high. Only the high-tier S-rank could possibly be recognized by the Hope Cube and gain full usage rights. Others could only use it temporarily, and at a great cost. Xiao Zhanrong, as a level 900 S-rank professional, wasn't even considered high-tier and couldn't possibly comprehend the full power of the Hope Cube. But Chen Yang, as an SSS rank professional, had a compatibility rate of 100%. The Hope Cube didn't hesitate and immediately bound itself to him. So that's how it is. His pupils gradually returned to normal. Receiving the massive influx of information from the Hope Cube, Chen Yang suddenly understood. The Hope Cube was not a singular existence, in fact, there were quite a few of them. Only those with extraordinary talent, like Chen Yang, could obtain them. This time, even if Xiao Zhanrong was unwilling to give it to him, the Hope Cube would have automatically left its original owner to follow Chen Yang. The sole mission of the Hope Cube was to protect and assist human geniuses in becoming top-tier powerhouses. Perhaps this was the unique method of the legendary dragon god. Hint: you have become the Child of Hope. Current rank, Morning Star. Hint: gained the blessing of the Hope Cube. Base experience gain increased by 200%. Hint: gained the blessing of the Hope Cube. Base health and mana regeneration increased by 500%. Hint: gained the blessing of the Hope Cube. Base movement speed increased by 50%. A powerful vitality burst forth from within the Hope Cube, enveloping Chen Yang's entire body. At the same time, a vast wave of divine consciousness spread outward. Child of Hope, the God-making plan. Child, I can only protect you for 100 years. A desolate whisper came silently, as if from the depths of the starry sky, from the edge of the universe billions of light-years away, the land of shattered stars. In an instant, Chen Yang saw a closed eye, as if the secrets of the entire world were hidden within it. It shed a tear. Before he could see more, everything was cut off. All the care and love it had were buried deep in the darkness. Child of Hope. No way. Chen Yang snapped back to reality, froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Isn't this a bit too early? The Child of Hope also had ranks, from level 1 to level 9. But Chen Yang was different. He directly became a Morning Star, above level 9. In other words, from the moment he touched the Hope Cube, he was very likely to become a key focus of the Dragon God. Leaving aside the issue of the aura, just this identity alone would cause all of humanity's resources to be unconditionally tilted toward Chen Yang. If he encountered a life-threatening situation, even someone as powerful as Xiao Zhanrong would be obligated to shield him from fatal harm, even at the cost of their own life. This alone showed that, despite humanity's seemingly glorious surface, it was already riddled with crises internally. Who knew how many warriors had bled and sacrificed on the battlefield, forever resting in peace? 100 years. Does this mean I must become a god within 100 years? Chen Yang stood up and checked the time. Even though he had only been wandering in his consciousness and touching the light sphere, a whole week had passed. He opened his phone and saw a pile of messages, most of them from Xiao Weiwei and Zhang Wu. It seemed that after spending an entire week at home, many people had started to worry. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Yang saw an unexpected person. Principal Xiao? He straightened up in surprise and greeted him. At the door, Xiao Zhanrong seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Hearing the voice, he turned around. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Xiao Zhanrong's eyes sparkled with fervor and incredulous joy, as if he had already known something. It seems I can no longer call you Kid Chen. I can only address you as Lord Morningstar.
Child of Morning Star. Protector. Xiao Zhanrong greets you.
With that, as an 8th-tier powerhouse, Xiao Zhanrong actually bowed to Chen Yang, who was not even level 200, showing submission.
This is too much. Principal Xiao, this is too much.
This was even more exaggerated than a grandfather kneeling to his grandson, and the other party was the principal
of Kyoto Martial University. Chen Yang couldn't take it and quickly helped Xiao Zhanrong up. It was simply too outrageous. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Xiao from now on.
But Xiao Zhanrong's gaze was firm, showing no embarrassment for his earlier actions, but rather a sense of pride.
Xiao Chen, I think you've already discovered the secret hidden within the Hope Cube. To be honest, I was once a failed child of hope.
The pinnacle of strength seemed within reach. But for me, it was an unattainable height for a lifetime, let alone the 9 revolutions.
Xiao Zhanrong looked at Chen Yang with emotion, his eyes full of relief.
However, being able to become your protector fulfills a wish I once had. After realizing he could not become a pinnacle powerhouse, Xiao Zhanrong had spent years
searching for the next child of hope.
It was his responsibility. But the path was too difficult. He had encountered countless geniuses, all top-tier S-Class
professionals in both talent and profession. Yet, none met the standards of the Hope Cube. Until he met Chen Yang, Xiao Zhanrong had a premonition that he was no ordinary S-Class professional. And now, it seemed he was right. He was right.
I didn't expect Principal Xiao to have such an experience.
Chen Yang showed a look of sudden realization.
If it were someone else, facing such an identity would surely bring immense pressure, even making it hard to breathe.
But Chen Yang remained calm. Child of hope?
Only those without strength would worry about bearing such a title. Those with strength would see it as icing on the cake.
By the way, Principal Xiao, how did you know I am the child of Morning Star? Chen Yang was a bit puzzled. Could people outside also know about the matters within the Hope Cube?
Just call me old Xiao from now on, Xiao Zhanrong said with a smile. As for Morning Star, just take a look at the Hope Cube on you.
Once it manifests, those who know
the inside story can naturally discern your level.
Xiao Zhanrong laughed heartily.
If it were just a level 1 child of hope, he might have hesitated.
But Chen Yang
was directly the child of Morning Star, so he didn't hesitate at all and immediately decided to become Chen Yang's protector.
I see. Chen Yang spread out his
palm, and sure enough, the Hope Cube emitted dazzling starlight, so bright that it was blinding even under the sunlight, faintly exuding a mysterious power.
This was his identity mark. With a thought, the starlight immediately dimmed and returned to normal.
No wonder Xiao Zhanrong came in person, this identity mark was
simply too conspicuous.
That's right, Xiao Chun, remember this, unless necessary, don't easily reveal this mark in front of outsiders, especially in front of other
races.
At least, not until you've reached the level of a pinnacle powerhouse, Xiao Zhanrong solemnly reminded him.
Old Xiao, since you've decided to be my protector, what about your position as principal?
Chen Yang quickly adapted and naturally called him Old Xiao.
Since the other party was willing to be his protector,
Chen Yang thought about it and gladly agreed. After all, there was no downside, and Xiao Zhanrong was the only one who knew the secret of the Hope Cube.
Are you kidding me?
Xiao Zhanrong said disdainfully. The position of principal is useless and troublesome. Truly powerful people don't have time to be principals, they're
already training themselves on the front lines.
He had taken the position of principal just to find talented young people. Now that he had found one, he could
naturally let it go. Speaking of which,
Xiao Zhanrong suddenly stopped, turned to look at Chen Yang, and said, Xiao Chen, you need to start preparing.
You'll have to head to the front lines soon.
The front lines were a mysterious place, tied to the rise and fall of humanity. Chen Yang had never heard of it before, but after meeting Xiao Zhanrong, he gradually learned about it.
What kind of place is the front line exactly? Chen Yang asked directly. Xiao Zhanrong nodded.
You can think of it as the forefront of the battle among all races.
There, even the legendary pinnacle powerhouses can fall. He spoke with a mix of mystery and seriousness. Do you know where the dungeons in the human heartland come from?
Chen Yang's eyes lit up, as if he saw a secret scroll slowly unfolding, revealing the truth of
this world.
It was obtained from the front lines, Chen Yang said firmly.
That's right, Xiao Zhanrong continued, every dungeon actually originates from the front lines.
Including all the monsters you've seen, they were once members of certain races, some even supreme beings, but they gradually declined.
Even our entire Kyoto is a dungeon.
Those wild monsters outside are actually part of the dungeon, specifically designed for students to practice on.
This is the origin of dungeons.
Xiao Zhanrong didn't explain in detail, but Chen Yang seemed to see a historical scroll slowly unfurling.
There was once an extremely powerful race that was eventually devoured by other forces. Perhaps the legendary dragon god was one of them.
To compete for opportunities, they placed part of their power in the human
territory, forming these dungeons.
The monsters they killed all truly existed in history. So, does that mean we humans, in the eyes of other races, are just a
dungeon? Chen Yang asked urgently. That's right.
Chen Yang, if the dragon god falls, we might all become the human dungeon, confined to the territory of other
races, turning into their training grounds.
By then, you might be a sovereign-level boss, and I might just be one of your elite boss subordinates, Xiao Zhanrong
said lightly, but his words sent chills down Chen Yang's spine. So that's how it is.
A few simple words revealed the brutal truth of the struggle among all races. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. Xiao Zhanrong continued, our dungeon might be called Kyoto Martial University, and in the future, it could become
a secret realm dungeon for some alien race.
Chen Yang finally understood why, when he saw the alien Kargata in the secret realm, it was labeled as a boss.
Back
then, he found it strange. Clearly, it was an alien, not a hybrid demon, so why was it labeled as a boss? If Kargata had a skill similar to Abyssal Gaze, perhaps when
it looked at Chen Yang, it would also display human elite boss, Chen Yang. You've realized it too, haven't you? As long as you're exceptionally strong in a
certain aspect, far surpassing others of the same level, you can basically become a boss. When a boss of any race is slain, it weakens the entire race's power.
And
the dragon god is the ultimate boss of our human race. If he falls, it would be equivalent to half of humanity being conquered by other races.
The Child of Hope project is designed to create more bosses to share the dragon god's burden. You are the Morning Star's child, and in the future, you can at least reach the Nine-Turn realm.
Listening to Xiao Zhanrong's shocking words, Chen Yang couldn't help but recall the desolate words he heard when he first encountered the Hope Cube. It was as if a voice from millions of light years away said, child,
I can only hold on for 100 years. In an instant, an invisible sense of responsibility weighed on Chen Yang's shoulders.
In comparison, his conflict with the White Dragon Guild seemed as childish as kids playing games.
Back then, he only thought about avenging himself against the White Dragon Guild. His vision was far too narrow. I understand now, old Xiao. When do we head to the front lines? Chen Yang's face showed a determined expression. Ultimate boss? Dungeon? As an SSS-Class professional, he set a goal for himself to become the strongest boss of the human race. Don't rush, wait until you reach level 200.
I never expected your attributes to be so strong, activating the Hope Cube at just 5 turns, Xiao Zhanrong sighed.
To be honest, sending you to the front lines early is a last resort.
Right now, the human territory is deeply corrupt, with many people being short-sighted, and the Guardians far away have no interest in paying attention here. Moreover, the strongest person you'll encounter in the territory is at most a turn, but
that's not necessarily the case for the alien races. To be honest, your profession should actually be SS level. Luckily, it wasn't discovered back then. Simply
put, Xiao Zhanrong actually believed that Chen Yang going to the front lines was safer than staying in the hinterlands.
Truly unbelievable. Got it. Chen Yang remembered Xiao Zhanrong's words.
His potential was indeed high, but his level was too low.
If he encountered an alien race like Tengman Ancient Demon, he might be wiped out in one breath.
As for Xiao Zhanrong mistakenly thinking he was SS level, he would just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding.
Chen Yang. You. Principal. Xiao. Hello?
After the two finished speaking and stepped outside, a surprised female voice rang out.
Chen Yang turned to look. Sharife stared at Xiao Zhanrong in surprise and quickly greeted him.
She originally wanted to talk to Chen Yang, but upon seeing Xiao Zhanrong beside him, her words got stuck in her throat. Her face turned tense, and she seemed a bit shy.
Since when did Chen Yang and Xiao Zhanrong become so close and friendly? Good. From now on, I won't interfere in your life. It's best if you can reach level 200 within a week. Xiao Zhanrong nodded, reminding Chen Yang not to slack off. After speaking, he left a mark on Chen Yang and then departed.
As he left, he transmitted a message: if you encounter a formidable enemy or sense great danger, immediately use the mark to summon me. Only Chen Yang and Shuri Fei were left staring at each other in silence. Sharifeh spun around several times to confirm Xiao Zhanrong had left before approaching, her eyes full of astonishment.
Honestly, how did you connect with an 8-turn powerhouse? Could it be your principal Zhao's illegitimate child? As she spoke, Sharifeh's small eyes darted around. Chen Yang's face grew darker. Don't talk nonsense. My talent is slightly better. What's wrong with Principal Xiao? Valuing me? He casually pushed away Sharifeh's hand that was waving around and prepared to leave. Hey, don't go. I'm also an S-level profession. Why doesn't that old man value me? The resources he gives me are always delayed. Chen Yang, I have something to discuss with you. Sharifeh grabbed him. Does Principal Xiao know you call him old man behind his back? Chen Yang stopped helplessly. Speak, what's the matter? Sharifeh revealed a sly smile. It's not a big deal. I heard you've already reached 5-turn and even single-handedly killed a hybrid demon in the secret realm? Most of the students rescued by Chen Yang had signed confidentiality agreements, prohibiting them from revealing his defeat of the alien race. However, the news of Chen Yang breaking through to 5-turn had spread. After all, a freshman reaching 5-turn in such a short time was truly dazzling. Many people began to suspect he had some hidden experience boost and were incredibly envious. Chen Yang pushed Sharifeh aside and prepared to leave again. Hey, don't be so cold. The Ruins dungeon will open in 2 days, and it contains a lot of high-level items and weapons. My originally agreed teammates were injured in the secret realm. They all strongly recommended you, Chen Yang. Aren't you tempted? The Martial University League. Sharifeh hadn't participated in the competition, but her originally agreed teammates for the dungeon hadn't recovered yet. Coincidentally, they were all rescued by Chen Yang. Oh, Ruins Dungeon? Chen Yang was slightly interested. Generally, dungeons had many monsters suitable for leveling up, but some special dungeons offered rich rewards. That's right, it's the Extinguished Flame Dungeon, level 200, limited to 5 people, opening in 2 days. Our Kyoto side originally planned to form 2 or 3 teams to try it out. I found one temporary teammate, but we're still short one. After thinking it over, you're the most suitable. Sharifeh was much shorter than Chen Yang. As she spoke, she shook her head and swayed her ponytail, looking particularly cute. May I ask, who were your originally agreed teammates? Originally, it was led by Huo Weiming, but now it's replaced by another senior from the 3rd year. Then it's fine. Chen Yang almost couldn't help but laugh. Turns out the team leader was someone he had defeated. Alright, come find me in 2 days. Okay. It's settled then. Don't bail on me. Chen Yang nodded. To be honest, the only truly useful equipment he had was the ash blade and the mask of stealth. Everything else was practically useless junk, offering minimal improvement to his strength. It's time to upgrade my gear, Chen Yang decided silently as he watched Sharifeh leave. Excitedly. After leaving the dormitory, he walked around the campus perimeter. The walls were lined with white wreaths, each adorned with a photo of a deceased student from Kyoto Martial University who had perished in the secret realm. Passers-by would stop to silently pray. Some friends of the deceased wept uncontrollably, while others, with tear-filled eyes, softly expressed their sorrow to the departed. Returning to his dormitory, Chen Yang had stayed inside for an entire week, paying no attention to what was happening outside. Now, seeing all this, he felt a twinge of emotion. Although he had entered Kyoto Martial University by stepping on the shoulders of many, most of the students on campus seemed genuinely sincere. Xiao Qian, who had shrunk into the form of a snake in his sleeve, looked at the human's grief with a puzzled expression. Why were so many people mourning the dead? What a pity. Chen Yang sighed. If they had come into contact with the Hope Cube earlier, so many lives wouldn't have been lost. He casually picked a small flower and pinned it to his chest, gently stroking its petals. He could feel 2 hidden gazes fixed on him, filled with obvious malice. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity now. Chen Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly left Kyoto Martial University. Who was secretly watching him? A teacher? Or an enemy? He thought of Huo Weiming. During his previous conversation with Xiao Zhanrong, he had learned that he had personally killed Huo Weiming in front of everyone, and not just him. This might have earned him quite a few enemies. Walking onto the bustling streets, the area was filled with people coming and going, and the sounds of vendors shouting echoed everywhere. Most of the people on the street had only 1 or 2 class advancements, and many had no abilities at all. They were ordinary people at the bottom of society. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Lowly commoners, what are you looking at? Never seen a professional before?
Suddenly, a burly man with a fierce face strode forward, cursing loudly. He knocked over a white-collar worker with one shove, coldly watching as the person cried out in pain. The victim's ribs were likely broken. The others were so frightened that they quickly
stepped aside, not daring to look.
The burly man had a cheap white flower pinned to his chest, identical to the one Chen Yang wore.
Chen Yang frowned and secretly
used abyssal gaze to check his information. This was a level 170, 5th class professional.
No wonder he was so arrogant and dismissive of others. Quick, hide. Don't look at him, or he might take it as a provocation. What's going on today? So many high-class professionals have shown up. Doesn't he fear being sued for knocking people over like that? Shoo, keep it down. Speak softly.
Chen Yang silently observed all of this, feeling a bit puzzled.
This was the civilian street near Kyoto Martial University. Why were ordinary people so afraid of high-class professionals?
As he walked forward, many passers-by noticed the small white flower on his chest, and their expressions immediately changed. They assumed Chen Yang was an accomplice of the fierce man and quickly lowered their heads to leave. Before long, the once lively street became deathly silent because of the two of them.
Chen Yang was speechless. Were Kyoto Martial University students always this arrogant? As the core city of the human race, was this really the life of the lower-class citizens in Kyoto? Chen Yang couldn't help but recall his life before becoming a professional.
Although it wasn't particularly hard, he had always lived on campus, and the only high-level professionals he had seen were teachers.
As for the
white-collar worker who had been severely injured, Chen Yang had no intention of helping him. Chen Yang walked into a secluded alley and stopped, his eyes fixed on a
single point. All right, how much longer are you planning to follow me?
As soon as he finished speaking, a low chuckle echoed.
Impressive. As expected of the national top scorer.
In just a few weeks, you've made incredible progress, and your perception is this sharp.
Two figures slowly appeared in front of Chen Yang.
They were dressed in black robes, their builds medium and slightly thin, exuding an eerie aura. Chen Yang immediately activated abyssal gaze to investigate the
information.
Both are 6th tier, Class A professionals, with levels as high as 240.
He calculated silently and felt confident he could defeat the two. However, if
he acted in the city, it might harm innocent people, and with too many casualties, the law enforcement team would surely cause trouble.
Brother top scorer, don't be so serious. We came with good intentions. The two bowed to Chen Yang, their attitude exceptionally enthusiastic, trying to build rapport. Oh, what's the matter?
Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing he might have stumbled upon the secret behind Kyoto Martial University. These two must have been lingering on campus for years without being caught, clearly with a purpose.
Nothing major. Chen Yang, we want to invite you to join the Earthine Pavilion. Their humble attitude
almost made one suspect they were insignificant characters. If not for Chen Yang's abyssal gaze, he would have already seen through their hidden intentions.
Earthine Pavilion? Chen Yang feigned confusion, though he had never heard of this name.
At Kyoto Martial University, only the publicly known clubs existed on the
surface. Chen Yang, you're truly fortunate. Earthine Pavilion is the most mysterious major club at Kyoto Martial University, not something for kids to play with.
Only those with real skills are invited. After speaking, one of them raised 3 fingers.
3 platinum-grade essence pills. If you agree to join,
you'll get them immediately, and every month you'll receive benefits that other clubs can't even dream of, with a market value of at least tens of millions.
The
other took out an exquisite porcelain bottle, opened it, and a rich fragrance wafted out. It was indeed essence pills.
Essence pills? Chen Yang's face darkened, pretending to ponder.
The two, however, smiled happily, waiting for his agreement. In this world, blindly fighting monsters to level up wasn't the only way.
Cultivating
inner strength and self-improvement could also gain experience.
More importantly, external assistance, such as high-level elixirs, could make a difference. If
conditions were right, consuming one elixir could instantly boost experience by millions. This speed was far faster than grinding monsters in the wild.
A platinum-grade
essence pill could increase experience by at least 3 million.
In the academy, even the teachers would envy it. Chen Yang's gaze fell on the essence pill.
An abyssal gaze provided detailed information. Item, essence pill grade, platinum effect, gradually increases experience within 3 days of consumption.
Estimated to add 3 million to 10 million experience.
Note, the pill is specially crafted. Consumption may subtly reduce mental control.
Long-term use could lead to mental instability. Soaking in mithril flower juice can eliminate side effects. Mental control reduction?
A glint of light flashed in Chen Yang's eyes.
Regarding
the decline in mental control, such hidden information usually wouldn't appear, only he could detect it.
This essence pill was no ordinary item, it might even be the kind that brainwashes people.
Over time, one would become a mindless puppet.
Alright, I agree.
Chen Yang smiled as well, his eyes full of greed, instinctively reaching out to grab the essence pill.
Hey, Chen Yang, don't rush.
To show sincerity, you need to complete a task first, so we can see how serious
you are. The two spoke while almost unable to hold back their laughter. What a national top scorer, unable to resist a little temptation. So easy to fool. They had
prepared plenty of sweet talk and even tough measures, but none were needed. The simplest task would suffice.
What task? Chen Yang withdrew his hand, pretending
to be calm while showing impatience and greed in his eyes.
Very simple. Principal Xiao said the Academy's spiritual energy is a bit insufficient, so he arranged some hard labor to maintain it.
Although it's tough, the rewards are generous.
You're new here, so we'll let you handle it. The two looked satisfied. The
allure of Kyoto Martial University lay here. Many people worked hard to get in because staying here meant experience points would gradually increase.
Outsiders all
knew this was a huge benefit. Graduates generally have high rankings. Oh, I wonder, seniors, what kind of tough work? I, Chen Yang, may not be very capable,
but I can handle this kind of work.
Chen Yang asked with a smile, pretending to show disdain in his eyes, clearly falling into their trap.
He felt increasingly uncomfortable inside. Did that old man Xiao Zhanrong know his students were using his name to deceive people outside? It's very simple. Just quietly place these spirit stones into the greenery. It's best to do it at night. The spiritual energy replenishes quickly. The location is near your dormitory. As soon as Xiao
Zhanrong was mentioned, Chen Yang immediately became obedient and cooperated smoothly.
The two were even more satisfied.
They had secretly investigated Chen Yang's
background.
He used to be an ordinary student with average treatment, but suddenly became the national top scorer, so he must have some pride in his heart.
Here, these are the spirit stones.
After speaking, one of them handed Chen Yang a jade box. Upon opening it, he saw 20 densely packed gray-black spirit stones inside. Item: low-grade gray spirit stone grade, platinum level effect. After using secret techniques, it can help a person quickly increase experience points. Estimated to increase by 10 to 20 million, depending on talent. Hint: these spirit stones have been specially processed and contain dark power.
Long-term use
will lower the maximum level, reduce intelligence, and cause dizziness, headaches, blurred vision, and inability to concentrate.
Soaking in honeysuckle juice can gradually eliminate side effects. Seeing this information, Chen Yang was overjoyed. Oh my!
These side effects are similar to what he had used before, even more
severe.
Ordinary gray spirit stones could actually reach platinum level. If others saw this, they might go crazy.
Alright, Chen Yang.
The spirit stones are handed
over to you. Make sure no one sees you when placing them.
If someone secretly digs up spirit stones at night, Principal Xiao will definitely be furious.
The two
said with a smile, hinting that Chen Yang could secretly keep a few spirit stones to improve his own level.
If it were someone else, their eyes would have lit up long ago. Understood, seniors.
The two continued chatting, and soon, one of them handed Chen Yang 3 blood essence pills.
Very good.
To show sincerity, these
3 blood essence pills are for you first. We hope you won't disappoint the Earthine Pavilion.
They seemed to trust Chen Yang, but in reality, they wished he
would swallow them immediately. By the way, about the Earthine Pavilion, make sure not to spread the word.
At this point, the two exchanged a knowing smile.
What's wrong? Chen Yang pretended to ask in confusion. You know about the enforcement team at Kyoto Martial University, right? But do you know there's an even deeper organization behind them?
The words were clear, almost directly revealing the truth.
Chen Yang certainly wouldn't expose them and quickly responded, feigning surprise. Could it be?
The enforcement team is just the surface. Deeper down, there's an even more powerful organization.
The enforcement team is a club under the student council at Kyoto Martial University.
Usually, when students commit major offenses on campus, such as malicious murder, they handle it.
Coupled with
the previous hints about Principal Xiao from the two, it was almost certain that the Deep Organization was another more secretive enforcement team with greater authority, possibly related to the 8-turn powerhouse Xiao Zhanrong, and very likely founded by him.
Exactly. So, it's best not to talk about the Deep Organization. If you deliberately show off and cause student unrest, the lightest punishment would be expulsion, and it could even leave a serious stain on your school record. If it were someone else, they would have been scared dizzy by this sweet warning and obediently nodded. This was the highest level secret organization within the school, and it was related to Xiao Zhanrong, with benefits so enviable. Who wouldn't be tempted upon hearing this? They might even feel particularly honored. If the Deep Organization declared a student guilty, they could directly arrest and deal with them, completely authoritative. Old Xiao, you really are something. You actually let a pyramid scheme organization flourish in the school, and now it's targeting me. Chun Yang couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, on the surface, he was very cooperative and directly accepted the gifts from the two. Before they left, Chun Yang tried to keep them. Seniors, can you tell me your names? I will definitely visit you in the future. The two stopped in their tracks and quickly waved their hands. No need. When you pass the assessment and join the Deep Organization, you'll naturally know who we are. Chen Yang hadn't taken the special blood essence pill yet, so how could these two easily reveal their names? Understood. But the two members of the Deep Organization didn't notice that as they walked away, a strange smile appeared on Chen Yang's lips, as if mocking them. Heh, I didn't expect such a good show in the academy. This time, I've caught a big fish. Chen Yang wasn't worried about the blood essence pill or the spirit stones, nor was he afraid of the Deep Organization. The abyssal gaze had long told him how to eliminate the side effects. In short, he had directly gained immense wealth. As long as the side effects were removed, his level would skyrocket, and breaking through level 200 in a short time wouldn't be a problem. As for the secret silver honeysuckle, although it was a medicinal herb, it was nothing compared to spirit stones. I thought there would be a fight, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After Chen Yang left, the two members of the Deep Organization were still chatting. This national top scorer, I think. He's just a fool. Do you think he could become a formal member of the Deep Organization? I heard he's already at the 5th transformation, with decent talent. I wanted to dig up some information on him, but there's no clue at all. Impossible. Chen Yang is at most at the 4th transformation. The Deep Organization is almost fully staffed, and no new members will be recruited for the next 2 or 3 years. This Chen Yang is just fertilizer. Let's bet on how long it will take for him to lose his spiritual consciousness and become a puppet? 3 months at most. The team leader has already increased the dosage. If he's greedy and uses the spirit stones, he won't last 2 months. The two joked as they walked away laughing. Chen Yang returned to the street but didn't rush to the pharmacy to buy the secret silver honeysuckle. He wanted to confirm first that no one was following him. Chen Yang directly used the ghost mist dissipation technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. If it weren't for the clues he deliberately left behind, those two members of the Earthine Pavilion would never be able to track him. All right. Chen Yang muttered softly, first, buy these 2 herbs and head straight back to the dorm. He used the mask of concealment to transform into another person's appearance and spent a small amount of money at the pharmacy to buy a large quantity of honeysuckle. Then, he quickly returned to the dorm and sent messages to Xiao Weiwei and another girl to reassure them. Grind the honeysuckle into juice. Chen Yang followed the steps carefully. It had to be said, the small villa treatment at Kyoto Martial University was excellent. Even the herb processing machine, which couldn't be seen outside, was available, maximizing the efficacy of the herbs. Alright, now add. He looked at the bowl full of secret silver honeysuckle juice and unhesitatingly threw in 3 blood essence pills. Then, he used abyssal gaze to carefully observe the changes. The side effects of the blood essence pill are weakening, the black lines, so fine they were invisible to the naked eye and 10 times thinner than a strand of hair, slowly emerged from the secret silver honeysuckle. Even the originally crystal clear juice gradually turned gray-black. About an hour later, the blood essence pills were completely soaked, and the side effects were entirely eliminated. Chen Yang revealed as satisfied. Smile and processed the remaining 20 spirit stones using the same method. 1 spirit stone can bring nearly 10 million experience points. That's equivalent to me leveling up 3 times. If I absorb them all, I can probably increase by about 200 levels. Earthine Pavilion, this time you've really handed me a huge Bargain.
Chen Yang muttered to himself, drank one blood essence pill, and quickly sat cross-legged. A surge of energy and blood flowed wildly within his body. But it was exceptionally harmonious, and the absorption rate was incredibly fast. Experience points increased plus 100,000. Experience points increased plus 140,000. The long stagnant experience bar finally began to move. Before long, he broke through to level 161. Unfortunately, soaking these blood essence pills resulted in about a 10% loss of potency, but it didn't have much impact.
After just 20 minutes, Chen Yang opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Completely absorbed so quickly? One blood essence pill gave me 8 million experience points.
He carefully sensed his body and found that the remaining medicinal power was pitifully low, and in another 2 minutes, it would be completely depleted.
Normally, an A-level professional at his level would need at least 3 days to digest
the medicinal power and convert it into experience.
Moreover, it would leave behind pill toxins, causing the experience gained from subsequent blood essence pills
to decrease until it was impossible to level up. For Chen Yang to digest it all in 20 minutes was nothing short of a miracle.
Let's continue. Without hesitation, he swallowed the second blood essence pill.
What shocked him even more was that the second pill took only 18 minutes and provided 7 million experience
points. The third pill took just 16 minutes, yielding 8 million experience points. Why was the absorption getting faster and faster? Damn! Chen Yang couldn't help but curse.
His eyes were fixed on the nearby spirit stones.
He was about to strike it rich.
With no residual toxins, his leveling speed would reach
unprecedented heights. However, he needed to do some surface work first.
Chen Yang was extremely curious about the secrets of the Earthine Pavilion.
Night fell,
and Chen Yang didn't stay in his dormitory but quietly slipped out. Outside the dormitory, the 2 Earthine Pavilion members from earlier lit up with excitement. They had been waiting for a long time.
Chen Yang finally came out. Let's see how he continues to indulge in the medicinal power of the blood essence pills.
The 2 noticed Chen Yang occasionally shaking his head and zoning out, becoming increasingly satisfied and nodding repeatedly.
Looks like Chen Yang has taken the bait. He's fallen for it. We can relax now.
They watched as Chen Yang secretly buried pieces of gray-black spirit stones under trees and in potted plants,
arranging them evenly.
In the end, as expected, Chen Yang only buried 8 spirit stones. The remaining 12 were clearly untouched.
The 2 cursed inwardly. This kid is so greedy. Luckily, 8 spirit stones are enough. Once Chen Yang leaves, you and I will activate the formation. With 12 spirit stones left, in at most a month, Chen Yang's spiritual consciousness will disappear. After Chen Yang left, the 2 slowly revealed themselves. Let's begin. With the activation of several high-quality artifacts, a small spirit gathering formation took shape.
The spirit stones buried under the greenery were gradually guided to
release spiritual energy.
The 2 skillfully blocked the flow of this energy to avoid inhaling it themselves. After carefully observing for a while, they left.
Not
bad, the last area in Zone C, even the villa area has spirit stones buried.
Next, only the new dormitory and other zones remain.
No rush, stick to the plan. After the 2 Earthine Pavilion members left, what was chilling was that Chen Yang had been behind them the entire time, staring at their backs.
So many student dormitories have been poisoned? Chen Yang frowned.
He initially thought the situation wasn't that serious, but after hearing their conversation, he realized the
gravity of the problem.
Kyoto Martial University had an estimated 10,000 students, divided into zones A, B, C, and D. Zone C, where Chen Yang was located, had
over 3,000 students.
For example, Huo Weiming, ranked 10th in Zone C for his grade, was only around the 100th in the entire school.
Thinking of this,
Chen Yang quickly dug up all the spirit stones he had just buried. Spirit stones were too precious, he didn't want others to benefit from them for free.
Let's check out other places. Chen Yang activated his skill and silently moved to the freshman dormitory. Compared to the quiet villa area, this place was much livelier. Even late at night, many freshmen were wandering outside. Perhaps because they were new students, no one seemed sad about classmates who had died in the secret realm. Instead, they were drinking and chatting. Chen Yang even saw some grilling on balconies. The atmosphere relaxed.
It had to be said, the style of knowledge schools and martial academies was vastly different. As long as it wasn't excessive, the academy wouldn't interfere, creating a very relaxed environment that emphasized
mental and physical well-being. Abyssal gaze.
Chen Yang randomly picked a student to check their information but found nothing unusual, thinking to himself, maybe
the time is still short and the abnormal state hasn't manifested yet? So, he went to the sophomore dormitory.
compared to freshmen, sophomores rarely spend time playing outside, many stay up late grinding dungeons. At this moment, a young man with a somewhat haggard face walked by, and Chen Yang immediately began to probe. Name, Wang Juanli level, LV.87 status, distracted, unable to concentrate, experience gain reduced by 37%, as expected. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly,
shocked by the series of negative statuses.
Looking at the level, as a sophomore at Kyoto Martial University with such good resources, he had only undergone 3
job transitions.
A year had passed, and Chen Yang's strength had barely improved.
He wondered, doesn't this guy feel anything strange? Hasn't he reported or checked it out?
Chen Yang stroked his chin, feeling that there must be some hidden secrets behind this. Along the way, he observed many students and found that everyone's side effects were different, but almost all shared the commonality of reduced experience points.
Some people's experience was reduced by 40%, while others by 10%.
These side effects were simply fatal. Just missing this bit of experience might mean never breaking through in a lifetime. In this world, every failed job
transition causes a level drop and increases the experience cap.
Moreover, as one ages, if their realm doesn't improve, the experience gained from killing monsters decreases, all of which are invisible restrictions.
Just in the sophomore dormitory building in Area A, there are over 500 people, and it's estimated that more than 200 are affected. The energy of the Earthine Pavilion is so vast, even old Xiao and Jiang Wu haven't noticed? Chen Yang fell into thought. There must
be a powerful figure behind the scenes helping to cover all this up.
But who could this person be?
When he has time, he must have a good chat with old Xiao.
4.
Now, though, he needs to collect evidence. Chen Yang felt this matter wasn't simple, especially with the Martial University secret realm being disrupted by foreign
races. The next morning.
Hello, your package has arrived, please sign for it. Chen Yang didn't expect to receive a package early in the morning.
Back in his room,
he found a well-preserved porcelain bottle containing 3 essence blood pills. The quality was platinum grade, but they came with side effects.
Next to it was a note.
It stated that this was Chen Yang's reward for completing the spirit stone placement task and invited him to attend a club activity at 8 p.m. in Building 13.
Area A of the Earthine Pavilion is actually holding activities in campus classrooms? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking their audacity was truly impressive. He
suspected that not only students but even some teachers might have already been controlled by the tea poison.
Coincidentally, his essence blood pills had just run out.
After dealing with the side effects, Chen Yang swallowed all 3 essence blood pills in one go, noting the time. Now, it only took 12 minutes to consume
1, making his efficiency extremely high.
His level also rose to 172. The 7 to 8 million experience provided by the subsequent essence blood pills could only raise him by 1 level. By evening, Chen Yang opened his eyes, a glimmer flashing through them.
He spread his palm, revealing a hope cube. This cube not only
carried various aura buffs but also contained an extremely rare internal cultivation technique.
This item was incomparable to job transition skills. It could be used by any profession, with a simple effect, enhancing basic attributes.
Moreover, it wouldn't appear in the job transition temple, making it extremely rare and
invaluable. If not for the Hope Cube, Chen Yang wouldn't have even known about internal cultivation techniques. He exhaled lightly. After an afternoon of cultivation, I should have reached the entry level. Opening the panel, sure enough, a new skill icon appeared.
S-Class, Bright Technique, significantly increases
resistance to abnormal states and mental strength, while boosting light-based skill damage. This skill was different from those obtained through job transitions or skill scrolls.
The Bright Technique could only be cultivated personally, requiring proficiency improvement.
Don't be fooled by its S-Class rating, its level could
still increase as proficiency improved.
Even at the entry level, Chen Yang's mana points directly increased by nearly 100,000, higher than his health points. Now,
this is troublesome. Am I an assassin or a mage? However, if there's time, learning more magic damage skills is never a bad idea.
Assassins can also take the magic route. Who says assassins can only rely on physical attacks?
Noticing his magic damage had significantly improved, Chen Yang began considering dual cultivation in
both physical and magical skills. That evening, Chen Yang went out and headed toward Building 13 in Area A. This building seemed to be the activity zone for the D.Een Pavilion Club. To be honest, the place was quite mysterious. Using facial recognition to open the door, his data had already been registered. Doesn't seem like anything unusual. He walked around the building but didn't find any issues. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and he received a message, meeting location. Room 203. How considerate. Putting away his phone, Chen Yang headed to the classroom and pushed the door open. The room was already packed. It seemed he was the last to arrive, no wonder he hadn't seen anyone else on the way. Scanning the room, Chen Yang, with his excellent memory, recognized many familiar faces. They were all freshmen, seemingly drawn to the D.Een Pavilion just like him. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they sat eagerly in their seats. Wow, isn't that Chen Yang? He joined the D.Een Pavilion too? Of course, he's the national #1. Someone like him, only the D.Een Pavilion is worthy. I heard Chen Yang has already reached the 6th transition, is that true? I thought he was only at the 4th transition. Where did you hear about the 6th? As soon as Chen Yang entered, a commotion broke out. There was no helping it. After the Secret Realm incident and his title as the national #1, at least within the circles of Kyoto Martial University, he was already quite famous. Many people recognized him. Finding a random seat, Chen Yang increasingly felt this scene was eerily similar to a pyramid scheme meeting. Except the pyramid scheme leader hadn't shown up yet. He immediately activated Abyssal Gaze. Name, Chukiki level, 66 status. Overly excited, experience gain -2% name, Pangmian level, 62 status, overly excited, experience gain -4% as expected, everyone present had strange negative statuses. Moreover, this type of special negative status was the hardest to detect and wouldn't appear on the status panel. Only someone like Chen Yang with an SSS level detection skill, or an 8th transition expert like Xiao Zhanrong, could notice it. Not long after he sat down, 2 girls came over asking for his contact information, but Chen Yang waved them off helplessly. Before long, a young man in a suit vest walked briskly into the classroom. His sharp gaze, energetic demeanor, and friendly expression immediately caught attention. Following closely behind him was a group of combat professionals, exuding an intimidating aura, with tall, muscular builds. At a glance, their average level was around 200, making the freshmen in the room seem like little lambs. Welcome, everyone. Being here means you've all passed the selection process and are outstanding members. However, at D.Een Pavilion, we believe in speaking less and doing more. Without further ado, let me briefly explain the reason for today's gathering. The suited young man spoke with warmth and charisma, resembling a sunny boy next door, quickly winning over many people. They listened attentively. But Chen Yang was well aware of the truth behind this facade. Name, Yen Hao class, A-rank enchanter level. 210 skills, A-rank heart listening, A-rank mind-bending speech. This guy was a bona fide brainwashing expert. Chen Yang's hand was already prepared for action. Lightly tapping the desk. Level 200. An ordinary third-year student would find it hard to reach this level, but in the D.Een Pavilion, everyone here was a 6th transition expert, at least level 200. Even though Wu Weiming ranked in the top 10 of this region and came from a wealthy family, his level was just shy of 200. Thinking about the negative effect of reduced experience gain, Chen Yang began to form a hypothesis. This D.Een Pavilion was definitely not simple. Before long, everyone except Chen Yang had been completely swayed by Yen Hao, utterly captivated by the beautiful future he painted, unable to extricate themselves. Soon, Yen Hao revealed a flaw. He distributed a detailed task list, scrolling on the screen, outlining the future direction of the D.Een Pavilion. Chen Yang immediately focused on it. But the first item shocked him. Freshman Xiao Weiwei, S-rank Sacred Flame Mage, leads a chaotic private life, cruelly kills civilians for fun, resulting in 5 deaths, and seriously violates the rules of Kyoto Martial University. In 3 days, the enforcement team will cooperate with the D.Een Pavilion to impose severe punishment on Xiao Weiwei. Following this, a pile of evidence was posted on the screen. There were also numerous videos clearly recording Xiao Weiwei's brutal killing of civilians, her twisted smile, and crazed expression, completely unlike a normal person. It was hard to believe that the campus belle could be such a person. The scene immediately erupted into an uproar, with many people even casting curious glances at Chen Yang. After all, since the start of the semester, Xiao
Wei Wei and Chen Yang had been quite close.
Is this true? Your AI synthesis technology is incredible. Chen Yang almost spat out water as he watched the video.
Whoever made such a fake video was truly a master among masters.
Coupled with Yan Hao's persuasive skills, no one except Chen Yang could tell it was an AI-generated video. Instead, everyone was clamoring to denounce Xiao Weiwei. Some even said, what kind of newcomer would be so righteous as to dare take action against an S-rank professional campus belle? It was simply too thrilling. Is it just severe punishment? What exactly will the punishment be? Someone asked loudly, immediately, sparking everyone's curiosity.
On the podium, Yan Hao put on a helpless expression.
Probably a large deduction of credits and half a month in the confinement room.
If she resists, the punishment will be even harsher.
As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Senior, is the punishment that light? 5 lives. Outside, even a high-level professional would be imprisoned for decades, especially for such a heinous crime as brutal killing. Everyone was furious. But while Yan Hao appeared helpless on the surface, a trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. This was exactly his goal. There's no choice. After all, she is an S-rank combat professional, a sacred flame mage.
The people need her, and the federal government needs her too.
As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly ignited. What a wicked woman.
She's just arrogant because of her talent. Some people, eager to stir up trouble, directly called out to Chen
Yang, aren't you pretty close to Xiao Weiwei? What do you think? What could Chen Yang say? Of course, he played along. To avoid arousing Yan Hao's
suspicion, Chen Yang had to act, putting on a pained expression.
So that's how it is.
I had no idea Xiao Weiwei was such a person behind the scenes.
This time, I request to join the denouncement and will show no mercy.
His performance was so convincing that Xiao Zhanrong would surely have to award him a little golden
statue. Good. Even Chen Yang said so. We must teach this wicked woman a lesson. The inexplicably demonized Xiao Weiwei was utterly baffled. At this moment, Yan Hao timely continued to calm everyone down.
To stabilize the crowd's emotions, Yan Hao briefly introduced the structure of the Diin Pavilion.
It was actually similar to the enforcement team, with the difference being that members of the Diin Pavilion were ranked A, B, C, and D based on their strength. Yan Hao himself was a B-rank member. Chen Yang immediately asked, Senior, who is the founder of the Diin Pavilion? Can you tell us so we can admire them? Everyone listened with anticipation.
Yan Hao smiled and said, you should know when you join the Diin Pavilion.
Our Diin Pavilion has a long history, established at the same time as Kyoto Martial University.
It can be said to be one of the earliest societies of Kyoto Martial University, though it has gradually become low profile over
time. I can boldly reveal that the founder of the Diin Pavilion has the surname Xiao.
As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment.
Many
freshmen's faces turned red, and they clenched their fists tightly.
The surname Xiao? Could it be Xiao Zhanrong? The legendary principal of Kyoto Martial University. A terrifying level 900, 8th turn powerhouse.
It could be said that Xiao Zhanrong was the highest-ranking figure many people could ever hope to encounter in
their lifetime. Chen Yang smiled.
Although the surname was Xiao, it wasn't directly stated to be Xiao Zhanrong. The Diin Pavilion is quite skilled at playing word
games. Of course, I didn't call you here today to leave empty-handed.
Yan Hao pulled out a large handful of blood essence pills from his pocket and distributed
them to everyone. Many people's eyes widened. Most of those who joined the Diin Pavilion were lower-tier freshmen.
Their talents might be decent outside, but at
Kyoto Martial University, they were at the bottom.
Taking these pills to level up was much faster than grinding dungeons, and there was no risk to their lives.
Chen Yang received 3 pills. Someone asked discontentedly, Senior, why does he get 3 pills?
Without turning around, Yan Hao replied, because Chen Yang has
already completed a mission. Once you complete missions, you can also level up and earn more rewards.
These words were meant as motivation, but they carried a
different meaning for Chen Yang. Am I the only one who went through that test? Chen Yang lightly tapped the table.
And then there was Xiao Weiwei.
He was certain Xiao Weiwei would never do such a thing. The intentions of the Diin Pavilion were too obvious.
What surprised Chen Yang the most was that the Diin Pavilion was indeed connected to the enforcement team. They had even joined forces. After the event, Yan Hao privately met with Chen Yang to brainwash him, nearly causing Chen
Yang to lose control of his expression several times. After everyone dispersed, Chen Yang pretended to leave.
Once outside, he quietly slipped behind a building.
Missed concealment.
His figure quickly merged into the shadows, and Chen Yang returned to the scene right in front of everyone.
At this level, an SSS-level skill was just that domineering. Those A-level professionals couldn't sense him at all. In the classroom, Yen Hao and the others hadn't left yet.
Sigh, we've handed out
another large batch of blood essence pills.
We don't even have enough for ourselves.
No choice.
They'll be controlled sooner or later, so what difference does it
make whether we give out more or less? Why not keep half and give out half?
A few combat professionals, seeing that everyone had left, dropped their pretense and leaned against the wall to smoke.
It's not the same. This is the directive of the master. Don't get clever. Be careful not to be used as a puppet. Yen Hao sneered, no brains is no brains. No wonder they're strong but can't even become team leaders. Speaking of which, that master might make a move within 2 months.
He also needed to quickly find a way out for himself. A trace of worry flashed in Yen Hao's eyes. With such a large dosage of the pills, even a genius like Chen Yang would become a cripple at most within 2 months.
Controlled by others, turned into a puppet without self-awareness, hidden within the academy. Afterward,
they didn't say much more, and Yen Hao and the others dispersed.
After leaving, Chen Yang reappeared several hundred meters away. Puppets? Although there hadn't
been much interaction, Chen Yang had still gathered a lot of information. The students who took the problematic blood essence pills lost their sanity and were
turned into puppets.
After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Yang's breathing paused slightly.
Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he was deeply concerned about the malicious harm to students in the secret realm. If these puppets were extremely powerful and suddenly went berserk in the academy, or even in the
middle of the night, in the dormitory, when your brother suddenly turned into a puppet and attacked you.
However, he still felt something was off. And what exactly did the master's directive mean?
Chen Yang shook his head and decided it was time to notify Xiao Zhanrong.
He wasn't the kind of foolish protagonist in novels who only wanted to act alone.
With some clues in hand, letting Xiao Zhanrong handle it would be more efficient and wouldn't alert the enemy.
Just as he pulled out his phone, suddenly,
a familiar voice called out.
Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Turning around, it was Jiang Wu. Teacher Jiang. Chen Yang was a bit surprised, but mostly emotional. Teacher Jiang Wu, long time no see. Indeed, Chen, it's been a while. What are you doing here? Jiang Wu also sighed, then quickly returned to his initial question.
Chen Yang thought for a moment. Whether he went to Xiao Zhanrong or Jiang Wu, it didn't make much difference.
Jiang Wu held a high position as Kyoto's representative and was a 7th-turn expert. He should have no problem dealing with the D-Een Pavilion. If he could get some items from the D-Een Pavilion, it would save him a lot of effort later. Teacher Jiang, you've come at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a place to talk.
As he spoke, Chen Yang prepared to leave first to find a place.
However, Jiang Wu directly stopped him.
Hey, Chen Yang, I heard you're the national top scorer.
What brings you here?
Jiang Wu said with a smile.
But Chen Yang's heart tightened, sensing something was off. When he left the classroom earlier, he hadn't deliberately chosen a path and just walked randomly. Yet today, Jiang Wu's reaction seemed strange. Could it be? Chen Yang immediately activated Abyssal Gaze to uncover Jiang Wu's secrets.
Previously, his level was too low to investigate Jiang Wu's information, but now it was different.
Name, Jiang Wu Class, S-Class.
Dark Warrior level, LV.491, 7th transition, skills, S-Class Dark Energy Burst, S-Class Mind-Body Unity, A-Class Storm, Specialty, A-Class Dark Demon. Physique status, infected with Alien Vine Fern, Kyoto Martial University representative, experience gain bonus plus 130%, weakness, use light-based spells to
eliminate Alien Vine Fern, which can directly cause severe injury this time. All the detailed information was displayed before Chen Yang. Jiang Wu's secrets were completely exposed.
Jiang Wu looked at Chen Yang, frowning slightly. He suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable but couldn't pinpoint why.
Could it be his old ailment? Acting up again? That wouldn't do.
It seemed he needed to pay more attention to his nutrition lately.
Alien Vine Fern? Experience bonus? Chen Yang looked down at the information. If he hadn't experienced the D-Een Pavilion, he might not have noticed anything, but he had. So he immediately felt something was wrong. Now even experience bonuses have become a common buff? Something's definitely off.
Chen Yang shook his head inwardly.
He had suspected many people before, but he had never thought Jiangwu would be problematic. After all, Jiangwu was the one who personally brought him into Kyoto Martial University, even the secret realm.
For the Martial University League was managed with Jiangwu's involvement. Jiangwu seemed like nothing more than a kind old man with a good reputation at the
school. Wait, the League's secret realm.
A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Yang's eyes, but his face remained calm. I haven't had a proper tour of Kyoto Martial
University yet.
You know, working and resting at the same time, constant leveling up is exhausting, so I thought I'd take the chance to explore a bit, Chen Yang said, fabricating a story with a straight face.
Jiangwu nodded. I see. Well, don't wander around too much in the future. There are quite a few restricted areas in the school. If you get into trouble, it won't be good. You should head back now. Jiangwu didn't ask much after hearing this and directly let Chen Yang leave. His attitude was noticeably different from the previous 2 times he had been suspicious. Restricted areas? What kind of restricted areas could there be? In the school, Teacher Jiang?
Chen Yang noticed Jiangwu had returned to his usual amiable demeanor, found it odd, and decided not to leave immediately, continuing
to probe.
There's not much to say about the restricted areas.
Your teachers will cover it in a few days. But I don't mind telling you a bit. Kyoto Martial University itself is a super large secret realm, with many dungeons inside. Some dungeons are extremely high level and very dangerous, occasionally swallowing people on their own. Even with warning signs, there are still low-level freshmen who accidentally enter the dungeons and end up trapped to death. Jiangwu shook
his head inside, his face full of regret.
I see. Thank you, Teacher Jiang, for telling me. I won't disturb you any further. Chen Yang bid farewell to Jiang Wu and, this time, didn't hide in the shadows to gather information. Jiang Wu's level was too high.
Although Chen Yang's skills were strong,
Jiang Wu would likely sense any anomalies, making it unsafe.
As he left, Chen Yang glanced back and found that the direction he had come from was actually a small forest.
Why would Jiang Wu appear in such a place? And what he had just said? If his guess was correct, the freshmen who accidentally entered the dungeons were actually captured by people from the Diin Pavilion, right? Jiangwu held a certain level of authority within the school. Whether he was aware of the situation or colluding with the Diin Pavilion, it all indicated that the forces behind the Diin Pavilion were incredibly powerful.
Too bad the one behind him wasn't Xiao Zhanrong.
If Xiao Zhanrong weren't around, Chen Yang might have been tempted to feign submission and ultimately reap huge benefits. This kid. Jiangwu watched Chen Yang's departing
figure, cursed under his breath, but also let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Chen Yang trying to go deeper earlier had really startled him, and he quickly called
out to stop him.
Fortunately, he arrived in time, and nothing happened. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Jiangwu felt a sharp pain in his heart and had to take out a pure blood-red pill and swallow it in one gulp. Soon, a wave of comfort washed over him. If Chen Yang were still present, he would have noticed that Jiang Wu's experience bonus had increased from the minimum 1% to 5%. They will never let me easily reach the 8th transformation. Hopefully, Chen Yang won't go down the wrong path. The kindness on Jiang Wu's face disappeared, replaced by indifference. Not long after, he left the area. In the dormitory, Chen Yang took out the Hope Cube. Whoosh! The scene from the classroom earlier was projected, as if it had truly happened. This was one of the functions of the Hope Cube, which could automatically record footage. However, Chen Yang speculated that this function was mainly used to document the death footage of Children of Hope for the sake of revenge. Of course, since Chen Yang was a leap-level student who skipped 9 levels straight to the Morningstar level, the Hope Cube had unlocked many special functions for him. Even after a few days, Chen Yang still hadn't fully figured it out. The extra storage space alone was already incredibly powerful. What surprised him even more was that the Hope Cube actually came with a trading system. Upon entering, Chen Yang immediately received 1,000 Hope coins. He used this currency to purchase the light technique. Not only that, but he could also trade with other Children of Hope, though Chen Yang hadn't tried it yet. After all, his level was too low, and his strength didn't match the Morningstar level, so it wasn't appropriate to reveal himself too early. Additionally, the Hope Cube came with a forum platform. Posts would automatically be deleted after 3 days unless marked as featured, leaving no trace behind.
From this, Chen Yang discovered more secrets hidden in this world. I used to think this world was only so big.
Opening the forum, he saw a familiar rescue post and couldn't help but sigh.
Rescue. Jinghua City, address as follows XXXX. I am a level 5 child of hope.
Although I have united the strength of several people, we can't hold on for much longer, at most.
2 months. Details, the invading alien race is the Three Fiend Ghost Clan, led by over 28th transformation powerhouses. Jinghua City is in grave danger.
The principal of the first Jinghua Military Academy has already fallen. I will cover the teleportation costs in full and offer a reward of 2,000 hope coins.
Jinghua City currently has a population of 8 million. Jinghua City? What kind of place is that? There was no information about it online.
Chen Yang had never
heard of it.
If not for the Hope Cube, he wouldn't have believed that such a place was still struggling to survive.
Moreover, it seemed that this city was completely isolated and without support.
Judging by its strength, it might be on par with Kyoto, or even stronger.
Jinghua City could hold off with over 28th transformation powerhouses, while Kyoto only had a handful of 8th transformation experts on the surface.
A city this powerful should have been recorded in textbooks
long ago.
But the reality was, there wasn't even a trace of it online. Realizing this, Chen Yang felt a chill in his heart.
What kind of world was he living in? Was this an information island, or? Thankfully,
when his talent was tested back then, he only revealed an S-level profession.
The only person who noticed anything
unusual afterward was someone he trusted, Xiao Zhanron.
What was the situation of the human race outside? 2 months.
Chen Yang thought for a moment, looking at the post with 0 replies but over 600 views.
Many people could only feel anxious and powerless.
Logically, he shouldn't reveal himself too early.
But he still left this message, hold on, don't lose contact. As a result, this single sentence caused the post to explode. Because next to his avatar was a marked level Morning Star.
The Hope Cube had 3 levels. The first was levels 1 to 9, the second was Morning Star level, and the third was the legendary Radiant Moon
level.
Beyond that, no one knew. On the forum, it was already considered lucky to see a level 7 or 8 expert, let alone a sudden appearance of a Morning Star level
powerhouse. Oh my god. Morning Star level. This is my first time seeing it. So it really exists. 9-turn master, please accept my respect. Let's take a photo. First time seeing a 9-turn master, even if it's just on the forum. It's great to have you. Jinghua City finally has hope.
In an instant, more than 10 comments flooded in, leaving Chen Yang stunned.
What? Morning Star level is equivalent to a 9-turn professional? Damn.
He had really underestimated the weight of his
Morning Star badge.
From the comments, Chen Yang also learned that the call for help from Jinghua City had started as early as a month ago.
The disputes and resistance back then had just begun.
Now, Jinghua City was on the brink of collapse, almost facing annihilation. The population had plummeted from the initial 20 million
to just 8 million.
Along the way, there were bones everywhere, rivers of blood. It had become a living hell. It could be said that over 80% of Jinghua City's land had been occupied by foreign races.
Ding. Soon, someone named Lizzie actively added Chen Yang as a friend. Judging by the nickname, it seemed to be a girl. She was the one who had made the post?
As soon as they became friends, she immediately sent a message, Senior.
Thank you. I will definitely hold on. After saying that,
she directly transferred 2,000 hope coins to him.
Just for one sentence, she was willing to spend 2,000 hope coins?
Although they hadn't interacted for long,
Chen Yang knew that hope coins were very valuable.
He had seen a post saying that in a place called Cold Domain, someone exchanged 100 billion in cash for just
100 hope coins.
This was a currency truly worth $1 billion, and the other party was unwilling to give more. It was purely a friendly price.
Chen Yang thought for a
moment and replied to her, keep the coins to improve your strength.
Wouldn't it be better to hold out longer?
But he felt that saying this might make him lose face, especially since he was now a Morning Star, a status that carried some weight.
So, he added another sentence, hold on a little longer. To be honest, when he
left that comment, it was actually with the intention of helping. Chen Yang had calculated that he could reach level 200 in at most 2 days and then undergo his
6th turn.
2 months was plenty of time, which gave him a lot of confidence. With the hope buff, His leveling speed was like riding a rocket, incredibly fast.
Before the 8th turn.
Not long after he replied, the next second, he received another transfer, but this time it was 200 more.
Thank you, senior. Keeping the coins is useless for me.
Instead of letting them be distributed across the platform after my death, I'd rather give them directly to you.
Although I know this money
is very little, it's my savings from the past 10 years.
Chen Yang didn't reply, but he clicked on his own avatar.
It displayed the Morning Star badge, with the following written below: Morning Star automatically receives 1000 hope coins weekly.
Is this for real?
My 2 weeks' salary is more than someone's 10 years of
savings? Ha! Why has my hope coin balance increased?
Suddenly, Chen Yang felt puzzled. Excluding Lizi's transfer, his balance had increased by more than 400 hope
coins.
Opening the detailed records, he was shocked to find, notice, as a Morning Star, you are prioritized to receive Heavenly Dew.
Please cherish it. Received.
Heavenly Dew, 21 hope coins, time, 7th, for :00 received Heavenly Dew, 110 hope coins, time, 7th, 21:00 received Heavenly Dew, 74 hope coins, time, 8th, 9:00. Roughly counting, there were 7 or 8 notifications about Heavenly Dew over the past 3 days.
What exactly is Heavenly Dew? Chen Yang was very confused.
But the next second, Lizi's words suddenly echoed in his mind: instead of waiting for my death, for all my assets to be distributed across the platform.
So, that's what it means. Is that what it means?
Chen Yang murmured softly, falling silent for a long time.
It turned out that every Heavenly Dew notification represented the passing of a predecessor.
If Lizi died, he might receive a notification for 10 hope coins.
Chen Yang's perspective on Jingma City began to change.
Initially, he had only approached it with a let's-see attitude. And indeed, he was somewhat tempted. After all, 2,000 hope coins were equivalent to his 2 weeks'
salary and could be exchanged for 2 S-level techniques.
Moreover, if his strength wasn't enough, he could still choose to escape. This is a very normal thought. But now, looking back, Chen Yang felt a bit sad and silently repeated Jingmo City 3 times. Jingmo City had a unique geographical location, and with such
a powerful ally to help with transportation, it was incredibly convenient for Chen Yang.
Other children of hope, though also strong, could only look on helplessly due
to distance and location constraints. I will go. I will definitely come. Chen Yang left 2 messages for Li Zi. Don't worry.
Then, he opened a pinned post titled Heavenly Rainfall. The post already had hundreds of thousands of replies. Gained +3 Heavenly Rain today, thank you, senior.
I finally escaped danger. Kowtow, I also want to become the wind.
Today, I heard the wind's last words and gained 74 points of Heavenly Rain. Today's record, 2 points of Heavenly Rain. Successfully upgraded to the 7th transformation. All these replies were people recording how much Heavenly Rain they had received, while also reminiscing about
the seniors.
Previously, Chen Yang didn't quite understand what this meant, but now he actively left a reply as well. At this moment, Chen Yang suddenly noticed his
ID name. The hidden one. Oh right, he hadn't chosen a name yet. How did this Hope Cube automatically assign him a name?
But honestly, the name was quite fitting, and
Chen Yang hadn't paid attention while using it. Should he change it?
Forget it, I'll just keep it.
It sounds pretty good. Jingmo City.
In the iconic building of the city, the Zhongmo Tower, 3 figures stood under the setting sun. Before long, a figure slowly emerged, looking somewhat unique.
He was dressed in
armor-like equipment, about 1.75 meters tall, with a simple and streamlined appearance. His outfit was primarily gray-silver, with only the visor of his helmet being
white. Li Zi.
According to predictions, the 3 Fiend Ghost Clan might attack during the Black Moon.
We must prepare quickly. The speaker was a burly man,
resembling a Shaolin monk, with a square, serious face. He wore simple cloth garments and held a metal staff in his hand, but his face was full of worry.
The other 2 also turned to look at him. But this time, Li Zi didn't immediately come up with a countermeasure.
Instead, she pondered for a moment.
Inside the visor, 2 blue eyes gradually lit up.
There is hope. Click, the visor fell, revealing a beautiful female face with fair and delicate skin.
However, there were a few marks
resembling mechanical connection lines on her face, and her bright blue eyes were filled with countless rapidly turning gears. Below her seemingly soft neck was a
body forged of steel. What hope could it be?
The burly man was shocked upon hearing this and couldn't help but shout loudly, his eyes filled with joy.
No.
Matter who it was, if Li Zi said there was hope, it must be something incredibly powerful.
Could it be a level 6 child of hope? The other two were also drawn in, their eyes shining. It's Morning Star.
Li Zi's eyes sparkled as her lips moved slightly, as if murmuring softly. Then, she raised her voice, it's Morning Star. Morning Star will come to guide our path. The burly man and the other two were shaken to their core. They looked at Li Zi's serious expression. Although she was a mechanical girl, she was filled with reverence for Morning Star.
That is a sage.
Suddenly, a woman dressed in luxurious brocade robes began to cry.
Could it be that we, trapped in darkness, can finally see the dawn?
A flock of cloudbirds flew across the sky. Outside Zhongamo Tower, a large number of exhausted soldiers were stationed, some of them incomplete. Supplies were scattered haphazardly. Some battlefield priests were rushing around busily. This was the very center of Jingmo City. For the past 2 months, the defensive line had been continuously compressed under the attacks of the Three Fiend Ghost Clan.
Now, Zhongamo Tower had become the final line of defense.
The threat of the alien race was already close to touching Zhongamo Tower.
Everyone knew that once the final line of defense was breached, Zhongamo Tower would face the enemy's assault directly. The threat to the people was imminent. Once the defense was broken, the remaining 1 million
residents of Jingmo City would instantly become homeless. On this dark land, they could no longer find a place to stay, only to gradually degenerate into mindless
monsters. And Jingma City would also become a new danger zone. The Black Moon is here.
But I believe that one day, the sun will rise for Jingma City.
No one knows exactly where this place is.
500 years ago, history was severed, and countless top experts tried to explore this world. The history books of Jingma City begin with the statement that 500 years ago, Earth suffered a catastrophic disaster, and Jingma City became humanity's last city.
This is also why Jingma City has held on for so long. Everyone grits their teeth and fights desperately because they know Jingma City is their only home. Whenever the Black Moon appears, the monsters become more frenzied and terrifying, continuously attacking Jingma City. Meanwhile, humans grow weaker, with their attributes automatically decreasing by 10%.
It is said that 200 years ago, the population of Jingma City was close to 100 million, but now it has dwindled to around 8 million,
teetering on the brink of extinction.
In contrast, the Three Fiend Ghost Clan remains completely unaffected during the Black Moon.
After hundreds of years of struggle,
Jingma City has gone from being dominant to balanced, then to weak, and finally has been pushed to its doorstep by the Three Fiend Ghost Clan.
It is currently
known that Jingma City is not the only one of its kind. There are only 4 such cities. Shenyang, Sushi, and I have scheduled a dungeon run.
Do you want to join us? This afternoon.
Chen Yang opened his eyes and released the spirit stone in his palm, which had already turned to powder.
He opened his phone and saw 2 unread messages from Xiao Weiwei. Another dungeon invitation?
Chen Yang hesitated for a few seconds but ultimately declined.
Now, Xiao Weiwei and Su Shi's levels were far behind his.
The dungeon they chose was too low level to be of much help to him.
With the urgent matters in Jingma City, Chen Yang didn't want to waste time casually.
Xiao Weiwei wasn't his responsibility, and he wasn't foolish enough to break his own plans to help her level up.
I see, sorry about that. I've
already arranged to join Sharife's team for the Extinguishing Flame dungeon today, Chen Yang replied apologetically. Then, he glanced at his own level, 184.
That's right.
After a night of spirit stone cultivation, Chen Yang had directly leveled up by more than 10 levels, an incredible feat to put it into perspective. Many people struggle for an entire year without gaining 10 levels.
I see. Sorry to bother you. Seeing Chen Yang's reply, Xiao Weiwei felt a tightness in her chest, followed by an inexplicable sense of loss. Impossible.
She instinctively looked up and exchanged glances with Su Shi beside her.
Both of them could see
something was off in each other's eyes. Chen Yang probably didn't expect that after just one secret realm experience, the 2 women had become so close.
Not good. How could Sharife let Chen Yang take the opportunity?
Su Shi gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger.
She hadn't expected Chen Yang to
reject her so decisively, even though she had asked him first. The Extinguishing Flame dungeon is the top-tier dungeon in the level 200 zone.
I won't even be able to consider it until at least next year, but Chen Yang is already starting to challenge it now? Unlike Su Shi, Xiao Weiwei was somewhat dazed. She was more concerned about Chen Yang's strength.
Clearly, back then, they were all about the same, awakening at the same time. When Chen Yang defeated her, she thought it was just a difference in class. Later, she assumed Chen Yang was only a few levels ahead. But now, what level had Chen Yang reached? Everyone said Chen Yang had already reached the 5th transformation stage, but just how strong was he in the 5th transformation? Xiao Weiwei looked at her own level, which had just barely reached triple digits, and felt a deep sense of frustration and loss, mixed with even more unwillingness. At this rate, she wouldn't even be able to see Chen Yang's shadow. She absolutely couldn't accept such an outcome. Senior sister, you're being a bit unfair this time. Huff, huff. Chen Yang, you're finally here. In a private room of a cafe at Kyoto Martial University, 4 people were waiting. When Sharife saw Chen Yang arrive, she immediately called out excitedly and pulled him to sit down. Everyone's here. We can start now. Sharife pulled Chen Yang to sit down, but no one responded. She turned her head and saw the other 3 staring at Chen Yang with great interest. One of them was a strong-willed mature woman, while the other 2 were men. The young man with orange hair stared at Chen Yang for a while and suddenly snorted. Sharife, I have to say, the mysterious expert you mentioned is Chen Yang? Yes, I admit Chen Yang has good talent. But even good talent needs time to grow, right? You let him join the team. What is this? The Extinguished Flame Dungeon is almost at a half-6th turn difficulty level. Just don't drag us down. The orange-haired young man was very dissatisfied. Forget everything else, even if the rumors were true. What could Chen Yang, who had just reached the 5th turn, achieve? The higher the level, the greater the attribute gap. With a difference of dozens of levels, even if Chen Yang's attributes were multiplied several times, he couldn't match anyone here. Stop arguing, Fei Fei. It's still not too late to bring your brother over. If we encounter danger in the dungeon, no one will save you. The man next to the orange-haired youth spoke indifferently. His name was Zhang Ling, and he seemed even colder and prouder than the orange-haired youth. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sharife. Didn't this little girl say she couldn't find anyone? He agreed to Sharife's request partly because the Extinguished Flame Dungeon had restrictions. Once the team was full, no one else could enter. He came to secure a spot, and he needed it himself. Many people outside were willing to pay to find a team to take them into the dungeon. If the teammates were like this, what? Bring your brother over? Forget it. If it doesn't work, you can form your own team. I have the sensing stone, so I'm begging you. Unexpectedly, Sharife, like a lit firecracker, immediately stood up with her hands on her hips and angrily pointed at the orange-haired youth and Zhang Ling. Listen up, Zhang Ling. Are you saying that? Because Huo Weiming is dead, the sensing stone he left behind can be monopolized by you? And you insist on bringing outsiders into the team? Zhang Ling pressed aggressively. So what? Huo Weiming entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Are you dissatisfied? Zhang Ling's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. The truth was, Huo Weiming had pretended to hand over the sensing stone to Sharife to curry favor with her. If he couldn't make it, Sharife could decide what to do. Now, Huo Weiming had really died in the secret realm, and the team leader role automatically transferred to Sharife. If the rules didn't prevent kicking people out, Zhang Ling and the others suspected they would have been kicked out long ago. If you're dissatisfied, leave the team. Did you hear me? Sharife snorted. Coldly, pulled the mature woman beside her to stand up, and poked Chen Yang's shoulder. Let's go, Chen Yang, we're leaving. The 2 men couldn't sit still after seeing the situation and immediately stood up. What are you doing? The Extinguished Flame Dungeon is a team task. If we split up and fight separately, how can we beat other teams? Sharife, don't be so willful. You're not even considering yourself. Without the 2 of us, the 3 of you can't possibly clear the Extinguished Flame Dungeon. Zhang Ling and the others were extremely anxious. They hadn't expected Sharife to be so resolute. Wasn't she afraid of losing everything? The Extinguished Flame Dungeon was different from other dungeons. It was famous for its materials and weapons. Every entry required a high cost. Many people spent their entire savings to enter, only to come out empty-handed and end up jumping off a building in despair. Bang! Sharife slammed the door shut without hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that the big sister had leveled up and broken through to level 200, making her unable to lead the team, she wouldn't have gone to the Extinguished Flame Dungeon with people like Huo Weiming and Zhang Ling. As a student of Kyoto Martial University, there were many dungeons here. Outstanding. Students would participate, and it was even counted toward credits and grades, showing its importance.
Xiaofei, are you sure it's just the three of us? This is 2 people fewer than other teams.
At this moment, the mature woman who had been watching the commotion finally spoke.
Sharifei and Shen Yang both turned to look at her. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Ziyin, your Chen Yang, the one Sharifei mentioned, right? Ziyin looked at Chen Yang's face, which
remained expressionless, and found it incredibly dull.
A mischievous thought suddenly popped into her mind. How about this?
If you call me Master Sister, I'll agree to let you join our team. She walked over to Sharifei, gently wrapped her arms around her neck, and smiled brightly at Chen Yang. Then, leaning close to
Sharifei's ear, she whispered, Xiaofei, no rules, suddenly bringing a man into the team? Could it be that our Xiaofei?
Her fair wrist pressed directly against
Sharifei's collarbone. Ah!
Sharifei's previously proud expression instantly turned red and flustered.
With Chen Yang right next to her, she immediately turned her face away in embarrassment and protested fiercely, Jia, what are you doing? Stop messing around, let go.
You're bullying me again while the team leader
isn't here. Someone's watching.
Chen Yang was surprised and confirmed several times.
It was true. Could Sharifei actually have a girlfriend? This trip was worth it, seeing so much drama. But seriously, Ziyin asking him to call her Master Sister, what kind of strange quirk was that? Then I'll just go solo. Chen Yang,
not understanding the atmosphere, directly broke the ambiguous situation.
Since Ziyin was so confident, the 2 of them could team up, saving him the trouble. Solo? Absolutely not. Your level is too low. Going solo will definitely get you killed in the Extinguished Flame Dungeon. The monsters inside are all level 200, with the lowest equivalent to a B-level professional.
As soon as these words were spoken, Sharifei immediately broke free from Ziyin's grip and shook her
ponytail vigorously. But Chen Yang heard it differently. B-level professional? Perfect.
His attributes had improved significantly, and he hadn't had a proper chance
to train yet. Is that so? Chen Yang didn't say much, just slightly curled his lips and gently placed his hand on Sharifei's shoulder. Chen Yang, you. Sure.
Ifei wanted to say something, but that hand, like Mount Tai, instantly released immense pressure. Sharifei instinctively tried to resist, but that hand was like
an unyielding boulder, pressing her down so firmly she couldn't move, her face turning red.
She couldn't say a word, her eyes wide open in disbelief at what was
happening. Ah!
The next second, Chen Yang let go, and the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide, leaving Sharifei stunned.
You're at the 6th transition level? Even Ziyin was taken aback.
But she quickly realized something was off. If you're at the 6th transition level, you shouldn't be allowed to participate in the Extinguished Flame Dungeon according to the rules.
Wait, your attributes.
Sharifei slowly began to realize, cold sweat forming on her back.
For him to
suppress her so easily meant Chen Yang's health points, attack power, and even hidden mental strength were at least over 50,000.
Such strength made her feel like a chick facing a monster. If they really fought, she probably wouldn't last a single move.
Chen Yang, you've improved way too fast,
Sharifei said with a bitter
smile. When Zhang Mengmeng first brought you here, you weren't like this.
It's only been a few days.
Chen Yang had no interest in wasting time pretending to be weak, so he appropriately showed his strength. After all, if he joined a team, it would only slow down his leveling and equipment acquisition.
Or rather, Chen Yang didn't want too many people to see through his capabilities. It must be some kind of skill effect, but it is impressive.
Since Sharifei brought you, I don't
mind. Ziyin's attitude shifted, but she quickly found a reasonable explanation for herself. Chen Yang couldn't possibly have such strong base attributes, he must have secretly used some hidden skill that they hadn't noticed. Something like that.
Chen Yang smiled, letting the misunderstanding persist to save himself from
explaining. Afterward, the 3 of them chatted for a while.
Sharifei took out a sensing stone and patted Chen Yang's shoulder.
I'll grant you authorization.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention, entering the dungeon this time requires a certain cost, but I'll cover the ticket for you this time.
Don't mention it, consider it my treat. After speaking, Sharifei transferred some credits to Chen Yang. Credits? The Extinguished Flame Dungeon requires credits to enter? Chen Yang was stunned. Yes, the Extinguished Flame Dungeon is actually within the boundaries of Kyoto Martial University.
Using a sensing stone, you can directly teleport into the
dungeon within the school grounds. I don't understand what the principal and the others are thinking. For such an important dungeon, they'd rather sell entry qualifications than reserve more spots for students. Sharife seemed a bit dissatisfied as she spoke. For a dungeon like Extinguished Flame, there were countless students who met the requirements, but most of the participants were outsiders. This led to the school administration being questioned about fairness by many. If we can get good equipment, it would be some compensation. Seeing Sharife cover the cost for him, Chen Yang hadn't expected her to act alone this time, which meant her gains wouldn't be much. But she didn't complain. Alright, let's get started. Chen Yang liked to keep things straightforward. Seeing that the dungeon's opening time had arrived, he prepared to enter. Immediately, he activated the permissions and silently thought to himself, enter the Extinguished Flame dungeon. Ding! Successfully entered the dungeon. Dungeon name, Extinguished Flame Dungeon Restrictions, level 120 to 200, 5-person team recommended level 200. Features, high-quality equipment and mineral material drops. This was a pure material and equipment dungeon. There were no mainline quests, making it a perfect place to earn money. Opening his eyes, Chen Yang found himself standing on a platform. At the same time, many others were teleported in around him. Oh, unexpectedly, he spotted a pleasant surprise as soon as he entered. Among the crowd, there seemed to be several professionals who looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the same people he had seen yesterday at the Earthshade Pavilion. Except for Yan Hao, the other 5 were all present, and their levels were all at 200, just meeting the dungeon's restriction. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the strongest team in the field. Oh, it's you? The other party recognized Chen Yang as well. Where's your team? Chen Yang asked. The people from Earthshade Pavilion brightened up when they saw Chen Yang and immediately approached him. However, they quickly frowned, thinking to themselves, Chen Yang is only around level 120, and he dares to challenge the Extinguished Flame dungeon? I didn't plan to act so soon. Chen Yang glanced at them but didn't even bother to reply. He was the first to leave the platform and head into the dungeon. Chen Yang. Liang Chang was furious. He had considered many scenarios but hadn't expected Chen Yang to ignore him and walk away directly. This was practically a slap in the face. Is this kid stupid or what? Is he pretending not to know us on purpose? The others were also displeased. Although Chen Yang wasn't very strong, he was offering to help lead the team for free, which could enhance their competitiveness. Let's go in too. Watch him walk away, and let's teach him a lesson. Liang Chang's face darkened as he led his team inside. Just joined Earthshade Pavilion and already dares to disrespect his seniors? He won't last long. As soon as he entered the Extinguished Flame dungeon, Chen Yang was surprised to find it completely different from what he had imagined. There were no blazing flames or rivers of lava. Instead, it resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland with a sci-fi vibe. Broken walls and ruins, shattered highways, and scattered combat mechs were spread out like a massive army. Beep! Just as Chen Yang was about to move forward, the hope cube within him suddenly activated. Detected alien race, Xylans. System orientation, technology, single combat data shows that their awakening history exceeds 14,700 years. The Xylans were once among the top 100 races but were later defeated by the Dragon God, leading to their collapse and fragmentation into numerous dungeon shards. The Extinguished Flame dungeon is the site of the Xylan supercomputer Flame's downfall. Back then, the Xylans deployed millions of supercomputers to resist the Dragon God. Flame was one of them, self-destructing due to an overload caused by a single thought from the Dragon God. Unexpectedly, such an ordinary-looking dungeon concealed so much history. Chen Yang looked up at his surroundings, realizing he might be the only one who knew this background. The awakening calendar has already surpassed 14,000 years? How long has our Federation existed in reality? The Dragon God Senior seems to be a figure from a few hundred years ago, right? Chen Yang felt increasingly puzzled, his curiosity itching, but no one could answer him. Ding! Intruder! Suddenly, the wall beside him was violently smashed down. A damaged mech soldier burst through the wall. Standing about 2 meters tall, its blue eyes devoid of emotion, staring intently at Chen Yang. Name, Anti-Explosion Mech Soldier, Level, 200, Class, B-Class. Mechanical Construct, HP, 1.08 million, Attack, 21,000, Defense, 17,000, Skills, B-Class Anti-Explosion Electric Grid, B-Class Laser Cannon. Note, damaged. Limbs, Chen Yang's heart immediately tensed up upon seeing this. These base stats were way too strong. Clearly, it was just a B-class mechanical construct equivalent. In level to a B-class professional, which should have been fairly ordinary, but its stats were shocking. Its HP was second only to the Kargata he had encountered in the secret realm before, and its attack power even surpassed it. For an average B-class professional without any special experiences, reaching level 200 would typically mean an HP cap of around 200,000. Now, it seemed there was no chance of winning. Boom! Just as Chen Yang was contemplating, the mech soldier struck. First, deploying its laser cannon. A blinding light emanated from the mech soldier's chest, instantly transforming into a pale white laser beam. Its speed was astonishing, piercing through all obstacles in its path in an instant. Damn it! Seeing the light, Chen Yang immediately sensed danger and quickly hid in the shadows, desperately dodging. Technological weapons were truly a headache, with attack speeds that defied logic and immense power. If hit, he could take 50,000 to 60,000 damage in one shot. Unless one was a tank class, there was no way to withstand it. Evil slash. Chen Yang seized the opportunity to charge out from the shadows. The ash blade unleashed a burst of slashes. 10 consecutive strikes in an instant. Bang! Each strike dealt over 100,000 damage, and the mech soldier was instantly shattered into pieces, without even a chance to react. Successfully killed LV.200 anti-explosion mech soldier, gained 550,000 experience. The mech soldier was indeed powerful, but foolishly withstood Chen Yang's attacks, resulting in its instant defeat. Ha! The first monster I encountered here drops equipment? Chen Yang noticed something flashing on the ground and quickly picked it up. Wow! The drop rate in this dungeon was incredibly high. In other places, you might have to kill dozens of monsters to get a single piece of equipment. Last time, when he fought Kargata, nothing dropped. Those aliens were so stingy, not even carrying treasures on them. Item, energy gun, grade, gold, effect, can continuously fire over 200 rounds of ammunition. It was clearly a gold-grade weapon. Although it had a technological design, that was precisely what made it so useful. Most of them had low-level requirements but high damage. The downside was their costliness, high maintenance expenses, and fast equipment wear. The level is a bit low, but it's still good for occasional ambushes. Chen Yang happily kept it. After all, it was gold grade. If he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it or give it to Sharife, which would also be nice. Stop right there. Finally found you. Just as Chen Yang was about to move forward, a cold male voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw Liang Chang and his followers. Oh, it's you guys? Chen Yang sneered inwardly. Perfect timing. Outside, he couldn't make a move, but in this extinguished flame dungeon, he had no intention of holding back. Come here and kneel obediently. Let me teach you to respect your seniors, Liang Chang said arrogantly. He was a member of the Earthine Pavilion and usually looked down on other students from Kyoto Martial University, considering himself superior. In his eyes, even people like Huo Weiming were mere mediocrities, though he himself was an A-class professional. Show some sincerity, and maybe old Liang will spare you and let you follow us for protection. Nobody cares about you outside, but in the Earthshade Pavilion, this rule cannot be broken. Others chimed in agreement. However, when Liang Chang and his team saw Chen Yang slowly pull out a futuristic energy gun from his coat, what is this? An energy gun? How could you possibly have the strength to kill the mechs in the extinguished flame dungeon? Liang Chang's face instantly changed upon seeing this iconic weapon. He couldn't sit still. Something was off. But Chen Yang didn't care about any excuses and directly pulled the trigger to fire. Pew pew. Instantly, the sky was filled with light points as high-temperature energy bullets shot out rapidly. Without prior preparation or specific counter skills, this kind of weapon was nearly impossible to defend against. Just upon contact, 2 of Liang Chang's 5-member team were severely injured, hit by 7 or 8 shots. One even had a bloody hole blasted in their head, suffering nearly 20,000 points of massive damage. What are you doing? Chen Yang, stop. Are you crazy? Caught off guard, the 5 of them had to endure all the damage head-on. Fortunately, they were all level 200 job changers. Even the squishy classes had significantly higher base health due to level bonuses. Despite taking full damage, the energy gun couldn't kill them outright. The next second, Liang Chang and his team were filled with rage. Seizing the moment when Chen Yang was reloading, they prepared to surround him. Not bad. If the level were higher, it would be great for clearing mobs or drawing fire. Chen Yang seemed satisfied. As a gold-tier weapon, the energy gun had an excellent cost-performance ratio. Die. Hearing Chen Yang still evaluating the energy gun, Liang Chang finally couldn't hold back. He unleashed his strongest move, fiercely stabbing toward Chen Yang. Hurricane Stab. As an A-rank Gale assassin, Liang Chang had extremely high attack power. This move could deal over 100,000 damage to enemies of the same level, leaving them either dead or with half their health. However, against Chen Yang, it was a completely different story. Chen Yang didn't even bother hiding. Abyssal instant strike. Before Hurricane Stab could even reach his face, a cold gleam appeared in front of Liang Chang, accompanied by the sound of tearing, like fabric being violently ripped apart. Liang Chang's upper and lower body quickly separated, flying to either side of Chen Yang. He still wore an expression of glee, thinking his sneak attack had succeeded. It wasn't until his body hit the ground with a heavy thud that he froze, trying to move but unable to utter a single word. One strike, 280,000 damage. Liang Chang's defense was too weak, and he was instantly killed by a critical hit. His health bar emptied in a flash. Too slow. Chen Yang slowly revealed the ashen blade, turning his back to the remaining 4 terrified individuals. In the blink of an eye, the other 4 fell to the ground as corpses without uttering a single word. Their levels were similar, but the gap between them was as vast as that between ants and an elephant. Execute extermination plan. After killing Liang Chang's team of 5, Chen Yang heard 3 or 4 mechs gradually approaching. Not bad, the slaughter begins. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as the familiar feeling returned. Those seemingly troublesome mechs were nothing more than child's play to Chen Yang. In just an hour, Chen Yang had fought his way from one end of the city to the other. Along the way, many people saw Chen Yang walking alone. When they witnessed him decisively taking down the mechs, they fled in fear, worried about being caught in the crossfire. However, Chen Yang also noticed a significant problem. My bloodthirsty Rakshasa is completely ineffective against these mechanical bodies. Such a powerful SSS tier skill had such an obvious weakness. No wonder, despite its strength, it was still classified as SSS tier. If future enemies discovered this weakness and he couldn't absorb enough blood energy, Chen Yang would become very weak, and the Rakshasa state wouldn't hold. Before long, Chen Yang realized he had even lost over 10,000 health points without doing anything, wasting his health for nothing. Good thing I have the Hope Cube to sustain me. Next, I plan to incorporate some corresponding skills. Along the way, Chen Yang roughly calculated that he had defeated nearly 200 mechs of various types. He had looted over 40 pieces of equipment, one of which was even platinum tier. Name, energy shield level, platinum perfect effect. Instantly deploys an energy shield that absorbs 650,000 damage, with a cooldown of 3 days. If energy stones are available, the shield can be recharged or sustained in advance. Note, if damage exceeding 200,000 is received instantly, the shield will be shattered directly. This equipment is truly top-notch. It's completely superior to the Ash Blade, worthy of being from the Extinguished Flame dungeon. Dropping such powerful items at level 200 is incredible. However, unfortunately, this energy shield isn't very useful for Chen Yang. He's not playing a warrior build. Using the Mist Shadow skill to evade damage is much more practical. As for the other equipment, grenades, energy lightsabers, and assault rifles are all available. It's practically an armory. The bullets and energy rods dropped are so numerous that they can barely be carried. If only I could get an energy lightsaber stronger than the platinum level, then I could replace the Ash Blade. Even though it doesn't match my class, I can still use it. It'd be great if an energy dagger dropped too. Chen Yang felt a bit speechless. He had thought this dungeon would drop accessories with bonus effects, but none of those appeared. Let's keep going. Gripping the lightsaber, Chen Yang found this platinum level energy lightsaber quite interesting and decided to try playing as a warrior for a change. Human, please stop advancing. At that moment, a dusty screen to Chen Yang's left suddenly lit up, flickering as a mechanical synthesized voice sounded. Oh, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. There's a storyline in this Extinguished Flame dungeon? Wasn't it just a place for grinding monsters and farming equipment? You've already killed too many of our kind. Enough. Please leave now. The screen flickered, and a mechanical girl's image slowly appeared. Her movements were stiff,
and the screen lagged severely, clearly showing that this device hadn't been repaired in
ages. What? Do you still have unfinished tasks? What happens if I keep farming? Thanks to the Hope Cube, Chen Yang was feeling bold. This mechanical girl
that suddenly appeared seemed to know quite a bit.
Querying, no task objectives found.
But if you continue this meaningless slaughter, the Flame Guardian will
never let you go.
Please leave and do not disturb the rest of Flame. The mechanical girl gestured mechanically, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion.
The Flame Guardian? Could this be the final boss of the Extinguished Flame Dungeon?
Indeed, with the mechanical girl's words, Chen Yang became even more excited.
A boss? With the drop rate in this dungeon so high, isn't this the perfect opportunity to farm diamond-level equipment? He's already level 188 now, maybe you won't even need to spend spirit stones and can directly grind to level 200 in the Extinguished Flame Dungeon. Going against the Dragon God was a foolish idea from the start. Chen Yang sneered, responding with an unexpected attitude. As expected, the mechanical girl froze. You know the truth?
What is our truth?
Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to respond and prepared to leave directly. But the mechanical girl suddenly panicked, and several elite mech soldiers, seemingly prepared in
advance, jumped out from the nearby street, blocking Chen Yang's path.
Please, human, don't go. Tell me the truth. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened to the outside world? And what does this dungeon even mean? The voices of the mechanical girl came from the heads of the elite mech soldiers. It seemed that all the mech
soldiers in this dungeon were under her command.
Chen Yang was dumbfounded, looking back. Had he triggered some kind of keyword? What do I get in return? Chen Yang asked curiously.
It seemed he'd never heard of anyone being able to negotiate with the creatures inside a dungeon.
At least, he hadn't.
After all, most monsters in dungeons were dumb, only good for leveling up, and couldn't communicate at all.
Unless it was a secret realm, where interaction might be possible. I am willing to give you the core of Flame.
I have been lost here for too long, wandering for too long, and I can no longer remember the past. But deep within my core, the words Dragon God are forever engraved.
Human, whether you're deceiving me or not, this is the highest respect I can express. I'm so tired, I want to rest now.
The mechanical voice spoke coldly, word by word, sounding like an emotionless robot voiceover, both comical and hard to suppress a laugh.
However, Chen Yang could detect a trace of emotion within it.
At the same time, the Hope Cube within his body began to spin rapidly, activating.
Under the vast sky, Chen Yang stood quietly atop an ancient mountain peak.
The wind brushed against his face, ruffling his hair.
His gaze was deep, resolute, as if it could pierce through the endless void.
Unexpectedly, he had been fortunate enough to absorb the core of flame. At that moment, a scorching power surged into his body like a flood, igniting every nerve within him. This immense energy overwhelmed his thoughts, reminding him of the long and brutal war between humans and the alien races. Humans have always been at a disadvantage, oppressed. But now, with this power, I must change everything. Chen Yang murmured to himself, his heart heavy yet filled with
unprecedented confidence. With this determination, Chen Yang embarked on an even more frenzied path of training. He traversed one mysterious realm after another, each
filled with unknown dangers and challenges. In the dark realm of ghosts, Chen Yang fought desperately against eerie specters, his sword gleaming coldly in the
darkness.
Come on, you vile creatures, you won't stop me.
Chen Yang roared, his courage dispelling all fear.
In the scorching cavern of flames, the intense heat nearly melted him, but he gritted his teeth and persevered with sheer willpower. I cannot retreat, the future of humanity rests on my shoulders.
After countless
life and death trials, Chen Yang's level finally broke through to 500, making him a hero admired by all. Soon, he was entrusted with an important mission to lead a university team to the front lines and engage in direct combat with the alien races. Standing at the forefront of the team, Chen Yang's gaze swept over each young, spirited face. Classmates, ahead lies a brutal battlefield, but we fight for humanity, and we will not retreat. His voice was firm and powerful. The team members responded in unison, we live and die with humanity. They set off for the front lines, Chen Yang's heart filled with both anticipation and a hint of worry. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and the sounds of battle were deafening. Chen Yang charged at the forefront, his ash blade gleaming coldly as he shouted, "Brothers, charge with me!" The team members followed closely behind, their morale high.
They faced fierce and cunning alien enemies. Chen Yang moved with agility, each swing of his sword carrying a sharp momentum, instantly cutting down several enemies. Humans will not be bullied. His roar echoed across the sky. But the battle was far more difficult than imagined. First, the harsh environment, continuous rain made the roads muddy, making marching extremely challenging and hindering the transport of supplies. Chen Yang led the team through the slippery mud, all the while guarding against enemy ambushes. Next, the enemy deployed sorcerers skilled in illusions. The enemy created all kinds of terrifying illusions to disrupt their minds. Many team members were too scared to fight, falling into deep fear. Chen Yang fought desperately while shouting, "These are all illusions, don't let them scare you." During a break, a teammate leaned against the side, his face full of worry, and said, "Brother Chen Yang, this battle is too hard. Can we really win? Look at this endless rain, the muddy roads, the tight supply lines, and the enemies' strength, not to mention their strange illusions. Honestly, I'm scared that all our efforts will be in vain, scared that we'll all die here and never return home." Chen Yang walked over, crouched down, and looked at him seriously, saying, "I understand your worries. But we have no way back. Behind us are our families, our friends, and the land of our human race. If we retreat, what will happen to them? This battle is not just for the present, but for the future. Every act of resistance, every drop of sweat and blood, is to fight for humanity's chance of survival. We are not fighting alone. As long as we unite, show courage and wisdom, we will surely find a way to win. Trust me, and trust ourselves." A companion gripped their weapon tightly, their gaze resolute. "Brother Chen Yang, you're right. I'm not afraid anymore. I'll fight with you to the end." The enemy's attacks came wave after wave, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Catapults continuously hurled massive stones, crashing into their camp and injuring many team members. Chen Yang was anxious but had to remain calm, directing everyone to dodge the stones, while organizing a counterattack. During one charge, Chen Yang noticed the path ahead was filled with traps, sharp bamboo stakes hidden in the grass that would injure anyone who stepped on them. There was no time to retreat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Watch your step, follow me forward." However, one team member failed to notice and stepped into a trap, their leg pierced by a bamboo stake, collapsing in pain. Chen Yang quickly helped him up. "Hold on, we will win." Amid the fierce battle, Chen Yang continuously directed the team to adjust their tactics, flank from the left, defend on the right. His voice was exceptionally clear. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the team worked closely together, resisting the enemy with determination. But the enemy's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and the situation became more critical. At that moment, Chen Yang stepped forward, unleashing a powerful force that instantly repelled a wave of enemies. "Don't retreat, for the dignity of humanity." His shout inspired everyone. However, his outstanding performance also attracted the enemy's hatred. During a critical mission, Chen Yang and his team were surrounded by the enemy's trap. "Ha, Chen Yang, today is your end," the enemy commander sneered. Chen Yang's gaze turned icy. "Kill me? You're not qualified." Facing enemies far outnumbering his team, Chen Yang felt a twinge of nervousness. At the moment of crisis, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the sky. A golden light streaked across, and the dragon god descended. The dragon god swung its massive claws, instantly repelling the enemies surrounding Chen Yang. "Child, you've suffered." The dragon god's voice was gentle and full of care. Chen Yang knelt on one knee, exhausted. "Thank you, dragon god, for saving my life." The dragon god gently healed his wounds, its eyes filled with admiration. "Your actions have shown me the hope of humanity. I entrust the future of humanity to you, and I am at ease." Chen Yang stood up, resolute. "Dragon god, I will not let you down. Even if it costs my life, I will win victory for humanity."